Chapter 371 Return. Sui felt that he had thanked him too early. After half a day of influx of origin, the Great Witch halberd pointed a little, and a Xuanwu shadow pierced by an iron rope was pulled out from the auxiliary hall of the temple. It roared and was dragged towards Sui by the servant of the god. The Great Witch turned his hand and struck the Xuanwu shadow over. Within the mind orifice, the voice of Mingzu came. "Get away! This is a puppet made from the power of Xuanwu stars. Forcibly refining the turtle into the body of the turtle will instantly enhance his Xuanwu power. But it will also turn the turtle into a puppet-like existence. There is no need to use the magic machine here." Sui absorbs the source and kicks his 4 claws like a dark cannonball rising into the sky. But just as he was flying, he saw the Big Witch slap him. He couldn't tell how fast it was. He just saw the Big Witch raised his hand, and the slap had already fallen. He slapped Sui on the body and slapped him on the ground, causing him to bounce up. There was already a divine servant nearby who had thrown out iron ropes and net bags to cover Sui. "Bah! Shameless people! Dignified immortals attack this junior!" Mingzu's voice sounded in Sui's mind. Then Sui heard a turtle groan, and the Yugua instantly lit up and entered his heart. Endless power pours into the body from the heart. This feeling is like the illusion of omnipotence when I was wearing the cloak of Buddha. Sui used his claws to dodge the incoming iron ropes and net bags again. He did not use the power passed down by Mingzu, but only his physical strength. He had experience in the Buddha's outer robe, and Sui had rich experience in borrowing external power. The huge impact blasted a deep pit into the ground in front of the temple, and Sui turned into an afterimage and disappeared. The great shaman, who had been silent all this time, his eyes shone slightly, showing some interest. Such a powerful body, even among the dragon turtles that are famous for their defense. There is no such thing as a body that has just opened the second heaven. The Great Witch rarely smiles. The stronger the body is, the stronger the puppet it can carry will naturally be. She raised her hand to grab Sui, but at this moment, the little dragon turtle turned nimbly. Not only did it escape her grasp, but it bit her hand. The speed is so fast that even ordinary monks who push open the immortal gate can't match it. Backhand? Ming Ancestor's power exploded, and he took a bite of the Tao Tai food technique. With a tearing sound, the whole hand of the Great Witch was torn off by him. Sui ducked away in an instant. Before the joy could rise, a voice from behind sounded. "Bing!" Sui turned around and saw the Great Witch in a demonic gray robe standing behind him. And the one whose palm he had bitten off was a statue. There was a smile on the Great Witch's face. Only an ancient existence like Ming could really make her have all kinds of thoughts. She chuckled. "Old Turtle really has a backup plan." Not to mention the dragon turtle who embarked on the path of Xuanwu. It was this little guy himself, who could be trained well enough to take over Ming's class. How could there be no backup plan, if it is still somewhat credible that Fu personally brought the dragon turtle into Yuanzun's territory? Yuanzan, who is only at the 7th level of Taotian, also wants to do it. But is he not just dreaming? Ming Ancestor did not speak. Sui stepped back step by step, his heart beating loudly, and he mobilized his whole body's strength, and his momentum soared into the sky. The Great Witch shook his head. "I dare not come here personally, but he must be reluctant to part with a gifted little turtle. Do you have the means to escape from the divine land?" The words are questions, but the tone is statements. The Great Witch approached Sui step by step. "So the power in your body is not used to resist, but to protect you from leaving? What do you want to do here? Pry into the secrets of the Yuanzun clan?" She chuckled. "If you want to know, fellow Taoist Ming, just ask me directly. How can I hide this from my old friend of thousands of years?" She said, smiled, and came towards Sui in a flash. She raised her hand and grabbed him. "My old friend wants to peek into the temple. How can I not agree? I will take you there." Sui's eyes narrowed. He opened his mouth and let out a mighty roar, and used the power of Ming Ancestor to fight out instantly. The sound of drums from the Great Witch counteracted the divine power, and the palms he slapped remained the same. After Sui's divine power, there was a mountain god seal, and a pure gold dice crashed into the palm of his hand. With a loud noise, the space in front of the temple instantly shattered, forming a ball-like hole that tore and swallowed everything. In an instant, some of the 4 divine servants were sucked in and torn into pieces. With a single step on the rest of his feet, his strength connected with the temple and turned into a stone statue, as motionless as a mountain. As soon as the blow landed, Sui's eyes flashed, and he saw a shadow coming towards him. He turned around and bit it. It was clear that the shadow was extremely slow. When Suhi exploded, the dragon's head crashed through the space. But he couldn't catch up. Instead, shadow hit the turtle SHL with a palm, causing the whole turtle to flip over. The U hexagram in the heart orifice flashed rapidly, removing the power of this palm. Suhi was silent. The power Mingzu left on him was enough to squander it. But his consciousness couldn't keep up with the Great Witch, and he couldn't even understand the Great Witch's attack methods. Not on the same level at all. If he had been able to fight with the existence of the 7th level of the sky when he was wearing the Buddha's coat. Now he has stronger power of the Hades. But he can't even touch the shadow of the Great Witch. Not having enough strength can decide everything. On the U hexagram, there was no more voice from the Ming ancestor. No guidance or reminder. Only Suhi himself understood. Suhi let out a sigh of relief as he looked at the Great Witch, who seemed to be very close at hand. Like a statue. It can be felt that the Great Witch is not serious. And it is not even playing. She is studying the source of the power of the underworld in her body. Speculating on the purpose of the underworld ancestor. Suhi took a deep breath and stepped down into the vast sea. The territory instantly opened up, and pouring rain enveloped the temple territory. It rained heavily everywhere within 100 miles except the temple. The temple does not enter the realm. The Great Witch chuckled lightly. The gap in realm cannot be made up by strength or just one realm. She chuckled and walked barefoot into the vast sea, walking towards Suhi step by step without letting the rain fall on her. The Great Witch was right in front of him. But Suhi felt that with every drop of rain falling, there was a Great Witch in every piece of sea water. Feedback from the field. The Great Witch is everywhere. Realm cannot be compensated by pure strength. The voice of the Great Witch in front of him came. Suhi swallowed the seawater with a smile in the corner of his eyes. But my field is not here to find you. I'm just simply restricting you from leaving. Suhi smiled and smacked it with his claw. The Great Witch's expression turned slightly cold. He actually sensed a hint of danger from Suhi's gesture. Deep? Wrong. This is the ability of this little dragon turtle itself. Suhi lowered his claw, and a netherworld passage opened instantly, using the power of the netherworld ancestor to support the netherworld. This was the largest netherworld passage Suhi had ever opened. A cold breath swept out from the netherworld passage, and the vast sea froze instantly. Envoy of the netherworld? A voice came out from the Great Witch's mouth, with some confusion in his eyes. Is this your trump card? Escape from this place through the netherworld? It is somewhat possible. But? Before she finished speaking, she heard a roar, and a figure in tattered clothes slowly walked out of the netherworld passage. This time there are no endless ghosts in the nether passage. Only one person, wearing broken armor. He walked out step by step, as if he had been walking into this world step by step since eternity. As he walked out, Suhi had a strange feeling that this ghost was out of his control. The ghosts in the nether passage come from Suhi's realm, and there will be no existence beyond Suhi's combat power. But at this moment, he is a ghost summoned by the power of the ancestor of the underworld. As soon as the ghost appeared, it looked straight at the Great Witch in the eyes, and without saying a word, he raised his sword and killed it. The great shaman's eyes were focused with an unprecedented solemnity. Thunder King of the West! The underworld passage opened by the little turtle hides the ghosts of heaven. With a low voice in her mouth, she flashed her figure, took a step down, and the whole sky came over her. The ghost slashed upwards, and the light of the sword turned into thunder and shattered the sky in an instant. Suhi spat out a mouthful of blood and looked at the ghost in disbelief. As the ghost drew its sword, the netherworld passage could not withstand the explosion of his power and seemed to burst apart. But for some unknown reason, the netherworld passage collapsed, and Suhi's body was shattered, with dense cracks appearing. But he saw the ghost smashing the sky with a knife. The blade turned instantly, pressed down with the power of tearing the sky, and slashed with the knife. Suhi spurted out a mouthful of blood again. The Great Witch turned his palm, and there was a flag in his hand. The flag wind rolled up and rolled out, catching the sword light, and the flag wind and the sword light collapsed at the same time. In an instant, the sky collapsed, the frozen vast sea realm instantly shattered, and magma ripped through the earth and rolled upwards. However, it cooled instantly around the temple and turned into decay. The sky cracked, directly revealing the starry sky, and stars fell, turning into star rain and smashing down one by one, as if the Shinchi land would be smashed into pieces in an instant. The Great Witch looked solemn as he waved his flag to crush the starry sky. He looked back and planted the flag on the ground to calm the earth. Another scimitar appeared in his hand. He held the scimitar upside down and looked at the ghost at the entrance of the netherworld cave. It turns out that you appeared through the dragon turtle, but your appearance consumes his origin. How many more swords can you use? The ghost was silent, and after a long time it made an intermittent sound. 1. Knife. At the same time, a ghostly voice sounded in Suhi's mind. No! Use external force to open the netherworld. You will die. Suhi gasped for breath. He lowered his head and looked at his body. Cracks appeared between the scales. At this moment, Suhi was like a piece of porcelain, with cracks all over it and about to break at any time. I don't know how far away. In the starry sky, Bain and Tantai suddenly stood up, their eyes filled with astonishment. Netherworld passage! The two looked at each other. Suhi's netherworld passage is different from the Feng clan's passage. There is a ghost from heaven here in Suhi. Why didn't Bai Ling's dance bring information about the netherworld passage? Bain's face turned pale, staring at the netherworld passage in the picture. This is... Suhi turned himself into a passage. Suhi looked like he didn't even know that he had refined netherworld into his body. He is the channel. And the channel is him. The passage opened with the help of Nether Ancestor's power far exceeded his own limit. The ghost could not escape from netherworld, and every blow was shattering Suhi's body. We'll die. Bain's figure flashed, breaking through the void and rushing towards the land of Shinchi. Tantai Immortal Master flashed his sword light and followed closely. But at this moment, a voice came from my ear. Go back! The voice is old and belongs to the ancestor of the underworld. Bain lowered his head and looked at the Suha snake gull in his pocket. The sound came from the snake gull. There was a hint of smile in the old voice of Ming Zhu. Go back! My name is Ming! The name of Dragon Turtle has never been missed. Deep. As his voice rose, he saw a complex aura rising into the sky from the divine land. This aura was like the Yin energy in the Phoenix tomb, carrying death, decay, and unknown. But it's countless times bigger and more dignified. The aura soared into the sky, covering up the tumbling and crushing starry sky. The breath rose into the sky, rolled down and fell into Suhi's netherworld passage. And the broken passage healed instantly. The cracks on Suhi's body healed. But a sense of emptiness came. Don't open netherworld randomly. Mingzu's voice reached Suhi's ears. The Great Witch's face darkened, and he raised his sword with both hands and slashed towards Suhi's netherworld passage. The ghost's empty eyes in front of the passage were dancing with will-o'-the-wisps. He rolled up the remaining knife in his hand and slashed at the Great Witch's knife. There was a sound of gold and iron intersecting, and the remaining knives in the ghost's hand shattered piece by piece. The ghost took a step back and merged into the netherworld passage, even with the help of Ming's power to open up the netherworld. Suhi could not sustain his war for a longer period of time. If the sword is drawn again, the netherworld passage will collapse, and this dragon turtle will die. The ghost dissipated, but the Great Witch refused to let go. He raised his hand and grabbed it towards the netherworld passage. But at this moment, a light flashed across Suhi's eyes. I found you! The purpose of opening the nether passage was to use ghosts to determine the location of the Great Witch. Although an accident occurred, the end result was the same. He roared, and his voice shook the whole country. A north main suddenly unfolded at the entrance of the netherworld cave. The whirlpool rising into the sky instantly enveloped the Great Witch. The netherworld passage is closed, and the north netherworld vortex sweeps up into the starry sky. The power transmitted from the U-hexagram through the heart orifice was consumed rapidly. Suhi roared. A turtle roared. And the expression of the Great Witch in Bai Ming changed again. What kind of magical power is this? Xuanwu magical power, or the magical power of the Dragon Turtle clan? This magical power was specially created for the Yuanzun clan. Her clothes were torn to pieces by Bei Ming in an instant. When her flesh and blood touched Bei Ming, the force of ecstasy and bone erosion came, and a layer of her flesh and blood was peeled off in an instant. The power of this little dragon turtle is not enough to hurt her. But this is the magical power of the little dragon turtle. The power of Ming. If such magical powers were released from the underworld, the Great Witch's expression completely changed. The Xianwang world has the means to kill the Yuanzun clan. But she is special. She had never felt death so close. It wasn't Suhi's magical power that could kill him. It was far from it. But she saw the possibility of being killed. Ming! The Great Witch said in a low voice. Ming allowed the dragon turtle to be captured because he wanted to test his magical powers on her? If you can kill her, you can kill anyone in the Yuanzun clan. The Great Witch's expression turned cold, and he let the Bai Ming whirlpool slice away at his flesh and blood, while his gaze fell on Suhi. Die! Her voice was cold, and with a flash of her body, she crashed directly through Bei Ming and rushed out. A layer of flesh and blood had been shaved off her body, and the red piece looked like a ball of flesh. The Great Witch raised his hand, grabbed Su He, and rushed into the temple. He waved his hand and pushed Su He into the vertical eye crack in the temple. Su He's eyes narrowed, and he roared and struggled. But the Great Witch really broke out. Even if Mingzi used his power, he couldn't escape. Outside the starry sky, Bai Yin peered into this place through Su He, and suddenly two lights flashed in his eyes. That cracked time. This is a rift in time and space. It's like the cracks in space and time that fill the Phoenix Tomb. But the cracks in the Phoenix Tomb are compared to this one like cracked eggs, LS and canyons splitting continents. The same cannot be said. The Great Witch pushed Su He into the crack. But at this moment, the Yugua in Su He's body suddenly rushed out of the body, flashed in the air, and turned into a turtle SH.L. A dragon turtle roared, and the turtle SH.L got stuck on the crack. Golden chains formed by talismans appeared from the turtle SH.L. and instantly tied the turtle SH.L to the crack. Life and death blocked the crack tightly. The Great Witch, who was dressed in blood red, was stunned. So, this is your purpose. She looked at the turtle SH.L. Ming, you knew what was in the temple. The turtle SH.L says nothing. The Great Witch was stunned for a long time, laughed, looked down at Su He in his palm, and murmured to himself, how long can your turtle SH.L seal such a crack? 10,000 years? 30,000 years? But you have sealed the dragon turtle clans. The future is in my hands. If she didn't say anything, she would squeeze the dragon turtle to death with her palm. He grasped it, but his hand was empty, and his 5 fingers penetrated through Su He's body. Su He was clearly here, but she couldn't hold it. Clearly, the situation had changed when the Netherworld passage opened. Status, estrus. Possession. Fusion, 100%. The integration is complete. Possession is the power of the ancestor of the underworld. Time! The Great Witch was startled, looked at Su He and murmured. A bright light burst out in his eyes. You are not today. You are going to the future. Corpse! She suddenly understood. You are the body that was snatched away by the Xianwang world 3,000 years ago. You have been reincarnated. No wonder. What Ming's temptation? What cracks in the seal? They are just following the trend. The real purpose of Xianwang world is to send this dragon turtle back to the future. Send him back to his original time. Although I don't know how Xianwang world did it, sending an alien corpse into reincarnation. But I have seen Su He with my own eyes. Yu Guo left Su He's body again, and all the secrets were completely revealed. I don't know how Xianwang world did it, but I know they did it. Time. The Great Witch breathed heavily, and the Xianwang world had also mastered the power of time, going one step further than them. It has been possible to pull people from the future to the present. Even if this person is special, he is not limited by time in this world. She looked at Su He, who was gradually becoming elusive and about to disappear completely in the next moment, with murderous intent gushing out from her eyes. Dragon Turtle! Dragon Turtle! This person will be a dragon turtle in his next life. The dragon-slaying turtle clan. Interrupt the inheritance. Just like the ancestor cut off the white tiger inheritance. Completely wiping out the dragon turtle clan is the only way to remedy this. The Great Witch was breathing rapidly. There is also the valley where the corpse appeared. Destroy it. She no longer looked at the illusory Su He and the seal crack. Turned around and rushed out of the temple, heading straight for the valley. The picture in front of Bain and Tan Tai in the starry sky has been distorted. Not broken, but completely distorted. Su He's distortion of time is projected here, forming an invisible land. It wasn't until a few breaths later that the distortion shattered and dissipated, and the projection ended. The turtle is gone. He left without even saying age. Lo. Bain was stunned for a long time, looking in the direction of Shinchi Earth, feeling suddenly empty in his heart. At the end, he laughed out loud. I knew that matters involving myself would not be completed according to my plan. She turned to look at Tantai and smiled. Originally, according to the plan, I should have left the territory of the Yuanzun clan long ago, and now I should have fun in Baiyan Palace. But? Her eyes were trembling. Da Bingjuo, will you accompany me to kill people? Tantai Xian looked in the direction of Shinchi Earth and said nothing. But the fairy sword in his hand suddenly unsheathed with a crisp sound. Chapter 372. No one can break this prison. Su He looked at the flowing light in front of him and reached out to touch it. But his hand passed through the flowing light. This feeling is very strange. As if we are in chaos. But instead of chaos, there are unexplainable streams of light in all directions. There are no dimensions here. No past or future. Suhi didn't know where he was. Just now, you could still see the twisted temple. A huge gap in the streamer world. And the turtle SHL blocking the gap. But now you can't see anything. Traveling in all directions without knowing the purpose. But he could feel himself moving at the moment. The surrounding light was like a car, carrying him forward. But this front is not the front. Is it tomorrow or the day after tomorrow? He couldn't say anything. Lying in the flowing light, always feeling that something had been neglected and forgotten. Bain and Tantai jumped up and flew towards Yuanzun's belly, flying across the endless starry sky in an instant. Their speed was not faster than breaking through space. During the flight, Bain suddenly stopped, turned his head, and looked to the side, and saw a meteorite spinning around the planet. A green-skinned toad lay bored on the meteorite. The toad was picking at the meteorite, thinking wildly in his mind. Bain wants Turtle Boy to be captured by the Yuanzun clan. Probably. For its safety? When the stars were shattered, I didn't take it with me. It lay on a piece of gravel and flew away. It's been a long time, but no one has called him back. It must be at a critical moment over there. So it's not easy to disturb him. I really want to go back to Tizan and follow the dragon turtles to learn how to open up the mysterious world. Soul beasts without the mysterious realm are just rotten vegetable leaves that anyone can handle. And with the mysterious world, the rules of sorting out, and the great road condensed, only soul beasts can truly have a way to save their lives. It would be even better if we could participate in the condensation of the mysterious world of mountains and seas. Such a consolidated Xuanjia benefits greatly. The toad is greedy. It was so bored that it poked a hole in the meteorite with its claws. Hey! Suddenly a hand patted its head like a pet. Why are you still here? The crisp voice actually contained a bit of surprise. The toad turned around and saw Bain and Tantai Ling standing behind it. Bain poked it and said, Go quickly! Go quickly! He has completed the fusion and escaped into time. When he steps onto the river of time, you will be completely unable to catch up. Left here. The toad was startled and blinked. Don't make trouble. I am a spirit beast, and I will go there as soon as he calls. Wasn't it because he summoned me when I crossed time? Bain crushed it with his fingers. Hurry up and leave. I was able to summon you before, because he has not been fully integrated. Essentially, half of it exists here, and the other half exists in the future. He is your anchor, and you can from the future to the present. Now that the fusion is complete, he only exists for a period of time. When he sets foot on the flowing light river, you will never be able to go back. The toad immediately jumped, although he didn't understand it. He knew about Suhi's grandson, but he forgot about it. Left it here. Let's go! Let's go! I will take care of Yaya. Toad roared and jumped up. But it did not appear in Suhi's mind. In front of Bain, it seemed to have jumped into a quagmire, and its movements became sluggish. Suhi has completed the fusion, and the power of time in his body has exploded. The toad can't get past it. Bain laughed, raised his foot, and kicked the toad on the butt. A ball of time power exploded on his foot, and he kicked it out. Toad only felt a powerful attack. This kick was in the past and future at the same time. As time passed, that kick seemed to have been stuck to its butt, kicking it into time. As Suhi climbed into the stream of light, he heard the sound of water coming from ahead. He stepped out and saw a big river running through the past and present. The river does not flow from here to there. Instead, it flows from the past to the future. It is not a real river, but an unpredictable scene. A tree suddenly becomes a tree. From growing to withering, a mountain suddenly becomes a mountain. From towering to turning into sand. This is the condensation of time. Without the integration of ancient and modern times. And without the limitations of time in this world. You can't even see it. Suhi hesitated for a moment and crawled towards the river of time. But at this moment, there was a thud. A green-skinned toad fell from the center of his eyebrows, hit Suhi's turtle claw, and was kicked away. Toad steadied his body and looked at Suhi quietly, his eyes showing grievance and anger at the same time. Suhi was stunned and said that something had been neglected. It was all Suhi's fault. She never stayed by his side and always hung around Yaya. Suhi had become accustomed to her absence. I wonder if it's too late to apologize now. Laugh. There was a sound of a long sword slashing across, and Zhang Xiao knocked back a 7th level sky-trading warrior in front of him with one strike, and looked up at him. This is a prince from the Fenwang Palace, stepping on the 7th level of the sky. War cultivators are not afraid. Although he is only at the 6th level, he is someone who can compete with Qin Lei before he advanced. It is not difficult to kill the 7th level of ordinary people. But there is a murderous intention looming behind the prince's death. And there are still people coming. They came for Yaya. The powerful battle is changing rapidly. And Zhang Shou has no confidence in protecting Yaya. Especially his left arm has just grown out and has basically no fighting power. Yaya pulled Zhang Shou by the corner of his clothes and whispered, "Master, go to the ground." And he said, "My father has a palace there. And that palace is safe." Zhang Shou looked bad. He even wants to send Yaya out of the Xianwang cave heaven. There are too many powerful powers here. And Yaya cannot take advantage here. But when you walk out of Xianwang cave, you have to go through the main entrance. There is a trial when you come in. And it is the same when you go out. No one can help her. She has only passed the training trial once. It is as difficult as climbing to the sky. Zhang Shou licked his lips and turned his eyes towards the earth. The palace Yaya mentioned was still unknown. The prince wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his thumb and looked at Zhang Shou with his eyes. It's really amazing. He is worthy of being the martial arts monk who came out of concubine Ji Shuiqianjiang. If his combat power reaches the 7th level of the sky, he can be killed with one sword. Right. He chuckled. It's a pity that Ji Feishui is trapped by my emperor. This time in the Xianwang cave. You will die. He jumped up with a smile, waved a dagger, and stabbed Zhang Shou. The sword in Zhang Shou's hand flipped over, and he slashed towards the dagger. The swords and daggers met with a crisp sound, and a poisonous snake popped out of the dagger and bit Yaya. Zhang Shou's expression changed instantly, and he had no time to rescue him. But he saw Yaya's figure flashing away, disappearing, and reappearing half a mile away. Magical power, divine machine. Baiyun Palace, which restricted space magical powers, had no restrictions on Yaya. The prince was slightly startled. The failed poisonous snake turned around and bit Zhang Shou on his arm. Before he could rejoice, Zhang Shou's left arm exploded. A cloud of blood mist blocked his vision and consciousness. The prince was startled and felt a chill in his chest. And then, there was the sound of a knife cutting through the air. The sword fell and cut him into 2 pieces. Zhang Shou's sword was full of energy and blood, and it followed the body of Prince Sharon and struck directly at his natal star. There was no sound after the sword slashed through. The natal star and the body were cut in half at the same time. The path of the martial god is extremely harsh. There are less than 100 people from all over the world who have actually embarked on the path of the martial god. However, this path is also born for fighting. Every blow has the effect of cutting back the root. Even the Yuanzun clan can't escape. After the blow, Zhang Shou raised his head and glanced at the clouds. The eldest princess was trapped. The news had been spread throughout the Xianwang cave sky by the emperor's world at the first time. The war cultivator looked downcast. He turned around and pulled Yaya in front of him, then jumped towards the earth. Martial arts monks are born to have their feet on the ground. They cannot exert their full strength while in midair. The moment Zhang Shou set off, 2 dragons jumped down from the clouds above his head. It's not Yunming's dragon. It's the emperor's great world dragon battle formation. The dragon roared and attacked Zhang Shou. Zhang Shou turned Yaya in front of him and asked her to hold the corner of her clothes. He turned around and slashed out with his sword. A beam of sword light went straight towards the 2 dragons. However, the dragon opened its mouth at the same time, biting the sword light with one bite, and immediately bit the sword light into pieces. The dragon's pursuit continued unabated, and Zhang Shou glanced at it. One of them is the prince of the imperial palace, and the other one is unknown. Let's go! Zhang Shou didn't dare to fight, so he turned around and left. Master. Yaya raised her hand and pointed to the ice field, her eyes shining brightly. She sensed her mother's presence. And he said, Mother is in father's palace. Zhang Shou didn't do what he thought. He stepped on her foot, shattering the air, like a cannonball, and rushed towards the north with Yaya in his arms. The dragon roared behind him, and the military formations instantly split apart. Various military formations had advantages and disadvantages. The dragons were good at fighting, but their speed was average, and they couldn't catch up. The military formation was split up, and the prince and the prince's guard led General Zui into 2 terrifying giants, chasing after Zhang Shou. The remaining sergeants lined up to follow. There are not many people, Each dragon has only 6 people forming a battle formation. But except for the 2 coaches, the rest are all at the 6th level. The Crown Prince's mansion didn't have many Xianwang warders, and they all used them on the blade. The flying of a war cultivator is different from that of ordinary cultivators. He walks close to the ground, puts his foot down, and suddenly jumps forward, smashes the air, jumps forward for a while, and then puts his foot down again. It's like running on the earth. But the speed was so fast that neither the prince nor generals could catch up. Half a day later, he rushed into the ice field. Without Yaya's guidance, he sensed the location of the main hall. He turned around and rushed towards the main hall. As soon as he saw the main hall, he threw Yaya towards the main hall. "Don't come out!" John Shou shouted urgently, turned around and ran in the other direction. Yaya rolled and crashed into the main hall. Generals was shot a ray of light into the sky. "The rear army is surrounding this place. Kill the little dragon turtle." He ordered his men to surround and kill the dragon turtle. But he and the prince turned around and went to kill Zhang Xiu. Above the clouds, a blue dragon roared across the sky, and a small island floated beyond the blue dragon. On the small island, Taoist Xuanzhen arrived belatedly. But it didn't delay things after all. At this moment, there are still people playing chess under the big tree on the island. But the players are no longer Emperor Luan and Taoist Xuanzhen. But there are 2 elders from Guangshan, one old and one young. The old man had a snow-white beard and looked very old. The young one only looks like a hornet, wearing a belly band and bare buttocks. There are other Taoists from Guangshan all around, drinking tea, pouring wine, dancing, or playing the piano. At a glance, there are more than 10 people. There are also Confucian scholars from Jixia Academy and monks from Gujingja. They all connected with each other and communicated with the island below. They faced off against Songlong in the air and snatched the cage in the middle. The mountain and river cauldron flashed in Wandi's hand, and the Songlong roared. The dragon's tail swung and hit the small island with a snap. The willow branches on the island rose with the wind and swept towards the Songlong. A loud noise was heard from the blow, and it was torn apart, split the 4-dimensional space. The blue dragon roared, and the dragon's flames rose, turning into a bright sun and shining on the small island. The master drinking tea on the island raised his hand and poured out the tea, turning into a huge wave and sweeping towards the dragon's flames. But they were licked by a tongue of fire in the bright sun, and everything evaporated. The blue dragon roared, and the flame shot up into the sky, falling towards the island like heavy rain. The old man and the young man who were playing chess raised their heads at the same time. The boy slapped his palm on the chessboard, and the chess pieces vibrated into the air and spread out in the sky. Each chess piece turned into a star, and each chess game turned into a starry sky. The former Emperor Songlong fell into the starry sky, and the stars twinkled, heading straight towards the Songlong. The chess game: kill the dragon. Don't seek final victory. Just slay the dragon. Emperor Luan's laughter rang out from the blue dragon. Fellow Taoist Xuanzhen, last time the chess game was over for Wang. I had no choice but to play. But here today, I am not in the mood to play chess. It's okay if this chess game is overturned. When his voice came out, he heard the roar of Songlong, turned around, and the battle formation turned into a giant ape reaching the sky, thrusting its 2 claws into the starry sky of the chess game and lifting it up. Suddenly the entire starry sky on the island was overturned. The giant ape flew into the starry sky and punched the island. Outside the chess game, Taoist Xuanzhen was sitting on the ground with a slight smile. He rolled up the dust, and the chessboard flew into the sky. It spread out in the sky and turned into a large crisscrossing net, covering the entire island. The giant ape punched it, and the big net was dented. It was weak, but it took away all the power of the giant ape. Emperor Luan raised his eyebrows at the giant ape, glanced down and smiled. The Emperor's battle formation and the mysterious desolate formation. We can compare them today. As he was talking, he saw a big knife slowly rising from the mountain and river tripod. The giant ape raised his hand and drew out the big knife, and swung the knife towards the small island. The cold breath pressed down on the small island through the chessboard grid. The green grass on the island instantly grew and rose into the sky. The 100-mile island was instantly submerged in green. The green grass turned into a heaven-cutting fairy sword and slashed in the air. The swords intersected, and countless blades of grass flew in an instant, with ape hairs mixed in among the blades of grass. The giant ape and the small island collide in momentum, indistinguishable. But at this moment, a spear poked out from the arm of the giant ape, and aimed at the island. The spear's light was like snow, and it instantly penetrated the island. The wildly growing grass was sluggish for a moment. Taoist Xuanzhen looked up and saw an old man in a python robe behind the giant ape, panting heavily. His body was cracked, but he laughed when he looked at the pierced island. He looked straight at the boy playing chess and grinned. Yuan Yang. The revenge of the sword that struck the emperor 110,000 years ago has been avenged today. 110,000 years ago. The former emperor rose up in rebellion and fought against the previous emperor, causing chaos in the emperor's reign. Xian Wang took the opportunity to cause chaos. Without them, how could the emperor have fought so fiercely? He burst into laughter, a heart-rending laugh that shattered his body into pieces. With the laughter, his whole body was shattered into pieces and turned into a handful of flying ash. The illusory soul floated in the air, looking up at Emperor Luan between the giant ape's eyebrows. Emperor Luan was silent for a moment. Old Zong, just go ahead with peace of mind. Since I promised to destroy Xian Wang, I will definitely do it. The boy on the island, wearing only a belly band, looked gloomy. This old man is the great Zongzhen of the previous generation of Fenghuang Palace. The great Zongzhen of the previous dynasty. He had never submitted to Emperor Luan for 110,000 years. But when Emperor Luan imprisoned Ji Feishu as he promised, as long as he could break the fairy island on Guiwang Mountain, this battle would have the opportunity to kill countless Xianwang giants. After that, why would Lao Zongjing cherish his old life? Using his own life as a guide, Tiao Zong's people gathered together and penetrated the fairy island with one shot. Hearing Emperor Luan's promise, Lao Zongjing curled his lips and laughed. His soul shattered into pieces. He turned to look at the boy with a belly band. Yuanong, you and I have been fighting all our lives, and I have lost all my life. But this battle to the death, you lose. He and Yuanong. One was the Zongjing of Fenghuang Palace, and the other was the priest and elder of Guiwang Mountain. Their identities were generally the same. The boy didn't speak, but his expression became silent. Taoist Xuanzhen shook his head, waved his hand, and a picture scroll fell from the sky, covering the entire island. He looked back and handed over to everyone. Everyone, please enter the Qingquan 2 suppression formation and help the old Taoist to compete with Luan Emperor again. He has an addictive look on his face, and there are not many opportunities to fight against Emperor Luan. Taoist Xuanzhen flicked the dust and collected the island. Everyone jumped up and fell into the picture of heaven and earth above their heads. In the picture, mountains, rivers, sun, moon and stars were constantly moving. The river flows, the vegetation grows, and another great formation unfolds. The island is not without its strength to fight, but being penetrated is like a BMW losing its shoe. There will be damage. The consequences of a slight mistake in a powerful battle are unpredictable. The giant ape looked at the picture of the universe above his head, with a smile on his lips. Fellow Taoist, I have a lot of trump cards. Isn't this picture of the universe made by someone who can refine the real world? However, no matter how many formations are used, it is useless. The leaders of the 6 official departments of the Imperial Palace gathered together, and there were also 12 generals who were able to use the most powerful means of establishing the Imperial Palace. The strongest combat force in the Xianhuang realm is banned. One is ebbing and the other is ebbing. As long as the battle continues to eliminate Xuanwang's methods bit by bit, it will finally be time to kill them one by one. If the cage is not broken, how about being crowned emperor? Emperor Luan chuckled lightly, and the giant ape roared and rushed forward. It turned into a goshawk, fluttered its wings and flew straight into the sky, grabbing the Qingquan diagram with one claw. The 6 officials and the 12 generals and goshawk's body roared at the same time. The convergence of the eagle's mouth turned into a shrill eagle cry. Grabbing it with one claw, he saw a big hand reaching down and patting the giant eagle on the back in the Qingquan diagram. The giant eagle let out a shrill scream, turned around as if to avoid the palm, but flapped its wings, flew through the sky, grabbed the prison cell with one talon, and flung the prison cage into the ranks of the Imperial Palace with a flick of its talon. Come out of the Xianhuang cave and stay in the ancestral temple. Emperor Luan's voice came out. A big hand in the Fenghuang Palace team caught the cage and turned around to leave. However, they heard a phoenix cry from the White Tiger ruins. The phoenix flapped its wings and flew towards the person who grabbed the cage. The man was not surprised but overjoyed. He turned around and stabbed Feng Chaofei with a spear. With a roar, Feng Chaofei stepped back and looked down. Array! This is not a human being at all. but a battle formation composed of ancient demon guards. The ancient demon guards are the former emperor's guards, and they are as skilled as the clouds. Another super battle formation. A voice came from within the formation. Bone Chifei, did you ever think of today when you hurt my sister? Looking at the appearance of this person, and the dead Phoenix Master Shaoluan, it is quite imaginative. Canfeng and Killing Hua are the two internal guards of Fengwang Palace. But tens of thousands of years ago, they were broken up by Emperor Luan himself, and formed today's Yagu Guard. The Phoenix Master Canfeng was killed in the Phoenix Tomb, by the combined hands of Feng Chaofei and Su He. And the Fire-Killing Master was here. The Queen Feng who was killed by Feng Chaofei was actually his sister. Xiao Tong! Feng Chaofei narrowed his eyes slightly. Unlike Shaoluan who fights alone, Xiao Tong always only takes action in the battle formation. In the humanoid battle formation, Xiao Tong grinned. Who saved Ji Feishua today? Not to mention that the prison is in his hands, and no one can take it away. What if he takes it away from you? No one can break this prison. Chapter 373 Su Huanyan comes out of seclusion. Just 2 gourds. There can't be more. Su He gritted his teeth and shouted in his heart. The toad snorted. 2 gourds are 2 gourds. But if there is a next time, I will make a pot of old turtle soup. Su He's lips trembled. What does the stewed old turtle have to do with my dragon turtle? He made a mistake and lost 2 gourds of star brew, which made Su He feel heartbroken. He didn't have many gourds in the first place. And the little dark cloud that brewed the brew of the stars was now mixed with concubine G. And the accounts were clearly calculated. It was as difficult for Su He to get a gourd as to reach the sky. But that thing is a real treasure. Especially after Xuanwu Yandao entered his body. The power of the stars became a necessity for Su He. Just like the inner world. To consolidate and strengthen the inner world. Basically any elemental power will do. But the best one is the origin of the world. To practice the Xuanwu path. Spiritual power is completely sufficient. But if you have the power of the stars, especially the power of the Xuanwu stars in the north, the effect will be different. Su He suspected that this was why Bai Ling squeezed Wu Yun. After relying on the brew of 2 gourds and stars, the toad lay comfortably in Su He's sea of consciousness, letting the waves of the sea of consciousness wash over his body. Then he pulled out 2 groups of roots from the mysterious world tree from his belly pocket. A lump is its original thing. I don't know when it was left in the pocket and where it came from. The other group was in Dishan, watching a group of soul beasts open up the mysterious world. And they were randomly smashed by people. Toad is not stupid. I didn't know what this kind of root was before. But I also knew it was a treasure that could wipe out even the catastrophe with one shot. It likes to smoke. And this must be used as shredded tobacco to improve eyesight and wake up the brain. The root smoke enters the mind and can slowly sort out the chaotic memories. It also soothes physical disorders. The toad's body is wrong. His state is wrong. And now, he doesn't even know what level he is. It is said that only 3rd and 4th grade soul beasts have the ability to transfer objects in the real world. And it also has the ability to transfer objects in the real world to the 7th grade soul beast. But the 3rd level ability to transport items across spaces does not exist. Especially this time when I saw other soul beasts opening up the mysterious world in Dishan. Toad thought that it would be fine if he replaced it. It's so fascinating. There was nothing in Sui's eyes. It was like this when he stepped onto the river of time. If he hadn't been able to sense the rapid passage of time, he would have thought that he and Toad were imprisoned in time. Traveling through the long river of time does not mean stepping on one side and stepping out on the other side to reach the present world, but a feeling of time accelerating 10,000 times or 100,000 times. But he couldn't feel the changes in himself. He didn't grow with the passage of time. What changed was only the time in the outside world. He was not within time. I don't know how long it will take to reach the present world. A world of pure white. So silent that you don't know what to do. He slowly closed his eyes, recalling the Xuanwu Tao technique transmitted by Bai Yin in his mind. It's strange that this technique is somewhat similar to the Pan Wu Yin Dao Ju that He obtained from the Qingyuan sect. Of course, the similarity is not on the same level. Maybe it's like college students and graduate students relearning elementary school knowledge? It's still the same thing. But it's completely different. I remember that in my previous life, when I was studying Chinese in college, I first learned the Pinyin alphabet in elementary school. Xuanwu's Taoist teaching is by no means words. It cannot be comprehended word for word, or even expressed in words. It is a Tao. The essence of the technique is the Xuanwu derived from the sea of consciousness. He consciously glanced at the toad sleeping in the sea of consciousness. This is his sea of consciousness. The sea of consciousness is the condensation of spiritual consciousness. Swimming in the sea of consciousness. Unobstructed view. The toad really didn't even have any secrets in front of Suhi. Especially the things in its pockets. Suhi probably knew better than it did itself. Suhi chuckled. And his consciousness fell on the Xuanwu shadow. The dragon, turtle, and snake returned to their respective positions. The snake coiled around the turtle body, and the turtle supported the snake. A Xuanwu was swimming in the sea of consciousness, and the meaning of Xuanwu poured into his mind like a wave. Suddenly, it seemed as if I saw a basalt, swimming and roaring in an icy ocean. The simple action lasted in Suhi's mind for a long time. Suhi suddenly had a flash of inspiration, and suddenly realized. No wonder it is called Xuanwu Yin Dao Ju. There is no real skill at all. In other words, everyone reads the exercises differently. Xuanwu is just giving a lecture, not teaching the exercises. How to complete the fragments of a great road. But I don't know how Buying got it. The Immortal Lord's methods were indeed beyond what Suhi could imagine. Even if he was right in front of him, he still couldn't understand them. Not only Buying, but also Ji Feishua had lived with Suhi for a long time. Suhi couldn't even name her because of her methods. It's obviously the same method, but it's completely different every time it's used. That's probably true freedom. Suhi abandoned the distracting thoughts in his mind and just swam in the sea of consciousness. I don't know how long it took, but with a gentle breath, a divine tablet appeared in the statue of Zhenwu, which was the true body of the statue. Suhi's magic tablet from his previous life has been stored in Huangshuimen for tens of millions of years. After tens of millions of years of accumulation of stars, the majestic power of the stars flows out from the true martial god card and circulates throughout the body. A little bit mixed into the turtle element, the original true essence, the power of the world, and the power of the stars were integrated at this moment. But it did not cause irresistible changes, but became complete and perfect. A feeling of comfort came from where the new turtle essence flowed, and the body that had been injured repeatedly was moisturized, and it became visibly better to the naked eye. The comfortable toad in the sea of consciousness opened his eyes, looked at Suhi who was immersed in practice, and sighed helplessly. Jump up and dive into Suhi's inner world. Damn it. Mr. Frog has a hard life. The greatest use of soul beasts is to assist their masters in their cultivation. Such as now. Suhi devoted himself to understanding Xuanwu's Taoist art, and only it could consolidate the inner world. The first sister on the list rewarded the original power of a river. Now it is all stored in the inner world. But it is the largest sponsorship Suhi has received since he opened the second world. The toad waved its claws, and the original power rose into the sky, turned into heavy rain, splashed on the ground, and turned into black and yellow mist, drifting into the whole world with the wind. The Yangjian and Netherworld were consolidated at the same time, and Suhi's momentum increased bit by bit. Even the toad is making progress bit by bit. Toad looked at the steadily improving inner world, and with a thought, the ground beneath his feet collapsed, and a lake slowly appeared. But its shape was the same as the autumn lake in Changyu Mansion. The palace rose on the lake, and Toad's hut appeared. It jumped into the hut. He yawned happily, shrugged and slowly lay down. I had never thought of this before. With Suhi, there is no need to stay in a suffocating mind. The inner world is more comfortable than anywhere else. As Suhi's soul beast, it is no different from a god here. Grrrrrrr. Yaya rolled and crashed into the hall, hit her head on a statue, covered her head and jumped up, looking up at the statue. His eyes suddenly widened. Master! This is Master's statue. Although it looked different from now, Yaya recognized it at a glance. Turning around and looking around, there were actually several familiar people. That one was the old Taoist Shinshin who came to save her with Sister Qianqianzi, and Master Nanming also recognized them. Dad, is it okay to carve a stone statue here? Why are there no Yaya and Yangqin? She looked around and saw her mother's exquisite ice sculpture in the transparent formation on the other side, as lifelike as a real person. So it turns out there is just no her? Yaya pouted, wide-eyed, and approached cautiously. She stretched out her hand to touch it lightly, but the large formation outside the ice sculpture did not stop her. Yaya took a step forward, passed through Shen Yuan, stepped into the large formation, and walked inward. The Su Huanyan ice sculpture was close at hand. As if sensing her arrival, the fairy sword beside him trembled slightly, and with a light sword cry, the ice and snow all over him was shaken off, revealing the true form of the fairy sword. Then the small weapon spirit emerged from the fairy sword. The two identical Yaya looked at each other. Yaya blinked her curious eyes, and looked at the miniature version of herself in front of her. She stretched out her hand and poked her cheek. Her eyes suddenly filled with horror. Mother and father gave birth to a sister for me? Immortal Sword Tool was stunned for a moment, looking at Yaya with a face full of disbelief. It took a long time to see Yaya clasping her hands behind her back, her childlike aura disappearing, revealing the majesty and dominance of the city lord. She glanced at the weapon spirit and said quietly, "Call me sister? Qi Ling." "Dot! You can't speak yet?" Yaya's eyes showed some sympathy. She could call her mother on the first day after she was born. Originally, she wanted to show off her power and establish a dignified sister persona. But now she couldn't bear it. He reached out to pick up the weapon spirit and nodded. "If you don't know how to speak, you can learn slowly. You can always learn it. Tell me what you want in the future." City Lord. What you want is what you want." After she made her careless promise, Xiao Qi Ling's eyes lit up and he said, "I want to change my sword sheath." Today's sword holsters are so stupid. As soon as she finished speaking, she heard the sound of ice cubes breaking, and an ice cube hit her forehead with a pop. The small weapon spirit bullet flew out, hit the fairy sword, and melted into it with a sneeze. Yaya's eyes widened, and she turned around suddenly. "Mother!" As she screamed, Su Huanyan's ice sculpture was broken bit by bit, like an egg SHL shattering. Cracks appeared on the ice sculpture. The cracks became more and more dense. Then, boom! With a crisp sound, ice flew all over the sky, and it turned into a sheet of snow while it was still in the air. The flowing wind returned to the snow, and Su Huanyan slowly appeared in white clothes. His closed eyes slowly opened, and he lowered his head and landed on Yaya. Body. A smile rose at the corner of his mouth. "Mother!" Yaya laughed loudly, rushed forward running and jumping, jumped up and ran into Su Huanyan's arms, thrusting hard. "Mother! Mother!" she shouted happily. This is the longest separation since birth. Longer than the entire world. It takes longer than building a city and being the city lord once. Su Huanyan hugged her and laughed softly. After hugging her enough, she pulled Yaya out of her arms, looked at her for a moment, and said softly, "She's grown taller. More than 30 years have passed. Compared with before the retreat, the little girl has grown much taller and grown up a lot." After breaking out of his SHL, he looked less than 3 years old. But now he looks like 3.5 years old. And his temperament has completely changed. Even though he was in her arms, he was still the little troublemaker. But there is a sharpness and power behind the mischief. The little one actually has the aura of a superior, especially in Su Huanyan's eyes. A dragon was slowly circling behind Yaya. It's like a Dharma image. This is the national destiny. The little guy has taken the path of the emperor. Su Hua smiled young. She didn't need to worry about Yaya's path. The emperor's path was the emperor's path. It's difficult to get away. Just pick up your sword and strike at it. Su Huanyan put down Yaya, stretched out his hand, and led her towards the outside of the formation. Yaya was jumping happily, and had endless words to say. It had been too long since she had seen her mother, so she had too much to say. "Mother! Mother! I have conquered several cities and occupied a large area. I also conquered Guiwang Mountain," Yaya said with a happy face, but pouted again. "It's just that the old Taoist priest didn't keep his word, and he hasn't moved the sect here yet." Su Huayang smiled and listened quietly. Then Yaya said, "Mother, I met my aunt a few days ago. She saved me, led me to kill people, and also gave me many good things." Su Huanyan smiled slightly and looked at the formation outside the retreat, his eyes slightly drifting into the distance. But he didn't know what he thought of. "Mom, where has Dad gone? And he said he is here too." Su Huanyan pulled Yaya and said softly, "Your father will be back soon. He went to see your second mother." Su Huanyan suddenly didn't know how to describe Bain. The relationship between Bain and Yaya was a bit complicated. Yaya blinked and looked at Su Huanyan in disbelief. Heir Nyang? Still, does such a thing exist? What is that? Who is it? Aunt Snake? Sister Qianqianzi? Or those two little sharks? Yaya couldn't turn around for a while. Su Huanyan didn't say anything. He pulled Yaya to look at the pool in the center of the hall. At this moment, he heard applause from outside the hall. Someone hit the hall with a palm, and the sound vibrated and came in. The two halves of the hall, which were originally separated, were still isolated from outside sounds. However, when they were put together, They became transparent, and no sound could be hidden. Su Huanyan raised his eyes and looked outside, and saw 10 figures outside surrounding the main hall. The 10 figures rose to the sky with great momentum. But none of them was mediocre. The monks who originally surrounded the main hall in search of treasures knew the moment Zhang Xiao threw Yaya in, and they had already run away without a trace. 10 people surrounded the main hall without saying a word, and all kinds of means were bombarded at the main hall at the same time. Su Huanyan frowned slightly, and the sword in his hand buzzed and trembled. Yaya took Su Huanyan's hand and looked at her mother, shaking her head. Now she is not the Yaya she used to be. She has been the city lord for decades. Xuanzhen Lao Dao and Zhang Xiao have been talking about various things in the practice world every day. They have also personally witnessed Zhang Xiao kill the 7th level of Tatian. Extraordinary experience. My mother has made great progress. Yaya can feel it. My mother is in deep trouble at the moment. But she definitely cannot be the opponent of those people outside. Mother! Wait until the ant breaks out of the formation and comes out! The ant is so powerful. How could she really be trapped? Su Huanyan smiled and dropped the sword in his hand into the central pool. The water in the pool instantly rolled, and a force surged towards the fairy sword, slowly forming a small silver snake at the guard of the fairy sword. With a little snake. This sword looks exactly like the sword that Tantai Immortal Lord stabbed into the stone tablet. Although it is not the same sword, it still exudes a cold sword intent. 6th level limit. 2 swords. Su Huanyan felt it and said softly, with her current Taoist practice at the 3rd level of treading the sky. Even with this sword, she could only swing 2 sword energy that reached the limit of the 6th level of treading the sky. There were 10 people outside. Not enough to force a breakthrough. If she waits for her husband to come back, she will be somewhat sure. During this retreat, she awakened some memories of her past life, and she knew where her husband had gone. Logically speaking, he was about to return. Just as he was thinking this, he saw a flash of light in the pool. Su Huanyan instantly pulled Yaya aside, and at the same time raised his hand to cover Yaya's eyes. The power of time cannot be spied on casually, especially when the husband comes back. This is a disguised form of transcending time. If it falls into your eyes, you don't know what kind of changes it will cause. When the light faded, a twisted shadow appeared in the pool, and then the forces from all directions collapsed to the center instantly. Su Huanyan's fairy sword shook, and a sword formation blocked him in front of him. A white light flashed, and a turtle roar accompanied the attack outside the hall. When the white light faded, before he could react, he heard a cheerful voice, which rushed into his ears like a silver bell with surprise. Dad! Your wife and I are here to pick you up. Where is my second mother? He was startled, and before he could react for a moment, he saw a small red shadow swooping over, hugging his dragon head tightly, grabbing the dragon's horns with his 2 small hands and swinging. Then the surprise turned into astonishment. Huh? Dad? Why are you so small? Where did my big turtle father go? Why is he so small? At this moment, he was only half a foot tall, and the size of an ordinary bedroom in his previous life was nothing more than that. He just came back to his senses. He was still immersed in the Xuanwu Taoist art. But suddenly his body was shaken, and he fell out of the river of time. As soon as he opened his eyes, he was in the main hall. Originally, she was a little worried about whether she might accidentally rush forward and reach the future. But he didn't know until now. The past may be redeemable, but the future cannot be anticipated. You can't reach the future at all. Returning to your own time is the limit. No more. No less. It was an unexpectedly wonderful feeling to be able to hear my daughter's voice as soon as I came back. He burst out laughing. It's too big for Yaya to hold. Yaya couldn't help but nod. Yes. It's so big that I can't even hold it while riding on my dad's neck. Dad's size is just right now. She turned around, grabbed Sui's dragon horn, turned over, jumped on Sui's back, and was caught firmly by the spirit snake. She slipped on the snake and rode on its neck. She laid down and hugged Sui's neck, tapping her feet happily. I'm so lucky today. I saw my mother and my father. The only bad thing is that the master is being chased. But Yaya is so powerful. Yaya can foresee that the master will be able to escape. No one can kill the master. Sui felt the little one on his back, and his eyes fell on the beautiful woman in front of him. Su Huanyan looked at him. He was dressed in white clothes without wind, floating gently, indicating that he was not at peace in his heart. At the 3rd level of heaven treading, even his own aura was disordered. No one can be at peace after not seeing each other for 30 years. One person and one turtle looked at each other. Looking at Suhi, she laughed. Husband! Suhi rushed out and held her in his arms with his claws. And the spirit snake wrapped around her instantly. This is right. This is our wife. Feeling Su Huanyan's heartbeat, Suhi giggled. But at this moment, the sound of attacks outside the hall started loudly again. Chapter 374. Continuously killing the 6th level of treading the sky. Yaya, who was covering her eyes not to look at Suhi and Su Huanyan, heard the sounds outside, opened her eyes, and gritted her teeth. Daddy! Daddy! Those people outside are trying to kill me! Suhi's eyes instantly turned cold, and he looked out with a sneer. With the two halves of the palace fused, you can see the outside world from inside without having to borrow a skylight. One glance, and you can tell that the 10 existences of the 6th level of heaven striking outside are very troublesome. But, so what? Touch my daughter, and ask me if I have done it. Suhi's mouth flashed with murderous intent, and the eyes hard between the peacock's eyebrows flew out and landed on the dragon turtle's eyebrows. And his mind suddenly cleared. The two worst ones were lured away by the master. Yaya rode on Suhi's neck, grabbing the dragon's horns and biting the tiger's teeth bitterly to complain. Su Huanyan's sword flashed with light. I can kill 2 people and stop 2 people. Suhi looked at the fairy sword in his wife's hand and sensed a hint of danger. The sword was even sharper. But compared to when Su Huanyan was still in the ice sculpture, there was no sense of crisis. Suhi looked at Su Huanyan in confusion. Su Huanyan smiled calmly. If you fight hard, you can kill them all if you scatter the source. At that time, I was in retreat, unable to control myself, and all my breath was exposed, which was different from now. Stop! Suhi stopped her. There were just a few of them at the 6th level. At worst, they wouldn't be able to get out, or they might try to find a way to call for help. As for losing their origins? Boom! 3 of the 10 people punched the palace door at the same time. Their eyes were cold. The prince is determined to get that little human-shaped dragon turtle. If you can't capture it, kill it. The little dragon turtle is the only one in the dragon turtle clan who has not condensed a spirit snake at the moment. The research value is great. These cold eyes were mixed with thoughts, and you could tell at a glance what they wanted to do. Suhi's eyes became even more murderous. He sneered and climbed out. Wait for me here, Suhi said in a deep voice. Su Huanyan stopped and did not move again. Among the 10 people who are at the 6th level of treading heaven, although the strongest are only in the middle stage of treading heaven, to be honest, they can't be beaten. When Suhi first opened the 2nd level of heaven, his combat power probably just exceeded the limit of the 5th level of heaven, but did not reach the 6th level of heaven. Compared with the ordinary dragon turtle, the combat power is a whole level higher than that of the ordinary dragon turtle. When the ordinary dragon turtle opens the 2nd level of heaven, its combat power is still between the limit of the 4th level of heaven and the 5th level of heaven. Even if you are gifted, before you can open the 3rd level of heaven, if you can suppress the 5th level of the sky, it will be the end. Suhi's starting point is their ending point, coupled with a powerful physical body that has been improved by Snow Lotus. It should be possible to fight against a 6th level sky trading person. After a trip to the ancient times, the Great Witch was so powerful that he was rewarded with a river of origin. As the toad performed its duty in the river of time, its origins were completely consumed, and the inner world was initially consolidated. Suhi also absorbed the basalt star power in the divine card, and his true essence transformed. If it was exciting in the past, the Jinwu statue would bring Xuanwu charm. But now Suhi itself has Xuanwu connotations. Suhi has embarked on a completely different path of cultivation, and his combat power cannot be completely determined. Maybe Xuanwu was formed only at the 2nd level of open heaven, and its combat power soared? Of course, this is Suhi's whim, and the path of Xuanwu is different from that of Dragon Turtle. Dragon Turtle Suhi can definitely find a place, sleep for 10,000 years, and automatically open the sky. Xuanwu, on the other hand, needs to practice bit by bit, step by step, without being impatient. The 3 people outside attacked the door at the same time. Suhi walked out step by step, calling in his heart. Toad! Understood! Toad said with a yawn. He jumped and landed on the ground, looking back and snapping his fingers. Suhi felt that the shackles of Baiyan Palace on his body disappeared. Here, you can use the magical power of space at will. Baiyan from Baiyan Palace in and out. But the ownership fell on Toad. Suhi took a step forward and disappeared. Magical power Xuang. Ever since Baiyan transformed him into the body of a dragon turtle and snatched the bones of the white tiger. Su He Xuan had mutated. With Yun Li's magical power of invisibility, it was difficult to detect even the 7th level of Skywalker if he was careful. 10 people surrounded the main hall and bombarded them from different angles, but saw no change in the main hall. Their attack landed on the main hall without causing even a ripple. Now the hall is no longer the two halves it was before, and you can attack the break. The intact main hall cannot be broken open by the 6th level of Taotian. The 3 people who attacked the main gate struck one after another, and the roar was endless. But at this moment, they suddenly felt space fluctuations, and a turtle roar sounded in the ears of the 3 of them. Like a thunderbolt, it suddenly landed. The divine power was like the sea, rushing into the ears of the 3 people, directly hitting the souls, like an iron rod hitting the heavenly spirit hard, causing the world to spin in an instant. There was a buzz in the minds of the 3 of them, and a sharp pain that ripped apart their souls came. They fell into a daze for an instant. At this moment, a series of mountain god seals struck down at the same time, all landing on the head of the same person. Double 0.6 times. The 6 mountain god seals came crashing down with a means of cutting back the source. After 6 muffled sounds, only a puddle of rotten flesh was left on the ground. Before the rotten flesh could squirm and recover, there was a dark lightning above the head, and a thunderbolt struck directly. In an instant, the rotten flesh turned into ashes. A ring slipped down, followed by a string of dice. But Su He had no time to check it. He turned around, and at the same time as the mountain god seal was attacking, he already slapped a person on the head with his claws. Such a big head. It exploded like a watermelon. The heavenly punishment divine thunder fell from the sky. The others who were still besieging the hall finally reacted. 4 figures rose into the sky at the same time and punched the heavenly punishment divine thunder. But at this moment, a turtle roared, and a fairy sword condensed above his head, slashing downwards. One after another, the demon sword fell from the sky, with a cold killing intent, and the most powerful sword energy suddenly slashed down. Supernatural power chaos blade. The Xuanwu star power merged into the true essence, and Su He's Luanbian no longer looked like the Yin Yu sword, but turned into the Zhenwu Dang demon sword. Or should it be called the demon severing sword? The shape of the sword is the same as the sword in the hand of Emperor Zhenwu Su Heichu. The power of the chaos blade is several times greater than before. With a sword, everyone changed their colors at the same time, and waved their hands to hit the sky. The blades above Bingshe's head all looked towards where Su He was. Su He couldn't be seen, but there were blades floating there. The chaos blade does not distinguish between friend and foe. Such a powerful chaos blade. That 2nd level Kaikion dragon turtle. Only he could. Everyone confirmed this immediately. 3 of them stepped forward and rushed towards Su He, shaking their fists and hitting Su He at the same time. 3 punches fell, shattering the world. But there was no feeling of hitting the target. Instead, a coldness hit him. The netherworld passage opened directly in front of him, where Su He had just been. The 3 of them were startled at the same time and immediately retreated. But a Biming spun behind them. Biming specifically targets the Yuanzun clan, and lacks the ability to ecstasy and corrode bones against others. But the enemy is still trapped. Bei Ming rotated and instantly involved the 3 of them, rolling 3 sky-stepping 6th levels into the netherworld passage. The 3 roared and hit the passage. The wind of fists blasted through Bei Ming and hit the passage. Su He's body rumbled. The drum sounded, as if this fist was hitting him directly inside his body. Su He roared, and before the others rushed up to rescue the 3 of them, he lifted his claws and closed the netherworld passage. With a sweet taste in his mouth, he swallowed the blood. When he hit the nether passage, the attack fell on him. The witchcraft of netherworld was too weird. You can't borrow the power of others to summon ghosts that are beyond your own level. And you can't imprison a living person at will. If he had been imprisoned at the 7th level of Tatian just now, those few punches would have seriously injured Su He's internal organs. The foreign minister cannot protect the inside. All of this was just between lightning and flint. Just an instant away from Su He lurking out. Yaya in the main hall stared with big eyes and jumped excitedly. That whirlpool is Biming! I can learn it when I grow up! Su Huayang smiled and nodded, keeping his eyes fixed outside, holding the fairy sword tightly in his bare hands, ready to draw the sword at any time. When Su He succeeded in the sneak attack, he saw that the remaining emperor monks no longer came forward. Instead, they formed a battle formation and transformed into a giant ape, but with 6 ears. The 6 ears moved randomly, and listened to all directions at the same time. Into the ear. The giant ape struck behind him with a backhand palm. There, a mountain god seal struck suddenly, and collided with the giant ape's big hand. An explosion of extremely powerful aura rolled up. The force of the collision swept across Suhi. And Suhi appeared, squinting at the military formation in front of him. The 6 people formed an army, and cooperated with each other tacitly. Feng Huagong was well trained. Even the sergeant, who had just had his head smashed, and only his body was left with him, cooperated with each other tacitly. As soon as Suhi appeared, the giant ape punched him. With this punch, water and fire collided, causing endless clouds of mist to evaporate. Murderous intent. Suhi did not retreat but moved forward. His body suddenly rushed out and bit into the giant ape. The giant ape condensed a transparent shield with his left hand. The shield stood up in front of Suhi Taoya's eating method. He punched down with his right hand, hitting Suhi Tianling directly. But at this moment, a spiritual snake below suddenly jumped out of the ground and bit into the calf of the giant ape with a gluttonous eating method. The giant ape seemed to have noticed it already. His 6 ears moved and he stepped down on the snake before it broke through the ground. He stomped on the snake within 3 inches of it. The spirit snake roared, and its tail was like a whip, and it whipped down with a snap. However, the giant ape raised his shield with his backhand and blocked it in midair. At the same time, the giant ape's right fist had already been punched down, and the punch collided with the space, exploding endless lightning. This giant ape has condensed 6 people of the 6th level to reach the sky. Even the ordinary 7th level of the sky can tremble. If this punch hits, it will cause serious injuries even if it is not dead. Suhi's eyes narrowed, and he suddenly moved away, dodging in an instant. The giant ape's eyes glowed with spiritual salinity. Another dragon turtle whose divine power was unrestricted. Could it be that the dragon turtle's magical machine is so special that it cannot be restrained by the space limitations of the Xianwang Cave's sky? Suhi's magic machine landed behind the giant ape. The giant ape's ears swung, and he immediately noticed it. So he turned around and punched him. But at this moment, the dragon turtle behind him opened his mouth and roared. A sound of divine power was like thunder exploding from the sky, going straight towards the 6 ears of the giant ape. The giant ape swung its fist at Suhi, and could not bring it down. It screamed and covered its ears with both hands. Before he could cover it up, he heard another mighty roar from the dragon turtle. With 2 consecutive blasts, Suhi used all his true energy, and the sound shocked everyone. The divine power blasted into the ears of the giant ape. The giant ape could no longer maintain its battle formation and shattered into pieces. It turned into 6 sky striders of the 6th level, and at the same time, they struck Suhi with their backhands. But at this moment, a sword light flashed in the hall, and Su Huanyan thrust out his sword, turning into 2 sword shadows in no particular order, and landed on the heads of the 2 emperors at the same time. Before the 2 of them could react, they saw a sword light slashing from top to bottom, and their bodies were shattered into pieces. The sword is too fast. There is no way to hide. This is not Su Huanyan's speed. This is the speed of Ling Suferi's sword itself. This sword is used by Tantai Immortal Lord. If Su Huanyan can exert the true power of the immortal sword, it will be easy to kill the 7th level Tantian. There are still people. After losing 2 comrades in an instant, plus the one who was killed by Suhi in a sneak attack, the 3 people imprisoned in the netherworld were now only 4 out of 10. The 4 of them looked at each other, and immediately backed away from the main hall. He flipped his palm, and 8 iron ropes came out from his palm, sealing the sky and the earth, and headed towards Su Huzhen. Suhi was not surprised but happy. From the beginning until now, it has always been a calculated sneak attack. If he were to actually fight and face 10 heaven-treading 6th levelers at the same time, he would not be an opponent. The remaining 4 people were already cautious. No more sneak attacks were possible. But the 4 of them were cut out of the shadows by Su Huanyan's sword, and they no longer dared to hold back. The iron ropes stretched across them, sealing the space while the 4 of them had turned into jailer uniforms. Punishment exit. Dong! The 4 people shouted at the same time, and 4 bronze swords appeared. They moved forward and cut off Suhi's eyesight. After the punishment, Suhi's eyes darkened. He roared and mobilized the Xuanwu power in his body. A Xuanwu shadow formed behind Suhi, and the turtle and snake opened their mouths and roared at the same time. A big wave rushed over, tearing up the darkness in an instant, and his eyes became clear. Suhi took a step forward, merged with Xuanwu's shadow, and shouted urgently, "No!" This sound contains the constitution of heaven, and the word "bum" comes out. as if the power of heaven and earth is stirred up, and a faint force falls down. The bronze swords condensed by the 4 people, together with the 8 iron ropes, instantly shattered. The 4 people's faces turned pale at the same time, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. His breath suddenly became weak, really mastering the power of Xuanwu himself, and being pulled by the statue of Zhenwu to use a trace of Xuanwu power. The power is incomparable. Moreover, this sound does not require real energy at all. It is authority. The authority that belongs exclusively to the 4 holy beasts. The expressions of the 4 people suddenly changed, and they turned around and left. Sui let out a long groan, and the mountain god seal struck a person on the back, knocking him down. And then 5 more mountain god seals fell in succession. One day, heavenly punishment came and struck down the mountain god seal. Su Huanyan jumped out of the main hall, pointed out his sword, and shot a sword light forward. It turned into a white snake halfway and entangled a person in an instant. With a twist of the body, the whole person was reduced to pieces. Looking back, the other 2 people had already used their blood escape method and had long since disappeared. The 6th level of Tatian is determined to escape. Even if he is facing the 7th level of Tatian, he still has a chance to escape. Seeing that there was no point in pursuing him, Su Huanyan turned around and looked at Su He. "Is there something wrong?" as she asked. One hand fell on Su He's turtle SHL, and her consciousness penetrated in unceremoniously. The punches of the 3 people who had just fallen into the Netherworld Passage actually hit the Netherworld Passage and landed on Su He. He received a few punches from the 6th level of Tatian, and without the protection of the foreign minister, his internal organs were already injured. Su He shook his head. During this period of time, his internal organs had been injured. He was injured by the elder of the prison clan in the White Tiger prison. He was captured by the Yuanzun Divine Guard in the same design as Baiyin. He was pinched by the thieves again and was injured. Internal organs. Not to mention fighting against the Great Witch. Su He found that the dragon turtle's external defense was very strong, but its internal defense was much weaker. Next, he had to find a way to improve the internal defense. Study the foreign minister and come up with an internal minister? Su He let out a long sigh. But it was a pity that the Phoenix True Fire could not be used to restore the dragon turtle's true body's injuries. And the spirit snake was also somewhat damaged by that kick. The spirit snake flashed, landed on the dragon turtle's SHL, laid down slowly, and slowly swam around the dragon turtle. A kind of mellow Tai Chi power rose up on the turtle and snake at the same time, and its injuries gradually improved. Xuanwu has infinite uses. Su Huanyan slowly took back his hand and said softly, "Aunt Yaya has been sealed." "As expected. She has been sealed in your prison." Su Huanyan was just in seclusion, and did not completely block out the news from the outside world. There were always people plotting against the main hall, who would bring all kinds of news from the outside world. Su He frowned slightly, and made a sound from his scales. Could Ji Feishua be a human being? Cage, Baiyin? The only cage Su He could think of was that one. No. Wait a minute. Su He turned his head suddenly, and looked at Su Huanyan in shock. "How do you know I have a prison?" "The prison was obtained by Taiku, and has not been brought back yet. Even Toad doesn't know about it." Su Huanyan raised his lips slightly. "When I was killing you, Injin, I saw your and Baiyan's movements." Su He was startled, and his expression changed instantly. "Tantai? Are you now?" Su Huanyan put his hand on his mouth and shook his head gently. "Don't worry, husband. It's not a matter of seizing the body or changing priorities. I'm still me. It's just that this retreat reminds me of some things from my past life. Besides, Tantai Ling is Su Huanyan, and Su Huanyan is Tantai Ling. Just like my husband in the previous life and my current husband. The bodies are completely different, but they are both husbands. Even if you are reincarnated, you will still be you." She looked up at Su He and looked at him without any timidity. Su He blinked and asked after a while, "What memories have you recovered?" Su Huanyan gave him a funny look and hugged the dragon's head gently. "Test me without words, either to recover or to remember. From the moment you returned to the ancient times across time and woke up in Baiyin Palace, until you and Aitsuewa left at the end. I have memories of your time." Su He was stunned, opened his mouth, and suddenly felt a little at a loss. He has all the memories of this period, but during this time he was with Baiyin and had very little contact with Tantai. I. Su Huanyan covered his mouth again and shook his head slightly. "Although I think of this memory, I want to hit you. But I agreed to Baiyin and Bai Ling. What she has paid for you is too great. Speaking of this, she suddenly smiled. At this moment, the past life and the present life are merged. Does your husband ever regret it? He knew what Su Huanyan was asking. Bai Yin's imprint was on his body in his previous life. So in ancient times, he naturally had feelings for Bai Yin. At this moment, the fusion has been completed, and the brand has dissipated. But as soon as he closed his eyes, that cheerful and free woman appeared in his mind. It is impossible to say that love is deeply rooted. But when he said he didn't feel anything, he was struck by lightning. He lowered his head and was silent for a moment. She lied to me. But the brand is still there. Su Huanyan smiled sweetly. Let's go. Try to release the dragon first. The mark left on the body has long since dissipated. But who would see that free girl who wouldn't leave a mark on their heart? Abba! Abba! Go save master! Yaya jumped out of the hall and looked at Su He with little stars in her eyes. Dad is so awesome. We can definitely save the master. On Yaya's back, Toad looked sleepy and yawned. He turned his head and looked to the west, where 4 majestic auras were fighting. 2 of them were familiar to Suhi. One is to be granted the title of Prince of the Imperial Palace, and the other is to be a war cultivator. The other 2 are unclear. But from the perspective of breath perception, it was a 2-on-2 situation. Zhang Xiao was at a disadvantage. But nothing would happen for a while. Save your aunt first! Suhi raised his head and looked up into the sky. Even though there were countless layers of clouds blocking the scene, one could still see the battle going on in the far reaches of the 9 heavens. There is a picture scroll flying across the sky to suppress the world. But there is a giant beast tearing the picture scroll apart. There are also spears piercing the void. And the sound of phoenixes shaking the sky. In the battle with the Emperor, Xianwang realm was at a disadvantage. Chapter 375 Taiguo. When it comes to secrets that truly involve ancient times, or even more ancient times, the mysterious world has far more information than all the other great worlds combined. It's just that some secrets are hidden behind. In Guiwang Mountain, Shirwanda Mountain, D Mountain, not everyone can see it. What the White Tiger is, the Xianwang realm knows far more than the Emperor Fengwang world. The number of people who entered the White Tiger ruins was overwhelming. Originally, Ji Feishua had restrained Emperor Luan and all the imperial officials and generals, so Taoist Xuanzhen could do some extra things with his fellow Taoists. But Ji Feishua fell into trouble. Suddenly Xuanhuang's rhythm was disrupted. At this moment, the scroll of the universe unfolded, and thunderbolts fell from the scroll, striking the giant beast below. The giant beast waved the sword in his hand and cut off the scroll. The half of the scroll that was cut off burned up instantly, and the cut-off scroll grew again at the torn place on the main scroll. Emperor Luan looked up at the scroll. This scroll of heaven and earth was wonderful. From left to right, there were mountains, flowing water, pavilions and pavilions. The people who escaped into the scroll were moving in the painting, but they were clearly cut down with the person. However, neither the scroll nor the people were damaged. The picture scroll can do nothing to him, but he can also do nothing with the picture scroll. Taoist Xuanzhen and the other Taoists from Guiwang Mountain huddled in the scroll, acting like a shrunken tortoise. All life blocked his way to escape into the White Tiger ruins. The 2 sides are at loggerheads right now. Taoist Xuanzhen is waiting for the White Tiger relics to decide the winner, and waiting for everyone from the Xianwang realm to return. As long as 3 or 5 powerful people from the Xianwang realm return, or 1 or 2 dragon turtles or phoenixes escape into the scroll, there will be a chance to put his battle formation at a disadvantage. He is also waiting for Xiao Tong to kill the fire and defeat Feng Qiaofei. You can't enter the White Tiger ruins just as you want, and you can get out as you want. Feng Qiaofei is special. He has privileges wherever he goes on the Suzaku path. Xiao Tong lured out Feng Qiaofei, and the pressure on the Emperor's world in the White Tiger ruins was reduced by a full 20%. As long as he could defeat Feng Qiaofei outside, he would be 70% sure of winning the battle for the Emperor's great world. Emperor Luan and Xuanzhen were facing each other, both looking towards Feng Qiaofei and the humanoid battle formation. Feng Qiaofei is not optimistic. The battle at Fengzhong seems like yesterday. Feng Qiaofei was seriously injured trying to carry Yinli on his back. At this moment, there is still no recovery. It would be difficult for her alone to defeat the battle formation formed by the 9 leaders of Killing Fire. Feng Qiaofei also realized this, and the Phoenix True Fire condensed into a big sun. With its super recovery power, he exchanged injuries for injuries in the battle with Fengwang Palace. The broken sycamore tree turned into a towering shadow and floated behind it. The phoenix Lord Shaolun stuck in the root of the tree had long since disappeared. But the sycamore tree had not recovered yet. And it did not even have half of its former power. A bright moon shines in the sky, casting a silver glow on the ground, binding Xiao Tong's battle formation above the clouds, and cannot stay away. Feng Chifei screamed, flapped his wings and jumped down. It turned into a ball of flame and slammed into the humanoid battle formation. At this moment, the battle formation could no longer maintain the size of an ordinary person. It had transformed into a 30-foot-tall golden-armored god. The mountain-like spear in the god's hand flicked a spear and flew towards Feng Chifei. The flames that collided suddenly turned around, and the figure instantly shrank, turning into a residual light and passing by the golden-armored god. He grabbed the cage behind the golden-armored god and flew up with his wings. He swung the prison cage in his claws and threw it towards the scroll of heaven and earth above his head. But at this moment, the giant beast confronting the Qingquan scroll in the sky turned around and turned into a dragon turtle. Xuanwu. He opened his mouth and punched out something like a mountain god seal. It hit the cage with a bang and knocked the cage away. Feng Chifei let out a long cry and looked at the dragon turtle in disbelief. I don't care. What's wrong? You want to call me your mother? I don't recognize you as an unfilial son. The battle formation controlled by Emperor Luan actually turned into the appearance of her turtle boy. And even the mountain god seal was a pure golden dice. Emperor Luan laughed loudly. I have tried all the dragon turtle shapes, but I found that it is the appearance of little friend Su He that can better unleash the supreme power of this battle formation. The cage was shot away. Feng Chifei brushed against the sycamore tree and intercepted the cage. However, the golden-armored god below had already taken advantage of this moment of delay to shoot him. The spear stabs the phoenix and flies towards it, aiming at the iron cage. There is a scroll of heaven and earth above the head, and the rivers and mountains within it fall down, crashing towards the dragon turtle of Luan Emperor. No one is willing to give up the prison cage. The person trapped inside is a being who can influence the situation of the battle. One party wishes to trap her for hundreds of millions of years, but the other party is anxious to break out of the cage. The battle between the four parties shattered the entire sky, and the white clouds broke into mist and filled the entire Baiyan Palace. Emperor Luan's laughter rang out. Everyone, our imperial clan has been holding this prison for tens of millions of years, and we are still unable to release the prisoners. Even if we let you go, what can we do? After he finished speaking, Feng Chifei stopped the sweeping spear and let out a mocking laugh. Isn't it natural that the jailer can't do it? Do you think I, Xian Wang, are the same as you? Besides, who cares whether the people imprisoned inside can turn things around? She is my niece-in-law. Based on this alone, I won't allow anyone to take her away. Even if this prison cage is used as a decoration, it can only be placed in Changyu Mansion and Shirwanda Mountain. She neighed, and the flames on her body turned black bit by bit. Different from Feng Qi's Qi Phoenix Fire, Feng Chifei's black flames, like mucus, crawled up the spear of the golden-armored god, and followed the spear all the way. Squirming forward, the spear instantly decayed wherever it passed, turning into fly ash and scattering. Emperor Luan's expression changed slightly. He actually felt extremely threatened by the slimy phoenix true fire. Retreat! Emperor Luan shouted lowly. Baiyan Palace is related to my title of emperor. Find the core of this place and refine Baiyan Palace. Conquer Baiyan Palace first. Baiyan Palace can strengthen the formation of the cage, and naturally it can also be lifted to conquer this place before Xian Wang can. At the very least, Xian Wang must not get it. Su He stepped forward with 4 claws and squinted at the 4 people appearing in front of him. Zhang Shou roared and tried his best to move the battlefield, but the other 3 people deliberately pushed the battlefield towards Su He. The speed is so fast, chasing the stars and chasing the moon. The fairy sword in Su Huanyan's hand slowly unsheathed. Su He was silent for a moment. Take Yaya back to the main hall. Of the 4 people on the opposite side, only Zhang Xiu was at the 6th level, and the remaining 3 were all at the 7th level. Zhang Xiu was still being beaten inside. The battlefield has moved here, and the others are obviously up to no good. Su Huanyan didn't think about it, picked up Yaya, and rushed into the hall. He looked back at Su He from the entrance, and a spiritual consciousness came over him. Su He was startled, then burst into laughter. With a good wife at home, everything goes smoothly, especially a wise wife. Toad! He cried. The toad fell into a deep sleep, jumped up and landed on Su He's head, slowly pulled out his tobacco bag from his belly pocket, and filled it with shredded tobacco. But instead of using it to attack, he took a puff of smoke and spit it all on Suhi. A hint of coldness flashed through Suhi's painful internal organs. And he had recovered. "Let's go!" John Cho shouted urgently from a distance. He tried his best not to move the battlefield. But now it seemed that this stupid turtle actually looked like he wanted to fight. "You just opened the second level of heaven. Who gave you the courage?" "No matter the prince or General Zhua. They are not weak in the 7th level of Tiantai. This is an existence that is comparable to the 5th level of Dragon Turtle opening heaven. Even if you are extremely talented, you still need the 4th level of opening heaven to compete with such an existence. The Buddhist code is so silly. Do you think you really have the ability to compete with the 7th level of Kaitian? Call your parents." Suhi understood the look in his eyes, shook his head slightly, and sent a message. "Senior Zhan Xiao, be careful. Your helper is the enemy. There is nothing wrong with this person's aura. But there is something wrong with his appearance. He was carved from the same mold as the leader of the prison clan in the ancient times." Coupled with Suhi's inexplicable feeling of disgust when he set foot in Xuanwu. This person's identity was known even without even thinking about it. The royal family? The royal family. Zhan Xiao was startled. And his expression changed even more. This is a Taoist friend he has known for hundreds of years. Although he is not very familiar with him, he has experienced life and death together. Enemy? Zhan Xiao still tried his best to fight against the crown prince. But he was very wary of the people around him, compared with people who have known each other for less than 100 years. Taoist friends in Qianjiang are naturally more trustworthy. What's more, Suhi is Yaya's biological father. "I'm a tough guy." As the four of them approached, Suhi roared, and the mountain god seal turned into a barrage of cannons, blasting towards the prince one after another. The enemy was extremely jealous when they saw each other. The first time the prince saw Suhi, he wanted to slash Zhan Xiao with a sword and rush over. Dragon Turtle. During the battle at Fengzhong, Suhi made a big fuss about the emperor, destroyed the ancestral land of the emperor family, took away Xinyuan's formation, and destroyed countless imperial cities. Especially in the end, it was clear that he had reached an agreement with Dukan, and had left the imperial city safely, and even destroyed most of the city wall with a mountain god seal. "If you don't kill this thief, and will have the honor to be crown prince." The dignified title of crown prince has become the laughing stock of the entire court. Especially the eldest prince was captured by the dragon turtle in front of him. Even if he was not dead at this moment, he had become a test subject on the chopping block of Jixia Academy. There was also the third child, who was cursed by the dragon turtle and turned into a black bear in front of him, revealing many secrets of the throne. It was obvious that they had brought it upon themselves. But yet all of this was placed on his head. Some people even suspected that he took the opportunity to eradicate the threat. The prince could not defend himself. The dignified prince was originally investigating the previous dynasty's dethronement of the prince. But he hunted down the little dragon turtle halfway. Except for the little dragon turtle, it was of research value. So he might have vented his personal anger. Su Heshan's divine seals were shot out, each one more powerful than the last, crashing into the prince. But he was chopped into pieces by the prince's sword one after another. The prince is a being who is on a par with Yin Yuan, the headmaster of Zuanshanmen. He is not a weakling in the 7th level of the sky. The top 500 people on Bai Zai's list can be called the strongest in the ordinary world no matter what. It's not something he can compete with now. Su Heshan Divine Seal found every opportunity. And Zhan Xiao's helper next to him cheered. "Beautiful!" As he spoke, he suddenly turned around, ignoring his opponent, and slashed at the prince with a knife. While the prince was gnashing his teeth at Suhi, he slashed with the knife. There was a cold light on the knife, a sound of cracking silk, and a wound instantly opened on the prince's left shoulder. It hit the right rib, and blood spurted out. General Zhua shouted low and struck down the golden melon in his hand, but was blocked by Zhan Xiao's sword. A crisp sound echoed across the ground. The gangster's eyes lit up. After cutting the prince's sword, he turned around and stabbed General Zhua straight at him. With a loud sound, the knife penetrated General Zhua's ribs. "Good opportunity!" He laughed loudly. "Fellow Taoist, hold him down!" Zhan Xiao raised his sword and struck General Zhua with one strike. But it was not a killing. It was not so easy to kill him at the 7th level of Tiantian. The sword fell, and in the light of the sword, thousands of troops and horses galloped past, and an army pressed against General Zhua. "Dragon Turtle, open the passage just now! Throw these two people in!" the helper shouted. Earlier, Suhi fought against Fortatian, These 4 people could see clearly that he wanted Soo-hee to open the netherworld passage. Soo-hee roared and jumped up, as if he was rushing to open a passage. But as he approached the 4 people, a message fell into John Shio's ears. Retreat! John Shio retreated instantly. Soo-hee is very weak, but if he dares to charge forward, he must have some means. The dragon turtle family is very protective of their calves, so it is normal to have means to protect themselves. He jumped back and dodged without looking back, and saw a hexagram flashing above Soo-hee's head and crashing down. Tai Gua Kagua. The hexagrams that come from ancient times are half of the hexagrams that are completely condensed. The functions of the hexagrams cannot be measured by common sense. Soo-hee has never understood the functions of the Tai hexagram. But Hung Gua has been with him for decades, and he already knows a lot about the hexagrams. Each of the 64 hexagrams has its own magical uses. But it is not impossible to use them directly for attacks. Even more powerful than most magic weapons. The real great power uses hexagrams as weapons. And the real numbers are ordinary. The ancestral ancestors Dustless C, the ancestor of the underworld's turtle SHL, are all like this. It was too late to tell. But at the moment when John Shio retreated, half of the Tai Gua had already crashed down. The guest hexagram is Kuan, and it has turned into a piece of earth with a single blow. With a crash. The speed was much faster than Soo-hee expected. It was him who smashed it. But Soo-hee couldn't see clearly. He simply expressed his intention to attack the Tai Gua. And Tai Gua floated out on its own and struck down. The eyes of the 3 people on the opposite side suddenly widened. They were suddenly attacked. They immediately gave up attacking their opponents, and at the same time struck towards the ground above. Boom! There was a loud noise. And the 3 of them spurted out a mouthful of blood at the same time. And their faces instantly turned pale. Then, in the main hall, the sword immortal Su Huanyan was shining with brilliance, holding Yaya in his arms, and taking the opportunity to step out and go up to the sky. Walk! Soo-hee flashed his magic idea and followed closely. Daughter-in-law! Tai Gua! Soo-hee's voice transmission. Su Huanyan's speed did not slow down, and all his true energy poured into the fairy's sword at his feet. His face turned slightly pale, as if he had been overdrawn. If it weren't for the tyranny of the immortal sword, it would be impossible to increase the speed to such an extent. Taizu will take it away, Su Huanyan replied hastily. When the 4 people came to kill them earlier, Soo-hee originally planned to sneak into the hall with a sneak attack. But it was Su Huanyan who reminded him that half of the Tai Gua was still in his hand. The Tai hexagram is different from the Hung hexagram. The Tai hexagram is completely condensed. Boom! Boom! On the ground transformed into the Tai Gua. The 3 princes punched the Tai Gua with one punch after another. Knocked the Tai Gua flying. Even for hexagrams, there is a huge difference between someone controlling it and someone not controlling it. What's more, it's only half a building. John Shio! The helper roared, seeming extremely angry and aggrieved. John Shio said nothing, and Soo-hee's voice came from the sky. No one has ever praised you. Are you the same as your ancestors? The helper looked stunned and retreated instantly. Stay away from the prince at the first opportunity. Damn it! Dragon Turtle. The Dragon Turtle clan has a long history and knows too many secrets. They even know the appearance of their ancestor. It's ruining my life. He gritted his teeth and left in an instant. The prince and generals were a little at a loss when they stood on the spot. Within the sea of stars, a stone drum stood motionless, and a corpse sat on the stone drum. The stone drum was suppressed like a mountain. There is a palace inside the stone drum, and inside the palace is a huge dragon turtle egg. If Soo-hee were here, he would definitely be able to tell that the egg was somewhat familiar. Everything was quiet, but at this moment, Taizu opened his eyes quietly inside the turtle egg and looked back outside the egg. Tai! He whispered. Have you come back yet? He chuckled and sucked through the egg. The shadow of the palace outside the body trembled rapidly. In the Xianhuang cave, the sky of Baiyan Palace suddenly opened, and a passage led to nowhere. The earth that fell on the ice sheet shook and turned into half a Tai Gua, rising into the sky and going straight into the passage. Disappeared in an instant. The passage was closed, as if nothing had happened. Inside the egg, Taizu's Tai Gua faintly floated out. Half of it was solidified, and the other half looked like runes, as if it had been put together mechanically. With a slight wave of Taizu's tortoise claw, half of the runes in the Tai hexagram dispersed into nothingness, turning into nutrients and flowing into the main hexagram. I don't know how long I tried my best to find the Tai Gua Kagua, I didn't give up the search until I accidentally understood the location of the Kagwa. I started to think of ways to rederive the guessed hexagram from the autonomous hexagram. But the hexagram is unique, and even the dice cannot copy it. What is derived is not the true hexagram after all, and it cannot be condensed after thousands of years of hard work. He smiled and looked up. Then, in the shadow of the head-shaped palace, the Tai hexagram and the guessed hexagram fell from the sky and merged perfectly with the main hexagram. His palace came from the Xianwang Cave Heaven. Now that the Xianwang Cave Heaven is open, it has some magical effects. For example, passing some items in Xianwang Cave Heaven? But it was only, okay, in Baiyun Palace. After all, Baiyun Palace is different from other regions. Chapter 376 Breaking the Cage. A passage opened above the Baiyun Palace. But no one inside noticed it at all. Only the toad came out from between Suhi's eyebrows, and looked at the sky with confusion. As the owner of this place, although he has just returned, he has not yet had time to refine the core of Baiyun Palace. Just like Suhi who got the key to Changyu Mansion. He only owned the key and never refined it. Then you can't really control all the big formations here. But just the identity made it slightly aware. Still wondering, he saw a water sleeve rolled up in front of him, and fell on Suhi's head. Su Huanyan held Yaya in one hand, and rolled up his sleeves with the other, dragging Suhi and flew forward. Suhi cooperated with Su Huanyan's magical plan and flashed straight towards the sky. Why don't you stay in the main hall? Suhi asked via voice transmission. Su Huanyan shook his head. The main hall has been broken. Ordinary monks have no choice but to miss the main hall. But the existence of the 7th level of the sky is still unknown. With Yaya nearby, she couldn't gamble. One person and one turtle transmitted the message. Su Huanyan stepped on her foot, and the flying sword flew under Suhi. She then landed on Suhi's turtle SH.L with Yaya in her arms. He was flying too slowly with his sleeves on him. The water beneath Suhi turned over and turned into the shape of a fairy sword, carrying the three of them into the sky. Yaya looked in the direction where Zhang Xiao disappeared with some worry. Don't worry, Suhi said with a smile. If your master hadn't been trying to entangle the prince and General Zhua, he would have escaped long ago. Already retreated. No constraints. Zhang Xiao can come and go freely. Zhang Cultivator is only at the 6th level, but he can be regarded as the 7th level. He is not weak among the 7th level. Of course, only in combat. When it comes to formations, alchemy, spells, etc., war cultivators who follow the path of the martial god are not even as good as those at the 3rd level. It is foreseeable that his daughter will become a master of war cultivation. As expected, her path to becoming a fist master will end in a dark place. Yaya has been a dragon turtle for 30 years, and she is growing taller, but she has not inherited much magical power. Suhi used his sword at the same time, and his speed surpassed that of the peacock's rapid feathers. Now that it's over, Peacock's health should be improved. At least it has to match the realm of the inner world. Suhi penetrated layers of clouds and reached the sky. The closer you are, the better you can feel where the cage is. The formation Baiyun left outside the cage is still there, and it is even much stronger than the ancient formation. Baiyun must have found the cage later and reinforced it. But the key didn't change. Suhi had already sensed before he got close that he could control the formation outside the cage as he pleased. Daughter-in-law, is it okay to just unlock the cage? There is also a knife from the Yuanzun family and a palm from Yuanjin. For such an existence, even if a drop of blood is still alive, it cannot be considered death. Su Huanyan smiled faintly and replied via voice transmission. Don't worry. Even if Yuanjin is in full condition, Sister Ji can suppress it with her backhand. Flying at high speed and traveling through space, ordinary speaking methods cannot communicate at all. Speaking of Ji Feishue, Suhi looked slightly startled and whispered, Daughter-in-law, you know, the one who had the story with Ji Feishue should not be me in the previous life. Su Huanyan's hand holding his tortoise SH.L curled up slightly, as if he wanted to make a fist, but held back. After a while, he sent a message and replied, Husband, 3 is the limit. If something unexpected happens again, she really wants to kill with her sword and kill this love-minded person. Turtle. Suhi nodded like a fool, then thought of something again and chuckled. I have found the path to Xuanwu. I am not far away. Su Huanyan was startled. The memory she had only recovered after this retreat. The appearance of a young man in black robes appeared in front of her eyes. Su Huanyan bit his lower lip slightly. A faint blush flashed across his face, and he poked Suhi with his finger on the turtle SH. L next to her. Yaya looked at her father and mother. Quietly, he stepped back. I always feel like my parents are communicating about things that are not suitable for children to hear. 2 rays of light flashed beneath him, quickly chasing towards the sky. The prince looked gloomy, and generals when next to him looked murderous. The person who escaped just now must be the person who deposed the prince in the previous dynasty. Even the bloodline of the deposed prince. What did he originally want to do? Taking the opportunity to attack and kill the prince? It's a pity that he escaped. The 2 of them chased towards the sky, one after the other. The clouds in the sky could no longer block the scene above. The scroll of the universe was getting closer and closer, and they could already clearly see the mountains, rivers and pavilions on the scroll. You can even vaguely hear the sound of the piano coming from the scroll. The picture scroll, the golden armored god, Feng Chifei, and one emperor dragon turtle looked down at the same time, and saw the hunted Su He escaping all the way to the highest point of Baiyan Palace. One emperor dragon turtle looked back, and saw a mountain god seal being shot. The pure golden dice tore through the air and crashed down. The scroll of heaven and earth above was rolled down by the sea. But it was too late to stop one emperor mountain god seal. The sea roared and fought against one emperor dragon turtle. Go away. Feng Chifei let out a phoenix cry. And the slime-like phoenix true fire on his body turned into a spear and came through the air. He caught up with Wandi's mountain god seal and blew away the mountain god seal with one shot. However, the mountain god seal drew an arc and shot towards Su. He came. The speed is still higher than before. Print out for sure. The mountain god seal had already marked Su He when it was blasted out. If the space in the Xianwang Cave's sky had not been solidified, the mountain god seal would not have been able to cross the space. When the mountain god seal was blasted out, it would have fallen on Su He. Before the mountain god seal had hit, Su He had already sensed the awe-inspiring murderous intent, and the powerful aura came in, compressing the entire space. The magic machine can't be used again. It's not that the authority of Xianwang Cave Heaven is gone. It's that Emperor Wan sealed the space again. Su He roared, and the mountain god seal suddenly shot out into the sky. On her back, Su Huanyan pointed her halberd, and the fairy sword flew out from under Su He and turned into a sword light, then slashed towards the mountain god seal. Her aura suddenly rose, and she was about to collapse in an instant. One blow from Emperor Wan's battle formation would shatter the origin, and it would be impossible to take it. At the critical moment, with a cry of phoenix, the phoenix flew towards Su He and turned into a burst of flames. It stopped steadily in front of Su He, flapped its wings and removed the power from Su Huanyan's body, and took a deep look at the woman. Look at the awe-inspiring sword intent on her body. There was a flash of surprise in his eyes. As expected, he is a sword cultivator. Even if he is not a sword cultivator, he would not be so decisive without thinking. She didn't have time to say lo. So she turned around and swept a sycamore tree towards the Wandi Mountain Divine Seal. The tree seals collided and exploded. The sycamore tree that had just recovered had half of its branches blown to pieces. Feng Chifei is not Ji Feishue, and she has no ability to fight against Wan Emperor's battle formation on her own. However, this attack was made with hatred, and its power doubled. Under a tree, the mountain god seal exploded, and the endless power was swept back by the sycamore tree towards the golden armored god above his head. The golden armored god turned a blind eye to the oncoming power. He only arched his body and faced it with his back, then quickly rushed towards the cage and grabbed the cage. The force of Feng Chifei's attack blasted a large crack on his back, but he was not afraid at all. Instead, he inserted the cage into his body along the cracks. Then he looked down at Feng Chifei, and Su He and laughed. Xiao Tong smiled brightly between his eyebrows, and looked at Su He with mocking eyes. Dragon Turtle? Ha ha ha! As long as you are here, why should the Dragon Turtle clan be destroyed? Clan members, who are as stupid as pigs, dare to charge, and even though they know that Xianwang has no upper hand here, even the slightest distraction in a powerful battle will cause unpredictable consequences. What is this Dragon Turtle, if he isn't a fool? Sooner or later, the Dragon Turtle clan will die from this Dragon Turtle. He laughed loudly, controlled the battle formation, and saluted Su He. Thank you, little friend Su He, for the gift. With assists like this, the more the merrier. Su He stood in the air and walked out from behind Feng Chifei. Feng Chifei rarely taunted him, but only raised his momentum again. His eyes were slightly closed, staring at Xiao Tong, the golden armored god, like a dead man. Her little turtle is indeed a bit stupid, but she is the only one who can scold you. Who do you think you are and dare to make sarcastic remarks? The little turtle boy, who is in his 30s, is already able to intervene in powerful battles, even being crowned the prince of the imperial palace. He is stupid. Who do you think he is? She liked to be sarcastic about Turtle Boy. But that was during normal times, when there were no outsiders. Now, Turtle Boy is behind her. She is the one who protects her from the wind and rain. Feng Qiaofei's momentum gradually increased, and his consciousness spread in all directions. He saw Su He shaking his head at her. Auntie, if you don't open Wuxuang, the price will be too high. Feng Qiaofei frowned slightly. Although he had never heard the term Kai Wuxuang before, he generally understood it. But if you don't open Wuxuang now, your wife will be kidnapped. With a weird smile in his eyes, Su He looked at the golden armored god above. Bo Wang Palace likes to receive gifts, so how can I not give another big gift? Su He smiled, and the Emperor Dragon Turtle above him suddenly changed his color. Throw him out of the prison! Emperor Luan reacted quickly, but it was too late. Before he finished speaking, he heard Su He's voice in the air. Open! There was a sound of chains pulling, and all the formations on the cage that trapped the cage lit up at the same time, turning into chains, tightly wrapping the cage. Following Su He's voice, one of the chains on the cage shook and broke, and then the second, third. In an instant all the chains broke at the same time. It turned into golden fragments and scattered around. The formation outside the cage is broken. Emperor Luan's face darkened, and then he heard the prince chasing after him, bowing and saying, Father, there is no need to worry. The formation is only for defense. The heavenly prison cannot be broken out. That's the prison in heaven. How many people can escape? Unless you can refine Tian Lao. But Tian Lao belongs to heaven. Who can refine it? As he spoke, he flipped the fairy sword in his hand and planned to join forces with his uncle Xiao Tong to completely suppress Feng Qiaofei. No matter what, the most important thing is to suppress a powerful person in the Xianwang realm at this moment. But at this moment, he saw the dragon turtle turning his head to tease him and whispering softly, Open! So he couldn't refine the prison. Maybe after achieving Xuanwu, you will naturally gain authority and be able to do it? But starting with the prison, quality points were lost. All the items with quality points are the most suitable for Su He, and they are all innately compatible with Su He. Following Su He's voice, a blade of light flashed past, covering the sky and the sun. The sword's light was not very bright, but the whole world was eclipsed by the sword's light. This sword slashed down, cutting off the sky and destroying the earth. Everyone closed their eyes subconsciously, just looking at the light of the sword. One soul will be cut off with a single strike of the sword. When the sword light passed, everyone opened their eyes and saw the 9 powerful men among the golden armored gods. Their expressions remained the same. Mocking Su He and the shock of breaking the prison formation remained on their faces at the same time. But there is a vertical slit between each person's eyebrows that shines with light. There was a flicker of knife intent in the light. The person was dead, but his eyes were still there. Knife. Ji Feishua. Emperor Luan's face darkened, and his calm voice came. Come together. The former emperor's dragon turtle turned into a giant ape again, fished down, grabbed the prince and General Zhua, and brought them into the battle formation. The giant ape once again had a giant axe in his hand and looked at Ji Feishua quietly. Emperor Luan's face was calm, and he had not seen any changes. It was only at this moment that the door of the Tianlao opened with a creak, and Ji Feishua came out dressed in red. In his bare hand, a horizontal knife buzzed. Ji Feishua slapped the sword with her palm. Be good! The buzzing sound of the horizontal knife suddenly died down. Ji Feishua took one step forward and turned around to collect the heavenly prison. At this moment, the golden armored gods formed by 9 people suddenly collapsed, and the 9 corpses fell from the sky. When they fell in the air, they turned into fragments and dissipated. Ji Feishua turned to look at the former Emperor Dragon Turtle, motioned to the sword in her hand, and raised the corner of her mouth slightly. Thank you for the great gift of being crowned emperor. If it's almost the same, I'll return it as is. The air was quiet for a while, except for the turtle SHL. Yaya waved her hands and jumped up. Auntie! Auntie! She was so excited that she jumped up into the sky, got into Ji Feishua's arms, hugged her neck and laughed. Ji Feishua's murderous demeanor changed, and she actually exuded some maternal brilliance. He hugged Yaya gently and laughed. He took out a gold lock with his other hand and put it on Yaya's neck. This was specially practiced for Yaya in the heavenly prison. On the golden lock, A dragon turtle is carrying 2 women and a small turtle. Yaya became even happier. She had not been so happy for a long time. In one day, she saw her parents whom she had not seen for decades. And her aunt, who had been worried for a long time, also got out of trouble. She jumped down, took Ji-Feishua's hand and ran toward Su-He. "Ha! Auntie, my mother is out of confinement today. And we still need a second mother. And our family will be dead." After being pulled down by Yaya, Ji-Feishua looked at Su-He with a half smile but not a smile. "Second mother? My husband is showing off his power. If you go back in time and go back in time, there will be an extra second mother? It's so early." "That's the aunt. Right? What a great skill. Little husband." A small hand formed from the waves under Su-He and poked Su Huanyan. "Daughter-in-law. Help." Su Huanyan didn't seem to notice it. He turned his head and looked away, showing no sign of trying to excuse Su-He. Looking at Ji-Feishua, who had a very cold look on her face, Su-He suddenly didn't know how to respond. She opened her mouth and hesitated, but she didn't know how to explain it in front of outsiders. But Ji-Feishua snorted at him and turned to look at Su Huanyan. "Sister, something has happened here. Let's find Bai Ling and give him a good beating." "Okay." A light flashed in Su Huanyan's eyes, which really aroused great interest. "Su-He, the trouble caused by Baiyin. What does it have to do with Bai Ling? How did Ji-Feishua know that Niang was Bai Ling?" Su-He carefully shrank his neck and looked at Ji-Feishua doubtfully. But at this moment, the sword in Ji-Feishua's hand trembled and struck directly at Su Huanyan. But just as he struck out, Ji-Feishua was slightly shocked and pressed down. The knife was dishonest. It flipped over and stabbed Su-He and Yaya again. Ji-Feishua's face darkened, and a shadow of a dragon claw flashed across her hand, suppressing it instantly. There was a sneer on her face, and her eyes glanced at Hingdao with a cold light, and then fell on her family with an apology. "I said it was an accident. Do you believe me?" This sword also brought some thoughts from Yuanjin, and he was cautious about his hostility towards Su-He and the others. Su Huanyan shook his head. "It's not an accident." Ji-Feishua. Su Huanyan looked up at her. "I killed this person in my previous life. I cut off that palm with my own hands, and he was sealed in a prison by Baiyin. It's just a meeting of enemies. What's the surprise?" Even the prison in which it has been trapped for tens of millions of years was provided by its husband. If everyone present counts, it will not be considered unjust if it kills anyone. "That's it." Ji-Feishua nodded. "Sister, please lend me your sword." Su Huanyan handed out the fairy sword in his hand, and saw Ji-Feishua holding the fairy sword, inputting a burst of true energy. The sword light on the fairy sword was bright, and there was a spiritual snake wrapped around it, and swallowing the snake letter. Ji-Feishua held the sword in her right hand, and patted the Hingdao with her left hand, dissipating the sword energy from the Hingdao, and then suppressed the air. At this moment, the horizontal knife is like fish on the chopping board. Hingdao buzzed and trembled, and he actually exuded fear. This is a magical sword that is about to condense the spirit of the weapon. But at this moment, Ji-Feishua slashed down with her sword, and the flying snow on the sword neighed, condensed into a blade, and suddenly slashed towards the horizontal sword. Hingdao screamed, trying to dodge but was suppressed by concubine Ji Shueshen. "A man is a swordsman and I am a fish. No matter how strong the sword is, it cannot stir up trouble in front of the master." When the sword was slashed, there was a crisp sound, and the horizontal knife snapped into 2 pieces. Su Huanyan frowned, and Ji-Feishua chuckled. "It's okay. Dao just came in and is still disobedient. Just give him some training. I originally wanted to be gentle, but this sword dared to kill my master, so I left it alone." As Ji-Feishua spoke, she returned the sword to Su Huanyan, then turned to look at the severed sword that was wriggling in midair. This sword has the characteristics of the Yuanzun clan. Even if it was cut into 2 pieces, it did not die. The 2 parts trembled to fuse together, but it was taken in by Ji-Feishua's weapon refining furnace. It was a yin and yang style weapon refining furnace, like a mandarin duck pot. The furnace was divided into left and right parts, and the yin and yang were formed. This sword was once a sacred weapon of the Yuanzun clan, and Yuanjin was refined into it with one hand. It was unavoidable to be unruly. Unfortunately, he couldn't do anything in the sky prison, so it was not easy to completely refine it. Now that it has come out, it is time to cut it into 2 halves and remanufacture it. After making sure that everything was normal in the weapon refining furnace, Ji Feishue put away the weapon refining furnace with her backhand and turned to look at the Luan Emperor giant ape. Following her gaze, the scroll of the universe above her head pressed down faintly. In the scroll of the universe, there was the sound of a musical instrument, and some Confucian scholars sang loudly. With the sound, the entire picture was mobilized, and majestic momentum spurted out. Feng Chifei, who was beside Su He, let out a cry and landed behind the Luan Emperor giant ape, blocking his retreat. Feng Chifei, Qianquan scroll, and Ji Feishue formed a triangle, surrounding the Luandi giant ape. Chapter 377 White Tiger Ruins. The giant ape of Luan Emperor stood in midair, surrounded from 3 directions, and unable to retreat. But Emperor Luan didn't care about this. Instead, he turned to look at Su He, with a look of solemnity and a touch of sadness in his eyes. How many times has this little dragon turtle ruined your plans? Once or twice is luck. 3 or 4 times is luck. No matter how many times you do it. That's your skill. Whether it's the ghosts in the imperial palace finding themselves in the ancestral temple, the Buddha's coat gathering in the phoenix tomb, or the breaking of the cage this time, it cannot be explained by simple luck theory. You will gain wisdom every time you take a bite. If you take a few mistakes in a row, you should treat this turtle as a real opponent. This has nothing to do with Taoism. Even if he is a mortal who can destroy his plans time and time again, he should be treated as an opponent of the same level. Emperor Luan looked at Su He and smiled slightly. I take back my arrogance when we first met. Let's get to know fellow Taoist Su He again. Emperor Luan's voice was calm. My name is Yao. This emperor, the son of Marquis Huainan, raised the old mountain of the emperor 117,000 years ago. So the emperor's name is Luan. There were a lot of powerful people all around, all silent at the same time. The title that Emperor Luan used to call Su He changed from little friend to Taoist friend. That means that Emperor Luan may have arranged all the plans that Feng Wang Palace planned against Su He himself. A Taoist friend is someone who can talk about the Tao and walk together. Fighting and fighting are all discussions of Tao. Su He narrowed his eyes slightly, and he actually felt the real solemnity in Emperor Luan's tone. This feeling is quite amazing. Looking at Emperor Luan for a long time, Su He smiled and said in a deep voice, Dragon Turtle. There is not much to say about Su He's introduction. The sentence, Long Gui He, is enough to represent everything. Emperor Luan nodded. Fellow Taoist, you can take your wife and daughter and leave first. The next battle is something that fellow Taoists cannot participate in right now. I look forward to having a true discussion with you in the next 10,000 years. Emperor Luan looked at Su He as if he was telling his friend. I don't know if it was an illusion. Luandi always felt. This time in Xianwang Cave sky, it is probably this dragon turtle that has gained the most. The genius of Xianwang Cave has just begun and will not end in 12 years. There is no reason for this feeling. An inexplicable premonition. In the past, Su He rushed into the powerful battlefield with a shy face, jumping left and right, without the protection of the Dragon Turtle clan, Phoenix clan and Ji Feishue. This turtle would have died 10 times. But one day, the turtle hall stood majestically in front of him. Maybe this time in the Xianwang Cave heaven was the real beginning? Su He smiled, nodded and said, Farewell. Emperor Luan was right. He was not allowed to participate in such a battle. Not even a spectator. Unless Mingzhu and Taizu used the complete hexagram to give him strength. Su He backed away and turned to look at the remains of the white tiger ahead. It's called a ruin, but it's actually a crack in space. Through it, you can reach the real ruins. At this moment, through the crack, you can see the ruins flashing with all kinds of light. And there are great powers fighting in it. The remains of the white tiger are the bones of the white tiger that Bain Nanizi left for him. Right? Others want to snatch the things my wife left behind? Su He was sure that with Nanizi's temperament, anyone who entered the white tiger ruins would not be able to get a hair. After being sold, he was still helping count the money. Su Huanyan stood beside Su He, took a look at the remains of the white tiger, and smiled slightly. Although she had no memory of Su He's departure, she knew clearly that Bai Yin led her husband to steal the tiger's blood and snatch the tiger bones. What the white tiger relics are, I don't even want to know. There is no value in exploring the ruins on our own territory. She shook her head gently. Husband, I will not go to the white tiger ruins. She did not forget Ji Feishue's request and wanted to go to San Yuan Palace to retrieve the dragon scales left there by the dragon clan. Su He pondered for a moment and nodded. Okay, don't go far. If you have any questions, Please send me a message from Feijian. Su Huanyan nodded, turned to look at Yaya, who was beside Ji Feishue, and said with a chuckle, Are you going to go with mother? Or stay with father? Yaya blinked. The family had just gathered, and they were about to separate. Next to her, Ji Feishue took Yaya's hand and giggled. My little princess isn't going anywhere. She has to stay with me. I said Yaya out earlier because I didn't know what kind of trump card Feng Wang Palace had in hand. And I was afraid that I couldn't protect the little one. And if anything went wrong, the entire family would be ruined. Now that Emperor Luan's trump card has been exposed, it's better for Yaya to stay with her. Baiyun Palace here is the palace of that guy Baiyun. Bai Ling is an eccentric person. In her previous life, Baiyun was afraid that she would not be too generous, and would not be a fuel-efficient lamp. Baiyun's ridiculous memories can be seen in Baizhe Tower. In Baiyun Palace, no one knows what special situation Yaya will encounter. So it is better to stay with her. Yaya blinked and looked at her parents and aunt. Have we become a favorite? Su Huanyan smiled slightly. Okay. She looked at Yaya. Don't be naughty. She knew Yaya's temperament very well. Even if she had become much calmer in the past 30 years, she would still be a naughty child. She and Suhi looked at each other, turned around and walked away with their swords. Heading west. San Yuan Palace is far away. Leaving Baiyun Palace, and passing through Genie Mansion diagonally to the southwest. The clouds and mist surrounded Su Huanyan's figure. Suhi turned to look at the tense people, smiled and retreated towards the White Tiger ruins. At the same time, he said in a deep voice, Suihua, you stay here? The toad came out from between his eyebrows, chopped him viciously, called it Suihua in front of outsiders, and killed the dragon turtle to make soup. It jumped up with a groan and landed on Feng Chufei's back. Feng Chufei felt disgusted on his face and was about to push the toad off. But suddenly, he was startled. The magical power of space that was imprisoned by Baiyun Palace is back. This frog, Palace Master Baiyun? Feng Chufei was stunned. Is there any justice left? In the White Tiger relics, everyone is going crazy. In addition to robbing the unknown White Tiger relics, they also want to get the hub of Baiyun Palace and control the Baiyun Palace. It turns out that his peacock boy had already done it without knowing it. She looked back and saw that Suhi had crashed into the White Tiger ruins. The toad jumped up, stepped on Feng Chufei's back, and jumped towards the scroll of heaven and earth. Of course, Suhi didn't need to say why he left it behind. Being able to use space abilities is really important to these beings. Looking at her parents leaving, Yaya pouted and felt unhappy. Ji Feishue chuckled. Auntie, let me take you to fight. This person in front of you is your biggest opponent in the Imperial Path. Yaya's eyes suddenly lit up. The National Lug Dragon hovered behind him, its eyes glancing at Emperor Luan among the giant apes. Emperor Luan chuckled. Sometimes I am really jealous of Seedling's talent. Bai Ling had just passed away. And there was Suhi. Before Suhi had grown up, there was another dragon turtle, who was on the road to becoming an emperor. Even listening to the conversation between Ji Feishue and Su Huanyan, it was probably normal that the white turtle was not dead at all. Emperor Luan never believed that a being like Bai Ling would die one day. It's just hiding behind it, planning something. The internal guards have already had a special team to investigate Bai Ling. It's just that the Bai Ling Shenlong has seen its head, but not its tail. And the divination has reached an incredible place, making it difficult for the inner guards to do anything. As Emperor Luan spoke, he stepped out of the giant ape and left the battle formation alone. The giant ape turned into a blue dragon. The mountain and river cauldron is embedded between the two horns of the Sunlong. He looked at Yaya and chuckled. This is not how the national destiny is used. He actually looked like an elder, really teaching the younger generation. His movements were very slow, enough for Yaya to see clearly. Emperor Luan raised his hand and tore it in the sky, and a pure black dragon of national destiny appeared, stretching endlessly for an unknown length. It lies above Luan Emperor's head, hidden among the clouds and mist. A dragon roar blew away the clouds and mist in the sky, and the sound swept through the entire Baiyun Palace in an instant. The Great World National Fortune Divine Dragon, who was granted the title of Emperor, lowered his head and looked at the little dragon behind Yaya. A small dragon is no bigger than a scale of a divine dragon. The dragon looked up at the divine dragon, but he was not afraid at all. He looked up to the sky and let out a long roar, showing no fear. Emperor Luan laughed heartily and looked at the little dragon behind Yaya, recalling the appearance of the dragon when he first fought for the world 110,000 years ago, occupying the mountain as king and converging the fortune of the country. The dragon at that time was no different from Yaya's little dragon now. But it's much bigger. He is the prince's son. And he was born with a territory that far exceeds Yaya's. But the dragon at that time was the same as Yaya's dragon now. Both were perfect. This means that the territory is prosperous and prosperous. Unlike the dragon above his head at the moment, which is extremely powerful. But the crystal clearness between the scales and armor is no longer the same as before. In this whole big world, there are countless flies and dogs, and all kinds of abuse every day. The fact that the national fortune Shenlong is still so healthy is already a sign of the former emperor's wisdom and prowess. Even after 110,000 years since he ascended the throne, the imperial court has not yet become corrupted. This is evident from Emperor Luan's methods and mentality. Emperor Luan left the battle formation and summoned the dragon of national destiny. Everyone's expressions became solemn. Even Ji Feishua looked serious. Throw Yaya upwards, and throw her into Taoist Xuanzhen's scroll of heaven and earth. She glanced slightly at the great world national fortune divine dragon. The Xianwang cave is special. Although it is located in the Xianwang realm, it is connected to all the heavens and all realms, and does not break away from any realm. Not only can the mountain and river cauldron be used normally here, but even the national fortune divine dragon can be condensed. Originally, the divine dragon of national luck could not leave its territory. Once outside the territory, the power is instantly weakened, and people can even take advantage of it and perform dragon slaying techniques. Ji Feishua chuckled lightly and looked at Luan Di, hitting him with his palm. We are already enemies, so why bother talking? Emperor Luan raised his hand and grabbed the divine dragon of national fortune, merging it with the Songlong battle formation, pointing his halberd, as if he were controlling a beast. Songlong, who was blessed by the destiny of the country, roared and was commanded by him to jump towards Ji Feishua. This is how to use national luck, Emperor Luan said softly, as if he was teaching his nephew. Boom! With a collision, dragon flames and palm wind instantly filled the world, setting the entire world on fire. Suhi dove into the White Tiger ruins and heard the sound behind him. Turning around to look, he saw nothing but the red firelight outside. The top battles of this era are not inferior to those of the ancient times. Even the level of violence is even more extreme. According to Bai Yin's words, the monks of this era gave up their immortality and turned all their fighting power into a body. Although the methods are much less than those in ancient times, but the combat power has skyrocketed. In this era, no one can push open the gate of immortality, and there is no immortal method. But they have fighting power that is not inferior to that of immortals. No wonder they are both at the 7th level of soaring heaven. But they are so different. The 7th level of Tatian in this era includes the 3 realms of Tatian, Xiamen, and Immortal Lord in the ancient times. Suhi no longer paid attention to the fighting outside, but turned to look inside the White Tiger ruins. The aura of the White Tiger can be felt outside, but it cannot be felt after entering the White Tiger ruins. Only the vague power of the White Tiger comes from all directions, and it is impossible to confirm the location of the tiger bones. The 2 figures in front were fighting fiercely, but they were Feng Nan, Duke Anhua of Fengwang Palace, and Yin Yuan, the headmaster of Zuanshanmen. Judging from the battle situation, Yin Yuan is being beaten. However, a rough brush in his hand can often perform miracles in critical moments. He had never seen this pen before, but he guessed that it was the treasure of Zuanshanmen's sect. The legendary amazing pen. The color of the sky and the earth really changes with one stroke. At this moment, the sky is red, orange, yellow and green, like a palette. Yin Yuan makes a casual stroke, and all the colors turn into a picture. Or the blue dragon lifts up to the sky, or the green wolf howls at the moon. The painting style is weird. It seems that every painting falls into a strange place. The rules are elusive. But Feng Nan only had a bronze mirror hanging above his head, motionless as a mountain, and a long whip made of iron ropes in his hand. With a whip, all kinds of tricks were smashed into pieces. Suhi rushed in, and the 2 fighting men stopped at the same time. Looking down at Suhi, Yin Yuan forced a smile on his lips. Little friend Suhi, how is the war situation outside? Previously, a large number of Imperial Palace officials suddenly rushed into the White Tiger ruins, and the news that Ji Feishua was trapped had already spread. There must have been an emergency situation in the outside world before. Feng Chaofei didn't know what means he used to escape from the White Tiger ruins. But now, he didn't know what happened. Suhi smiled. Senior, don't worry. My wife broke out of the trap and killed the 9 fire slayers. Now the Emperor is trapped. Maybe Emperor Luan can get out of trouble. But most of the officials, who stayed outside the Fenghuang Palace, will surely suffer losses. When Yin Yuan heard this, he burst out laughing. He smiled and pointed out one stroke. And the stroke of ink turned into a spear and went straight towards Feng Nan. Feng Nan seemed unaffected by Su He's news and ignored it. He continued to fight steadily. He turned the bronze mirror, blocked the gun light with a ray of light, and struck Yin Yuan with a palm. Yin Yuan's tattered painting robe swelled in the wind, and she barely blocked Feng Nan's palm by holding it up. He turned around and said to Su He with a smile, "My little friend, go ahead. The rules of the ruins here are special. Even though you and I meet, we can't go to the same floor. You look at me as if you were looking at the scene in the mirror. Little friend, you don't need to worry about me. Go inside the ruins yourself. Just compete for the ruins and treasures." Sui nodded. No wonder he felt strange. Feng Nan and Yin Yuan were fighting not far in front of him. But He couldn't feel any aftermath of the battle. It's like watching a movie. No matter how violent the explosion is in the movie, it can't hit the people outside. The White Tiger ruins seemed to throw people from different realms into different dimensions. Sui no longer thought about it, stood up, rolled into the water, and rushed forward. As soon as he entered the White Tiger ruins, he had a strange feeling. There was something calling him in front of him, but it was not a tiger bone. The water waves rolled, and He flew across the hundreds of miles of land in an instant. Yin Yuan and Feng Nan, who were still fighting behind them, disappeared at the same time, as if he had never existed before. He froze and stepped back 10 miles. The two of them reappeared. Yin Yuan was still being beaten. The scroll was broken by a light from Feng Nan's bronze mirror, and a whip was severely slapped on his back. Superior. Staggering. He saw He in the distance again and sighed. The majesty of the leader of one of the top 10 immortal sects was completely lost in front of He today. Where is it bad to show up? Not by their side. Entering the White Tiger ruins from the outside world. The place you appear is random. Yin Yuan sighed and said, "Quickly. If you are not on the same level, you will not be visible if you go 100 miles away. If you go forward, if you could only show up within 100 miles, it is on the next level. So there is no need to worry." He understood and nodded to Yin Yuan, wishing him good luck. Turn around and leave. Climbing high and floating in midair, Xuan used it to hide his figure. The rules of the White Tiger ruin seemed to suit his Xuan. Climbing high and looking, he saw two figures thousands of miles ahead. They looked cautiously towards him. They seemed to have discovered his presence. But they watched He become invisible. I don't know whether I should say low or not. A wolf. A red leopard with 5 tails and 1 horn. Greedy wolf. Ferocious. They are all acquaintances. And they also teamed up with Bifang and Zhu Yin to play games with him at the Dragon God Festival. However, Tianlang was aware of current affairs at the time, and did not really take action in the end. The ferocious temperament is more in line with He's temper. Although it took action, it was the only one that truly treated the hunt as a game. Later, in Longmen, I wanted to join Su Hemu and others in their encirclement and suppression of White Tiger. But unfortunately, I was blocked by the barrier, and could not join the battle circle. He was attracted by the fighting situation between Yin Yuan and Feng Nan just now. But he didn't notice them immediately. He sighed, and withdrew from the invisible state again. The water beneath him rolled over. And a moment later, he fell from the sky and stood opposite Greedy Wolf and Xiong. The 3 beasts were relatively speechless. Tianlang and Xia looked at He with mixed feelings in their hearts. That little turtle back then was even smaller now. He's body shape was smaller than during the Dragon God Festival. However, the might of the dragon turtle made both Greedy Wolf and Xiong feel scared. I don't know if it's an illusion, but I always feel that this dragon turtle can kill them with just 1 paw. To be honest, it's only 30 years. Which mythical beast hasn't slept for 30 years? The little dragon turtle that opened the sky in front of everyone has now opened the 2nd level of heaven. The realm is the same as them, but they have stayed in the 2nd heaven for nearly 10,000 years. A feeling of suffocation arose. They could barely be considered the same generation as Bai Ling. He is slightly younger than Bai Ling, but he is almost 30,000 years old now. They honestly follow the rules of the creation of the heavens by the mythical beasts. And the sky will be the same for 10,000 years. But the Dragon Turtle clan is completely unreasonable. However, after 30 years, looking at Suhi again, he felt that things were different and people were different. as if he was seen by Ling riding a horse all over the world again at the same time. It's especially hideous. 20 years ago, this turtle and his wife robbed Feng Chaofei's volcanic formation. The two beings accidentally smashed its suppression to pieces. Without the suppression, his practice stagnated. More than 10 years. The key is that I found out recently that Feng Chaofei is not an outsider, but Dragon Turtle's own aunt. Co-author. When there is a family conflict in your family, is it an outsider who gets hurt? The three mythical beasts were silent for a moment. And then Suhiyu said, "You want to play games with me this time?" Xia and Tanlang took a step back at the same time. 30 years ago, in a real battle, both of them had the means to suppress Suhi. But at this moment, the beast's perception is extremely sharp. The two of them combined are not enough for the dragon turtle to fill the gap between its teeth. Crazy to fight? Xia Yu said. Xia and Dragon Turtle are family friends. We have offered sacrifices to Bai Ling several times. Tanlang nodded hurriedly. The Tanlang clan and Yun Mengzi were also beaten by the eldest princess. If you can be beaten by Ji Feishua and still live well, you must be one of your own. The reason was very good. Suhi laughed and said, "Tell me about the condition of the White Tiger ruins?" Greedy Wolf and Xia looked at each other and saw the approval in each other's eyes. At the same time, they puffed up their chests, quietly approached Suhi, and whispered, "Let's not talk about the battle in the White Tiger ruins for now. We discovered." The two of them paused at the same time during the transmission, and then continued, "The White Tiger ruins are actually an alchemy furnace." Suhi was stunned for a moment. It was such a familiar setting. Chapter 378 by Ling, Do I owe you? Suhi raised his head and looked at the White Tiger ruins. There were mountains nearby and water in the distance. But he didn't see anything related to the alchemy furnace. He shook his head with a smile on his face. "You can't see it here." After all, the little dragon turtle is inexperienced. Unlike them, who have nearly 30,000 years of animal life experience. They can find the secret of the White Tiger ruins, although they only discovered it by chance. "Come with us," Xia said, swung his 5 tails, and together with Greedy Wolf, took Suhi towards the interior of the White Tiger ruins. They turned around a mountain and fell into a sinkhole. This sinkhole was extremely ordinary. It's like .it was punched out by a human being. Suhi compared the shape of the sinkhole and looked at Xia aside. After a moment of fierce silence, his leopard face trembled. "I ran into the battle formation of Fengwang Palace earlier and was beaten down. I don't want to say it. The majestic beast wants face, but it is even more disdainful to lie. The rest is simple." Greedy Wolf appears, naturally to help Xia. He fights off the people from the Fengwang Palace and discovers a stone wall under the sinkhole. "This is it." Xia and Tanlang led Suhi in and pointed to the stone wall in front of them. The stone walls are empty. "It's invisible to the naked eye." Greedy Wolf raised his head and said with a bit of pride, "Star! It takes the power of the stars to discover it." Unlike dragons, turtles and phoenixes, the Greedy Wolf clan are born as divine beasts. They are the mythical beasts that were created after the Greedy Wolf star was shattered and the ancestor absorbed the Greedy Wolf star. Innate beings are different from ordinary mythical beasts in that they possess the power of the stars. Greedy Wolf raised his paw and put it on Suhi, trying to use the power of the stars to pass through, and help Suhi see the true image of the stone wall. The dragon turtle's eyes flashed. His eyes turned into starlight, and he looked towards the stone wall. Greedy Wolf's raised paw could no longer fall down. Blinking, eyes filled with questions. What a fuss! He recognized that the dragon turtle advanced quickly. After all, it only took half a year for this dragon turtle to open the first heaven after overcoming the tribulation. And it took 30 years to open the second heaven. It was considered slow. But what does it mean that the dragon turtle has the power of the stars? Divine beasts are different from monks. Monks can just practice starlight techniques. The power of divine beasts comes from their blood. Mastering the power of stars means that the blood contains the power of stars. This is completely beyond the scope of Dragon Turtle. Starry Sky Beast? Suhi's eyes fell on the stone wall. On the stone wall, which was originally plain and empty, a pattern was displayed in a dynamic image. In the picture, a woman flipped her hand and turned an alchemy furnace upside down on the ground. The 3 legs of the alchemy furnace turned into mountains, and the bottom of the furnace became a plain. The entrance to the fire is the entrance to the White Tiger ruins. But the alchemy room is underground. That woman is not Bain. So who is she? Greedy Wolf put a paw on Xia's back, and the power of the stars surged forward. He also looked at this scene with Xia. And while watching, he hissed, "Turtle boy! Brother! Mr. Turtle can do it too!" Seeing Suhi's eyes, he gritted his teeth and said, "I always feel like we are rushing into the White Tiger ruins one by one. Just like firewood thrown into a trap. The master here wants to use us as firewood to make elixirs." It gasped. "Is that why the White Tiger ruins are allowed in and out?" So far, only Feng Chifei, a phoenix, has gone out. It looked at Suhi. "Master Turtle, how did Ant Turtle get out? Can you tell me?" "Whoever loves to come to this place will come. It wants to leave." Suhi glanced at the two of them, and then his eyes fell on the stone wall. On the stone wall that Tanlang and Xia couldn't see, there was a picture scroll. That picture scroll required more. Not the power of the stars, but the power of Xuanwu. A pure white dragon turtle was doing a meditative posture with 5 hearts facing the sky. However, it was not practicing, but trying its best to suppress its unfair heart. Finally, it wrote next to it, "Little clan brother, in what life have we owed yours? I have spent most of my life helping you plan the perfect world. In my last life, I almost lost my life for you. I am half dead and still have to refine the White Tiger for you." A bad smile flashed in Bai Gui's eyes as he wrote this. "We have taken away the alchemy furnace here, and we are going to arrange the Chiju's secret realm. The tiger bones. I don't care. It's fine not to practice White Tiger. You guys want to do it if you have a human body. Bad thing." The evil smile in Bai Gui's eyes grew thicker. "You can't find us now. Can you? You can't do bad things even if you want to. Hee hee. Tell Su Huanyan and Ji Feishua that they want to hit me, no way. There are no windows either." The white turtle had his hands on his hips, looking like he was awesome. Looking at her, Suhi laughed out loud. This guy hasn't been out for a long time. This is a bit full of information. It seems that he will go back to the past in the future and do bad things to Bai Yin or Bai Ling. He didn't say anything in detail, but Bai Ling indeed carries the memory of his previous life. Her reincarnation is really a new skin. Bai Ling has also been here. It would be abnormal if he hadn't been here before. Greedy Wolf and Xiang were at a loss, and looked at Su, he who was smiling stupidly at the stone wall. Suhi looked back at them. "Don't worry. The alchemy furnace here is no longer here, and you are not firewood. So just do whatever you need to do." Greedy Wolf and Xiang tilted their heads and looked at the blank stone wall that Suhi had just looked at. They thought of something in an instant. "I dared to ask Brother He, which powerful person here has left a message?" Greedy Wolf asked. It was obvious that the dragon turtle had seen information here that they could not see. Suhi smiled. "My wife." Greedy Wolf was startled, and then suddenly realized. Had the eldest princess left a message? Then, there is no problem. Although there are rumors that the eldest princess has fallen into the trap of Emperor Luan, and was sealed to the extent that she can only believe it. No one understands the fear of the eldest princess better than Greedy Wolf. Of course, the dragon turtle in front of me is the most terrifying. How could such a supreme being handle it? So curious. I want to become a disciple. Let's go. Suhi waved his claws, cut off the entire stone wall, and put it into the foreign minister's space, signaling Greedy Wolf and Xia to go outside. "Can you tell me about the current situation of the White Tiger ruins?" Suhi asked as he walked, his 4 claws wavering in the water below him, and the waves gently carried him upwards. The ferocious beast seemed to be stepping on flat ground, with its 5 tails floating behind it, and it was kicking and running in the air with all 4 legs, and Greedy Wolf shrouded it with the phantom of a star, carrying it to wander in the void. He has a fierce temper and is a fighting maniac. He always talks about whatever comes to his mind. On the contrary, Greedy Lang spoke clearly and logically due to racial reasons. The White Tiger ruins are divided into different levels depending on the realm. On our level there are divine beasts of the 1st, 2nd and 3rd levels of the sky opening and monks of the 3rd, 4th and 5th levels of the sky. However, it is said that some people have seen the existence of the 6th level of the sky. Suhi nodded, not exceeding expectations. As long as he plans well at the 6th level of Tashishin, there is no big problem. Even if he can't defeat him, no one can stop him if he wants to leave. Greedy Wolf continued. At this moment, everyone in the White Tiger relics is doing 2 things. They are competing for the possible White Tiger relics here and the core of Baiyin Palace. When it said this, it turned to look at Suhi. Brother, he is a dragon turtle. The dragon turtle family has a long history. I dare to ask Brother He, what kind of mythical beast is the White Tiger? Greedy Wolf has been a mythical beast for a few years. The heaven disappeared and Greedy Wolf's star shattered. So they became a mythical beast. He doesn't know much about the secrets of the heavens and the world. Xie also turned his head and looked over. The existence of Xie could not be verified for a long time. The real mythical beasts were handed down from unknown eras. But Xie didn't know what a white tiger was. The only memory of the white tiger is the white tiger behind the dragon gate during the Dragon God Festival. He was defeated only after gathering the 4 spirit beasts. Sui thought for a moment and said, "Very strong. There are many tiger-type mythical beasts in Sui's memory. Whether it is Qiongqi, Kaming Beast or Zhou Wu, they are not ordinary mythical beasts. If Qiongqi truly exists in this world, he should not be under the 4 spirits. But even in the past life that Sui remembered, there was no white tiger beast. When it comes to the white tiger sacred beast, we are actually talking about the white tiger sacred beast in Qinglong white tiger and Xuanwu Suzaku. But Sui obviously couldn't tell the white tiger sacred beast easily, regardless of Ji Feixue, Taizu or Feng Chefei. They all knew about the existence of the 4 sacred beasts, but they did not publicize it. Sui didn't know what taboos there were, but keeping silent until they found out would not be a bad thing. Seeing Tanlang and Xia's faces filled with confusion, he pondered for a moment and said, "Not under the 4 spirits." Xia and Tanlang were startled at the same time and took a slight breath. Sui said it was very strong. They couldn't understand how strong it was, but if they weren't under the 4 spirits, it would be very vivid. Only true mythical beasts understand what the 4 spirits represent. As long as he grows up well and is a little more serious, Baize's top 100 ranking is almost certain. The 3-headed beasts had already flown out of the sinkhole as they spoke. As soon as they left the sinkhole, Sui lowered his head and looked down, followed by Greedy Wolf and Xiong. Under the sinkhole, where Sui had just dug out the stone wall, the ground surged, and it seemed like a huge thing was about to break out of its SHL. But even with such movement, Sui only felt the vibration of the earth, but did not feel the slightest fluctuation of mana or magical power. No sign of life. Just like pure machinery. Just as he was wondering, he saw a huge stone hand rushing away from the ground, hooking his fingertips on the ground, turning over and jumping out. He rolled forward in the air and jumped out of the sinkhole steadily, landing on the ground. Boom! The huge palm shook and the whole earth trembled. This stone hand is more than 10 feet tall, standing on the ground with its middle finger and ring finger as its feet, motionless like a statue. Sui tilted his head and looked at the big hand. No matter whether he looked at it with his eyes or with his consciousness, he saw that it was an ordinary stone statue. It didn't have any magic or magical powers, and it didn't even have the most ordinary mechanical structure. Just a pile of ordinary rocks. But the series of gymnastics movements just now told Sui that it was not normal. "Core!" Tanlang suddenly said. "The core of Baiyan Palace is wrapped in this stone hand. If you smash the giant hand and take out the core, you will have the opportunity to refine Baiyan Palace and become the master of Baiyan Palace." Sui, I just heard them say that this place is competing for the core of Baiyan Palace. Are these guys just thinking out of the blue? Do you think Might Suehua is a hard worker? Do you really mistake a toad for a generous frog? What fell into Toad's hands was something that even Sui never thought he could take. "That's not right," Tanlang said. His eyes suddenly focused, and he looked directly under the sinkhole. "The core will not show up on its own initiative, and will only run away when it is attacked. There is someone down there." This is how the first core came out. The Xianhuang realm and the Emperor world were fighting, and a stone foot was accidentally shot out. The two sides collided and shattered the stone foot. And a ray of light came out. When you see that light, you know what it is, and what it is used for. As soon as Tanlong's voice fell, there were 3 huge figures under the earth. They rushed out after raising their hands and smashing the earth. They were not living beings, but the Fenghuang Palace battle formation. There is a stone lion in the middle, and the center of the eyebrow battle formation is an old acquaintance. The man who attacked Su Huanyan's Xinyuan formation that day and was chased by Su Huanyan's Lingsu immortal sword. Just when Sui caught up with him, he sacrificed his life and blew himself up. The son of King Zenon of Fenghuang Palace was granted the title of Yi. This giant hand seems to have the ability to isolate the breath. Sui did not feel the breath of the battle formation through the giant hand, and Feng Yi and the others did not feel Sui's breath. 3 battle formations rushed out and froze at the bottom of the pit. They were stunned when they saw the divine beast above the sinkhole. Immediately afterwards, the battle formation and Sui rushed toward each other almost simultaneously. The Xianhuang world is the same as the Emperor's world. When monks meet, they don't need to think too much. They can just kill the opponent. Feng Yi's eyes were shining brightly between the stone lion's brows. The stone lion roared, domineeringly, and rushed straight towards Su He with a bit of blindness. He didn't even care about the stone hand beside him. This turtle can be killed. This turtle has only opened the second level of heaven. He has been taught before. He is extremely talented and has extremely strong combat power. However, he only opened the second level of heaven. But he already has combat power that exceeds the limit of the fifth level of Tating Tian. It is only a sliver weaker than the sixth level of Tating Tian. He can't beat him. But today, he is not alone. It's a battle formation. The Fuli battle formation he controlled only had 4 fifth-level Skywalkers gathered together. Even the monks who were really at the 6th level Skywalker still had a chance to kill him. What's more, there are Green Wolf and Anaconda next to them, totaling 9 people at the 5th level. Feng Yi had a smile in his eyes. I have the advantage. I will win this battle. As for Greedy Wolf and Hideous, they are nothing more than trash, who have not yet opened the third heaven at 30,000 years old. Feng Yi took control of the formation and charged straight up. While Su He jumped down, Greedy Wolf changed his color instantly. Is this dragon turtle crazy? That is a battle formation composed of the core of the 5th level of Tathian. It's the 5th level of heaven stretching from Fengwang Palace. The combat power of the 2nd level of the divine beast Kaikion is equivalent to the 4th level of the sky. It is the 4th spirit of the innate monster, which can reach the 5th level of the sky. That is also a battle against a single person at the 5th level. After all, this dragon turtle was young and advanced too quickly. He thought he was invincible, and didn't know the importance of it. Let's go! Greedy Wolf let out a deep voice. And the stars outside him flashed. And he gritted his teeth and charged towards the left-wing Green Wolf. Help Dragon Turtle resist the battle. Drag him back and leave immediately. Green Wolf roared. They couldn't escape so carelessly. If they really trapped Su He here, let's not talk about whether the Dragon Turtle clan could let them go. Princess Yunming's would not let them go. That witch never reasoned. It roared and persuaded Xiong. But it alone could not bring back the dragon turtle as a wolf. Before the words of persuasion were spoken, a red light flashed around him. The leopard was full of joy and rushed directly towards the giant python on the right. Fighting! Tanlang was shocked. He was another valuable teammate. An inexplicable grievance rose in his heart. But he didn't have time to realize it. He roared and rushed downwards, gritting his teeth to activate his whole body. The stars outside his body flickered, and he saw that the dragon turtle had collided with the stone lion. Su Heshan's divine seal gathered in front of him and crashed into the hydrangea spit out by the stone lion. There was a collision, but before the aftermath could be shaken out, Su He had already crashed through the aftermath, lowered his head slightly, and the turtle SHL hit the stone lion's head hard. 2 collisions sounded almost simultaneously. The huge force wiped out the Tianking, flattened the entire land, and caused smoke and dust to rise everywhere. The world in front of him was in chaos, and the space was vibrating, and even his consciousness could not detect it. Suddenly there was a roar of a turtle, and heavy rain poured down. When the smoke and dust from the heavy rain dissipated, they saw that the sinkhole had disappeared, and there was a broken stone lion on the ground, with its entire head shriveled. Feng Yi ran away in the distance. His entire chest collapsed in half, covered in blood, and his face was filled with disbelief. Dragon turtle! Dragon turtle! That is the Fuli battle formation that can kill the beings who have just entered the 6th level of heaven treading. He only withstood 2 attacks from Dragon Turtle. He couldn't understand that Dragon Turtle was only at the 2nd level of open heaven. Feng Yi ran away quickly, and when he glanced back, he saw Su He running after him. He flies very fast, but can't catch up with him. Feng Yi felt a little relieved. The fairy sword is gone today, and the Dragon Turtle is not good at flying. As he was thinking this, he saw Su He suddenly disappear behind him. Feng Yi was startled and felt something strange in front of him. So he turned around to look. I saw a dragon turtle suddenly appearing in front of me. Magical power. Magical machine. Feng Yi's expression changed drastically. Dragon turtle can use his spatial magical powers normally here. Without even thinking about it, he was about to self-destruct again in a flash. But at this moment, a beaming appeared under him, and the vortex swept him straight into the sky. At the same time, Su He jumped up, and a mounting god seal blasted out, suppressing Feng Feng. He raised his head to prevent him from having the chance to self-destruct. Feng Yi's expression completely changed. As soon as Beiming turned around, The one-horned soul above his head immediately appeared. There seemed to be thousands of daggers in the vortex, tearing at his soul one by one, visible to the naked eye. It was cut into pieces by 1,000 cuts. Suhi looked at the horn between his eyebrows and narrowed his eyes slightly. What is your relationship with Fengiju? Not everyone in Fengwang Palace has this unicorn. Suhi had killed many people in the Imperial Palace, regardless of the eldest prince or the third prince. Their souls were normal, and there had never been a single horn from the Yuanzun clan. Fengyi was the second one Suhi saw. Chapter 379 Gu Luo. Help me kill the head dragon turtle. Who is Fengiju? Fengyi gritted his teeth in the beaming vortex. Suhi stopped talking, turned around and rushed towards the paralyzed stone lion. The rotation speed of the North Ming vortex suddenly accelerated. Go to Fengyi and kill him. The monks who have reached the 5th level of heaven are not mortals. There is no need to engage in mortal torture. They are people with a stable Taoist heart. If they can't find out, all the punishments are useless. They can just kill them. Fengyi struggled to break through, but was held back by beaming. He couldn't escape at all. He couldn't even control his body. The mountain god seal suppressing his head had dissipated when he really fell into the northern Ming. As long as he didn't let go and relied on Fengyi douching, there was no possibility of breaking free or self-destructing. Fengyi's body, flesh, blood, and soul were torn apart in an instant. But he gritted his teeth and laughed. Dragon turtle! You don't know! You don't even know who your enemy is! Suhi didn't listen to his nonsense. Turned around and bumped into the stone lion. The stone lion was already paralyzed, and all the monks inside fainted. But at this moment, the green wolf on the side turned around and turned to kill Suhi. Before the Qinglang battle formation could fight Greedy Wolf, they were rushed away by the aftermath of the collision between Suhi and the stone lion. As soon as he stabilized his body, he felt murderous intent coming from behind. The generals in the battle formation had no time to think about it and killed him instantly. Come and snatch the stone lion. Among the 3 battle formations, the Fuli battle formation is the strongest. If you grab the recondensation battle formation, you may have a chance to fight the dragon turtle. If you are killed, you will really be dead today. Fengyi, that idiot, went head-to-head with the dragon turtle in a battle formation, and compared the hardness of a lion with a dragon turtle. The green wolf jumped forward. Suhi turned around and struck out with the mountain god seal. The green wolf hurriedly dodged, jumping away. Before landing, he saw another mountain god seal in front of him, several times faster than before. Only then did he sense the murderous intention, and the mountain god seal had already hit him. With a crash, the entire green wolf was knocked away, and the battle array flickered and almost shattered. In the battle formation, the leader at the eye of the formation roared to gather the battle formation. But at this moment a divine roar came. This roar condensed into a line, and when the battle formation was unstable, it penetrated the battle formation and directly bombarded the leader's ears. There was a roar in the leader's mind, and his soul was roared out of his body. Although it was not torn apart, he was completely confused. He is just the most ordinary 5th level skywalking warrior, and the blue wolf battle formation he has formed is only at the limit of the skywalking 5th level warrior, which is on par with the Buddhist disciples in the Buddhist world. If Suhi kills it, he won't have to work too hard before returning to the ancient times. The divine power roared out, and a mountain god seal fell from the sky, crashing on Qingwang's head. And then, the heavenly punishment fell like rain. Black lightning fell from the sky one after another, and the aura of cutting back the source hit his face. The other members of the Blue Wolf battle formation glanced at the lost leader, and immediately changed their formation. The Green Wolf vomited the leader out of the battle formation, and instantly turned into a white crane, fluttering its wings and flying away, hiding away from the black clouds in the sky. The heavy rain in the sky turned into a huge force in an instant, condensing into hail and smashing down, like destroying the sky and the earth. The white crane screamed and fell to the ground, and was slapped on the ground by Suhi. The turtle essence condensed on the claws, and the turtle claws crushed down, and the white crane exploded with a bang. The battle formation shattered, and the remaining team members rolled out. Before they could escape, random blades fell down, and the few people who had just rolled out were split into 2 pieces in an instant. 2 of the 5th level Skywalkers struggled to resurrect, but the other 2 4th level Skywalkers couldn't even revive. After inheriting the divine guidance, all of Suhi's attacks have the effect of reversing the source. It's just that my previous level was low, and I couldn't do it. At this moment, Suhi, who was at the 4th level of the Sky Tower, was in front of Su-hee, but he was not even qualified to struggle. This is the case with the 4 spirit beasts. An extra layer of heaven is opened. But the difference in that moment is immeasurable. Su-hee before the second heaven was opened is not the same as Su-hee after the second heaven was opened. Not to mention the power of Xuanwu. A celestial scourge descended. And the 2 5th-level sky trading beings, who were struggling to be resurrected, disappeared at the same time. Su-hee kept moving. And the heavenly punishers from the sky fell one after another, hitting the leader of the Blue Wolf battle formation and the paralyzed stone lion. Next to him, the beast and the anaconda were fighting fiercely. The anaconda, which exuded the aura of the 5th level of the sky, did not take down the beast in the first place, but fell into a stalemate. Su-hee glanced at Xie. Open the 3rd level of heaven. This leopard actually hit his realm. In the beaming vortex, all the flesh and skin of Feng Yi's body disappeared, leaving only the skeleton protecting his soul. A pair of big empty eyes stared at Su-hee across the beaming. Dragon Turtle! You simply can't imagine what your enemy is like. He gritted his teeth with a bit of schadenfreude. Su-hee pondered for a moment, and a picture unfolded in front of him. The technique, could recall the memory in his mind, and a figure appeared in front of Feng Yi. It was the person who had previously fought with Zhang Xiu against the crown prince of the imperial palace. That person looks almost the same as the elder of the prison clan in ancient times. Su-hee glanced at Feng Yi. Deposed prince! Feng Yi's remaining skeleton suddenly raised its head, with an incredible expression in its hollow eyes. Sure enough it is. Listening to Feng Yi's tone, you knew that the person behind him was definitely not Feng Huanggong. If you are not good at thinking, sometimes you will not see the bad things. Perhaps if placed in the hands of Taoist Xuanzhen, he would have to investigate it in every possible way, then make careful assumptions, verify it, and make inferences step by step. But the only one Su-hee could think of that could make the son of King Zhenan feel at ease, and not belong to the Fenghuang Palace was this family. There are still a lot of loopholes. But Su-hee is not trying to convict Feng Yi in the investigation. He can just guess. He is going to kill him anyway. So what if he guesses wrong? Guessed it right, but got an unexpected reward. Su-hee stepped down with his claws, and the beaming vortex completely swallowed Feng Yi. Feng Yi's voice came from the vortex. Dragon Turtle! Let me out! You and I can cooperate. Do you know the cage that traps Ji Feishue? Can the lord of the family be freed? My lord is the true direct descendant of the emperor's lineage. He has the real means to unlock the prison, he shouted. But Su-hee didn't hesitate at all. Bei Ming was spinning faster, and black clouds were already gathering above his head. Feng Yi merged with the Yuanzun clan and could not be killed by ordinary means. Beiming could be completely eradicated by ecstasy and bone erosion, and then using Tianshu to annihilate Beiming. Looking at the dark clouds, Feng Yi was really panicked. Dragon Turtle! Do you know that the prison has an extraordinary origin? Except for my lord. Even the former emperor has no chance of opening it. Su-hee glanced at the corner of his mouth. You are overthinking. The deposed prince is not able to open the prison. Baiyin's method is probably not even broken by the same immortal lord. Feng Yi's head rotated against the North Ming vortex on his neck, making sure that he was facing Su-hee. That's why you have to cooperate with me. That prison has been in the hands of my lord for 20 million years. The only one who can open it is the only person imprisoned is my lord. Su-hee glanced at the corner of his mouth and saw that Beiming was spinning as usual, creaking and melting Feng Yi's skeleton, leaving only his soul to be torn apart by Beiming and shattered at any time. The heavenly punishment crashed down, and along with the sound of thunder and water, Su-hee's voice whispered into Feng Yi's ears. But I have opened the heavenly prison. There was only a small piece of Feng Yi's soul left, and he suddenly froze. He subconsciously felt that Long Gui was lying. He tried his best to look outside, trying to see traces of lying on Su-hee. But Long Gui's indifferent eyes convinced him that Long Gui was lying. What the turtle said was true. But how could it be? He was in a state of turmoil. He wanted to speak but couldn't. Beiming whirled, and the heavenly punishment fell. In the natal star space, several natal stars collapsed at the same time. Feng Yi has no chance of resurrection. Su-hee smiled and turned to look at Anaconda, who was fighting with Xie. Anaconda suppressed Xie and stepped back a few miles. Watching Su-hee look at Xie and the stunned Sirius, Su-hee turned around and said, Disperse the formation. The anaconda didn't move. The snake hesitated, but its fighting spirit increased steadily, especially when his eyes passed over Beiming, who was chopped into pieces by Tianzhu, and Qing Lang and Fu Li, who had turned into dust. His fighting spirit actually contained determination. He looked down upon death and wanted to die together, regardless of the other side. The loyalty and discipline of Emperor Luan sergeants from the Great World also attracted Su He's attention. Su He was silent for a moment. Then a powerful roar roared directly at the Anaconda battle formation. The battle formation, which had been fighting with both sides, was immediately shattered, and the sergeant inside instantly passed out. Su He rolled up the water and threw several people far away. The skin on the ferocious chest was lifted, and he blinked and looked at Su He in confusion. Greedy Wolf slowly regained consciousness and walked up. I received too many surprises today. The dragon turtle, who had just opened the second level of heaven, fought against the Fu Lijian and Qing Lang like a grandson. That's all. Although I was shocked, it was not unacceptable. The four spirit divine beasts are special in nature, so it is natural for the second level Kaitian, who is gifted with evil spirits, to defeat the fifth level heaven trading one. And this dragon turtle whose normal dragon turtle would open the heaven after half a year of tribulation, and open the second heaven after 30 years? He even has a second body. Isn't it normal to be able to reach the sixth level? Today, the dragon turtle is fighting in the same battle formation as the green wolf. This dragon turtle is useless even for its second body. Thinking about it this way is a bit frustrating. When Tanlang turned around and saw Xie, his heartache reached its peak. Dragon turtle is so special that you can't even see his back. In addition to marveling at Greedy Wolf's inability to compare, Bai Ling had already trained him to have this kind of mentality when he was still alive. Such existences are not comparable. But why? The third level of Kaitian. What does it mean to be beaten underground by a battle formation in the Fengwang Palace? How about acting it? Or are you aware that it is there and reluctant to expose it? Are you fighting for face in front of Dragon Turtle now? Greedy Wolf sighed, suppressed his heartache, looked at Xiong and said quietly, "The lineage of King Zhenan in Fengwang Palace is huge. The Prince of Zhenan has turned to the deposed prince. Of course, Fengwang Palace should know about this. It's better for them to bite dogs." The Anaconda team that was let go was just a mouth. "Can't you understand this?" it said. It became proud again, and glanced at Xie slightly. It was only the third level of the open sky. It could reach and catch up with it in 100 years at most. But this kind of IQ gap cannot be overcome in a lifetime. Thinking about it like this, my mood immediately improved again. Greedy Wolf strode his four hooves and raised his head, and the stars surrounding him shone with light. In the shadow of the cold light stars, there is a moon-white giant wolf, with a diamond between the giant wolf's eyebrows. It looks stunning. I always feel like this wolf is not thinking of good things. He glanced at it ferociously, and then his eyes fell on the giant hand on the side. The big hands, like stone sculptures, did not fall in this battle and were still standing. The aftermath of the battle did not destroy Big Hand either. From a distance, one could tell that this was a woman's hand. The stone looked delicate and delicate. Su He looked at it carefully. After making sure that this was not Bai Yin's hand, he breathed a sigh of relief. He was very familiar with Bai Yin's hand. He had held it for several days without stopping, and every texture was clear to him. "Break it directly?" Su He asked Tanlang. Greedy Wolf shook his head. "About the core, I only heard about it, and have never seen it with my own eyes. Didn't you break the stone in the aftermath of the battle just now?" Su He looked at the stone hand up and down, thinking about the mounting god seal, ready to test its 6 times power. Then I heard a voice coming from behind. "Because you are too weak. It will take at least a 7th level collision to break the stone body." The three-headed beast was frightened. Su He prepared his magic machine and quickly turned his head with the spirit snake on his back. He saw Gu Luo lying in the air behind him. Such a big turtle does not block the light. He is not on this level. Su He turned around and Gu Luo looked down at him and smiled leisurely. "Little turtle boy, I heard that you released your wife? Long time no see. Uncle Luo." Su He chuckled. Gu Luo laughed and then looked down at Su He. Su He raised his head and asked curiously, "Uncle Luo came to see me specifically?" It is impossible for Gu Luo to just pass by the huge white tiger ruins. Gu Luo smiled and looked at Greedy Wolf and Xie. "You two little guys, can I talk to my turtle boy for a while?" The Greedy Wolf and Ferocious clans have a pretty good relationship with the Dragon Turtle clan, and they are friendly neighbors. After all, they are all immortal species. As long as they are not enemies, there will definitely be contact. Greedy Wolf and Xie were excited. "Senior, please don't tease this junior. Let's go and wait nearby." As they talked, they retreated far away and did not stop until they were thousands of miles away. Gu Luo looked at Su He. I learned from Yin Yuan that you came in and walked in this direction. So I gave it a try. And sure enough I found you. Uncle Luo, what's wrong? Su He looked at Gu Luo. Gu Luo's expression. Something was wrong. A little disappointed? A little sad? Gu Luo grinned. The two of you have not seen each other for 3 months. We are now at the second level of Kaitian. The combat power is not low, he said with a bit of surprise in his eyes. This is not to say that the combat power is not low. Compared with his second level of Kaitian. Heavy. It's already too powerful. When he was in the second heaven, he would definitely not be able to defeat Su He at this moment. He sighed softly. You are a 5th level turtle monster with a head that reaches the sky. Help me kill it! A question mark appeared on Su He's head, and he looked at Gu Luo in confusion. Gu Luo chuckled. Every time the Xianwang cave opens, the demon-transforming fruit falls. Although not every time there are turtles that take the path of dragon turtles. There will always be a few in 1,000 or 2,000 years. That turtle the demon embarked on the path of the dragon and turtle 4,000 years ago. Unfortunately, he could not survive the catastrophe. Although he survived the tribulation, he could only follow the path of the turtle demon. As he spoke, a cold light flashed in his eyes. With dragon turtle bloodline, there is a bright future as a demon. But that guy took an evil path. He hunted other little turtles, who took the path of dragon turtles to condense his own bloodline. This touched the bottom line of the dragon turtle clan. For 1,000 years ago, it was a little turtle that Gu Luo was optimistic about. But after not seeing it for thousands of years, it had already fallen into such a state of depravity. As Gu Luo spoke, 2 patterns condensed in front of him. An earth yellow dragon turtle-like demon, and his human state. Gu Luo looked at the portrait, narrowed his eyes slightly, and said to Su He, he is only at the 5th level, but he has the blood of a dragon and turtle, so he should be treated as a 6th level. Chapter 380 Buying, you and I are destined but not destined. Su He looked at the turtle demon on the screen. The turtle's body is in the same state as a dragon turtle, including dragon horns and whiskers. To be able to survive the catastrophe, the turtle demon must have at least 70% of its bloodline, after being washed away by the heavenly tribulation. Even if you follow the path of demon cultivation, it is not difficult to become a top demon. However, in just a few thousand years, one can achieve the 5th level of skywalking. One can imagine his talent. Su He nodded. I will take down this demon. Gu Luo shook his head. Just kill. As he spoke, a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Naturally, not everyone can pass the dragon turtle path. But the dragon turtle is not the only path for turtles in the world. The path of the dragon and turtle cannot be taken. But the turtle demon has a smooth path. Most of the top 100 on Bai Zai's list are not divine beasts. Just like Ji Feishue, she has to change her way to the demon path after surviving the catastrophe. The mythical beast is indeed a smooth road to the sky, but it is far from the only one. Moreover, the failure of the heavenly tribulation did not mean that he was abandoned by the dragon turtle clan, and he was not lacking in skills and resources. How dare you hunt the little turtle? When he was in the outside world, he never noticed that the turtle demon had any strange intentions. Maybe you feel that when you enter the Xianwang cave, you won't notice anything. As long as you do it secretly enough, you won't be discovered. So, with 3 little turtles on the path of dragon turtles, they secretly entered the Xianwang cave heaven, and in the name of joint exploration with the same clan, they had already harmed 1 little turtle. Su He nodded. He has been practicing for more than 30 years, and has never killed any turtle. A turtle demon did die because of him a long time ago, but it was not caused by Su He. After talking about the turtle demon, Gu Luo looked at the stone hand in front of him again, and said thoughtfully, if possible, find a way to search for the stone body on this layer, and use biming to refine it. It should be possible to peel off the outer SHL and expose its inner core. These stone body SHLs are not surprisingly transformed by the Yuanzun family. Su He glanced back at the stone hand. With a paw sinking, biming appeared under the stone hand and wrapped it in an instant. The vortex spun straight into the sky, and the stone hand, which had not behaved at all in the aftermath of Su He's battle, now began to fall piece by piece. Just like the Yuanzun clan was stripped of their flesh and bones piece by piece. Su He's eyes lit up. Gu Luo's dragon beard was floating, and his eyes were a bit distant. The little wolf is right. The refining core can control the Baiyun Palace and become the master of the Baiyun Palace. the lord of the Xianwang Cave Heaven Palace. This kind of thing has never happened before. If it can be done, the benefits are self-evident. It is impossible to say that the Dragon Turtle clan can enter the Xianwang Cave Heaven at any time, or even settle here. Suhi pondered for a moment and whispered, Uncle Luo, there is no need to fight for the core. No one can be the master of Baiyan Palace. With Baiyan's temperament, how could it be possible for Baiyan Palace to take advantage of others? Huh? Gu Luo frowned slightly and looked down at Suhi. Why do you say that? He asked in confusion. Suhi let out a long sigh, but didn't know where to start explaining. After thinking about it, he simply said, there is an owner of Baiyan Palace. Gu Luo was surprised, widened his eyes and asked, Who? Suhi felt slightly embarrassed. My wife. Gu Luo blinked and was stunned for a while before saying in surprise, Is Baiyan Palace the dojo of Tantai Immortal Lord? Isn't this Dragon Turtle's own thing? A huge aura emanated from Gu Luo's body. Even if he was not on the same floor, just by looking at the scene around Gu Luo, Suhi knew that this turtle was serious. Gu Luo glanced into the distance, with murderous intent in his eyes. As expected, he was looking at the people in the Emperor's world. Suhi chuckled. It's not Tantai. It's Bai Ling. Gu Luo, who was filled with evil spirits, was suddenly startled. He was so shocked by his words that he couldn't gather his momentum. He shook his dragon beard and said, Nonsense! Bai Ling is only 30,000 years old. Xianwang Cave Heaven is more than 30 million years old. Baiyan Palace too, it was opened 100,000 years ago. But the White Tiger ruins were not opened at that time. When he said this, he suddenly thought of something and said in surprise, Bai Ling has already conquered Baiyan Palace? Could it be that Bai Ling Nizi crossed the undercurrent and entered Baiyan Palace when the Xianwang Cave Heaven opened at a certain time, and conquered this place? This is completely what Bai Ling can do. It makes sense when you think about it. No! Gu Luo suddenly gritted his teeth. He glanced down at Suhi. Boy! Bai Ling died before you were born. When did she become your wife? Gu Luo looked at Suhi with dangerous eyes. Whenever Suhi's answer didn't satisfy him, he would take off a layer of his turtle SHL. Suhi is just a turtle boy, but Bai Ling is the only girl in the Dragon Turtle clan before Yaya. How can the status be compared? Suhi thought for a while and said seriously, It's true. Suhi thought he could explain it. But if he did, Gu Luo wouldn't believe a word. Gu Luo's eyes gradually became silent. He looked at Suhi and said quietly, It seems that many stories happened to you when I didn't know about it. Tell me about it when you have time. Gu Luo sighed softly, and this feeling of powerlessness rose again. When facing Suhi, sometimes he had the illusion that he was facing Bai Ling. When he was leading Bai Ling, there was a situation like this. Bai Ling suddenly became a stranger after not seeing each other for 3 to 5 years, and he couldn't keep up with the other person's affairs at all. I don't know what Bai Ling is doing. I don't know what realm Bai Ling is in. I don't know anything. All I know is that the girl is mysterious. Now facing Suhi, I actually felt the same way. Since the end of Chijua's secret realm, and the beginning of his retreat and fusion with Soaring Snake, the whole world has changed as soon as he came out. Not to mention that Turtle Boy has a wife. There are 2 more. He even made a little turtle out of it. The 2 wives are also stunning. One is the reincarnation of the Immortal Lord, and the other is the eldest Princess Yunming's. Su Huanyan and Yaya just had a premonition, but Ji Feishue completely exceeded expectations. At first, I thought Ji Feishue was crazy and just playing around. But later, I realized that the dragon was serious. It's hard to imagine. It was difficult to convince myself to accept this matter. But Fengzhong and his party had only been separated for a few days. And Bai Ling actually got involved? Not even letting go of dead turtles? Gu Luo despised Suhi. But he felt that he had an inexplicable feeling. Maybe what Turtle Boy said was true. Otherwise, Bai Ling would have gone crazy and laid down such capital for Suhi. Even if Bai Ling had already known that he would have a clan brother, he shouldn't have spent all his energy paving the way for him. Instead, he should set up various traps to trick Suhi. That's Bai Ling. Now think about the Chijua's secret realm. It was completely Bai Ling's method. But it really didn't match her temperament. It's not time to talk across the level. So when you get out of the White Tiger ruins, go find the little turtle to find out the situation. When it comes to Bai Ling, he will naturally not let it go. Bai Ling is special in the entire history of the Dragon Turtle clan. If Bai Ling was still here, it would be much easier to defeat the Emperor. A beast roar came from behind Gu Luo. But he couldn't hear the roar of any animal. There was no animal language in the roar. Guluo looked back, with a hint of disdain in his eyes, and smiled at Suhi. Let's talk about other things after we get out of the White Tiger ruins. We still have to grab the core if we can, to avoid any accidents. I don't know what state Bai Ling is in at the moment. Even if the secret realm really belongs to Bai Ling, it doesn't have much effect at the moment. The core in hand is the good core. Guluo was about to leave as he spoke. Although the beast's roar just now has no meaning in words, its internal hostility is undisguised. So it is natural that they are not friends. Not surprisingly, it was also a battle formation in the Imperial Palace. All the 12 guards of Emperor Feng have generals coming in, as well as other big worlds that belong to Emperor Feng. And the number of people that Feng Huang Palace can summon is quite large. Uncle Luo, wait a minute, Suhi said hurriedly. Before Gu Luo could ask, he had already asked Toad in his heart. Suihua, what happened outside? Okay. Suihua's voice sounded in Suhi's heart. Suhi said from the bottom of his heart. Come! The toad suddenly appeared in Suhi's sea of consciousness. It jumped out and fell to the ground from Suhi's eyebrows. Gu Luo looked at the toad that jumped out, wondering what Suhi was going to do. Suhi lowered his head and looked at Toad. We are not on the same floor. Can we release Uncle Luo's imprisonment? Toad closed his eyes, reached out and touched the void for a moment, then opened his eyes and said, It should be okay. I can vaguely sense where Senior Gu Luo is. It stretched out its claws and scratched in front, and crackling sparks appeared on the toad's claws. Gu Luo felt that the spatial confinement of Baiyan Palace on his body was suddenly released. He looked at Toad in surprise, and Suhi chuckled. The ownership of Baiyan Palace is now in Suihua's hands. Gu Luo's eyes were filled with astonishment. He could feel that Suhi was not lying. Toad untied his spatial confinement, and it was not forcibly broken through special means, but it has the authority of Baiyan Palace. At this moment, Toad is the master of this place. Gu Luo thought too much at this moment. At this moment, the Xianhuang realm was fighting for the core of the same imperial palace. They were fighting inextricably, but they never took a step back. The core is already a must-win. If the core is not a must-win, there will be too much room for maneuver. You thought you were snatching the sovereignty of Baiyan Palace. But in fact, Baiyan Palace already had an owner. With just this information gap, he could deploy many means. But suddenly Gu Luo didn't know where to start. Go find those Confucian scholars in Jixia Academy. With this kind of calculation, those guys are more suitable to take action. Not bad, Gu Luo praised. Turned around and fired a mounting god seal into the distance. Then turned back to Suhi and Toad and said, Not bad. Go to the third mountain of the central government in 3 days. I will lead a group of people there. You guys can help solve the problem. Open the ban. As he spoke, he had already jumped away, and his figure disappeared instantly after being hundreds of miles away. Yet they are not on the same floor. Only scenes within 100 miles can be displayed. Suhi looked at the toad, raised his eyebrows and asked, Can you break through the level of the White Tiger relics and enter other levels? Toad shook his head. It is already the limit to barely break up the confinement across the levels. The White Tiger Forbidden Land was created by Baiyin after we left. I have to patch it up before I can fully control it. A turtle and a frog looked at each other, and at the same time looked at the stone hand in Baiming. The outer L of the stone hand has been completely shattered into powder, leaving only a little bit in the center, like a stone egg still struggling in the north dark. The moment Suhi and Toad's eyes fell on it, the stone egg burst into pieces. and a ray of light rushed out from the stone egg, piercing Biming and falling to the ground. A playful voice rang. Yeah! That turtle is finally gone! Suhi and Toad were stunned, and saw the light fall to the ground, flickering and turning into a beautiful figure, dressed in white, sticking out her tongue playfully at Suhi and Toad. Hey! Little clan brother! Long time no see. Did you miss me? Suhi looked stunned. The Toad suddenly jumped up and screamed. Bime! Shoo! The woman put a finger to her lips, making a silencing gesture. Don't shout! You're afraid that others won't know me. Baiyin waved his hand. Toad looked around, and his voice narrowed an octave. Are you a thief? Baiyin glared at him. Bah! You are a thief. Who have you ever seen who was a thief in his own home? When you say thieves, you are the thieves. Okay. He came to her house to collect treasures and steal fairy grass. Who is the thief? The Toad looked at her suspiciously. What was he doing sneakily if he wasn't a thief? Suhi tilted his head. Confusion flashed in his eyes. Conscious body? Or an illusory clone? The Bain in front of me is not Bain's body, but an existence similar to consciousness and telepathy. It has a feeling of a mysterious consciousness, but it is different. Bain shrugged. Who knows? She didn't know that the original body didn't leave this memory and knowledge with her. Suhi's tone is indeed Bain's style. Just like the Bailing consciousness in the Chijua's secret realm, it has a unique method. Suhi laughed. Do you want to see me for anything when you left this piece of consciousness? Although they were separated not long ago, seeing each other again in an unexpected place, even if it was just a piece of consciousness, was a surprise. Almost. Bain smiled, jumped up and landed on Suhugui's back. Leave some consciousness to help you refine the white tiger bones. The conscious body is different from the Numenon. It is much more straightforward. She looked around and asked, What time is it now? Is there a fight in the white tiger pill furnace? Suhi looked up at the sky and replied with a smile. Probably late summer or early autumn. The alchemy furnace. The alchemy furnace is gone. It was taken away by your reincarnation. Bai Ling. July 11th. Toad whispered. Bain blinked, as if he didn't expect this situation. He was stunned for a while, then gritted his teeth and said, It's so annoying. Sure enough, the original body was reincarnated and had the same bad temper. As she said something, she suddenly thought of something and looked down at Suhi. July 11th. Wasn't that just the day when the cowherd and the weaver girl got together? The cowherd and the weaver girl magpie bridge meeting was the only story Suhi had ever told her. Bain glanced at Suhi and curled his lips. Sure enough, you and I are destined to be different. If we are destined, we should meet again on the 7th day of July after tens of millions of years. Suhi laughed in amusement. If we don't meet on July 7th, it proves that we are not the cowherd and the weaver girl. We don't have to suffer so much to meet once a year. The toad next to him shivered and looked at Suhi with a cold look on his face. His face full of disbelief. How could this turtle boy become so shameless after a long trip to the ancient times? Are you saying this casually? Record it. Record it. Go back and report to Su Huanyan and Ji Feishue. Bain laughed loudly as he listened to Suhi's words. He poked his turtle sh. L and laughed louder and louder. In the end, his laughter almost broke. After finally stopping, he coughed dryly and said, If you reincarnate and take away the alchemy furnace, you will definitely leave behind a backup plan, which will not affect the white tiger bones being sacrificed here. Otherwise, you will definitely give me a message. She knocked on Suhi's turtle sh. L. Yaw! Yow! Turtle boy, are you ready to make a big fuss and refine the tiger bones? Refining tiger bones is the reason why the main body has tried every means to keep him alive until now. A big fuss? Suhi blinked. The white tiger ruins opened and so many monks were released to help me refine the white tiger bones. Of course, Bain said matter-of-factly. Everyone is useless. The white tiger is the main battler. Even if he has not proven the existence of the white tiger holy beast, he is still born for fighting. Every battle here is like firewood for the white tiger alchemy furnace. Our goal is to make them fight vigorously. Suhi pondered for a moment and looked at Bain. Core. Bain immediately nodded his head like garlic. If you want people to argue, you have to throw a bait. Chapter 381 Grabbing the Sword. Those who play tactics have a dirty mind. After tens of millions of years, Suhi felt that he had never understood this woman correctly. Think about it. Bain is terrible. It can reunite a corpse with its true spirit, hide it from the world, and send it into reincarnation, perfectly embedded in this world. I also merged Suhi's previous life and future life into one. I want the identity of this world, and I also want the advantage of not being restricted by the world in my previous life. Extremely domineering. Suhi looked back at her and sighed quietly. From now on, you are not allowed to play tricks at home. Bain blinked, with a look of disbelief on his face. Are you going to take me as your concubine? Why are you at home? She looked at Suhi in horror. Not sparing a dead person. She has been dead for who knows how long at this time. Suhi's head was full of black lines. Don't make trouble. We are dragon turtles. We don't talk about 3 wives and 4 concubines. Besides, even if we pay attention to it, it's only 3 wives. How can we talk about concubines? Talent? Xiaoshi Bain was well informed and was shocked by his shyness. She glanced at him with disgust. Why didn't the main body kill you? Forget about the real body. You know what you think every day. Your brain is not normal. But that dragon and Bingtuozi could actually tolerate him? Suehua on the side had already covered her face, and retreated far away. A few flashes had appeared on a hilltop. She was looking at Greedy Wolf and Xiong, who were thousands of miles away, and were careful not to peek over here. She was thinking about whether to give them to them. Release the space restrictions. I thought about it, and gave up the idea. It is not a mature beast, and cannot be unreserved. Moreover, Xia, who had just entered the 3rd level of Kaitian, could not help Suhi. Unlocking the restriction only made this militant have some unrealistic ideas, such as challenging the 6th level of Kaitian? You can't say that you lost your life in vain. The toad sat on the stone, its hind paws boringly poking at the mud under its body. The mud slid over and propped up the webbed feet between its claws. Its 2 hind paws were playing with the mud, refusing to give way to each other. One moment, the left foot stepped on the right foot into the mud, and the next moment, the right foot turned to feet and pushed the left foot in again. The toad's eyes secretly glanced at Suhi. Suhi was lying on the ground, and Bai-yin was lying on his turtle SHL, spinning a piece of dogtail grass that he got from nowhere. How long has it been since I left until you set up the White Tiger ruins? Suhi asked softly. 8,300 years. Bai-yin replied casually. Suhi fell silent and blinked for 8,000 years. This is the horror of time. Not even the immortal can stop the passage of time. Time is a restricted area for monks, and the backlash of a slight influence is immeasurable. Sorry, Suhi whispered. Even the immortal lord. How can it be easy to survive 8,000 years? Bai-yin shook the dog's tail grass and said nothing. He looked at the stars in the sky and fell into obsession. It is difficult to distinguish between day and night in the dark and yellow cave sky, and it is normal for the sun, moon and stars to appear together in the sky. How did Baiyun Palace enter the Xianwang Cave? Suhi asked after a long silence. In the ancient times, Baiyun Palace was not in the Xianwang Cave heaven. Suhi was not sure whether there was Xianwang Cave heaven at that time. Baiyun shrugged. I don't know. I am just a conscious body, and my main body does not retain this memory. But I guess it must be related to the war between the Yuanzun clan. When she mentioned Xianwang Cave heaven, she suddenly stood up and looked at Suhi with shining eyes. Why don't we leave them here to fight and fight? Let's go to Xianwang Cave Tianlai, she said. She became excited at first. Xianwang Cave heaven was the place where the original group of beings planned to build the heavenly palace. Later, I don't know why they gave up and went to the Star Sea. There are many strange places here. Let's go and explore them. This is simply the original heaven. There are countless secrets, Baiyun said, waving his hand and grabbing it in the air. After grabbing it halfway, he stopped. He looked at his own hand and Suhi, with a look of shock and decadence on his face. I can't get out of Baiyun Palace. After struggling for a long time without breaking through the space, she realized that she couldn't leave Baiyun Palace. She is confined here. She tried to struggle, but she was just a simple thought and had no immortal means. Suhi laughed. This must be because Baiyun knew herself well, and knew that even a piece of thought she had left behind would not go away. He was afraid that she would get into trouble, so he imprisoned this thought in Baiyun Palace. Gloat. Baiyun glanced at him and punched his SHL. He sat aside gloomily again. Trap yourself? Aren't you curious about the world more than 30 million years later? Wrong. The reincarnation of the body belongs to this era, and the only one abandoned by the era is her consciousness. Thinking about this made me even more heartbroken. There was a muffled sound when Suhi's turtle I was not by her. But Suhi didn't care at all and chuckled. The White Cloud Palace is in the Xianwang Cave sky. Is the palace in Tantai here? Baiyun was unhappy and muttered. There is no palace in Bingtuozi. Just a Jianshan mountain and a shabby thatched house built by myself. I don't know if Jianshan mountain has moved to Xianwang Cave heaven. The meaning of her existence was just to help Suhi sacrifice and refine tiger bones. And she didn't leave much memory of her true body. Did Su Hua like to build his own house in his previous life? It was the same in this life. At first, there were thatched huts on the Qingyuan mountainside. And later when I entered Changyu Mansion, I also built thatched huts and bamboo huts. The hobby lasts a long time. Suhi smiled. If Tantai's Sword Mountain stays here, is it possible to conquer it again in this life? If he could conquer it, he, old Su, would have 2 pieces of land in Xianwang Cave, both inside and outside his home. Occupying a cave in Xianwang Cave heaven has many benefits. For example, if the Xianwang Cave is closed, you can stay here to practice in seclusion and absorb the vitality that has long since disappeared. Bai Yin gave him a funny look. Are you stupid? It belongs to her. And she can control it the moment she enters. That Bing Tuozi is not her real body. So there won't be all kinds of twists and turns. Bing Tuozi's sword mountain belongs only to Bing Tuozi himself. Even if Sui goes in, he will not be attacked by the sword mountain at most. If you are not a sword cultivator, don't try to control the sword mountain. Maybe the next moment, that guy will come with his sword mountain. There are not many people who can block her sword mountain at the moment. Several rays of sword light escaped across the sky. The speed was staggering. In the first step, the fairy sword under the feet of a fairy exudes brilliant light. And there is a pair of phantom wings behind it. This is an escape method from ancient times. There are 3 sword lights behind him. Flying geese in hot pursuit. The leader was a fellow war cultivator who fought against the prince and looked similar to the prison clan. The speed of the 7th level of treading the sky is no longer lightning fast. The speed is not as fast as that of Liuguang River. However, Su Huanyan's immortal sword was charged by Ji Feishue a few hours ago. It was full of energy. And when he used the escape technique, his speed was not even below the 7th level of skystepping. The 4 people chased each other and rushed outside Baiyan Palace. There was an undercurrent surging outside the Baiyan Palace. But it was blocked by the chi of the Baiyan Palace and could not enter. Baiyan Palace is spiral-shaped, like a tube tower, with an upper and lower structure. In terms of vastness, it is not as big as imagined, especially when flying rapidly while being chased. Baiyan Palace seemed even smaller. Leaving the top floor of Baiyan Palace, Su Huanyan walked westward. He had already seen the boundary of Baiyan Palace. Suddenly, a spear shot from within the sea of clouds. If the Lingsu immortal sword had not been charged by Ji Feishue and was in a full state, it could automatically counterattack. That shot Su Huanyan was not dead, but also seriously injured. It's too late to pass the message with Feijian. This place was very close to the border. So Su Huanyan simply galloped with his sword, rushed out of Baiyan Palace, and plunged into the undercurrent. Outside the Baiyan Palace, there is a place where the Xianwang Cave's sky has not been opened. At this moment, it seems to be shrouded in thick smoke and gray. Although there is no sign of death, it is lifeless. The whole world is so quiet that it makes people feel guilty. The undertide pressed up, and even the consciousness could not penetrate the sea of consciousness. And the eyes could not see very far. Only shadows. There seemed to be endless creatures in the undertow. But no one could be seen when they rushed over. Su Huanyan jumped in and walked quickly. But at this moment, the entire undercurrent rolled towards her, and Kakin-like threads squirmed in the undercurrent, heading straight towards the sea of consciousness. The undercurrent does not harm the physical body, but only harms the soul. In Baiyan Palace, the 3 people who were chasing her stopped in front of the barrier of Baiyan Palace. The 2 people behind them looked at their master at the same time. My master is the crown prince of the former dynasty of Fengwang Palace, the true direct descendant of the Fengwang clan. And those who are now occupying the throne are just a group of young people who have rebelled against their superiors. Your Highness, there is an undercurrent ahead. The prince was silent for a moment, and a bronze mirror appeared with the halberd's fingers, and it split into 3 parts. The undercurrent blocks it. She must not break out again. Catch up and take away the fairy sword. Return immediately. His lineage is determined to get that sword. That fairy sword is entwined with silver snakes. It's only the 3rd level of Tashi. You can escape from the 7th level of Tashi with just the fairy sword. This sword is so similar to the legendary sword of the Emperor clan. Feng Yao stole Feng Huang Palace and controlled the mountain and river cauldron. So his father had to have an equivalent artifact to fight against the enemy. His eyes were focused, and he waved his hand. Kill! The bronze mirror above the 3 people shed golden light, covering the 3 people firmly within it. The 3 of them jumped into the undercurrent, millions of miles away. On a bare hill, a middle-aged man looked at the battle between Ji Feishue and Emperor Luan in the upper levels of Baiyan Palace. And he was fascinated. This is one of the few people who has never entered the White Tiger ruins. A young man behind him took a step forward. Prince! The young prince has sent a message. He seems to have found the immortal sword. The sword is in the hands of a woman who can reach the 3rd level of heaven. The prince chased after him. As he spoke, his eyes lit up slightly. Among all the treasures in the world, only the virtuous can live in them. In today's era, Taoism is virtue. Sure enough, it was right to leave the Sea of Stars this time. After entering the Xianwang Cave Heaven, the young prince will get a valuable treasure. The middle-aged man withdrew his gaze and looked back at the old man beside him. His voice was calm and calm. giving people the feeling of being as steady as an old dog. Let him come back! There must be something evil in the third level of heaven stepping heaven that can wield the immortal lord's immortal sword. Such existence cannot be judged by common sense. There are countless opportunities in the Xianwang cave heaven, so there is no need to take such unknown risks. The third level of heaven stepping immortal lord and immortal sword sounds unreliable. He only had a few seedlings left in this vein, and couldn't take any risks. He knew what his son was thinking. But even if he got the immortal sword at this moment, he would never be able to fight against the Wan Emperor. Feng Huangdong never wins by virtue. The Fenghuang Palace in Xianwang Cave is far from being able to display its true strength. Just like the 12 guards, only generals and captains can enter each guard. Among the real 12 guards, which one does not have hundreds of millions of soldiers? The general is the leader, the counselor is the brain, and the soldiers are the formation. Only then can the true power of the military formation be unleashed. A fairy sword can't control the situation of the battle. Moreover, with his power at the moment, he can only arrange things behind the scenes and actually get into the game. But he is just seeking death. Seeing that his subordinates were troubled, the deposed prince asked in a deep voice, "Where did the young prince pursue you?" The young man behind him bowed and said, "We were at the border of western Xinjiang just now, and now I am afraid that we have been caught up in the undercurrent." The deposed prince narrowed his eyes slightly. "The undercurrent is inaccessible, and you will escape death if you enter." The young man bowed and said, "Your Highness, please rest assured. The crown prince has brought the sun wheel." The sun wheel is the precious mirror on the prince's body, and it is the ancestor of all the mirrors in Fenghuang Palace. The bronze mirror in Fenghuang Palace that can travel through chaos is just an imitation of the sun wheel. Yuriluan's damage to the prince will be minimized in the undercurrent, and it will be easy to win the third level of Tiantian. The deposed prince frowned slightly, remained silent for a moment, and finally shook his head. "Contact Riluan and call him back." He knew his son too well. He was indeed a genius. Retrieving the fairy sword would not be a problem. However, he might have been influenced by humanity. He would rather not have the fairy sword than have something happen to that stupid boy in the undercurrent. Maybe it will damage the foundation, and it will be difficult to recover for thousands of years. He has seen many monks who have followed the path in the undercurrent in the past hundreds of thousands of years. The young man was stunned for a moment, then bowed and said, "Yes." The undercurrent rolled and rushed in like a torrent. The strange smoke made a sharp cry and rushed into Su Huanyan's mind. A strange sound resounded throughout his mind, like an enamel vat being pulled against a water vat. The harsh sound hitting his soul. It seemed like it was going to peel off her soul and devour it completely. Su Huanyan's delicate body trembled slightly, and the undercurrent hurt her soul. It was different from her husband's divine power. The divine power was upright and meant to kill the soul. The undercurrent is extremely sneaky. Feeling the sound of the undercurrent, Su Huanyan's eyes narrowed in his eyes. A faint blue light flashed through the sea of consciousness, and the power of the soul came out of his body, forcing out the undercurrent that invaded the sea of consciousness. The undercurrent rolled and was about to invade again. There was a sword cry on Su Huanyan's body, and the undercurrent that came over him, like a mouse seeing a cat, retreated instantly, hiding in the distance and coiling around, as if watching Su Huanyan in horror. Then, not only did the undercurrent not come closer, but it was a bit fearful. This situation was beyond Su Huanyan's expectation. It's not that she has never been to the undercurrent. She had been there 100 years ago, when the Xianwang cave heaven opened, and she had also entered the undercurrent. The Xianwang cave sky at that time was not as murderous as Xianwang and Fenghuang this time. At that time, many demon-transforming realms came in to hunt for treasures. That time I entered the undercurrent, but I was not hurt by the undercurrent. But I did not retreat from the undercurrent, because this time the limit has been broken. Can more soul power be mobilized? The undercurrent in the Xianwang cave sky is used by people, and the higher the realm, the stronger the undercurrent is. Only when the soul's strength far exceeds its own realm can it block the undercurrent attack. Or just like those people in the Fenghuang Palace who still refused to leave after the cave was closed. They sealed themselves into corpses and temporarily dispersed their souls in a special way, leaving themselves in a state of ignorance and unharmed by the undercurrent. Su Huanyan dispelled the undercurrent and opened his eyes. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of the golden light behind him. He turned around and saw the 3 people who were chasing him coming in, each holding a mirror. Su Huanyan frowned slightly and retreated slightly towards the undercurrent. This is the case again. 100 years ago, she was hunted down and forced to enter the undercurrent. After the Xianhuang cave heaven ended, the group of people chased him again as soon as he left. They fought all the way into the Qijua's secret realm, where they survived the thunder tribulation and stepped into the sky before they successfully counterattacked. This time, he was chased into the undercurrent again. However, in just 100 years, the last time he was chasing and killing at the peak of demon transformation. This time it has become the peak of stepping on the sky. Su Huanyan held the fairy sword, and the true energy stirred up and flowed into the fairy sword, seeming to be one with the fairy sword and the human sword. In this state, plus Ji Feishua's true energy left in the fairy sword, she can exert 30% of the power of the fairy sword without the need for her to explode. There is no problem in killing the two Tishan 6th level, but the Tiantian 7th level, who can compete with the Imperial Palace Crown Prince, may not be able to hurt them. However, as long as he can break the mirror outside his body, that's enough. The little Yaya-shaped weapon spirit on the Lingsu immortal sword flashed away, and it connected with Su Huanyan's soul and became one with the sword. Su Huanyan turned his head slightly and looked into the depths of the Xianhuang cave. There was something there that kept calling her through the Lingsu fairy sword. A feeling of extreme intimacy arose. 3 rays of mirror light pierced the boundary membrane and rushed into the undercurrent. The 3 of them looked at the shadowy figures in the undercurrent in front of them. They quickly searched around and saw a beautiful figure in the distance, standing with a sword. "It's that woman! Kill!" the Crown Prince shouted lowly. And the 2 men beside him fired their spears from the 6th level and jumped towards Su Huanyan. Chapter 382 Turtle Demon. 2 points of spear light pierced the undercurrent, turning into 2 long dragons and bombarding Su Huanyan. Su Huanyan held the fairy sword in his hand, and his clothes were blown by the undercurrent. The sword in his hand screamed, and he looked ahead with cold eyes. The 2 long dragons roared with awe-inspiring murderous intent, flashed with a fierce white light, twisted into a twist, and pierced through instantly. The long dragon slammed into the woman in front. At the moment of impact, the woman suddenly disappeared. The 2 gun heads collided together, and the silver light exploded, illuminating an undercurrent. Not only did the attack fail to capture Su Huanyan, but it actually caused her to disappear through the waves caused by the collision of the 2 skytop 6th level. Invisible? The prince narrowed his eyes slightly and looked in all directions. This invisibility method has never been seen before, and it is very similar to Shuin of the Dragon Turtle clan. I have never dealt with Dragon Turtle before, but the deposed prince's lineage has retained a lot of information and has not neglected the training of future generations. Even because of the ambitions of this lineage, the education of future generations is even more harsh than that of the Imperial Palace. There are undercurrents everywhere here, and spiritual consciousness cannot be detected. The bonus to the invisibility method is far beyond expectations. The prince then checked around, but Su Huanyan was nowhere to be seen. A horizontal knife appeared in his hand, and with one stroke, he cut off a circle and slashed in all directions. Invisibility. Invisibility. Invisible killing is enough. The Emperor's line of palm punishment has already trained him a whole set of means of fighting in an invisible state. A circular sword light slashed out, but at this moment, there was a sound of sword sound, and a fairy sword suddenly appeared. It moved forward a little, breaking the light of the sword and hitting a bronze mirror of the 6th level of the sky. Then he saw that on the bronze mirror, with the sword tip as the center, cracks appeared, and they spread all over the bronze mirror in an instant. The Crown Prince and the 6th level Tatian cultivator beside him instantly changed their colors and attacked Su Huanyan at the same time. Su Huanyan stepped back, completely relaxed the sword, and allowed the sword to draw an arc with her, blocking all the light from the spear and sword. 2 forces hit the Lingsu immortal sword at the same time, but was blocked by the immortal sword. Only then did Su Huanyan regain control of the immortal sword. The immortal sword drew a circle in front of him, using his own true energy as the guide, and the power of the immortal sword as the basis. There was a slight sound of the sword. Qingming removed all the 2 forces from the sword, pulling and pulling. It's like Tai Chi. This is the method I figured out when I thought about Su He after being in seclusion for 30 years. Su He's dragon turtle and spirit snake. The turtle's body is calm, and the spirit snake is coiled around it. Every move naturally contains the Tao of Tai Chi, and is infiltrated with the rhythm of the Tao Te Ching. It is difficult to understand even if you observe it for a long time. As soon as the blow was successful, Su Huanyan stepped back, and saw the 6th level Tatian looking at the bronze mirror above his head in astonishment, and hurriedly turned back to look at the prince, whose face was gloomy. The splitting of the sun disk is not unlimited. If it splits into 2 parts in succession, It will take at least 3 or 4 hours to split again. The face of the 6th level Taotian changed, and he jumped towards Baiyun Palace. Before he was halfway, the bronze mirror above his head cracked with a crack, and then scattered into fragments all over the sky, shooting away in all directions. Flying in the middle, and turning into the light, returned to the sun disk itself above the crown prince's head. Without the bronze mirror of the sun, the undercurrent surrounding him surged forward, drowning him in an instant. The 6th level skywalking man fell into silence for an instant, and his jumping movement stopped, and he only moved forward under the inertia. The whole body shook like chaff, and turned black and white before his eyes. A colorful person really turns into black and white in front of everyone. Su Huanyan didn't feel anything at all, but the expressions of the prince and Tatian Lu Zhu next to him suddenly changed. In their minds, the memory of this person is fading away bit by bit, not peeling off. The memory is still there. You just need to think hard to remember it. If you don't think about it deliberately, the memory about him will be subconsciously pushed into the deepest part of your mind, as if you can't wait to forget him completely. If this undercurrent were stronger, this person would be wiped out from the root. The black and white 6th level Tashi no longer trembled, and drifted toward the depths of the undercurrent like a zombie. Passing by another 6th level Tashi, he suddenly stretched out his hand and grabbed that person. His nails hit the golden light of the bronze mirror, making a sharp and harsh sound. Scraping sound. Pieces of his nails fell off, but he couldn't feel them, and he still scratched. This is the end of the creatures who die in the undercurrent. The prince looked gloomy, raised his hand, and slashed out with his sword, cutting the walking corpse into ashes. Su Huanyan had taken this opportunity to become invisible again and disappeared. The whole person stepped back, and his figure was so elegant that even the undercurrent did not waver. This feeling is very strange, just like a person swimming in water, but the water does not move. On the Lingsu immortal sword, a small weapon spirit that looked like Yaya condensed and looked at his master in surprise. The corners of his mouth raised slightly. That stupid turtle. It contains the great Tao within itself, but it cannot be comprehended. Instead, it was his master who took the first step. He knows nothing but chasing fairies. Su Huanyan glanced at Lingsu immortal sword and asked, "Does my control restrict your performance?" The battle at this moment relies solely on the power of the fairy sword itself. If he uses another sword, Su Huanyan's ability to kill the 5th level of Tiantai is already the limit. In front of the 7th level of Tatian, there is no chance to escape. Lingsu immortal sword weapon spirit shrank his neck and said nothing. Although it's hard to admit it, when it comes to dealing with the enemy's prince, the master's restrictions on it are really more than helpful. At this moment, the energy is fully charged. Although Jifeishua's true energy is not suitable for it, and the fairy sword cannot exert its due power, it should not be too difficult to block a 7th level sky trading sword. With the addition of Su Huanyan, the difficulty level increased. Su Huanyan was silent for a moment. Then his figure flashed, and a snowflake condensed in front of him. He landed on the ground and transformed into her appearance. He raised his hand to grab the fairy sword. She was better at playing domain clones than Suhi, which was the method she taught Suhi. Su Huanyan glanced at the fairy sword, and his true body retreated. The domain clones condensed, and the true energy fluctuations were instantly sensed by the prince. And he struck this way with a flash of sword. The Lingsu immortal sword made a sound, jumped up with the clone, and slashed out with a sword. For the first time, heavy snow fell in the undercurrent. The falling snowflakes turned into sword energy, breaking through the undercurrent and slashing at the prince's horizontal sword. As soon as there was a collision, the undercurrent rolled, and the waves were turbulent. The entire undercurrent turned into a gray-black ocean, with catkins flying and snowflakes flying. The prince's face changed slightly. This fairy sword not only allows this woman to have superior escape skills, it can even allow her to compete with the 7th level of the sky in a short period of time. A trace of greed flashed in his eyes, and he looked at the fairy sword, and his fighting spirit suddenly increased. Looking at Su Huanyan, who was holding the sword, he was already looking at a dead person. He looked at the bright rays of light outside the White Tiger ruins, and an inexplicable feeling rose in his heart. He always felt that someone was thinking about my wife. Emperor Luan is going to cause trouble again? Suhi turned to look at Baiyin. Sister clan, the Baiyun Palace now is different from the ancient times? How can we completely control it? If you are in Baiyun Palace, as long as you completely control Baiyun Palace, you will be invincible no matter what Emperor Luan has planned. Baiyin sat aside and swung his feet. Let the toad refine a core at will. Her core is not all a lie. If you master the core, you can really control Bayun Palace. It's just that the core is special, and the only thing that can be controlled is a toad. Toad turned around and said, "Are you going to grab the core? You won't get another Bayun." "Right." Bayun glanced at it from a distance. "Bah! Still want your turtle to be hugged from left to right?" Beautiful thought. Which core doesn't have her thoughts in it? But do you think anyone can make her show up? She will awaken in whichever core Su he grabs. But this is only one chance. Now that she is awakened, no other consciousness will appear. The toad stuck out his tongue in response. Suddenly jumped up and said to Suhi in his heart, "Found it!" Suhi turned around. On the westernmost side of the White Tiger ruins, there is a cold lake. At the moment, the grass is growing on the edge of the lake, and it looks like summer. However, the ice ballast in the lake is rippling with the water, like ice sand. Under the lake, a cave magic weapon unfolded, resplendent and beautiful. There is a garden in the palace. In the garden, a big man named Xiong Biao laughed loudly. "Brother Yuha, this is right. What's more important than your own cultivation?" He patted a tortoise in front of him and smiled happily. The grass turtle already looked a bit like a dragon turtle, with money-like scales, a thick turtle shell, and a condensed appearance. Its appearance is not a mountain, but a stone monument. We are following the path of refining merit and luck. Next to him was another turtle whose species could no longer be identified, feasting happily. It also looks a bit like a dragon turtle, but it is more ferocious and evil. While tearing off a bare leg, he muttered, "Brother Shurji is right. Dashing is much more important than any dragon turtle. The dragon turtle family really cares about future generations. Why haven't they appeared yet? You swallow the transformation. The demon fruit has been around for 400 years. I have been around for 600 years. And Brother Shurji has even survived the catastrophe. In these years, I have only heard the legend of the dragon turtle. But who has ever seen the dragon turtle?" It swallowed a big mouthful, snorted and sneered. "Look now. That little dragon turtle outside has such a great reputation. But how old is he? 30 years old. There are many rumors among his colleagues now about that little dragon turtle. He is the son of the ancestor of the dragon turtle clan." His laughter became more and more sarcastic. "It has been 600 years. And I have understood it clearly. Only the second generation ancestors, the dragon turtle clan, will come forward to teach. How can the dragon turtles like you and me pay attention to it? It's been 600 years since I swallowed the demon transformation fruit and walked on the path of the dragon turtle. But I haven't even seen the shadow of the dragon turtle. Isn't that enough to explain everything?" The bear turtle demon touched the grass turtle's hand and paused slightly. He had seen the dragon turtle before, thousands of years ago. When he failed to overcome the tribulation, a dragon turtle appeared. He taught him the demon's cultivation skills and gave him the cultivation materials. The dragon tortoise mountain-like body tore through space and came across. Even the heaven and earth lowered in front of him. Just lying down there, the surrounding space was distorted. The supreme of fulling world was so humble in front of dragon turtle. It is precisely because of this that he wants to be a dragon turtle even more. It doesn't matter whether he is pure blood or not. What he wants is the dragon turtle's moral conduct and combat prowess. With the dragon turtle bloodline, even if you are a demon, you can get twice the result with half the effort. He retracted the hand that was slapping the tortoise and curled it around a stone arm in the garden. It was like a stone sculpture of an arm. It was very tall. It was rumored that there was the core of Bayun Palace inside. But the turtle demon could not break it when it was auspicious. The tortoise was silent for a while. It has been practicing hard for 400 years. It is still unclear where it will go. But it has always felt that cultivation is its own business. What does it have to do with other dragon turtles? Shouldn't it be my own business if I can't prove the dragon turtle? Just like if a monk cannot become an immortal through cultivation, he must blame other immortals? It doesn't make sense. He's not your biological father. And you've never been a disciple. So why should he care about you? But the turtle demon is right. Taoism is the key. If it wants to become a dragon turtle, it can't do it just by relying on the illusory Tao shadow in its own mind. Maybe we can borrow some blood from other turtles who have taken the path of dragon turtles? Just like what the turtle demon did before. Otherwise, even if he tried his best and endured all the hardships like the turtle demon, he finally ushered in the catastrophe after thousands of years. But he almost died under the catastrophe. This is not what he wants. Chao Guiyue pondered for a moment and asked in a deep voice, "Senior Shurji, if you seize the blood of other people of the same clan, the dragon turtle clan won't interfere?" The turtle demon Shurji laughed. Brother Yuha, you are so talented that you already have the shape of a dragon turtle in just 400 years. But until now, have you ever sensed the existence of the dragon turtle clan? Have any dragon turtles ever cared about you? Don't be called dragon turtle so many times that you really think of yourself as dragon turtle. Just use the identity of dragon turtle to deceive outsiders. Don't even deceive yourself. The word, dragon turtle, is not something that a grass turtle with some dragon turtle blood can bear. Quiguayua stopped talking and nodded after being silent for a while. Senior Shurji is right. It's just that it's difficult for tortoises to practice cultivation. Taking their bloodline will cut off their path. If possible, could Senior Shurji save their lives? The kindness of women. Shurji was disdainful, but his eyes were filled with a matter-of-fact look. He shook his head slightly, with a bit of regret. I didn't want to ruin the life of the little turtle earlier, but it refused to cooperate. He sighed as he spoke, as if he had no choice. Quiguayuha was silent for a moment and nodded. Senior Shurji, if you need anything from me, please just tell me. In terms of identity, the person in front of him is the owner of Turtle Island, and he is a 5th-level master of Taoism. However, for some reason, he has tried every means to conquer the 2 turtles who are still groping on the road of Dragon Turtle. Shurji smiled and patted the tortoise's SHL. Don't worry. I'm different from those dragon turtles who don't care about the younger generation. What I want is a world of turtle monsters, like the white snake in the Fantasy Sea and the green fox in Uechiyo. He didn't lie. Although beasts in this world must turn into demon fruits to become demons, they still form groups. Just like the king of snake demons is the white snake of the Fantasy Sea, and the green fox is the king of foxes. The green fox is not a green fox, and its fur is moon-colored. White is extremely beautiful. The turtle demon is full of confidence. There are countless people in the world who have embarked on the path of the dragon turtle. As long as they recruit a group of people, kill and plunder a group of people, it is not difficult to become the turtle demon king. He has reached the 5th level of the sky, and he is about to embark on the Great Road at the 6th level. If the Great Road is lacking, he will not see the immortal gate even if he reaches the end. Without the guidance of elders, Shurji dare not act recklessly. He wants to follow the path of the emperor. But it's not about building a dynasty. A person who is only at the 5th level of Toshishin can exert the combat power of the 6th level at most. But it is wishful thinking to establish a dynasty. He just wants to gather all the turtle demons and become the first ancestor of the clan. As soon as he finished speaking, he heard a voice beside him sigh and said, Have you 2 ever thought that the elder dragon turtle has not appeared for hundreds of years? But actually, he is protecting you? Following the sound, a figure slowly appeared outside the cave, floating in the water, looking down at them. This is a dragon turtle that is as black as ink and crystal clear. As soon as the real dragon turtle appears, it swings away unscrupulously. The ugly turtle and the grass turtle Yuha, who were tearing the bear meat, were stunned at the same time, and their bodies roared and hissed. At this moment, the dragon turtle shadow in the heart roared and shattered. Before a dragon turtle becomes a dragon turtle, it is impossible to see a real dragon turtle. The Tao charm and aura of the dragon turtle will distort or even disperse the Tao shadows in their inner apertures. Even Su he only met Gu Luo after he had passed through the catastrophe. Needless to say, Yaya is a pure-blooded dragon turtle. She is a dragon turtle when she breaks her SHL. She has not even experienced a catastrophe. The 2 turtles roared and looked at Suhi. This dragon turtle did this. Turtle demon Shurji also squinted at Suhi. This is the little dragon turtle. How did he find this place? His cave is spread out on the bottom of the lake, and the entire lake has been enchanted. Pieces of ice block all prying eyes. Anyone who sees the ice lake will not be able to discover his cave. Suhi looked at them with a bit of murderous intent in his eyes. On a mud mound at the bottom of the lake beneath him, a toad sat quietly, its feet poking boredly at the mud, and its flippers were lifted up by the mud, making them bulging. The toad kicked the lake mud, feeling the news coming from the earth, and said to Suhi in his heart, Kill the turtle and get the treasure. There is an arm in this cave. Toad only owns the Baiyun Palace. It has not been refined or patched at this moment, so it cannot control the Baiyun Palace like it controls the inner world. But it is possible to stick one's feet in the mud and realize that they are truly indistinguishable from Baiyun Palace. It is still possible to deliberately check the news through Baiyun Palace. For example, help Suhi find the location of the turtle demon. The turtle demon formation is superb. Can it guard against others? And can it guard against the master here? Chapter 383 Suhi, this technique is mine. The expressions of Chao Guiyue and Chou Gui changed instantly. They gasped and looked at Su He in disbelief. They could feel that the dragon turtle did nothing. Just appeared. Just stayed there. And the shadow of their heart aperture disappeared. Su He lowered his head and looked at the two of them. The dragon turtle will not show up until the tribulation is over, and will even do everything possible to avoid you. Because when the dragon turtle appears, it will disperse the shadow in your mind. Not to mention the two turtles with ordinary talents. Even Bai Ling and Su He only appeared after they had passed through the catastrophe. The higher the talent, the less likely it is that the dragon turtle will show up and ruin the path of the younger generation. Only those dragon turtles who break into the Sea of Heritage in advance will have seniors and sharks to guide them. But Su He didn't enjoy this treatment. Before the shark sent to him by Gu Luo could reach him, he overcame the disaster, ignoring the two turtles who had fallen into a sluggish state. Su He glanced at the turtle demon Shurji with a cold look in his eyes. Practice is your own business. It doesn't matter if you persevere or give up halfway. The dragon turtle clan won't care about it. It can't be managed either. But if you have a bad intention and hunt your fellow tribesmen to seize their blood, have you thought about how you will die? Su He's voice was cold, and he looked straight at the turtle demon. The turtle demon has recovered from the initial shock. He glanced at the corner of his mouth and looked at Su He with increasingly malicious eyes. Has this turtle been the crown prince of the dragon turtle clan for so long that he has forgotten the cruelty of this world? A mere dragon turtle that had just opened the second level of heaven dared to come and cause trouble for him. This is the White Tiger Ruins. Those adult dragon turtles cannot reach this level. Could it be that because of his identity as dragon turtle, he wouldn't dare to take action? How to die? The turtle demon laughed. He beat the little dragon turtle to death and took the body to the emperor's world. He should be treated as a guest, even if he is shown to outsiders. Being granted the imperial palace will not make him suffer any injustice. Don't bring Dragon Turtle and Feng Huang Palace's hostility to him. He was not originally a turtle from the mysterious realm. The turtle demon smiled, and his body suddenly transformed into the shape of a dragon turtle. He roared and his divine power came out. The dragon turtle's path has become impassable. But the magical powers he awakened before the tribulation, negative mountain foreign minister, divine power, Xian Jun, will naturally not disappear. He roared, and his divine power hit Su He. Su He suddenly took a step back and narrowed his eyes slightly. Is this what it feels like to be bombarded by divine power? The other monks were attacked by the divine power and their souls were damaged. But the divine beast's soul and body merged into one. And every piece of tortoise SHL seemed to be lifted open by the blast. This feeling is very wonderful, but it is not complete. Those who have survived the catastrophe and those who have not survived the catastrophe have the same power. And the power of the gods is different. At the same time that the turtle demon blasted out its divine power, its body had turned into a stream of water and rushed out of the cave and crashed into Su He. As expected, the dragon turtle at the second level of Kaikion could not withstand his divine power and fell into dizziness. The turtle demon had transformed into a giant bear in the water. A copper hammer used the force of the water to slam into Su He. As soon as the hammer hit him, the dragon turtle he hit scattered like a ball of water. Okay. A gnashing cry came from the turtle demon cave. And it was the ugly turtle who made the cry. It looked at the broken Su He with a ferocious look on its face. Good fight. Its eyes were ferocious. This dragon turtle deserves to die. Since you know that showing up will disperse their mental aperture shadows, why do you still show up? A mere little turtle, hundreds of years younger than them, deserves to be beaten to death by Tokyoshi-senpai. I wonder if swallowing his blood later can restore the shadow of the heart orifice. It cheered, but the turtle demon Shurji's expression suddenly changed. The dragon turtles that were scattered by his hammer turned into water and flowed in all directions, assimilating the surrounding icy lake water. In an instant, it turned into a whirlpool and enveloped him. It's like he ran headlong into a whirlpool. It's not right. It's not like that. What this dragon turtle has left here is a clone. The clone is essentially a type of power. If you master it exquisitely enough, you can hide your magical power in the clone. The clone of Dragon Turtle had already prepared his magical powers before he appeared, so he just walked in headfirst. But how could the clone have the real name of Dragon Turtle? He was puzzled, roared and rushed out of the whirlpool. But there was infinite power in the whirlpool that pulled him down. Almost at the same time, Su He appeared above his head, and a golden dice crashed down. The turtle demon trapped by Biming couldn't even dodge. With a roar, the turtle body reappeared. and his appearance appeared. His appearance was like an island, crashing into the Suha Mountain Divine Seal. There was a dull sound, and the shock wave of the collision shook the entire lake. Every drop of water was shattered into pieces, blasted in all directions, and fell back into ice rain. The mountain god seal was broken, and the foreign minister Turtle Island on the turtle demon's back was shattered, and a lightning-shaped crack appeared on the turtle island. The turtle demon roared and rushed out of beaming with the power of the mountain god seal, landing at the bottom of the lake. The applauded ugly turtle looked at the cracks on the turtle demon's back, opened his mouth wide, and murmured something unknown. However, he saw that the turtle demon seemed not to notice the damage to his appearance. He slapped his two front paws in the mud, and a column of water rose into the sky and bombarded Suhi. The beast roars in the water column. This is not an ordinary water column condensed with true energy. This is a magical power formed by refining and condensing the water attribute monks, demon body, and soul. The souls of the monks and monsters were still there in the water column, roaring and roaring. This water column carried the attack of the master during his lifetime, which was similar to Suhi's soul sacrifice. But it could not reach sublimation, and could not achieve the most powerful blow. When the water column came, Suhi grabbed it with his claws, and a water curtain formed a thick ice wall under him. He stepped down with all 4 feet, and the ice wall fell and hit the water column. Ordinary ice walls could not block the water column. They only blocked it slightly. The spirit snake on Suhi's back had already slid down his body. He twisted his body around the water column, and twisted his body before the water column collapsed. The imprisoned soul in the water column did not feel the joy of regaining freedom. Instead, it screamed and rushed straight towards Suhi. The dark mist was like an undercurrent, mixed with ghost roars, and carried a most sinister and evil atmosphere. The ghost had not yet arrived. The disgusting smell has already hit my face. This ghost is wrong. How many normal ghosts dare to approach the mythical beast? These are ghosts that are directly refined from the soul. These ghosts don't even have the chance to be reincarnated. The ghost came with a whistling sound. Suhi glanced slightly, opened his mouth and sucked in, swallowed the ghost in front of him with the soul sacrifice, and then spit it out. A 5th-level ghost that stepped on the sky rushed down, raised his hand, and he struck the turtle demon with his palm. The Buddha's light shines all over the palm, and all the power of the ghost's body is transformed into this palm. Under the palm print, an ancient bell sounded with Sanskrit sounds, as if it came from an ancient temple in the mountains. Under the palm, a golden bronze bell appeared, and crashed into the island of the turtle demon foreign minister. The already shattered island split with a click. Come on! The ghost's entire body turned into golden light and dissipated. He looked back at Suhi with gratitude in his eyes. Suhi opened his mouth and swallowed another ghost. Just as he fought back, the turtle demon roared and transformed into a strong man again. He reached out and grabbed a diamond bell from the void, and smashed it open with a slap. The many ghosts that rushed towards Suhi were instantly wiped out. But the one that had been taken away by Suhi was no longer controlled by the Vajra bell. It had a big belly and a look of hatred. Even the fetus in her belly and all her own strength fell into the sword. There is no fairy sword to stab the turtle demon. She is a sword in her own right. With a thrust of the sword, the ghost turned into a rainbow. But the sword light stabbed directly at the turtle demon. Unfortunately, it was only a 4th-level ghost. Even if he struck with all his strength, it could only reach the limit of the 4th-level sky. The sword light was struck by the turtle demon. Cut off. The turtle demon took out a ring-headed knife from nowhere and looked up at Suhi. The contempt disappeared from his eyes. This little dragon turtle, who had opened up the 2nd level of heaven, had combat power that was not inferior to him. His breathing became inexplicably tight, and his heart twitched. Is this the real dragon turtle? The turtle demon stood in front of the sword, guarding Suhi. In the past thousands of years, he had only seen the dragon turtle once on the day he failed to escape the tribulation. The rest were only hearsay rumors. The 5th-level turtle demon is not weak in all the worlds, but it is far from being able to contact the dragon turtle. A sinister look appeared in the turtle demon's eyes. Dragon turtle! If he could endure it longer and try to maintain his bloodline at 90% or even 80%, he might have a chance to survive the catastrophe. With his talent, he has opened countless heavens in the past 3,000 or 4,000 years. It is easy to kill this little dragon turtle. Thinking about it like this, the turtle demon became even more depressed. With one punch, the heavy rain in the sky was shattered into pieces, and it turned into mist and filled all directions, blocking Suhi's vision and hearing. and even his consciousness was blocked to a certain extent. Water mist technique? Suhi smiled. A water-type turtle demon. Should I say he is lucky or unlucky? Both are of the water element, so his resistance to spells from water dragon turtles will be much higher. But unfortunately, Suhi hasn't learned a few spells, still using the basic magical power of dragon turtle. And, compared to the control of water, who can compare with a dragon turtle? Suhi roared, and the realm opened. In an instant, heavy rain poured down, falling into the fog, and the bits and pieces of the fog were reflected in his mind. With the help of field perception, he could see the sky full of arrows ahead, hidden behind the heavy fog. The arrow rain is so secretive that Suhi might not have been able to discover it if it wasn't for Domain Suhi. Countless water arrows turned into blue dragons and shot towards them silently. Suhi floated on the water and took a picture with one claw. The heavy rain in the sky instantly turned into mist and steamed up. Magical power water element. Not only did the heavy rain in Suhi's domain turn into water vapor, but the water arrows shot by the turtle demon also sprayed water vapor outwards. Although the water arrows could not dissipate for a while, they were changed in direction by the strong steam they sprayed. The rain of arrows originally aimed at Suhi turned into a scattering of arrows all over the sky, shooting out in all directions. It exploded in the air again, and the fog condensed by the water mist technique was instantly blown out into holes. It's not steam jets that change the direction of arrows. Every spell and magical power carries the owner's consciousness and will. The water arrows are controlled by the turtle demon, and the part that turns into water vapor is naturally controlled by Suhi. Suhi's water element has always been used only to change the state of his own magical powers. This is the first time he has used it to change the enemy's magical powers. At the same time as the water element was used, Suhi had already jumped down, and huge waves were set off in the field. Before each wave ended, another wave rose up. The back wave pushed the front wave, and the power gathered on the front wave, like a tsunami crashing down, bending water in front of a dragon turtle. Let me show you what it means to be a waterbender. The dragon turtle controls water. It is instinctive, and all your wishes will come true. The turtle demon's face changed slightly, and he held a sword in his hand and inserted it into the sea. He hummed in a deep voice, "Bubo!" with the knife as the center. A ripple spread out. The rolling water surface where the ripple passed was instantly calm, and the waves subsided. This move is like putting a thin film on the water surface, suppressing all the waves. This is not the magical power of the dragon turtle. This is magic. All sects have similar spells, such as Fu Bo, flame extinguishing, wind stopping. Similar spells, in the hands of the turtle demon, really have the power to suppress the sea. At the moment when the Fu wave spread, Suhi's turtle claws had already been inserted into the vast sea, and when he lifted it up, the entire sea in the domain turned into a heavy rain, attacking upwards. I saw the turtle demon wringing his sword, and the water flow rolled to form a bulge. Under the bulge, the sea was turbulent, and each wave was filled with countless heavy raindrops. Against the pressure of Fubo, the turtle demon was raised high. The turtle demon's face was dark, and Fubo suppressed the sea, but he also concentrated all the power accumulated under the sea under his body. Once Qianjun breaks through the suppression, all the explosions will hit him in an instant, and even if he doesn't die, he will lose his skin. The two turtles in the palace were silent, and looked at the two fighting turtles eagerly. The ugly turtle in particular clung to the ground with its claws, gritted its teeth and looked at Suhi, and then cursed at the turtle demon. He brags about how powerful he is every day, but when he encounters a dragon turtle at the second level of Kaitian, he has a hard time fighting it. Damn it! The turtle demon slapped the ring of the first sword with his palm, and slapped the entire sword into the sea below him. Then a huge giant blade pierced the waves and rose from the sea. The great power gathered in the sea followed suit. Let it out with the blade. In an instant, the entire sky was filled with huge columns of water flowing against the current. It may be said that it was late, but it was extremely fast. From Suhi setting off the waves to the turtle demon breaking through, it only took an instant. For an instant, the whole world was filled with thousands of water droplets flowing backwards. Suhi roared into the sky, and a mountain god seal rose into the sky. However, it did not attack the turtle demon. Instead, it exploded in the sky. Lightning from the core of the mountain god seal flew out, melted into every drop of Qianjun. The Qianjun roared and flashed with thunderbolts, heading straight towards the turtle demon. This is what Su Huanyan conquered the 7 ultimate secret realm Thunder Pond, and gave half of it to Suhi to absorb from the mountain, and melt it into the mountain god seal. Over time, the power of lightning alone has reached an incredible level. The endless raindrops flashed with thunder and attacked the turtle demon. The turtle demon made a backhand move, and the ring-headed sword flew back into his hand, slashing continuously. The light of the sword condensed into a net in front of him, covering an area and blocking Qianjun from outside. Raindrops collided with each other. Thunder and lightning struck, and exploded into pieces all the sword light. The turtle demon's hand holding the knife dropped slightly. He frowned, licked his lips, and looked at Suhi with squinted eyes. This dragon turtle is somewhat smart. This place is wrapped by the dragon turtle's domain. He will always be passive within the domain. But if he breaks out of the domain directly, it will consume too much on himself. I wanted to wait for the dragon turtle to attack with the mountain god seal, and use the power of the mountain god seal to rush out. But I didn't expect that the little dragon turtle didn't use the mountain god seal to attack. The turtle demon looked at the heavy raindrops coming from the sky again, let go of the Huancho knife in his hand, took a deep breath, formed seals with his hands, and shot out streams of extremely cold air. At the same time, the Huancho sword that he discarded completely split open the Fubo barrier beneath him. The suppressed vast sea area suddenly erupted like a volcano, and majestic water waves rose into the sky. But before he could control it, the flying water waves touched the sky, and the cold air froze instantly. The entire world from the sky to the ground, all water vapor, whether it belonged to the original lake or the area where Suhi condensed, was completely frozen in this moment. Suhi and the turtle demon were in a huge ice block, surrounded by flowers, grass, trees, and even most of the turtle demon's cave. Only the grass turtle and the ugly turtle were still outside the ice, staring at everything with their mouths open. Regardless of the turtle demon or the dragon turtle, their methods and power have far exceeded the knowledge of these two turtles. The two turtles stopped talking, and just stared at the giant ice cube in front of them. Suhi was motionless in the ice cube, but the turtle demon's eyes moved, and a thought came out. Break the ice! Following his words, the entire ice and snow world exploded into pieces. Every piece of ice, including the frozen mountains, rivers, trees, and palaces, instantly shattered and completely turned into ashes. This move breaks not only the ice, but also everything frozen by the ice. Everything turned into endless water vapor, rippling in the air. The turtle demon opened his eyes and looked in all directions. But Suhi was nowhere to be seen. But he didn't feel the slightest bit happy. Instead, he retreated as quickly as possible, taking advantage of the moment when the ice broke through Suhi's domain, and headed into the distance. The ice breaking shattered everything except the dragon turtle. The turtle demon retreated, but on the way back, a mountain god seal suddenly enlarged and bombarded him, hitting him hard, with a muffled sound. The turtle demon spurted out a mouthful of blood, fell back, and then smashed into the water vapor formed by the shattering of the frozen world. Suhi appeared from midair, with wonder in his eyes. This technique is very good, but it's a pity that it cannot freeze space. If you want to be invincible, you must freeze space. Even time. He wants this technique. The turtle demon vomited out another mouthful of blood and looked directly at Suhi with a look of disbelief on his face. You can use the power of space. This dragon turtle can use space magic here. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at Suhi with a gasp. It's not that his icebreaker couldn't freeze space, but anything frozen would be shattered. If such a large space was frozen and then shattered, there would be no need to fight anymore. In an instant, it would drain his true energy, and he would fall into a desperate situation without Suhi taking action. As for time, it's crazy to think about freezing time. Time is a restricted area for monks. He doesn't believe that anyone can use the power of time to escape from the ice. The turtle demon vomited out 2 mouthfuls of blood, and then felt his chest felt a little more relaxed. He looked at Suhi, held the Huancho knife in his hand, and slashed forward with the knife. Suhi's figure flashed and fell to one side, and the water vapor surrounding it rolled up with his claws, forming tornadoes that hit the turtle demon. The field is a metaphysical existence. If the power cannot achieve an overwhelming advantage, only the field can break the field. Even if the turtle demon broke through the ice and exploded, the water vapor was still in Suhi's domain. The turtle demon slashed with his sword, and smashed a tornado with one stroke. After the tornado, there was a mountain of dark lightning. And while the turtle demon's sword was old, and the other sword was not up, it crashed into it. The turtle demon's face tightened, and he pulled the knife forward and slashed forward. A wall of water was thrown across his chest to block it hastily. Crack! With a thunderbolt, the wall of water shattered and fell on the turtle demon. The turtle demon spurted out a mouthful of blood and his eyes widened. This bolt of lightning carries the power of cutting back the source, destroying the body. This place is Suhi's domain, and Tianju is hidden in the domain, making it difficult for him to detect it. The turtle demon looked gloomy, raised his hand, and slapped the spit-out blood. In an instant, blood mist filled the sky, floating in all directions, and every trace of blood mist was hidden in a stream of water vapor. Suhi's domain seemed to be stuck with mucus, and it became difficult to operate for a while. But he saw the turtle demon on the opposite side jump up, but did not rush out of the field. This dragon turtle can use the magical power of space. He took the opportunity to escape from the field. The dragon turtle caught up with him in a blink of an eye and released another field. If you don't want to be restricted, you have to completely break the dragon turtle's domain. The turtle demon looked down at Suhi, and his eyes were calm. The dragon turtle relies too much on magical powers. If you rely on magical powers, you ignore the existence of Tao. You can control water. But do you know what the ultimate water is? Suhi looked at him and glanced at the corner of his mouth. The great ways are mutually reinforcing. Yang is the Yin, and Yin is the Yang. Jade can be born from ghosts in Phoenix Tomb, and water is no exception. However, water itself has several directions. So where can it find the true ultimate? Water that is extremely soft is strong, and a drop of water can penetrate a stone. Water that is extremely cold becomes blazing, and Yin water turns into Yang fire. These two forces transform into each other. This is the core of Gugwa. How could Suhi not know? No matter how big a change is, it's better than the change between life and death. This turtle demon has a water attribute that favors ice. Want to play with fire in front of him? The turtle demon didn't wait for Suhi to speak. He laughed and said in a low voice, Rixie. A ball of water emerged from his body and wrapped around him. It was clearly water, but it looked like burning flames. The clouds in all directions began to steam in an instant, rolled and dispersed, and were evaporated to dryness. That day, the CC water flow surged like magma, breaking through the realm and rushing towards Suhi. The hot breath steams everything. Suhi took a step back, but his eyes suddenly lit up. This turtle demon is so understanding. Sure enough, you can't underestimate the world. This scorching heat is made of water, but it restrains the water attribute, even if it is not used to steam up the vast sea realm. Under such an aura, Su Hishuane and Qianjun cannot be used, and even his turtle essence will be suppressed. The turtle demon looked at Su He, who was retreating steadily, and a sneer rose on his face. Little dragon turtle, when I walked the dragon turtle path, you didn't know where you were. How can 4,000 years of practice be the same as your 30 years of practice? Those who can resist. I want your bloodline. Since the dragon turtle clan wanted to kill him, what did he care about? Is there anything you dare not do? Su He was forced to retreat again and again by the heat wave. The ugly turtle and the grass turtle in the cave remained below, and they breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Tokyoshi Senpai is going to win. Very good. The ugly turtle gasped and gasped. With a complete dragon turtle, Senior Shurji would definitely not be able to use up all his blood, so he could also take advantage of it. As he thought this, his expression gradually changed. Rixie, the turtle demon, pushed Su He to the ground step by step, but had no intention of stopping, and instead took one step closer. The ugly turtle roared and ran backwards. Senior, send me and the two away first. It screamed, and the roar was out of tune, and it was almost impossible to hear the roar of a turtle. The two turtles had not survived the tribulation, and their blood was thin, so they could not make a human voice, and they kept roaring like beasts. This time, even speaking animal language seemed awkward. The turtle demon was completely unaware, and Rixie continued to move forward. Su He stepped back step by step. The toad huddled in his orifice and smoked. The smoke filled the entire consciousness, enhancing Su He's perception and understanding. Su He's wide-open eyes slowly closed, and then opened again. His originally amazed eyes were a little disappointed. I thought it was because of my extraordinary talent that I realized this, but I didn't expect that it was because of magic weapon. Su He knew a lot about the bipolar forces. The hung hexagram combines the positive and negative polar forces. The good hexagram changes attributes. The two hexagrams Su He are in contact, and the inner world has more small hexagrams, which can be understood every moment. With a little awareness, I realized that the turtle demon's sunshine was not the turtle demon's own power. It was sent by the turtle demon through the magic weapon. Suddenly it felt boring. The turtle demon's face turned gloomy. After Sue, he revealed his trump card. He no longer hid it. A treasure mirror floated above his head, and looked at Sue coldly. How about the magic weapon? Isn't it true that your magical power relies on the power passed down from ancestors? Yes. Did you realize it yourself? It's just borrowing the power of others. Sue smiled. That makes sense. But you have this truly fiery power, and so do I. Then let's see who is more powerful. Your magic weapon. Or my magical power. The turtle demon was startled and saw Sue, who was retreating below, suddenly turned around and instantly turned into a peacock, fluttering its wings. At the same time, a golden flame that looked like the sun burst out from his body. Shine on the whole world. Phoenix is so popular. The true phoenix fire that entered the Xianwang cave heaven and was lifted up by the snow lotus is the only power that the peacock true body has not lost after opening the second level of heaven. The pure golden flames almost condensed into a solid body. And the true body of Sue's peacock was like a three-legged golden crow in the bright sun, flapping its wings and singing in the bright sun. Phoenix true fire sprayed out. In an instant, the remaining water vapor in all directions evaporated and dissipated. And even the earth, mountains and rivers turned into steam and disappeared. The ugly turtle, who had just escaped from the turtle demon's cave, was trying his best to avoid Sun Chi's power. But he crashed into the Sue true fire sun, without even letting out a scream. It instantly turned into ashes. The other end huddled in the cave, burrowed into the SHL, motionless. Sue ignored them, fluttered his wings, and rushed towards the turtle demon Rixie with the real fire. The pure gold real fire and the silver sun collided instantly. There was a loud noise, and a mushroom cloud rose up from where the lake was, burning the earth and the sky. In the scorching mushroom cloud, a peacock was unafraid of the fire wave. The power of water and fire flashed on its claws. It reached out, grabbed the turtle demon's head, and tore it down. A scream was heard, and the turtle demon was seen falling from the sky. But under the peacock's claws, he was holding a treasure mirror. The treasure mirror belonged to water, but the water was burning with fire. The peacock belongs to fire, but the power of water and fire in its body blends together without any violation. The blending of the two forces is Sue's best method. The sun on the turtle demon's body had already been extinguished, and when the extreme phoenix true fire struck it, the entire demon fell down. But he saw the golden sun in the sky disappear, and a dragon turtle appeared. He opened his mouth and rushed down with a mountain god seal. As the turtle monster roared, it crashed into his chest, broke out of his chest, and hit the ground. There was a loud noise, and the bottom of the lake, which had long been submerged in water, completely turned into a sinkhole, and the turtle demon crashed onto the bottom of the sinkhole. Just as he was about to speak, he saw dark lightning strike down from the sky. This lightning was carrying the momentum of destroying the world. And for a moment, the turtle demon was frightened, as if he had returned to the day of the tribulation more than 3,000 years ago. On that day, lightning fell like this from the sky, destroying the heaven and the earth. He almost killed him alive. He thought he was fully prepared, but he didn't expect that he couldn't even survive the third catastrophe. During the catastrophe, he retreated, used the special skills that you have acquired to escape from death and hide it from the world. But the shadow of the dragon turtle Tao in his heart was completely shattered, and the dragon turtle's path was cut off. As a last resort, he condensed his human form and followed the path of the demon clan. The turtle demon had no chest and could not breathe, but it looked straight at the sky where the heavenly punishment was coming one after another. At this moment, in his eyes, heavenly punishment and heavenly tribulation seemed to overlap and merge into one. He roared suddenly, revealing the body of a dragon turtle, with a huge hole piercing the tortoise SHL, chest and abdomen. But the turtle demon couldn't feel it. Looking straight at the sky, Tenchu roared, and rose into the sky, as if he was trying to finish the catastrophe that he had not finished back then. He hit the heavenly punishment head first, crashed that day to pieces. He looked at more Tianchu thunderbolts falling in the dark clouds above, but he laughed, and before the Tianchu thunderbolts fell, they had already rushed straight into the dark clouds, headlong into the dark clouds. In the dark clouds, dark thunder suddenly exploded, and the roar of thunder echoed through half of the White Tiger ruins. Heavenly disaster! Heavenly disaster! The turtle demon screamed shrilly in the dark clouds. The roar gradually weakened until it disappeared. Suhi watched quietly, and a sigh sounded beside him. Suhi turned around and saw Guluo already behind him at some point, looking at the dark clouds that had dispersed. He said in a deep voice, "If you had been like this back then, courage may not be enough to survive the catastrophe. The heavenly tribulation is a rebirth, and it is meant to be put to death and reborn. But with such a character, after surviving the heavenly tribulation and becoming a dragon turtle, will something go wrong again?" Guluo didn't know either. Some things cannot be assumed. "Uncle Luo," Suhi said. Guluo shook his head. "Just clean up your hands and see you in 3 days." As he spoke, Suhi saw a spear thrust towards Guluo from the void. Guluo's body flashed, and a mountain god seal held the spear, and he flew hundreds of miles away in an instant. Suhi could no longer see him. I wonder if Uncle Luo happened to be fighting here and came here, or if he came here specifically to watch his battle with the turtle demon? When the dark clouds dispersed, the turtle demon was completely turned into ashes, with no possibility of resurrection. A piece of jade bone fell from the sky, fell to the ground, bounced twice, and became motionless. Then 2 dice jumped out happily. One landed on the sun treasure book that Suhi snatched back, and the other landed on the jade bone. Jade bone. 4 o'clock. Baojian. 3 o'clock. The treasure mirror was divided into 3 parts and instantly turned into 3 identical sides. The jade bone did not move. The toad jumped out from between his eyebrows, happily picked up the jade bone, took a look at it, and threw it back to Suhi. This is a piece of human bone, which was formed after the 7th level of stepping on the sky, and the bones were transformed into jade. However, the point is not the bones, but the skills recorded on the bones. There is no name, no words. It is the skill itself. It is the icebreaker used by the turtle demon. The name of the icebreaker was chosen by the turtle demon himself. For points, I wonder if it's the cultivation speed X4 or the ice-breaking power X4. No matter what, this technique is his. Suhi was very greedy for this technique. Suhi put away the jade bones and turned to look at the cave with only half left in the distance. The tortoise Yuha in the cave sensed the end of the battle and came out of the turtle SHL. He looked at the broken world after the battle between the 2 turtles in front of him, and then looked at Suhi. He scoffed at himself and laughed. In this life of a creature, many things are just a little bit different. Just like him. If he could hold on for a little while longer, not be bewitched by Shurji, and insist on refusing to devour his own kind, what dragon turtle would see when he came over would be him, who was righteous and awe-inspiring. We should be facing a completely different scenario now. Right? It is different from the ugly turtle. The ugly turtle immediately agreed as soon as he knew that he could devour the advanced bloodline of the same kind. Even at the same time Ji swallowed a fellow creature. It originally persisted for a long time. Chapter 384. The first time like magical power. Chao Guiyua smiled, looked at Suhi, and said seriously, "Actually, the dragon turtle can tell the turtles who set out on this path that you can't show up before you are certified as a dragon turtle. Give the little turtle a thought. Many turtles will not go astray." The turtles that take the path of dragon turtles are all ordinary wild turtles. How can there be any distinction between good and bad, good and evil, and race? They all open up their spiritual intelligence step by step from wild beasts and survive the battle. There are those who have entered the immortal sect and been brainwashed by others, and those who have gone to the mountains and forests to grow hair and drink blood, as long as there are elders to guide them. Even if they can't attain the dragon turtle, they can just become the dragon turtle's vassal. What's the harm? That makes sense. But since your uncles and ancestors didn't do this, you have your own reasons. Suhi looked at it and said in a deep voice, "The dragon turtle is immortal. If it can't bear the loneliness and confusion for hundreds or thousands of years, how can it bear the pain of immortality? Immortality is a blessing but also a poison. Moreover, from the moment he swallowed the demon transformation fruit and embarked on the path of the dragon turtle, the instinct to protect the calf and fellow beings is engraved in the blood. If you can break this instinct, you will not be able to become a dragon turtle. You are not one of our own. The moment you make up your mind to devour your own kind to gain bloodline, you have actually given up on the dragon turtle bloodline. No matter how much dragon turtle bloodline you devour, you will never be able to attain dragon turtle enlightenment. No matter how talented you are, you can't pass the level of the heavenly tribulation. And you can even swallow the blood of your own race. You can't even save your life and become a demon if you fail to overcome the tribulation. The only way is to become ashes. In the past, Sui always thought that the dragon turtle tribulation was a matter of God. Until this ancient trip, Sui suddenly realized that the secrets of the dragon turtle clan seemed to exceed his imagination. For example, no living being can be reincarnated as a dragon tortoise. And even if he is reincarnated as a turtle and awakens his bloodline, he cannot survive the catastrophe. But if Ancestor Ming allows it, heavenly tribulation will not get stuck on this matter. Suhi's tribulation did not involve past lives or reincarnations at all. I thought it was because the time traveler was special and had no trace in this world. In fact, it was Taiku and his party who obtained the past from the underworld ancestor. Right? There are also Bain Bailing and Yaya. He and Bain had permission from Mingzu. But where was Yaya? Yaya can only be reincarnated for 100 years. The ancestor of the underworld has long been unknown. Taizu? Does that old guy also know a lot of secrets? No matter what, the Dragon Turtle clan must have the right to speak out about the heavenly catastrophe. But the right to speak is not in Sui's hands, and they don't understand it because they haven't been exposed to it. However, this right to speak is not boundless. Otherwise the Dragon Turtle clan would have countless members by now. Sui lowered his head and looked at the grass turtle. In fact, according to the talent of this turtle, it took thousands of years to become a dragon turtle even if it could not survive the tribulation. There is no problem in becoming a top turtle demon. And there is hope for reaching the 7th level. The lifespan of demons, especially turtle demons, is several times, even 10 times, that of monks of the same realm. Being able to truly reach the 7th level of life is no different from immortality. Even among the immortal dragon turtles, no one can live for tens of millions of years or hundreds of millions of years. They have died in various accidents long ago. How many sentient beings in the world can die? Accidents always come sooner than the limit. Hearing Sui's voice, the turtle burst into laughter. He slowly closed his eyes while smiling, and heard a muffled sound in his heart. It killed the turtle by itself without waiting for Sui to take action. Sui looked at its body and fell into silence. After a while he said, "Actually, I have no plans to kill it. If the Tao shadow of the heart aperture is destroyed, and the real Tao shadow cannot be condensed, the dragon turtle will not be able to go all the way. And the demon cultivator will not be able to go all the way. It will be forever imprisoned in this body for the rest of its life. And it will no longer be able to make any progress in the Tao. Like a prison. It was Sui who dispersed the Tao shadow in the heart aperture. It was not a failure of the heavenly tribulation that shattered the Tao shadow. After replenishing a demon-transforming fruit, it was still able to condense the human form and resume the path of demon cultivation. To dissipate the shadow is to dissipate it from the source. And there is no possibility of reunion. Bain walked out of the void step by step. She was just a conscious body, and would not take the initiative to get within the fighting range. Besides, this was an internal matter of the Dragon Turtle clan. Sui had left both Xiong and Greedy Wolf outside. How could he interfere? She is not Bai Ling yet. Bain casually glanced at the tortoise body, and didn't care anymore. She couldn't afford to have any extra thoughts about the life and death of a tortoise. Even if it was just a consciousness, and a few remaining memories. She was used to life and death. Bain could reach the Immortal Lord step by step. Naturally, he had no shortage of means. There is no shortage of killings. Hundreds of millions of members of the Hell Clan could be wiped out at the drop of a hand. In Sui's eyes, the playful and cute Bain was a real demon among other races. Bain shrugged. I have seen the beauty of cultivation. How can I allow myself to lie in the mud forever? She has seen too many existences like the turtle demon, including humans, demons, beasts, witches, Yuan Zun. Sui was too young, and he had never seen those divine beasts that had stopped at the 3rd or 4th level of the open heaven, and how crazy they did in order to push forward. I have never seen how far those 7th level Tiantians, who want to push open the immortal gate, have become possessed by demons. In ancient times, when the two forces first snatched Sui's body, wasn't it because Sui's body had the opportunity to break through the Immortal Lord? How can a living being settle for mediocrity? After saying a few words casually, Bain didn't care about Chao Gui. Instead, he snatched Sui's Sun treasure book and played with it with great interest. Sui stepped down with his paw, and a ball of solid ice wrapped the tortoise and sank into the earth. He turned around and looked at the stone arm beside him. His mind moved and a Bei Ming fell on the stone arm, spinning around it and wrapping it up. The stone arm will be cut into pieces with thousands of knives. Bain looked at Shurju. with a strange flash in his eyes. Sister, whose body is this or she? Suhi looked at Bain. Bain chuckled. The Great Witch cut off one of his hands and turned into a woman, and was killed by me and Tantai. I don't know what kind of experiments the main body did with the woman's corpse. The remaining waste is here. Suhi. Is this how the Yuanzun clan reproduces? Can you transform into a new person by cutting off a section of your body? This should not be possible for all the Yuanzun clan. The Great Witch is special. The existence of one who controls the temple is naturally extraordinary. Suhi circled the stone arm, and the scales on his eyebrows trembled. No copying and no improvement in quality. No dice fell on the stone arm. Is there anyone else who owns this thing? Bain rolled his eyes at him. It was originally yours, and it has never been taken away by anyone. Why would you copy it? Bai Ling brought back what she had seen and heard in Iwu. She was naturally aware of Suhi's talent for copying. But this stone arm is just here. Do you really think anyone can take away the things she left behind? If you want to come back, wave your hand and you will come back. How can there be a copy if it has not been taken away? After tens of millions of years of planning, Bain naturally seeks stability first, rather than maximizing profits. Otherwise, we should use a flaw to let Baiyun Palace be robbed, and then let Suhi snatch back one dojo and turn it into several, or double the quality to a higher level. No matter how you calculate it, you won't lose money. But just be afraid of the eventuality in everything. What if you can't get it back? This kind of uncertainty is not what a good fortune teller should do. Suhi understood, and Bei Ming's rotation suddenly became stronger. Toad! Suhi shouted. The toad was eager to try and was ready. The first core turned into Bain, but the second core could be absorbed by it. After patching it, the control over Baiyun Palace was improved. Bai Ling took a step back and disappeared. Bai Ming rotated and melted the stone arm in an instant. At this moment, a ray of light shot straight into the sky from the stone arm. Then, everyone in the entire White Tiger secret realm and the layer where Suhi was located looked this way. Everyone saw Suhi Bai Ming at the same time, corroding and melting the stone walls piece by piece. The mountain-like stone arms fell off bit by bit in a moment, revealing the core in the center. It was a ball of light, crystal clear, giving people a soft feeling. When your eyes fell on it, you immediately knew what it was. This group of light carries its own information, just like seeing the dragon turtle and knowing its name immediately. When you see this light, you immediately know what it is all about. Absorbing it, let alone whether you can become the master of Baiyun Palace. You just can't. Every time you absorb it, you could obtain the inheritance of the founder of Baiyun Palace. Immortal Lord inheritance. Even this light thoughtfully informed the four directions of what the Immortal Lord was. That is the existence beyond the immortal, who pushed open the immortal door. The ball of light floated in the air. The toad spit out its tongue and rolled the light into his mouth. He lay on Suhi and looked in all directions. I just feel that countless eyes are falling on it at this moment. Did Bain trick us too? Toad asked Suhi in his heart. Yes, Suhi said solemnly. The light at the beginning was probably set up by the turtle demon and was a conspiracy. Once the stone arm is snatched away and destroyed, the light will rise into the sky and attract others to covet it. However, the Xianwang Cave's sky is special, and people cannot see as far as the outside world. However, at this moment, Suhi could feel that the entire White Tiger ruins, and the beings on this level were all looking at him. Suhi even suspected that other layers were watching. This is Baiyun's masterpiece. Hey! Don't be stupid! Show me the abilities that the core brings to you! Baiyun's voice appeared in Suhi's mind. Don't be so stupid. At this moment, there are countless monks in the White Tiger ruins. But there is no real fighting, especially other big worlds. They lack interest in the core of Baiyun Palace. You can't become the master of Baiyun Palace just by grabbing one core. I don't know how many coins I need to grab. Who can grab them more than the Xianwang realm and the Emperor's world? Except for these two big worlds. The existence of other big worlds is mainly about treasure hunting. But if they don't fight, how can they refine the White Tiger bones? White Tiger takes the lead. The fighting spirit needs to permeate the entire White Tiger ruins. Suhi had a tacit understanding and said Lo. The toad jumped up and landed on the center of his eyebrows. Melting into it, Suhi's body flashed, and the divine machine flew straight into the sky. Someone in the White Tiger ruins exclaimed, That dragon turtle can use space magic! With the core, this space will no longer imprison him. Unexpected and reasonable. But before they could be surprised, endless water flowed around Suhi. Just when everyone didn't know what the dragon turtle was going to do, The water flows squirmed and burned, and pure white flames flowed like water. Looking at the flames, everyone in the White Tiger ruins felt a wave of heat coming down their gaze, as if it was melting people. "This is the ultimate way," a knowledgeable person immediately spoke out. When everyone looked at Su-hee, their eyes immediately became intense. Is this the immortal inheritance obtained from the core? The White Tiger ruins are on a higher level, the level where the 7th level of the sky is. The different levels here are not separated from top to bottom, but are in the same territory with different dimensions. At the 7th level of Tatian, Gu Luo looked at Su-hee strangely. Just now, Su-hee fought with the turtle demon, and he could see clearly from here. Is this the effect of the turtle demon's small mirror? What is his turtle boy doing? Revealing wealth? He had just obtained the core, and immediately showed such ability. What did he want to do? Opposite Gu Luo, there was a humanoid battle formation. The general in the battle formation glanced at Su-hee, who was thousands of miles away. He naturally saw what Gu Luo saw. Dragon Turtle is plotting. He wants to see disputes arise in the White Tiger ruins. The general opened his mouth to speak, but suddenly an invisible spiritual snake jumped out of nowhere, bit the battle formation's neck, and tore off most of the neck. A piece of earth yellow light was spat out from the mouth of the spirit snake, and followed the damaged area of the battle formation to hit the center of the battle formation between its eyebrows. Gu Luo struck a mountain god seal in the air, suppressing the world. Although I don't know what Turtle Boy is doing. As an elder, I just support him unconditionally. The dozen or so Imperial Palace generals in the battle formation in front of them know too much. Gu Luo roared, flashed, and instantly charged towards the humanoid battle formation. Su-hee couldn't sense the battle on the other level, but felt that the eyes falling on him gradually receded. Bain's methods retreated, and outsiders could no longer see this place. Su-hee fell down, and saw Bain's calves hanging out of the eaves on the tattered wings of the cave. She was sitting quietly with her hands on the eaves, and her pair of jade feet were still swinging. Su-hee looked at her resentfully. Bain snorted playfully. "What are you looking at me for? You can control Bain Palace." Bain tilted his head and looked at him like an idiot. "Isn't this natural? I am formed from the core of the fusion of ontology and consciousness. The core just can't be refined by outsiders. And it's not fake." "What's next?" Su-hee asked. Bain shrugged. "How would I know? I don't know much about this era. Maybe I want you to fan the flames and start wars everywhere. As long as there is fighting everywhere, she can refine the White Tiger bones with the fighting breath." Su-hee was silent for a moment. "It sounds like Zhu Yan's clan." "The Zhu Yan clan practices in the aura of war." Bain turned around with a bit of pride. "You discovered it. I have refined 10 Zhu Yans to come in here." Su-hee. There was something moving behind him. Su-hee looked around and saw a greedy wolf and Xion approaching from a distance cautiously. However, they did not come to their side. They roared at Su-hee from a distance. Su-hee nodded. The two beasts ran away happily. They also want to grab the core. Everyone wants the inheritance of the immortal lord. In the orifice of the mind, a thought came from the toad, which was condensed into a secret book and condensed in the sea of consciousness. 18 ways to eat blazing golden pheasant. Su-hee's head was full of questions, so he heard the toad's rumor. The inheritance in the core. Su-hee looked at Bain in disbelief, and Bain shrugged. The dignified immortal master will naturally not lie to others. If he says there is a heritage, it must be true. Which rule prohibits immortals from passing down cooking skills. Not only of cooking skills, but also tailoring skills, blacksmithing skills. Of course, there are real inheritances, but except for those who are in tune with the soul, it is too difficult for outsiders to get the inheritance. It's not impossible. It's just prohibitively difficult. Su-hee shook his head and laughed. He pulled out the jade bone from before and immersed his consciousness in it, breaking ice into the sea of consciousness bit by bit. The skills you learn are your own skills. Bain said that Su-hee didn't need to do it himself. As long as there was a lead, and there was a need to fight, it wouldn't take long for the White Tiger ruins to fall into a real war. The world is basically divided into two camps, and it is easy for them to fight. Su-hee laid down in the corner of Bain's house and looked at the Bing carefully. Compared to Rixie, who is a pretentious turtle demon, breaking ice is the one who takes the waterway to its extreme. The water energy around the body condenses a primitive ice energy, and when facing the enemy, it emits ice energy, instantly freezing everything in the 4 directions, including space. If there is water vapor in all directions, it will freeze even more completely. Then comes the ultimate crushing. This technique is suitable for Su-hee, and even more suitable for Su Huanyan. Ji Feishuet can also learn it. But I don't know if they like it or not. Suhi was silent for a moment and raised his head to look at Baiyin. Sister clan, please protect me. I have inherited 2 magical powers. In the second level of Kaikion, even the inner world was stabilized when the ancients returned. But the magical powers that can be passed down in the second level of Kaikion have not been passed down yet. Up to now, the battles have been over and over again. And the same magical powers are still the same. To understand the magic, the body is idle. So it is better to pass on the magical power at the same time. Okay. Baiyin kicked his legs. But we are just a mental body. There is no battle. She just said, okay. But Suhi's consciousness had completely sunk into his body, and he didn't even hear her finish her words. Is this turtle so impatient? Baiyin blinked and completed the sentence. Force. Suhi was indeed a little anxious. The further you go, the more you realize that you have too few means. The fewer means you have, the greater the possibility of being targeted. He took the toad and sank into the sea of consciousness, jumped into the Tao Palace, and entered the sea of inheritance. The inherited dragon turtle lies in the sea unchanged for eternity. And the waves are turbulent. The starry sky and dragon turtle's eyes disappeared. One eye for insight and one eye for magic. Suhi did not rush to inherit the magical power. Instead, he jumped up and landed on the back of the dragon turtle. He merged with his own inheritance shadow and looked at the experience runes of other dragon turtles first. Dragon turtle's knowledge is all here. The second heaven has just been opened. So you have to think carefully about what to inherit first. There are many magical powers that Kaikion's second level can inherit, including combat, trapping, defense, healing, everything. The second level of Kaition can no longer be called a turtle cub. For any force, he is a top fighting force. There are more and more magical powers involved. Suhi glanced at the inherited shadows of his uncles, and his eyes subconsciously fell on Bai Ling's inherited shadow. Firstly, she's used to it. And secondly, Bai Ling is too special. Others only have one main talisman. But she has 3. The other 2 were unable to be looked at first. As soon as their eyes fell on him, they felt dizzy and couldn't bear it at all. But after coming out of Fengzhong, one of the 2 appendices that was originally unavailable can be read. Suhi's eyes fell on him. There was a roar in my mind, and a pattern unfolded. From germination to branching, a seed grows into a towering tree in an instant, with leaves blooming and fruits falling. In a moment, it seems that 3 years of prosperity and 3 withering have gone through 3 springs and autumns. When the 4th spring and autumn arrives, the tree is gone. A huge mountain appears on the same spot. And the spring is long. The autumn is dry. The summer is prosperous. And the winter is silent. Year after year. In the blink of an eye, the sea is dry and the rocks are shattered. Time is passing. But after a moment, it seems to be flowing backwards. The mountain peaks that have turned into dust reappear in reverse flow. Then came the big trees, shrinking little by little and returning to their seeds. Suhi was stunned. Even the toad nearby was stunned. The picture of this rune demonstration is so familiar to Suhi. This is the flow of time. It's the river of time that Suhi took when he came back from the ancient times. This rune is all kinds of experiences about the law of time. Bai Ling controls the time. This thought suddenly popped up in my heart. But suddenly it calmed down. Isn't it natural for Bai Ling to control the power of time? Baiyin can pull him back to the ancient times from the present. And he controls time himself. But Baiyin's reincarnation didn't remove her memory. She just changed her skin. Suhi and Toad looked at each other in confusion. After looking at the runes, they felt something strange about the inheritance dragon turtle under them. Suhi flew out and looked at the inheritance dragon turtle, and saw 2 silver-white suns slowly appearing in the left eye of the dragon turtle. No, not showing up. These 2 great suns have always been here. But Suhi couldn't see them before. This is the first time I saw it. I always feel that the most basic function of the second rune is not to impart time-based experience, but to test whether he is qualified to contact time. In the Phoenix Tomb, the power of time enters the body for the first time, and he is no longer dizzy when he sees the runes. Taiku and his team jumped out of the time limit of this world and truly came into contact with the power of time. The runes revealed his true appearance to him. Only after passing the test can Suhi accept the experience inheritance in the runes, and see the silver sun in the eyes of the inheritance dragon turtle. It is inherited that the stars in the dragon turtle's left eye are magical powers, and the stars in the right eye are spells. The silver sun is in the left eye. Suhi's consciousness gently reached up, and the 2 rounds of the great sun only passed the name and bounced Suhi's consciousness away. This was a sign that his realm was not enough to pass on. Another round can be passed on. Old Dream. Jinghong. Of the two magical powers, the one that bounced off Suhi's consciousness was the Old Dream, and the one that could be passed on was Jinghong. It's strange. Generally, even if magical powers cannot be passed down, you will still get specific information about the magical powers. But these two magical powers only have names. Just an Old Dream. Even Jinghong, who can be passed down, only has a name. The turtle's curiosity was immediately aroused. Suhi was silent for a long time. The second level of Kaitian originally wanted to be the first to inherit Taiyuan. This is a confinement-type magical power, which can even be said to be a prison-type magical power. It's not like Chaos Blade or Mountain God Seal. It's gone when you hit it. Taiyuan is a permanent magical power that will exist forever after being used. It can even be used as a prison to imprison the enemy forever. I heard that an emperor from Fengwang Palace was imprisoned in Hongzu's Taiyuan. I don't know if it's true or not. Suhi had little contact with Hong Ancestor, and he had never told him that Hong Ancestor loved teasing little turtles too much. The four clan uncles suffered a lot, but Suhi was smart enough not to take the initiative to approach. Suhi looked at the bright moon in Taiyuan, and then at the Nirvana sky, and Zong Feng next to him. These are also the two magical powers that can be inherited by the second level of Kaitian. The Nirvana sky can condense an array flag, and the array can within the scope covered by the flag. One of the three can be banned: magic, magical power, or physical body. Regardless of friend or foe, everyone is banned. Zong Feng is more in line with Suhi's temperament. It is a damage-absorbing counterattack. When combined with the foreign minister, it is simply invincible. There were many other magical powers, and Suhi didn't know what to choose for a while. Toad squatted aside and vomited. It's not like there is a limit on the number. You can pass on one first, and then pass on the other after passing it on. It took 30 years to reach the first to second level of Kaitian. It doesn't necessarily have to be from the second to the third level. How many years? Maybe hundreds or thousands of years. No need to worry. Moreover, depending on physical fitness, there is no guarantee that magical powers can be passed down to 2 or 3 at a time. That makes sense. Suhi's eyes lit up. He looked at each other and jumped up at the same time. Suhi bit the spell on his right eye and chose a useless fire tree. The toad grabbed the Jinghong sun and pulled it down. A turtle and a frog were immediately thrown out of the inheritance palace. A dice slipped down, landed on the toad's head. 5 o'clock. The Taoist palace can only inherit one technique or magical power at a time. No matter which one Suhi chooses, he deserves it. But Toad's choice is a robbery. The spell was turned into a secret book and passed down in Suhi's mind, requiring him to practice it on his own. The magical power of the sun has been integrated into Suhi's body, and he is slowly awakening. Shocked into his body, Suhi suddenly froze, motionless as if his computer was down. Even the conscious body fell into silence. I don't know how long it took for you to wake up. Toad looked at Suhi. Suhi shook his head. I've eaten too much. I can't pass it on for the time being. A Jinghong was already Suhi's limit, and he could not inherit two magical powers at the same time. Suhi's consciousness exited his mind, and he slowly opened his eyes. In front of him, Bain caught 2 crickets from nowhere and locked them in a stone cage. The dog's tail grass was playing with the crickets. The toad had jumped out and landed aside. Suhi looked a little sluggish. The shock was too heavy on his body. He shook his body, threw the dragon turtle's true body backstage, and the peacock's true body appeared, flapping its wings and landing next to Bain. Bain let go of the gabion and looked at Suhi's peacock real body with interest. After looking at it for a while, he suddenly curled his lips and said, "This bird is so ugly." Suhi, why do you have the same aesthetics as Ji Feishue? Such a beautiful bird. You call it ugly? Bain saw the dissatisfied look on his face and snorted. If the real body is here, with a bird like you, the most you can do is capture it and use it as a mount. With such a bird-like appearance, do you still want to have something? Dream. The corners of Suhi's mouth twitched behind his beak. He didn't believe it. Even the immortal master cannot capture the Phoenix clan's peacock and use it as a mount. Feng Zhu couldn't bear this grievance. When it came to Feng Zhu, Suhi suddenly thought of something. He quietly approached Bain and asked, "It is said that Feng Zhu is the longest living creature. Do you think that if the same Feng from ancient times is the same as today, does he know a lot of things? Will he know about it before I go back?" Bain shrugged. Who knows? The original body didn't leave many other memories. Although she knew something about Fengzhu, she didn't even remember Fengzhu's appearance. Sui looked excited. If I ask Fengzhu about things in the ancient times, will I be able to predict the future if I go back in time? Buying glanced at him. Do you think Fengzhu is as leisurely as you? The one who cares about your little turtle's affection. The older the existence, the busier it is and can't find Bei. Just like Mingzhu doesn't know how many things he has to do every day. The old guys have too many secrets. There is a space-time rift in the Yuanzun clan's ancestral temple. Obviously Mingzhu knew about it and asked her to investigate it with great pains. Speaking of which, the main body is already an old guy in this era. If he can survive until now, does he also have a lot of secrets? Buying was thinking wildly, and reached out to Suhi with his little hand, trying to pull out a feather. But Suhi jumped away and ran away. The woman snorted and curled her lips, murmured a little, and said, "If you want to know any secrets, go to Bai Zhe. That guy is the historian of heaven. All things in the heavens and the world are recorded. I don't think he can do it even if you go back to ancient times." Recorded. As she spoke, she suddenly frowned, twitched her brows, and muttered in a low voice, "I don't have complete memory, but I vaguely remember that the main body went to beat it after you left. Didn't the main body force it to change the historical data? Think about it. The main body can do this." Suhi laughed dumbly. He laughed with Bayin for a while, threw his silver maple tree out with his hand, planted it on the ground, spread his wings and landed on the maple tree. The jade bone floated in front of him, comprehending the skills in the jade bone, and at the same time, he circulated the Phoenix Yuan to let the peacock the body adapts to the state of the second level of open heaven as quickly as possible. The world pearl rotates, the power of the world condenses, and the true essence is integrated to create a new peacock true essence. In essence, there is no difference between the peacock true essence and the phoenix essence. So Suhi always calls his true essence the phoenix essence. Compared with Kui Yuan, Feng Yuan lacks a ray of Xuanwu power, and its power is reduced by more than half. According to Suhi's estimation, even if the peacock avatar has consolidated its realm, even if it reaches the limit of the second level of Kaitian, it cannot reach the combat power of the dragon turtle avatar at this moment. At most, it can compete with the fifth level limit of Tatian. He can be regarded as a decent four-spirit monster, unless one day he embarks on the path of the Suzaku and incorporates the power of the Suzaku into his true essence. The peacock's true form can leap up and compete with the dragon turtle's true form. Feng Yuan circulates in the body week by week, and grows stronger every time it circulates. Even the peacock's real body grew up along with it. After an unknown amount of time, Suhi opened his eyes. I looked up at the sky. There was neither a bright sun nor a bright moon. Looking at the position of the stars, I guessed that time had already passed the Zhongyuan period. I just closed my eyes to do my exercises, and as soon as I opened my eyes, 4 or 5 days passed. Practicing practice is indeed the most time-consuming. The wind was blowing on the body, carrying a hint of blood and murderous intent. Just by the breath, one could tell that the fighting in the White Tiger ruins was bound to escalate in the past few days. Suhi turned to look at Bai Ling. Bai Ling lay on the peacock's back, buried his body in the feathers, and slept deeply. As if sensing Suhi's gaze, Yu Yu woke up and was stunned for a moment. She stretched out her hand to grab a handful of wind and put it to her nose to smell it. It's still far behind. With this little fighting spirit, it's far from being able to refine tiger bones. She looked at Suhi as she spoke. Don't there be a lot of guards in the Fengwang Palace? Why don't you bring them in? Suhi laughed. This is the Xianwang Cave Heaven. How many Xianwang orders can there be in a big world? How can ordinary soldiers be brought in? Not to mention sealing the Imperial Palace. Even if all the heavens and worlds were unified, they would not be able to do such a luxurious thing. Speaking of this, Suhi thought of something. I came in and killed a lot of people. How come I didn't explode even a Xianwang token? The first batch of people who came in basically came through the Xianwang Order. They killed many people and didn't even drop a piece of the Xianwang Order. Bain blinked his cute big eyes and said nothing. She didn't even know what the Xianwang Ling was. She didn't know if this thing didn't exist in her time, or if the main body didn't give her the memory. Toad on the side stretched and said, It's normal. Normally, the Xianwang Ling will be scrapped after 2 or 3 uses, and it will turn into pieces and fly ash as soon as it comes in. Most people don't have the Xianwang Ling at this moment. Suhi nodded in understanding. He flapped his wings lightly, flew up, took back the silver maple tree, turned around and transformed into the true form of the dragon turtle. The spirit snake coiled the downward sliding bind and pulled it back to the turtle SHL. A few days passed, and the inheritance of Jing Hong had not been completed. But at least it no longer felt like it was full, and soon he could reveal the true form of the dragon turtle. As soon as he emerged, he felt the difference in his body. Originally, the power of time was hidden, and it was difficult for Su He to actively mobilize it. But now it seems that he can seize the power of time at any time. Jing Hong's role is also faintly evident in his heart. It has a single function, and is very simple. It can speed up Su He's own time flow rate. For example, when attacking an enemy, Su He's ordinary move will double the time flow rate. In the eyes of others, his moves are as fast as lightning. But this kind of speed is not fast, and it cannot be resisted by increasing the speed. What a magical power! Su He laughed. Chapter 385 One Sword. Boom! Outside the White Tiger ruins, on the top floor of Baiyun Palace, a beam of light that was more than 10 miles away shot straight into the sky, smashed through the barrier of Baiyun Palace and blasted out. The undercurrent from outside rolled towards Baiyun Palace. But at this moment, a slender and beautiful jade hand slapped the loophole, driving back the undercurrent. The next moment, the Baiyun Palace barrier was restored to its integrity, blocking the undercurrent. In the pillar of light, there was a phoenix cry, and a fire phoenix flew out, spread its wings and landed on a broken sycamore tree. Feng Chofei looked down at his sycamore tree, with a flash of distress in his eyes. Turning his head to look at the beam of light again, he immediately gritted his teeth. The beam of light in the eyes of outsiders was a different scene in Feng Chofei's eyes. A dragon of national destiny condensed into an entity roared and roared. Golden light shot out from his body, converging into a beam of light from the outside world. A broken blue dragon battle formation behind the dragon of luck. There were 7 or 8 corpses floating around the battle formation. If any outsider saw it, they would be shocked and at a loss. These 7 or 8 corpses are all important figures in the great world of Emperor Feng. The Minister of Personnel, the Minister of Rights, the Generals of Anguai. If any one person died in normal times, it would be a major event that would shock the government and the public, and cause a sensation in the world. But at this time, 7 or 8 people died at once. There are still corpses here. And what's more, there are no corpses at all. They have been completely beaten into powder. Emperor Luan can't be seen at this moment. He has merged into one with the dragon of national destiny in the Emperor's great world. Otherwise, how could we stop Ji Feishue? After all, this place is not the great world of the Emperor. We cannot mobilize hundreds of millions of soldiers and horses to form a large formation and carry out horizontal push. Ji Feishue stood in the void in red clothes. The strong wind blew the red clothes and made a sound. Behind her, a yin and yang weapon refining furnace was burning brightly. The broken knives in the yin furnace and yang furnace have completely melted, and bursts of sneaky energy have been refined, and then dispersed by the dragon of national luck on the opposite side. In such a life and death battle, she was still borrowing the national fortune divine dragon from the Emperor's great world to refine her sword. The scroll of the universe in the beam of light was flying in the air, and from time to time, there were various attacks hitting the Sanlong battle formation. The scroll was very clear, and it did not participate in the battle between Emperor Luan and Ji Feishue, but only suppressed the Sanlong and fought to death. Feng Chaofei fell outside the battle circle, with the sun shining continuously on his body, as he quickly repaired his body. The hatred in his eyes was about to boil. Are you treating me like a soft persimmon? The two sides fought. Ji Feishue and Gui Wanshan had a great time fighting, but she was always being beaten. Luan Di believed that she was seriously injured. As soon as he entered, Luan Di and Song Long fought hard to get hurt, and looked like they wanted to kill her first without any regard. You deserve to be beaten by my niece-in-law. Feng Chaofei gritted his teeth. At this moment, Luan Emperor's national fortune divine dragon had shrunk by 20% compared to before. The dragon of national fortune is not a living being and cannot have its legs or tail cut off. When Ji Feishue cuts off a section of it, it shrinks in size. After this war, the world of Emperor Feng is bound to suffer from natural disasters one after another. Be careful! He's going to escape! Feng Chaofei looked at the battle ahead, suddenly fluttered his wings and rushed towards the light beam. The fight has been going on for a long time. Feng Wang Palace has suffered heavy losses, and it is impossible to continue the fight. Emperor Luan wants to withdraw. Feng Chaofei's voice has not yet finished. There was a dragon roar in the golden light, and the golden light emitted by the Destiny Dragon exploded with a bang. The beam of light rising into the sky turned pure white for an instant, and the whole world seemed to fall into nothingness. Invisible and unperceivable. I don't know how long this pure white has lasted, and even time seems to have stood still here. I could only hear the roar of dragons, the sound of waving scrolls, and the cry of phoenixes shaking the sky. Immediately afterwards, a sword light shot up into the sky, slashing downwards and shattering the pure white world. A half-finished fairy sword floated up and down next to Ji-Fei-Xue. The yin and yang weapon refining furnace behind him has disappeared. In the distance, a dark three-legged cauldron gathered the Sanlong battle formation and flew away through the air. Feng Chafei fluttered his wings and landed next to Ji-Fei-Xue. "Hey! Can you do it?" He actually escaped. Feng Chafei looked at Ji-Fei-Xue with disdain. He had been fighting for several days, and how could he escape so easily? Ji-Fei-Xue glanced at her. Feng Chafei stared back. "What are you looking at? Call me aunt." Concubine Ji-Xue smiled sweetly, her eyes half smiling, but not smiling. Feng Chafei puffed up his chest, proudly unafraid. "What are you afraid of?" She was right. "I dare not tell you not to let you into the house in the future." Ji-Fei-Xue's smile became even stronger. Feng Chafei snorted. "What? Want to fight? Even when fighting, you have to call me aunt." Feng Chafei puffed up his chest proudly, raised his head high, and heard a sweet voice coming over. "Auntie!" The feathers on Feng Chafei's face suddenly trembled. He lowered his head in disbelief and saw a little girl jumping out of the Qingquan scroll on Guiwang Mountain in the distance, calling out to her from a distance. Yaya jumped over and took Ji-Fei-Xue's hand. "Auntie, who is this big bird? Why do you call her aunt?" While still in the old man's scroll, the aunt sent a message asking her to call her aunt. Ji-Fei-Xue giggled, and Feng Chafei rolled her eyes at her. "Childish!" As she spoke, a leaf from her sycamore tree floated down and fell into Yaya's hand. "Be good!" Of course, as an elder, she had to give Su-He a greeting gift, not counting the fact that the kid cast a blood curse on her as soon as they met, and didn't hang her up and beat her, because she was kind-hearted. After giving Yaya the greeting gift, he turned to look in the direction Shanhe Ding left. Although she was looking for trouble with Ji-Fei-Xue, she also knew that Emperor Luan could not be killed so easily, especially when Emperor Luan was determined to leave. This golden light was arranged as soon as Emperor Luan was surrounded. Ji-Fei-Xue had no chance of escaping the trap, and Emperor Luan would not fight to the death. After several days of preparation, they finally broke away from the battle formation. The fighting in the past few days was actually to prevent him from getting out of the battle, and then hunted and killed the officials of the Imperial Palace. Every time one is killed, the world of Emperor Feng is weakened by 1 point. And to kill the previous emperor, we must first kill the emperor's national destiny. This is an extremely prosperous dragon of national destiny. Killing the national destiny is like killing the entire Fengwang world. An almost impossible task. To kill one emperor, one must either destroy the emperor's great world, or kill him outside the emperor's great world, where the dragon of national fortune cannot appear. In fact, the best way is to cause chaos in the emperor's world. It is a pity that 110,000 years ago, Xianwang realm failed to seize the opportunity. As soon as the Qingquan scroll swayed, everyone in Guiwang Mountain floated down, looking at the corpse floating in midair. There was a rare joy on their faces. The Sanlong battle formation was put into the mountain and river cauldron. Emperor Luan held the mountain and river cauldron and stepped out thousands of miles away. It was not a magical power of space, but his speed was too fast. One stepped thousands of miles away from the top of Baiyan Palace in an instant. After walking far away, he vomited out a mouthful of blood and turned pale. He turned his palm to burn all the spit out blood. And Emperor Luan laughed. One wrong step. One wrong step. No one could have imagined that the prison that Feng Huangdong had controlled for tens of millions of years would be unlocked by a little turtle. That turtle didn't unlock the formation on the Heavenly Lao, but had ownership of the Heavenly Lao. Opening the Tianlao formation is as simple as opening the door to your own house. But this day has been in the hands of the Feng Huang clan for tens of millions of years. Tens of millions of years ago, the Dragon Turtle clan set a trick? Or did Xiaogui happen to get the ownership of Tianlao? Emperor Luan pondered. If the latter is okay, just use all your strength to kill the little turtle. Trying your best is not a self-deprecation for Emperor Luan. This kind of person who can turn danger into safety again and destroy the enemy's methods must have great luck. I don't know how difficult it will be to kill a person with great luck. To say that I will put all my effort into it may be an understatement. But if it was the former, the Emperor's heart would twitch. In that case, how many of the so-called trump cards in Feng Wang Palace are actually mines laid by the mysterious world, just waiting for the right time to detonate? He was thinking wildly, and suddenly he felt a warning sign in his heart. So he dodged back, and a spear suddenly popped out of the void in front of him, piercing Emperor Luan's eyebrows. Emperor Luan took a step back, dodged to avoid the spear, held up the mountain and river cauldron with one hand, and struck behind the spear with the backhand of the other hand. The wind in the palm is sharp, rolling up endless clouds. The man holding the gun seemed unable to see his palm. The attack had clearly been avoided, but he continued to press forward with his spear unabated. However, he did not dodge and hit the wind of Emperor Luan's palm head-on. Emperor Luan had just left the battle and had not yet come out of the fighting state. This palm was 7 points for attack and 3 points for defense, which was impeccable. A palm hit the attacker, and the person immediately exploded. However, Emperor Luan frowned and grabbed the spear that stabbed Kong. But at this moment, the spear followed its owner and exploded, blowing away Emperor Luan's hand. The head of the spear suddenly transformed into a middle-aged man and grabbed the Shanha cauldron. The person holding the gun is fake. This gun is the real thing. Emperor Luan used his strength to knock back the middle-aged man in front of him. However, the man had already grabbed hold of the mountain and river cauldron. He did not snatch the mountain and river cauldron away. Instead, he lightly flicked the mountain and river cauldron and jumped back using his legs to shake. The figure flashed and landed dozens of miles away. Both of them stopped moving and looked at each other quietly. Ninth Prince! Emperor Luan laughed. The only wise prince of the previous dynasty. During the battle that overthrew the previous dynasty 110,000 years ago, the ninth prince left and went to the Star Sea, known as the deposed prince. Sure enough, it appeared here. His eyes fell on the ball of light in the hands of the deposed prince. The deposed prince had no murderous intention towards him. Otherwise, he would have discovered it long ago. The deposed prince came for the dragon ball on the mountain and river cauldron. The outside of the mountain and river tripod is engraved with mountains and rivers, with a dragon coiled around it and spitting out pearls. This dragon ball is just a relief. I didn't expect it to be taken down. Emperor Luan had studied the mountain and river cauldron for 100,000 years, but he had never fully understood it. His mountain and river cauldron was taken by force from the overthrow of the previous dynasty. I didn't get the real control method of Shanha cauldron. Even when we first got it, the Shanha cauldron was seriously damaged. Special techniques were used to conquer the mountain and river tripod weapon spirits. The weapon spirit has been subdued, but it is still as pure as paper. It cannot completely control the mountain and river cauldron. It needs to be reintegrated back into the mountain and river cauldron bit by bit to achieve perfect control. The deposed prince's understanding of Shanha cauldron obviously surpassed his. The deposed prince raised his hand and said, I've met Emperor Luan, and I'm borrowing the dragon ball for today, and I will definitely return it in the future. He didn't want to talk to Emperor Luan anymore, so he ran away immediately after saying a few words. Emperor Luan laughed. Brother, why do you have to come and go in such a hurry? Since you are here, why not go home and have a look? He smiled. If brother wants the mountain and river cauldron, what's the harm in giving it to him? As Emperor Luan spoke, he raised his hand and slapped the mountain and river cauldron, shaking out the broken battle array inside. The mountain and river cauldron roared with a loud bell and turned into a huge mountain, crashing towards the deposed prince. The deposed prince, who had fled far away, suddenly turned around with a serious expression on his face. Thank you for your hospitality, Your Majesty. When I take back the throne for my brother, I will take back the mountain and river cauldron. But now is not the time, he responded, clenched his fist with his right hand, and punched Phalai Mountain. With a crash, the mountain river cauldron was knocked back. There was a loud noise at the collision point, and ripples rushed in all directions. The white clouds in the sky instantly dissipated. The mountains were pushed back, and the figure of the abandoned prince in the sky also disappeared. The mountain fell and turned into the mountain and river cauldron again, which fell into Emperor Luan's hands. Emperor Luan held the mountain and river cauldron and looked thoughtfully into the distance. But looking at his expression, he was not upset or disappointed. He was still calm. It's not pretending to be calm. It's true calm. The deposed prince's taking of the dragon ball on the mountain and river cauldron didn't seem to have any impact on him. Millions of miles away, the deposed prince broke through the clouds and fell to the ground. He spit out a mouthful of blood, But he had no time to care. A waiter immediately brought a box to him. The deposed prince quickly put the dragon ball into the box, picked up a pen and wrote a talisman. The talisman fell on the box, sealing the dragon ball tightly. "Your Highness!" The young man next to the waiter didn't know what was going on and asked doubtfully, "How come your Highness doesn't use the treasure that was snatched back with such difficulty, but also completely sealed it?" He naturally knows what the prince is going to do. While Emperor Luan was seriously injured, he snatched back the dragon ball on the mountain and river cauldron. This dragon ball was the power of the emperor's lineage. Not secular power, but the power of prison. Possessing the dragon balls can increase one's power to an incredible level. Even the prince can make further progress. The deposed prince shook his head. He knew Luan Di very well. After studying him for hundreds of thousands of years, Luan Di would never know how many backups he had. Who knows if he discovered the dragon ball? It is impossible to set up tricks on Dragon Ball earlier. Taking back the power is just to block the way for Emperor Luan. He will never use it himself. See, go and check the lineage of the former emperor and who died in this battle. The deposed prince's voice was low. The former emperor was not an idiot, and neither was the Xianwang realm. I'm afraid those who died were the fools. The deposed prince spat out another mouthful of blood as he spoke. Your Highness! The waiter's hand holding the box trembled slightly, looking at the pale face of the abandoned prince. His breathing became heavier. The deposed prince shook his head, with a hint of smile in his eyes. The Emperor Luan holding the mountain and river cauldron was too powerful. If Emperor Luan had held the fortune of the country in his left hand, and the mountain and river cauldron in his right hand, and left the civil and military ministers alone, he would never have lost to the white dragon in the mysterious realm. I can get out of the battle a long time ago. It is impossible to fight against Emperor Luan without an equivalent artifact. The deposed prince turned his head and looked outside Baiyan Palace, wondering what happened to Yao Cai. Yao Cai didn't listen to him and didn't come back. The deposed prince doesn't blame him. If the king's life is not going to be successful, it must be because Yao Cai discovered that the sword is available for grabs. Or there are other more important things. When you are not in front of you, follow the authority in urgent matters and make your own decisions. If Yao Cai can get back the fairy sword, he will have some confidence in facing Emperor Luan again. Outside Baiyan Palace, there is an undercurrent. In the undercurrent, I can't see all directions and can't tell where I am. The undercurrent that had remained unchanged for millions of years suddenly heard a loud noise, followed by the sound of the mirror shattering. A ray of golden light dispersed, and he saw the 6th level of Tatian, who was following the prince to chase Su Huanyan. The bronze mirror above his head was broken by a sword. The bronze mirror turned into golden light and returned to the crown prince's sun disk. The prince didn't wait for the 6th level soul to dissipate and turn into a walking corpse. So he struck out with a palm and beat him into powder. Before he died, the 6th level Tatian looked grateful and glanced at the crown prince in surprise. Die in the undertow with no possibility of resurrection. Will he be killed by the crown prince before the undertow or have a chance to be reborn? The prince shattered his entourage with a palm, and suddenly dodged to avoid the incoming Lingsu immortal sword. With a step of his foot, a formation rose up, and streaks of rays of light fell down, suppressing the immortal sword. The fairy sword buzzed and beat, but it couldn't get away. It was clear that the immortal sword had been suppressed, but there was no trace of joy on the prince's face. The woman escaped. The woman who had been fighting with him for several days was actually just a clone. If he hadn't opened the door and shattered the clone, he probably wouldn't have discovered it until now. He fought with him with just a sword until now, and even chopped the attendant's bronze mirror into pieces. He even tried to chop off the sun disk on his head over and over again. But unfortunately his sun disk was the real body. How could it be chopped apart outside? This is not the point. It is clearly a sword. The owner has left, but he still cannot control it. This sword has been completely recognized as its owner, and he can't even refine it. His true energy and spiritual consciousness cannot penetrate into the fairy sword at all. The prince waved his hand to gather the scattered vitality of Su Huanyan's clone. The visible distance in the undercurrent became shorter. With this vitality, he could chase Su Huanyan's true body, kill the real body, and cut off the master of the fairy sword. So you can refine the fairy sword again. The prince controls the formation to suppress the fairy sword with one hand, and gathers the vitality with the other hand. The halberd pointed a little, and the vitality turned into an arrow pointing into the distance. A flash of light flashed in the prince's eyes. He picked up the formation, suppressed the fairy sword, and chased after him, following the direction of the arrow. Within half a day, I saw a figure flying rapidly in the undercurrent from a distance. A smile appeared on the prince's lips. This woman did not have a fairy sword. She only relied on her own escape skills. But she could only reach the 5th level of the sky. In the same realm, he would naturally be a monster that defies the heavens. But in front of him, he is completely incompetent. The prince's eyes were focused. This woman was so lucky. Not only did she have a fairy sword, but she also had the means to survive in the undercurrent. Whether it was a pill or a magic weapon, he was determined to get it. Moving things will be of great use to my father. When he saw Su Huanyan, the immortal sword was completely suppressed by the formation. Sure enough, it is destined for me. The prince laughed, and he jumped up and shot at Su Huanyan. At the same time, he made a backhand move. The sword bounced and landed in the golden light of the sun. He grabbed it. But at this moment, the woman who was running away in front suddenly steadied her figure, turned around and came back, pointed her halberd at him. And the fairy sword that had been caught in his hand suddenly broke free from his hand, and pointed the sword upward at the sun disk above his head. Treasure mirror. The prince was stunned. Then his face filled with anger. Damn it! This woman is cheating. Previously, the golden light of the sun shrouded him like an umbrella, and the fairy sword could not break it from the outside to the inside. He was as invincible as if he were holding a turtle shell. This woman deliberately lost the fairy sword, pretending to let him suppress it, and let him take the initiative to absorb the fairy sword into the sun. Then he suddenly broke free from the suppression and hit the sun directly. Bitch! The prince's expression changed drastically, and he raised his hand and struck Su Huanyan with a palm. He didn't fight the fairy sword. Judging from the power of the fairy sword to break free from suppression, he couldn't stop the fairy sword at all. Only by killing this woman will the fairy sword stop. This woman doesn't have the means to kill the 7th level of treading heaven by cutting back her roots. Otherwise, this sword should strike him. She knew that even if she killed him with the fairy sword, he could be resurrected instantly. The opportunity brought by the trick is only one opportunity to use the sword. If she can still be allowed to use 2 swords at the 7th level of Taotian, it is better to plunge into the undercurrent and commit suicide. With 1 sword, she can only kill the sun wheel. The crown prince struck with a palm, but the woman in front did not panic at all. She calmly hit the wind of the palm, shattering into pieces and turning into flying snow. Still a clone. The prince's expression changed again, and then he heard a crisp sound. Ding! The fairy sword struck the sun disk. The power contained in the fairy sword burst out instantly. A sword light pierced the sun disk, and the fairy sword passed through the sun wheel and shot straight into the sky. Chapter 386 Chase. Above the sky, Su Huanyan appeared, grabbed the Lingsu fairy sword, and the sword's light disappeared instantly. The prince is not dead. This sword pierced the sun, but the feeling the prince gave her was not the panic and madness before death, but the hysteria after discovering that she had been tricked. In addition to the sun disk, this person has other means to survive in the undercurrent. Su Huanyan walked away with his sword. Baiyun Palace had long since disappeared. Su Huanyan faced 2 directions. One was to go all the way west to San Yuan Palace to retrieve the dragon scales Ji Feishu has said. The dragon scales left behind by the dragon ancestor might be able to protect her. And the other was the direction that kept calling her, which was in the north. Who knows how far away? This kind of summons was too familiar to Su Huanyan. It was a summons from a previous life. It was either an inheritance or a magic weapon. This is how the Lingsu immortal sword was obtained. The undercurrent of this summoning did not appear last time in the Xianwang cave sky. Maybe it was too far away. It was more likely that it was caused by breaking the limit and breaking through the extreme realm this time. Such a treasure land must have been protected by means of protection in previous lives. Su Huanyan only hesitated for a moment before flying all the way north. The Lingsu immortal sword pierced the undercurrent and had already flown past, only to hear the roar of the sky behind him. In the stabbing undercurrent, there were walking corpses from time to time. Their souls were wiped out by the undercurrent, and some of the corpses left behind had been turned into complete mummies. Only then did they feel that the breath of living people was about to pounce. Su Huanyan had already seen it. No figure. At its original location, the sun disk above the crown prince's head was pierced, but it did not spread out like a replica. Instead, it gradually softened, melted bit by bit, and turned into a ball of golden liquid floating above his head. Tick-tock. Tick-tock. Drop by drop fell. It was placed on the crown of the crown prince's head, and slowly melted in, flowing along the crown prince's blood throughout his body, and the dense blood vessels were revealed. All golden. Then the whole person turned into pure gold. Like a Buddhist golden body. He exuded a strong golden light, driving away the undercurrent, and opened his eyes to look to the north. Golden light shot out from his eyes, and he grinned after searching for a while. Found it! He took one step forward and flew through the air, smashing through the undercurrent and chasing Su Huanyan. Su Huanyan smashed a walking corpse, blocking the way with his sword. Feeling the energy coming from behind, he frowned slightly. This person's speed is a bit faster than before. Originally, she could compete with him with the Lingsu Fairy sword, but now her speed was somewhat inferior. One chase and the other escape at lightning speed. White Tiger remained. Su Yu opened her eyes. The toad, who was roasting the cicada monkey, turned around and said, "Done?" Su He inherited Jing Hong and no longer affected his physical body. So he changed into the real body of the dragon turtle to practice breaking ice. Breaking ice is a pure water magical power. Su He is a water dragon turtle, and the speed with which he can master water spells will make all monks doubt their lives. But it's too fast. Su He shook his head and nodded. I mastered breaking the ice yesterday and am consolidating my practice. But I can't get into the state. Toad tilted his head and looked at him. Su He had a good character. Although he had been practicing for a short time, he had never been unable to practice because of distracting thoughts. I have woken up twice today. The first time I was awakened by the white light outside the White Tiger ruins. What was it this time? Su He was silent for a moment. I always feel like something is going to happen. This feeling is very strange. Just like when Su Huanyan cut off his cultivation and gained vitality. He immediately sensed it. This time I felt like something was going to happen. It was either Su Huanyan or Ji Feishue. He was sure of it. Buying, who was poking at the half-cooked cicada monkey with her finger, turned around and blinked. She seemed to know Su He's premonition and said with a smile, "Marriage certificate." How could the rules contained in the world's first marriage contract be so simple? It will not be easy for anything to be number one in the world. Even if it is a dung beetle. What are the effects of marriage letters? The understanding between husband and wife. And the prediction of crises? Su He raised his head and looked outside the White Tiger ruins. The white light that soared into the sky just now from the White Tiger ruins shone through the entrance. Originally, the entrance was no longer visible here, but was forcibly revealed by the strong white light. Something went wrong in the battle outside. Su He looked at the toad, and the toad shook his head. I can't sense the outside. It had just been patched, but it had not been completely absorbed. Buying waved his hands and said nonchalantly, It's okay. The fight is over. Your dragon is alive and kicking. Not Ji Feishue. Su Huanyan? Su He looked at Buying. Sister clan, can you help me with my fortune telling? Buying blinked and hit him on the head with a chestnut. Let's not talk about whether we are a consciousness body and can do divination. You don't know your identity? You are not from this world. And your fate is unpredictable. How could the fate of the real couple named in your marriage certificate be predicted by fortune telling? The premise of divination is that there is a destiny trajectory to be found. Su He does not belong to this world. And he cannot leave any trace in this world. It's like a car running on the ground. It has its own ruts, and you can guess where the car is going. But when the car flies, where do the ruts come from? As for Su Huanyan and Ji Feishue, even if they got on the car flying in the air, they could not leave any traces. Su He nodded, frowned, suddenly thought of something, and looked up at Buying. That's not right. I have calculated several hexagrams for the hexagram runes you left in the Dao Heritage Palace. Su He's calculations were almost all about things related to him, and the hexagrams were terrifyingly accurate. It was like seeing everything with my own eyes. Buying laughed out loud, twirling Su He's dragon horn. Little clan brother, it's so scary. Do you lack common sense and cultivation to this extent? Teach you to be good. The runes are left in your inheritance. They seem to be left by my reincarnation. But they are really yours. The inheritance was just trapped in the inheritance palace. It originally belonged to Su He. It's your thing. Isn't it natural to measure you? Hexagrams cannot predict oneself. That is mediocre. Who among those who truly practice the hexagram technique cannot predict their own misfortunes? Whether you can use hexagrams to test yourself can be said to be the benchmark of a hexagram master's ability to a certain extent. When you predict yourself, you don't just look at the ruts on the ground, but hold the reins and know where you will go next. Su He blinked and didn't understand. Not only did he know nothing about hexagrams, he also knew how to do hexagrams. But he couldn't get a single word right. But he also knew what Buying was talking about. His fate was unpredictable. but he could predict it by himself. He thought for a while and asked, "If I write your name in the marriage book, can you predict me? Already? If you can't see the ruts, then get in the car." Biden's eyes widened and he looked straight at him, biting his little tiger teeth. "Thief's son, I know you have no good intentions. Bite you." Looking at her expression, Soo-hee understood. He burst out laughing. His consciousness sank into his mind, and he entered the palace of inheritance. He once again looked at the divination runes left by Bai Ling. "Whatever you think in your heart, the runes will reveal themselves." The rune flickered, and a black and yellow order appeared on the screen. The Xianwang token is sparkling. Not an ordinary token. This is the Xianwang order whose quality has been improved by the dice. And it is not twice or 3 times, but at least 4 times the quality of the Xianwang order. The screen shattered in a flash, then returned to gray runes, and it had to slowly accumulate strength again. This is the Xianwang order that improves quality. Can it solve Su Huanyan's crisis? Soo-hee slowly opened his eyes. The blood in the air blown by the wind became thicker, and the battle in the White Tiger ruins became more sticky. "Sister Clan, does the battle I personally in count? Can the fighting spirit I bring out be used to refine tiger bones?" Biden bit a cicada monkey bitterly, just like biting Soo-hee. After hearing this, he still replied, "Of course it counts. The effect is even better," she said and took another bite. It had no effect on the conscious body, but it was not illegal to taste it. Soo-hee's eyes lit up, and he stood up suddenly. "Toad, locate the enemy and rob him." The toad's eyes lit up. It liked this word. The cyan wings behind Su Huanyan flickered, and the golden figure behind him got closer and closer. The crown prince's voice can already be heard. "You are very good." The prince chuckled, and the laughter was a bit gloomy. "It's just the 3rd level of Tiantai. It can force me to melt the magic weapon, and force me to use the sun as the foundation. Even if I die, I will be proud of it. The magical power of the Emperor's lineage. The true top level of the Emperor. Who doesn't know its flaws? Authority, especially if it is not the power to seize heaven and earth. The flaw is too great. There is a possibility of being taken away at any time." Emperor Luan was looking for a way out. How could the previous dynasties that had controlled the world of emperors for tens of millions of years not find a way out? The prince took the path of melting weapons. When the magic weapon is refined into the body, the authority resides in the magic weapon. If the authority dissipates one day, it will be the magic weapon that is damaged, not the body. After melting the weapon, you can also master the power of the magic weapon. It's just that the weapon is integrated into the body, and the avenue is limited, and there is no possibility of opening the immortal gate. Although in this era, it is impossible to open the immortal gate. Moreover, after fusion, if you want to go further in Tao Xing, it will be as difficult as reaching the sky, unless you integrate more powerful magic weapons step by step. The sun disk is actually not suitable for melting instruments. It has many functions, but is too complex. What he prefers is the sword immortal and the divine sword, forcing me to melt weapons. You are qualified to know my identity." The prince's voice was cold. "I am the direct lineage of Emperor Feng, the orthodox member of the Emperor Feng Palace. My father is the former crown prince, and I am my father's 3rd son." Sure. As he spoke, Feng Sure was still far away and had already grabbed Su Huanyan. The golden claws were grabbed out, but they were as dry and strange as an eagle's claws. Golden light formed a claw shadow and rushed towards Su Huanyan. In an instant, there was an awe-inspiring murderous intention. Su Huanyan's face darkened, and she reached out to grab a blue bird, which was her soul beast. The blue bird appeared and immediately knew what to do. It fluttered its wings and landed on Su Huanyan's back. It merged with the wings condensed on her back. It flapped its wings and its speed suddenly increased. It turned to avoid Feng Shure's attack. Paw! All the way north. Stalemate with Feng Shure again. Feng Shure chuckled. Interesting. This kind of ability to fuse soul beasts with magical powers is not common. Isn't this thing lost? The Xianwang realm should not be taken lightly. In the land of Dao origin, staggering supernatural powers may not appear in any corner. Even if there is a being hiding in the Xianwang realm at this moment, who has pushed open the immortal gate, he will not find it unbelievable. What a great magical power! Suddenly he felt a little reluctant to kill this woman. There is such a heritage, and such an immortal sword. If it does not come from ancient forces, it is due to chance and has additional inheritance. He wants? Bring it here! Feng Shure ran, quickly chased after Su Huanyan, and grabbed him. But suddenly, he discovered that Su Huanyan, who was running away earlier, had lost his figure. Invisible? Will being invisible in front of him still have any effect? Feng Shi's eyes emitted two golden lights, and he looked forward. He saw a sea of corpses in the undertow ahead, and an illusory figure quickly jumped out of the sea of corpses. The woman was just invisible, and the walking dead in the undercurrent couldn't detect her. Two rays of golden light shot out, instantly alarming the sea of corpses, and a group of walking zombies roared and rushed towards him. Feng Shi frowned. "In the way!" As he spoke, he punched forward. Boom! With one punch, a piece of mummy was turned into dust. Feng Shi jumped out of the dust and saw that the woman had flown far away. He laughed, but there was a sinister look in his eyes. He grinned and ran after him. In this damn Xianwang cave heaven, if one could use the magical power of space, he could catch this woman in an instant. So there would be no need to chase her like a cat catching a mouse. He chased and escaped, chasing further and further, and he no longer knew how far away he was from Baiyun Palace. In the Baiyun Palace, a piece of solid ice suddenly shattered, and a battle formation tiger beast that was frozen in the solid ice collapsed with it, leaving not even the slightest trace. The icebreaker is extremely overbearing. As long as it is frozen, it will basically break, unless it goes too far beyond the realm of Suhi, or it really involves the treasures of Tao. The ice-breaking cold air can freeze everything, let alone treasures, through space, even flames. After this battle formation, there was a second-level Kai Tian Fudo. After being hit by the mountain god seal, he couldn't even resist, so he was frozen together with a tiger-shaped battle formation. Then it broke. One divine beast, 6 monks, only 2 Xianwang tokens, and 1 corpse remained. 2 dice fell down. It fell on 2 Xianwang tokens. Quantity times 3. Quality times 2. Suhi sighed. Toad put away the Xianwang Ling, and then put away Fudo's corpse. The mythical beast said that breaking the ice will kill the mythical beast, but it will not crush the mythical beast's body. A corpse of a second-level divine beast is very valuable if left outside, although under normal circumstances, no one would dare to buy it. This is a real material for refining weapons and alchemy. Suhi now has a family and is reluctant to waste it. Toad put away the body and pointed to the west, where the two groups were fighting fiercely. The two groups were not from Xianwang and Fengwang, but the young man's side was led by fairy Qianjiang Junlan. It should be one of our own. Not all fellow Taoist Qianjiang are from Xianwang, and even a minority are from Xianwang. The heavens and the realms are so vast. How can there be any reason to be all mysterious and wild? With a flash of Suhi's divine plan, he landed in the sky above fairy Junlan. A mountain god seal hit the opponent's enemy camp. There was a loud noise, and a sinkhole suddenly appeared. The mountain god seal pressed down a 5th-generation Skywalker and was suppressed into the sinkhole. Down. Immediately, the heavenly punishment fell like rain, and several people turned into flying ashes in an instant. "Hey! Hand over the Xianwang order and declare yourself a cultivator. Otherwise, I will be killed without mercy." Toad stood above Suhi and shouted at the top of his voice, regardless of whether the people below understand it or not. The toad has already started counting down. 10.9.2.1. How can a turtle be so impatient? Whose count jumps directly from 9 to 2? The instant count jumped, breaking the tied heartstrings between the two of them. The two monks threw out the Xianwang token and immediately ran out as if they were running away. There was someone under the sinkhole with an angry look on his face. "Idiot! It's just a dragon turtle. Let's work together." Before he could finish his words, a wave came over and the ice instantly froze. Then the ice shattered and became water vapor all over the sky, which was blown away by the wind. There was no more living thing under the sinkhole, and the scene became silent for a moment. Even Fairy Junlan was stunned and looked at Suhi in disbelief. Is this turtle still the same turtle she knows? I still remember, as if it was just yesterday, that this little turtle had just opened the first level of the sky and quietly ran into the Qinjiang River. At that time, if he hit the third level of the sky, he would have to call for rescue in Qinjiang River. How long has it been? For the monk, it is really just yesterday. Why is it that killing the 4th and 5th levels of Tantian in the blink of an eye is like grinding melons and chopping vegetables? She also went to the Fengzheng battle. His Junlan was seriously injured and couldn't show up at the moment. She had been out alone for a long time, not being accompanied by Junlan. I felt a little uncomfortable for a while. The dragon turtles at that time were not so wild. still relying on a layer of Buddha's coat to show off his evil deeds. Fairy Junlon looked at the masterpiece in the sinkhole in front of her, and was stunned. The previous dice was the mountain god's seal. What is this ice spell? After the ice spell passed, there was nothing left except the Xianwang order. This ice spell is so overbearing. The two people who had just handed over the Xianwang order and turned around to escape felt a sense of rebirth after a disaster. They had never been so grateful for their weakness as they were now. Toad has already collected Xianwang Ling immediately. It's a pity that not one of the 5 Xianwang orders has improved quality. Hey! Fairy Junlon said in shock. Sui turned around and smiled. A mighty and domineering dragon turtle suddenly grinned. Except for Fairy Junlon, who was familiar with him. Everyone else suddenly felt like they were facing a formidable enemy. There were 2 more monks. Dingling dropped the Xianwang order with a clang. Sui. Dot! This is Fairy Junlon's friend. How could he rob her? I just want them to give Xianwang Ling and return it with the same treasure. He smiled bitterly, and was about to explain when the 2 dice above his head fell at the same time. Tickling and spinning. Quality times 3. Quality times 5. His character exploded, and his quality improved 2 ways at a time. Sui was startled and couldn't say what he wanted to say. Toad jumped down with cheers, picked up the token, dodged and landed on top of Sui, looked around, and said fiercely, "Hand over the Xianwang order on the count of 3. Fairy Junlon's face turned dark. What does this turtle want to do? She gritted her teeth and said, Turtle boy, this is my family. Not fellow Taoists, but family members. Fairy Junlon comes from a family of cultivators. She gritted her teeth, but an old woman behind her quickly covered her mouth. I'm just afraid of offending the giant in front of me. With Sui's head above his head. Toad thought for a moment and said seriously, I'll count 30 of my family members. Boom. A water fist hit the toad's head, smashing it into the center of Sui's eyebrows. Don't make trouble. Sui fell down and smiled bitterly. Fairy knows how naughty Suiwa is. He looked at the people behind Fairy Junlon. Don't worry, everyone. Fairy Junlon and I are good friends. How could I snatch your things? What? He then looked at the 2 people who had just thrown the Xianwang order. Just now the 2 Xianwang tokens are indeed of great use to me. Can I trade the other Xianwang tokens with you? Sui and Dingling threw 4 or 5 Xianwang tokens with quality X2 on the ground. These Xianwang tokens can still be used at least 5 or 6 times. Replace them with fellow Taoist Xianwang tokens. Chapter 387 Sword Mountain. Everyone looked at each other. What did Xianwang Ling replace Xianwang Ling 2 with? And how can the Xianwang order be used so many times? Normally, the Xianwang order can be used 3 times, which is the limit. After 3 times, it will be shattered. Dragon Turtle came with murderous intent, and they obediently handed over the Xianwang order. Dragon Turtle became friends, but they hesitated. They all looked at Fairy Junlon. Fairy Junlon looked back at her family and sighed. Monks are often like this. They are respectful to the strong outsiders, and would rather suffer than be offended in the slightest. However, they demand to be reasonable and fair to the strong on their own side. Some people may even wonder if their Xianwang order is special, and whether they will suffer from such an exchange. It's not that I can't figure it out. It's just subconscious human nature. Some fools hesitated, but there were also more shrewd ones. The old woman who was about to cover Fairy Junlon's mouth laughed loudly. Fellow Taoist Dragon Turtle and my little Junlon are good friends. So please call me little friend. If you need it, little friend. Just take it. Where do all these things come from? She turned back and snorted coldly at the tribe. Take out all the Xianwang tokens and give them to little friend. The tribesmen behind him reacted immediately and immediately took out the Xianwang tokens and handed them to the old woman one after another. There were 3 more. Toad was not polite and accepted the order. Is this considered an offering? 3 dice fell into the toad's pocket, and 3 quantitative points were thrown out. It's a bit disappointing that it takes 5 or 6 Xianwang tokens to get 1 quality point, which is still mostly low grade. Although there is already a 5-point quality Xianwang token. The more of this kind of thing, the better. Sui nodded to Fairy Junlon, and a coordinate was sent to the fairy's mind. If the fairy encounters trouble here, just go here to find me. Or call Suiwa. I can receive the message. There is something going on right now. I will no more reminiscing with fairies. Fairy Junlon waved her hand. Go. Go. If there is danger, I will call you for help. A strange feeling arose in Fairy Junlon's heart. The little turtle that once screamed for help now became more powerful. Sui jumped up as the water rolled under him. Everyone watched him leave, and then looked at the Xianhuang orders scattered on the ground until he could no longer see his figure. He did not take away the items whose quality had improved by 2 or 3 points. Previously, the focus was on the dragon turtle and ignored external objects. Now, looking at it, these black and yellow tokens are faintly glowing, and they are indeed different from ordinary tokens. Sister, did dragon turtle never lie? Can these tokens really come in 5 or 6 times? If this can be done, their family will become prosperous. Every time the Xianhuang Cave Heaven is opened, the number of Xianhuang orders that appear in each big world is not necessarily certain, but most of them only have a few. Even the top big worlds only have a dozen or so. Only the Xianhuang world and the Emperor's world are special. A little more. Every time the Xianhuang order appears, it always creates a bloody storm. It's just that the world is too big, and this kind of chaos can't be seen in the universe. Moreover, such fights only occur among semi-large forces like them, and small forces will not compete. There is no need to fight for the big power. Fairy Julan smiled sweetly. He is a dragon turtle. Dragon turtle disdains lying. At the very least, these people are not worthy of He having to lose face and lie. Turtle Boy said it can be used at least 5 or 6 times, so it must be okay. Then, shall we accept this Xianhuang order? A little boy asked in a low voice. Fairy Julan smiled. Since he put it down, he naturally gave it to you. Just take it away. The wrinkles on the old woman's face were squeezed together with laughter, and she was grinning from ear to ear. Needless to say, her little Julan has great talent in cultivation, and her ability to make friends is unparalleled. The family's rapid rise in these hundreds of years has a great relationship with Xia Junlin. Her circle of friends was amazing before, but now she even has Dragon Turtle as her friend. With such a relationship, as long as the family members are managed well and do not commit suicide, the family will surely prosper for a long time. The old woman quietly approached Fairy Junlin and whispered, Little girl, tell my mother-in-law honestly, is this dragon turtle the legendary dragon turtle who likes human women? Fairy Junlin's eyes narrowed slightly, and she turned her head to look at the old woman with a half-smile. It is indeed him. But why is mother-in-law asking about this? Could it be that mother-in-law wants to be the guest of honor? Fairy Junlin looked embarrassed. I'm afraid not. His 2 wives are the ultimate fairies in the world. In terms of appearance and character, I'm afraid no one can match them. I can't help my mother-in-law. Fairy Junlin looked helpless. The old woman was stunned and looked at her in astonishment. Her fairy. What kind of talk is this? Steal her talk? I originally wanted to persuade Fairy Junlin to work hard, but I couldn't say it anymore. Junlin is smart. How could she not know the real purpose of her question? Xiao Junlin's words have clearly expressed her wishes, and she will never agree. Okay. The old woman sighed and looked at Xianhuang Ling on the ground. Little girl, what are we doing now? Continue to think of ways to rob the core of Baiyan Palace, or find a place to hide, and go directly to Shengxian Terrace in a year's time? After she finished speaking, she remained silent for a moment and then said, Do you want to go to the immortal platform this time? Naturally, people flocked to the treasures in the Xianhuang Cave Heaven. But for monks who reached the 5th or 6th level of the sky, the immortal ascension platform is the key point. Xianhuang Cave Heaven has the vitality that existed before ancient times that has long since disappeared from the outside world. It is what is most needed for the 6th and 7th levels of the sky. There are even rumors that if you want to open the gate of immortality, ancient vitality is a necessity. In previous years, even in the Xianhuang world and the Emperor's world, we had to exercise a lot of restraint in the Xianhuang Cave Heaven. We came here to practice, and the battles were only on a small scale. It's not like this time where everything was shattered at the very beginning. Especially in the White Tiger Ruins, it is possible to control a cave. The competition for the core has become fierce in the past few days. No one knows what kind of benefits it will be to have a palace or a cave here. You have to wait 60 years to enter the Xianhuang Cave Heaven and collect ancient vitality. Practicing at Shengxian Terrace every day? I'm afraid there is no real chance to open the fairy door. Fairy Junlin was silent for a long time and shook her head gently. Mother-in-law, please hide with others. I will go to the immortal stage alone. The Xianhuang realm is fighting against the imperial world. Both Turtle Boy and Sister Ji are the first to bear the brunt. Qianjiang's 3-phase master, Qian Qianzi, and Senior Zhan Xiao. She couldn't be alone. Even if Junlin couldn't wake up, she could only exert her 5th level combat power. But she couldn't stay out of it. He was walking along the ways when Bayan suddenly appeared on his turtle SHL. He looked in the direction of Fairy Julan and asked, "Is she Chushu? Has she also been reincarnated?" He was stunned for a moment. Bayan doesn't know? Is it because he hasn't had people turn to stone and reincarnate in the past 8,000 years? Or does Bayan's mental body not have these memories? Bayan was just curious and didn't go into details further. She is just a consciousness, and her task is only to help He refine tiger bones. The reincarnation of old friends is not something that a conscious body needs to worry about. Moreover, Chu Mei's talent is limited, so it may be difficult for her to open the gate of immortality. If you don't open the immortal gate, you only have a lifespan of tens of millions of years. Why not be happy if you can be reincarnated and come back to another life? She should be happy for it. Bayan stopped talking. He was flying in midair, looking in the direction of the entrance to the White Tiger ruins. The battle outside is over, but Ji Feishua has not come in yet. He needs Feng Yu from before to use his flying sword to pass the message. Uncle Chi's phoenix feather has its own power, and is not afraid of being intercepted. I don't know what Su Huanyan needs the high-quality Xin Wang order, but the divination runes have been calculated, so he can just do it. How about I borrow the power of Bayan Palace to help you pass the message with your flying sword? The toad said faintly. It was stepping on the dragon's head, grabbing the dragon's horns, and spinning in circles like a pole dance. The soul beast and its master had a telepathic connection, although they did not activate synesthesia. The toad knew what he wanted to do with just a glance. Toad was good at tempting people. It's super fast to send messages through Bayan Palace. It's many times faster than sending messages with a normal flying sword. It's safer in Xianwang Cave. Sui's eyes lit up. Okay. Run. 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 Su Huanyan was flying rapidly. The sword under his body drew an arc, and struck him with one sword. There was a blush on her chest, and a hole as big as a walnut penetrated her chest. Golden light shimmered in the wound, and a drop of pure gold metallic liquid hovered. Su Huanyan slashed with his sword, and the sword energy came out of his body, slashing out the metallic liquid. But the sword energy also seriously injured him. His breath suddenly dropped, and even his speed slowed down a bit. Feng Shi was still chasing behind him. Drops of golden liquid were suspended around him. With a flick of his finger, the golden liquid shot towards Su Huanyan like 1,000 raindrops. The golden liquid as big as a peanut struck with one strike, but it struck like a star, destroying the heaven and the earth. The Lingsu immortal sword made a sword sound, and slashed out a sword energy, cutting off the golden liquid layer by layer. If it were not for the protection of the immortal sword, the previous drop of golden liquid would have completely annihilated Su Huanyan. But at this moment, after fighting for a long time, even the power of the Lingsu immortal sword has weakened. Ji Feishua's power left in the Lingsu immortal sword is about to be exhausted. Shall I go move reinforcements? Bluebird's voice appeared in Su Huanyan's heart. Su Huanyan shook her head. She knew what Qingye was talking about. But Ji Feishua couldn't come to Undercurrent. Otherwise she would have gone to get the dragon scales herself. In Ji Feishua's realm, how could the soul be several times more powerful than the physical body? Su Huanyan seemed unable to see the fierce battle between the golden liquid and the fairy sword behind him. He closed his eyes and hurried on, feeling the call getting closer and closer. His eyes suddenly opened. A sword light flashed in his eyes, and his overdraft body suddenly accelerated. The Lingsu immortal sword knocked back Feng Shi, turned into a shadow and landed at Su Huanyan's feet, carrying her forward. Behind him, Feng Shi curled his lips and smiled. At the end of his strength, was he beginning to overdraw his body? He burst out laughing. What a pity he was born to be an enemy. Otherwise, he is still very optimistic about this woman. And there is no chance that she will be recommended to his father. And she will be able to be a female duke like Dukin in the future. The enemy of your enemy is your friend. The deposed prince's lineage and the Xinhuang realm are both the everlasting enemies of Fengwang Palace. But it is obviously impossible for the two forces to be friends. He laughed and chased after him, and the gold liquid around him rushed forward without any money. After breaking through the undercurrent, he saw Su Huanyan standing in the undercurrent in front of him. He was obviously stunned for a moment, and then he flashed and rushed straight towards a big mountain in front of him. It is an ordinary mountain, but it is much more towering. But as soon as his eyes fell on this mountain, he felt that the sword energy was soaring into the sky, tearing apart the heaven and the earth. The mountain seemed like a fairy sword, independent of the heaven and the earth. The mountains press down on the earth, but they give people the feeling that they are not from the earth. but that the mountains separate heaven and earth, and do not connect them. Drive away the heaven and the earth. This mountain is like a fairy sword that conquers the world. But as long as you look away from the mountain and understand it through perception, you can't feel the slightest meaning of the sword. This mountain is like Baiyun Palace. It is also a dojo and a cave. Court death. Feng Shu's expression hardened. Xianwang Cave Heaven only opens one dojo at a time. If you leave the open area and enter the undercurrent, you may still survive by means of your own means. Entering the unopened dojo is simply boring. Even if he merged with the sun disk, he could not survive more than 3 to 5 days in the unopened dojo. This woman is so anxious that she jumps over the wall. Wrong. Does her fairy sword come from this mountain? She got the inheritance from this place. There is something in this mountain that can keep her alive. Don't let her in. Feng Shu was heartbroken, and suddenly erupted, and the gold liquid suspended beside him shot away like darts. But at this moment, Su Huanyan, who was still dozens of miles away from the mountain, suddenly disappeared in a flash. She just broke through the space, suddenly jumped dozens of miles, dodged the attack, and dived into the mountain. Before entering, he glanced back at Feng Shu, his eyes still cold and unwavering. Feng Shu. Space power. This woman used her space power in Xianwang Cave Heaven. Has she been recognized here? Is he the real descendant? Were you attracted by the mountains? Feng Shu's expression changed completely. He slapped the gold liquid in front of him with his palm, and a ball of gold liquid burned. His face was ferocious, and he looked like he was in pain. But his speed suddenly increased, and he rushed up the mountain after Su Huanyan. This place has never been opened. But this woman can get the inheritance. This place does not need to be opened. But she can get the inheritance. His eyes were burning. Those who can establish a Taoist temple in Xianwang Cave Heaven are peerless powerful beings. They are called town masters by future generations. Who doesn't want the town master's inheritance? Feng Shu rushed up the mountain, but the woman was nowhere to be seen. The mountains were empty except for silvery white, leek-like weeds, Tongyu sword grass. This kind of grass is full of sword intent and is extremely sharp. 1 or 2 plants may be seen in the tombs of those powerful sword cultivators of the 7th level. And here is a whole mountain. Feng Shu took a deep breath. Is this mountain a tomb? An unimaginably powerful swordsman is buried here. Is this place the inheritance of sword cultivation? Feng Shu looked happy and jumped up to the mountain. Be quick! The power of the undercurrent here is indeed several times that of the outside world. He cannot stay here for a long time. Find the inheritance, snatch the inheritance, and quit immediately. He hurried towards the mountain and saw a thatched house on the top of the mountain. In front of the house, a woman dressed in white stood quietly. There was a blush on her chest, and she was looking down at him. Feng Shu's pupils condensed, and he jumped up without saying a word. He bit his hands into claws. A ball of golden light condensed under his palm, and raised his hand to strike at Su Huanyan. Then he saw Su Huanyan holding the fairy sword in his hand, raising his hand and slashing down. The sword light rose into the sky. I don't know how long it took for the mountain to fall here. The sword energy gathered in the mountain burst out in an instant and followed Su Huanyan's slashing strike, slashing it down with one sword. There is nothing else in the world except this sword. The whole mountain, every grass, every tree, every mountain, every stone, everything flashed with sword light at the same time. The whole mountain was like a fairy sword, giving him no chance to escape. He used the mountain as a sword and struck him with one sword. Feng Shu only felt a ray of light pass through his body, which seemed to hurt a little. But he didn't seem to feel anything. A sword light flashed across, and Feng Ti's sprinting body stopped. He looked at the top of the mountain in disbelief. His eyes filled with astonishment. A crack appeared between his eyebrows. Golden light leaked out from the crack, and all his strength was released. Then the crack expanded bit by bit along the eyebrows, splitting the Tianling upward, and splitting the bridge of the nose, mouth, neck, chest and abdomen bit by bit downward. The speed is extremely fast. Almost no time is consumed. But it falls extremely slowly in the eyes, as if in slow motion, cutting Feng Shu in half bit by bit. This sword intention followed the existence in the dark, slashed into the natal space with one sword, smashed Feng Xi's natal stars, and then gradually dissipated. The 7th level of treading heaven cannot withstand a sword. Feeling Feng Shu's natal star being chopped into pieces, Su Huanyan's body softened, and he almost fell over. He leaned on the fairy sword on the ground and looked down at the wound on his chest. The golden liquid shoots through the heart, with the effect of cutting back the source. Even if he commits suicide and resurrects at this moment, this penetrating injury cannot be recovered. On the Lingsu fairy sword, the weak little weapon's spirit ran out. Her strength was almost exhausted. Looking at Su Huanyan's chest with his fists clenched, the blue bird also spread its wings and jumped out. He opened his mouth and spit out a bunch of bottles and jars, and poured all kinds of medicine onto Su Huanyan's chest desperately. But it had no effect at all when it fell on the wound. Su Huanyan shook his head. There is no need to waste it. Ordinary wound medicine is useless for this injury. This was not a simple injury. The injury contained Feng Shi's intention and the breath of the sun. Su Huanyan needed to use his sword power to erase the intention bit by bit before the injury could be recovered. This was because the Lingsu fairy sword had cut off 90% of its power when the golden liquid came. Otherwise she wouldn't be able to survive. But with her third-level Taoist skills, she couldn't kill the intention in the injury. So she could only place her hope on this sword mountain. Otherwise she would have to drag the injury back and ask Ji Feishue to take action. Su Hua looked at the mountains below. Sword Mountain! As soon as he entered the mountain, the name of the mountain appeared in Su Huanyan's mind. This is really a mountain of swords, with all kinds of swords stuck everywhere on the mountain. Not only fairy swords, but also ordinary swords made of mortal iron, and even wooden swords carved from wood that children play with. But even ordinary swords also possess unique power. Ultimate love, pure hate, endless childlike fun. Every sword has strong and extreme feelings. Extreme feelings. The deepest love is imprinted on the sword, so that the sword remains on the sword mountain and remains uncorrupted to this day. Each sword has a unique flavor. Su Huanyan looked around, and an inexplicable message rose in his heart. This is not the real sword mountain yet. In other words, the sword mountain has not been truly opened. Otherwise every sword inserted in the sword mountain should turn into a secret realm. One sword, one world. Jianshan has not been opened, and she does not have the power to wake up Jianshan at this moment. Jianshan is hers, but she is not strong enough to support it. Go back to the house first and mobilize the power of Jianshan to try to eliminate the alien power in the wound. Su Huanyan turned around and walked towards the thatched hut. The hut was simple, but every blade of grass seemed to be built on her heart. It looked like it gave her an extremely comfortable feeling. Such a thatched house must have been built by one's own hands in a previous life. Did you live here in your previous life? Observing mountains, raising swords, and practicing? As soon as Su Huanyan took a step, he suddenly turned his head and looked outside Jin Mountain, and saw a starlight falling at the foot of the mountain. Based on the starlight, Feng Shi condensed bit by bit. Having already destroyed his natal star, he was resurrected again. During the resurrection process, the soul appeared, and Feng Shi's soul had a single horn on its head, which was a bit strange. Yuan Zun! The physical body does not have the characteristics of the Yuan Zun clan. Only the soul does. It is the same as Feng Yiju and Feng Yi. This is not the first time that the Feng Huang clan has the characteristics of the Yuan Zun clan. The Yuan Zun clan was resurrected after death, and was not in the same place. Just like Feng Yi, like Yuan Lai in the Phoenix Tomb, they have some control over the resurrection location. Feng Shi appeared in a golden light, and looked up at Jianshan, with a bit of fear in his eyes. The sword strike just now left an indelible impression on him. That woman can mobilize Jianshan's sword intent. The mountain cannot be climbed. If he hadn't had the foundation of the Yuan Zun clan, he would have been completely dead at this moment. Su Huanyan once again held the sword on the Jianshan mountain. With his feet on the ground, he naturally mobilized the power of the Jianshan mountain and slashed outward with the sword. A ray of sword light shot out. Feng Shi's expression changed drastically, and he retreated instantly, only to see the sword light pierce the sword mountain, cut into the undercurrent, and disperse with a slight sway. The extremely powerful sword light cannot shoot out of the sword mountain. Feng Shi was stunned for a moment, then overjoyed. Borrowing the power of Jianshan, you cannot attack the existence outside Jianshan. This time, Xianwang Cave Heaven opened something other than Sword Mountain. Sword Mountain has no influence on the outside world. Feng Shi laughed loudly, raised his hand, and took out a bow and arrow. The bow and arrow showed signs of corrosion when it fell into the undercurrent, but Feng Shi ignored it, bent his bow, and shot an arrow at Su Huanyan. The arrow is like a shooting star, piercing the undercurrent and going straight up the mountains and rivers. Death! This was a spiritual object that he kept for use in the melting vessel, and he was unwilling to waste it in the undercurrent. But with the sword mountain in front, all other objects should retreat. As long as you can shoot this woman and take away her chance, You will have a chance to obtain the inheritance and the fairy sword in the Sword Mountain. What does a mere spiritual object mean? An arrow was shot, and the arrow went straight to Su Huanyan. Su Huanyan flicked the fairy's sword at his feet, and was about to squeeze out the source to force the move. But he saw a tree of sword grass above the sky, and the arrow instantly shattered. Jianshan has its own counterattack. Fengshe was silent for a moment, and then used gold liquid, fairy sword, and other means to attack Jianshan, but was stopped all the time. Fengshe was completely silent. After a long time, he looked up at Su Huanyan at the top of the mountain. A smile appeared on his face. He shook his body. Balls of golden liquid jumped out of his body and turned into clones on the ground, with identical golden bodies. It was impossible to tell which one was the main body and which one was the clone. The main body and the clones are transformed into 49 ways. 49 people stood in different directions. And a ray of light shot out from their arms at the same time, forming an altar. The altar rose high, and 49 seals fell on the altar. At the same time, they looked at Su Huanyan in the Sword Mountain. It is said that there was a heaven before the ancient times, and a barbarian king was born after the destruction of the heaven. The barbarian king suppressed the heavens, but fell before his end. The cause of the barbarian king's death is a mystery, and there are many speculations. There is a guess that the barbarian king was killed by a life curse, and his soul was lost forever. Rumor has it that the way to curse him was to write the soul-leaving book for the third life. 49 Fengshe laughed at the same time. I don't have the book of soul leaving for 3 generations, but according to my ancestor, the 7-day soul killing comes from the book of soul leaving for 3 generations. I have been practicing this spell for 8,000 years, and I invite the fairy to give it a try today. Chapter 388 Xian Huan Ling Lai. Ask the fairy to give it a try. This sound seemed to come from the netherworld. 49 Fengshe simultaneously threw out a breath, which was the domain clone of Su Huanyan that was destroyed before. The avatar's aura fell on the center of the altar, rolling like clouds and mist to form an afterimage of Su Huanyan. It was as if the broken porcelain had been forcibly pieced together again, and the entire afterimage was covered with dense cracks. Su Huanyan's cold eyes on Jianshan Mountain narrowed slightly. Looking at the altar outside Sword Mountain, she felt that she was somehow connected to the afterimage. This kind of connection is like the connection with a natal star. It may be present or absent, but it goes straight to the root. What to do? What to do? Bluebird's chatty nature burst out again, chirping. It can sense that it is also connected to the afterimage. The soul beast is connected to its master's life. This is the first time it has been connected to other things. I always feel like something big will happen. When the residual image appeared, 49 Fengshe bowed at the same time, knelt down to the residual image of Su Huanyan, and kowed out respectfully. All Fengshe's faces had the same piety and solemnity. In an instant, there were gusts of dark wind on the altar, and the illusory iron ropes came out of the void, falling on Fengshe, the afterimage, and Su Huanyan. The connection between them suddenly became clear. The iron rope came out of the void and fell on Su Huanyan. But Jianshan never intercepted the iron rope. It seems that it cannot be noticed. Su Huanyan pointed his halberd, and the fairy sword rose into the air and slashed towards the iron rope. The fairy sword flashed past and passed directly through the iron rope. Her sword cut both the void and the solid, but she couldn't touch the iron rope. Looking down, he saw the foot of the mountain. Fengshe had finished his 3 obeisances, and the iron rope was completely stable. He looked up at the top of the mountain. Su Huanyan, you should be lucky to be in the 3rd level of the sky and accept my 3 obeisances, even if you will die immediately. 49 voices spoke in unison. Exactly the same. Extremely weird. As soon as he finished speaking, 49 figures simultaneously took out a rusty dagger and stabbed themselves. For the first time, there were differences in their neat movements. Some daggers pierced the eyes, some pierced the hands and feet, and some pierced the heart and lungs. In an instant, blood spurted out, and 49 strange gray lights appeared on the afterimage in the center of the altar. It was like being pierced by a dagger. At the same time, Su Huanyan let out a muffled groan, and his eyes immediately dispersed. 49 Fengshe grinned at the same time, laughing even without their tongues, with blood blistering all over their mouths. They gritted their teeth and looked at Su Huanyan on the top of the mountain. My book of soul leading for 3 worlds. The 3 lives are not the 3 lives of the past and present. They are you, me, and the afterimage. 8,000 years of practice are not enough to curse life from its roots. Otherwise, not only will this woman be killed in this life, But her past life will also be summoned and wiped out, erasing this person's existence from the root. Kill them all in the past life and this life, let alone the next life. Even people's memories of her will be erased. It's a pity that he hasn't reached that stage of cultivation yet. 3 worships at the altar linked his life and residual image to this woman. I will curse you to death with my life. Life and death. There is never a curse without paying a price. The 3-life soul leaving book uses the curse of one's own 3 lives to kill the other person's 3 lives. As if they are dying? He has not practiced to the extreme. But he still curses the opponent with his own life. The altar is broken, and the iron rope is thrown out. Only one of the 2 can survive. He is truly a 7th level warrior. But the opponent is only a 3rd level warrior wielding a sword. But under the curse, he could only rely on himself. He was still attacking. What could this woman do to defeat him? My soul will be lost and your spirit will be shattered. Break my body and cut off your life. Use my blood to defile your blood. Use my bones to transform yours. The murmuring voice came out of Feng Shu's mouth, fell on the altar, and reached Su Huanyan's ears through the afterimage and the iron rope. The penetrating wound on Su Huanyan's chest collapsed immediately, and gray-white mist emerged from the wound, as if there were poisonous insects twisting in the mist. The blue bird flapped its wings and backed away. It could feel that it was Su Huanyan now, and it wouldn't be long before such a curse would fall on it. He raised his head and looked at Su Huanyan. Su Huanyan's eyes were slightly closed, as if he couldn't feel the severe pain in his body. After a long time, he suddenly opened his eyes, raised his hand, and slashed at himself with a sword. The fairy sword slashed past him, seemingly imaginary and real. There was actually the sound of a military formation, and a sword slashed past, bringing out a gray aura. This sword cut out most of the curse in the body. Feng Shu at the foot of the mountain stared at Su Huanyan, and his avatar looked at Su Huanyan at the same time. This sword actually had the momentum of a dragon turtle becoming an army of true blood. This is imitating the dragon turtle. Even Jian Guang wanted to find his true form through the curse and kill him. It's like cutting off the natal stars through oneself. I'm afraid it's not wishful thinking. If the curse is so easy to break, does it still deserve to be called a curse? Why curse the barbarian king to death? He grinned, and suddenly a heartbreaking pain came through his mind. Even the curse was interrupted for a moment. Soul. This curse cursed both the soul and the body at the same time. The curse that fell on Su Huanyan's soul was like an extremely sharp fairy sword, unable to move even an inch. The curse that could not move forward immediately reflected back and fell on his soul. 49 Feng Shu covered their heads at the same time, their hearts filled with turmoil. What is that sword? Someone buried a sword in her soul to protect her soul. There is actually a magic weapon that can stop the curse of the soul leaving book of 3 generations? There's no way this woman's spirit is like a sword, so powerful that she can't be looked at directly. If there really is such a soul, how can it be that he is only at the 3rd level of treading heaven? A sinister look flashed in Feng Shu's eyes. The curse had been cast. Either Su Huanyan's soul and body would be killed, or his soul and body would be killed. This woman's soul is protected, so let's cut off her body. If the body is destroyed, the soul will be destroyed. He punched the altar with a fist, looked up to the sky and roared. The rusty dagger appeared again, and stabbed it down his throat. A gray-white light shot out from the mouth of the residual image on the altar, almost piercing through. On the top of the mountain, Su Huanyan groaned, vomited out a mouthful of blood, and his face instantly turned pale. The fairy sword in his hand swung again, slashing himself with the sword. A gray aura was cut out, but Su Huanyan's complexion became even worse. This curse is extremely overbearing. When it enters the body, it becomes one with the body. Cutting off the curse also cuts off oneself. If the curse is really cut off, oneself will also be cut off. This is drinking poison to quench thirst. The voice of the blue bird in my heart sounded. Can you find a way to draw out the power of the soul? If the power of the soul can be exerted, the curse of the 7th level of sky treading can be extinguished with a backhand. Su Huanyan shook his head slightly. She was reincarnated, and the power of her soul in her previous life was hidden behind her back. It was impossible for outsiders to harm her soul, but it would be difficult for her to reach the sky if she wanted to borrow the power of her soul. It's not that it's impossible. It's that it's too difficult. It's too late. Calling out the power of the soul. The physical body has long been destroyed. Although Su Huanyan shook his head, he started to mobilize the power of the soul as early as the moment the opponent raised the altar. What should we do? Qingnia's expression darkened. Can the power of Jianshan be passed on to Xilingsu? Lingsu Immortal Sword Shuqi Ling jumped out and shook his head. I don't know how the master arranged it in his previous life. It has nothing to do with Jianshan, and cannot absorb the power of Jianshan. Looking up at Su Huanyan's pale face, she bit her silver teeth and said, I'll kill him. At this moment, the master either suppresses the curse or kills the 7th level sky-treading one. But the power of the sword mountain cannot be transmitted, and the only one with the strength to fight is its sword. Qingniu held her down and looked to the southeast with focused eyes. I'm going to call for help. The Lingsu Immortal Sword is in an empty state. How can it be used to cut through the 7th level of the sky? You might be giving someone a treasure if you go down there. It took a look at Su Huanyan, who had his eyes slightly closed and tried his best to suppress the curse, and spread its wings. He was about to return to Baiyan Palace. But at this moment, a white light in the sky pierced the undercurrent and rushed straight towards Jian Mountain. The sword grass on Jianshan Mountain didn't stop him at all. Jianshan had long been accustomed to this white light. The white light fell, but it was a flying sword made of a palm-sized white cloud passing the message. And a black and yellow order jingled out of the white cloud. Both Qingniu and Lingsu weapon spirit were stunned. Su Huanyan opened his eyes slightly and glanced, with a look of surprise in his eyes. Husband? There was no need to reveal her identity at all. The aura on Fei Jianchuan's letter made her immediately confirm who it was that was coming from the letter. Why did my husband Fei Jian send me a Xian Wang order? She made a move with her bare hands, and the Xian Wang Ling jumped and landed in his hand, emitting bursts of golden light. Su Huanyan's eyes suddenly lit up. This is the Xian Wang order that has improved your husband's quality. This Xian Wang order. As soon as the Xian Wang order was obtained, Su Huanyan felt Jianshan's joy. Jianshan wants to devour Xian Wang Ling. And there is something useful to Jianshan in Xian Wang Ling. It's not that the sword mountain has a spirit, but the instinctive attraction. Like magnet in iron. Su Huanyan held the Xian Wang Ling, connected the sword mountain, and slowly closed his eyes. The muttering and cursing at the foot of the mountain became louder and louder. It was clearly a whisper, but it was like Hong Zhongda Lu appearing directly in Su Huanyan's ears. Su Huanyan's body was broken bit by bit, but she couldn't feel it. The blue bird next to her screamed, and the curse began to fall on it. The blue bird curled up into a ball and threw itself in the corner, trembling. It wasn't until this moment that it knew what kind of pain Su Huanyan had been experiencing. It feels like hundreds of millions of insects and ants are tearing at the body at the same time, eating it up bit by bit. I don't know how long it took. Just when the blue bird was about to lose its support, the sword mountain flashed with a gentle sword light, and the Tongyu sword grass swayed in the wind. Gently floating waves of power poured into the bodies of Su Huanyan and the blue bird. And the curse brought about by the curse, the pain was immediately relieved by half. Blue bird opened his eyes and looked at Su Huanyan. Su Huanyan faintly opened her eyes. A smile rose from the corner of her mouth, and the Xian Wang Ling floated in front of her, and she pointed at it with her green and jade finger. At the same time, the toad in Baiyan Palace suddenly raised his head with a smile on his lips. Hey! Your wife has received the Xian Wang order. The space usage rights granted to Su Huanyan as the master of Baiyan Palace were covered by the space power of Xian Wang order. The Xian Wang order belongs to the Xian Wang Cave Heaven and has its own authority over the Cave Heaven. Toad is just the master of Baiyan Palace, and his authority is only in Baiyan Palace. Previously, Su Huanyan was able to use space power outside Jin Mountain, because this time the Xian Wang Cave Heaven was opened. Baiyan Palace appeared in the world, and the Baiyan Palace had permission to access the Xian Wang Cave Heaven. If other dojos were open next time, the space permissions granted by the toad would have no effect. But at this moment, Su Huanyan activated Xian Wang Ling's spatial magical power. Just like Ji Feishua can use spatial magical powers as soon as she enters the Xian Wang Cave, the Xian Wang order has great authority. The toad sensed it instantly. Su Huanyan's finger on Jianshan Mountain retreated from the Xian Wang order. She looked down at Jianshan. Xian Wang Ling has been refined and connected to Jianshan, so the power of Jianshan can spread out. Husband knows her plight? Divination runes? It should be. The quality of Xian Wang Ling has been improved to this level. I don't know how many people my husband stole Xian Wang Ling to achieve this. I don't know how far the fighting in the White Tiger ruins has reached. Su Huanyan glanced at the white cloud floating beside him. This was Toad borrowing the power of Baiyan Palace to fly his sword to pass the message. Baiyan was still waiting for her reply. Su Huanyan smiled faintly, held the Lingsu fairy sword in one hand, and looked at the altar at the foot of the mountain. Blue Bird endured the pain and jumped over in a few steps. His voice appeared directly in Su Huanyan's heart. Can you kill him? Can you kill him? This is a member of the Feng Wang clan who possesses the characteristics of the Yuanzun clan. Even if you can reverse cut the root and kill the natal stars, you can be resurrected. When Dragon Turtle killed Feng Yiju, he had to use the heavenly tribulation. But that guy is now powerful and has magical powers specifically used to kill the Yuanzun clan. Are you going to use the methods of the God of War? Qingniao shouted excitedly. Yaya's martial god one was initiated by Su Huanyan, so she naturally has the way of practicing the martial god one. Su Huanyan shook his head. The martial gods were not suitable for her. She had never been there before. How could she kill a 7th level being who could reach the sky while sharpening her spear in battle? Use a sword. After thinking for a moment, she spoke coldly. Qingniao looked confused. Can the sword kill the Yuanzun clan? There is only one chance to deal with this person below. If he fails to kill him and is resurrected by him, he will never be willing to stay at the foot of Sword Mountain. He will definitely run away as far as he can and curse him from afar. The power of Jianshan cannot be transmitted to distant places without limit. It was worried, but saw that Su Huanyan was already holding the Lingsu immortal sword. Took a step forward, stepped on the Sword Mountain, and slowly closed his eyes. In his mind, memories that he had just awakened a few days ago passed over and over again. That was in the ancient times, when Tantai Immortal Master borrowed the White Sound formation in the starry sky to trap Yuanjun of the Yuanzun clan. She personally beheaded Yuanjun. The memory of Su he's awakening this time is from when Su he returned to Taiku until he left. The memory of the battle during this period was extremely clear. She cut off Yuanjun's arm with a backhand sword. Bai Yin and Su he left, and she killed Yuanjun alone. Each move appeared in his mind without missing a beat. Tantai Xianzuan just used the sword casually, but the true energy, mental skills, formulas, many things contained in the sword rose up in Su Huanyan's heart. Su Huanyan recalled it over and over again. The fairy sword in his hand buzzed and trembled, and the sound of the sword became louder and louder, echoing the whispering curses in his ears. On the altar at the foot of the mountain, the 49 Fengshe gradually frowned, looking up at the woman on the top of the mountain. A strange feeling arose in my heart. Something's wrong. It's just the 3rd level of Tiantai. His body should have been shattered long ago, judging from Jianshan's appearance. Could this woman be using Jianshan's power to weaken the curse? As soon as this thought came to his mind, he threw it away. The soul-leading book of Suppression 3 cannot be borrowed from foreign objects, unless this Sword Mountain is a natal magic weapon. The natal magic weapon is not considered a foreign object, but in such a spiritual mountain, even the 4 spiritual beasts cannot be refined into a natal magic weapon. Right? What other tricks does this woman have? He was confused, and a fierce flash flashed in his eyes. 49 bodies picked up daggers at the same time and stabbed his heart. If you have long nights and many dreams, curse this person to death immediately. To destroy the physical body, you also have to think of ways to curse the soul. He was about to stab him, but at this moment, he saw Su Huanyan suddenly rising into the sky above the Sword Mountain. He glanced coldly this way, raised his hand, and slashed down with his sword. Fengshe laughed dumbly. This woman was probably at her wit's end. The power of Jianshan could not be transmitted, and such a slash would only waste the real energy. He sneered and saw Su Huanyan's sword fall. An ordinary sword light struck over as softly as moonlight. The sword light jumped across the Sword Mountain range, never weakening or dissipating, and just cut down in a calm manner. An ordinary sword leaped across the Sword Mountain range, instantly making him feel like he was facing a formidable enemy, as if the whole world was coming to kill him. We'll die. We'll really die. This sword can destroy Yuanzun. Fengshe's eyes narrowed and he retreated. 49 figures retreated in all directions at the same time. The sword was neither fast nor slow, but it made him unable to escape. The sword fell 49 times, and the figure was split into 2 at the same time. Chapter 389 Gradual Hexagram. With a stroke of the sword, Fengshe's clone shattered and scattered. Every time a clone was shattered, a crack appeared on the altar until it completely shattered and turned into dust. Fengshe was the only one left at the foot of the mountain, still running away. But before he could take off, there was no chance anymore. He fell to the ground with a look of disbelief in his eyes. He couldn't believe it until his death, that he died in the hands of a mere 3rd-level Taetian. This is simply a fantasy. Even the reincarnation of an immortal would not be able to do such an outrageous thing. His eyes were confused, and his body was shattered like porcelain. The fragments flew into the undercurrent, and were instantly corroded by the undercurrent. turning into paper dust and disappearing quickly. The possibility of resurrection is completely gone. The mountain wind blew by, and Su Huanyan swayed. The fairy sword in his hand clinked and fell to the ground. The Lingsu fairy sword could not even condense the spirit of the weapon. The entire sword was hollowed out, and the light of the sword was dim as it fell to the ground. Su Huanyan was convinced that Fengshe had been completely destroyed, and his body fell down in a flash. The blue bird chirped, endured the pain, spread its wings, and held Su Huanyan under her, catching her and landing her firmly. A strange gray-white light shone on Su Huanyan and Qingniu at the same time. Fengshe is dead, but the curse that fell on them has not been completely cut off, but it has become rootless. The secluded sword grass on the sword mountain floats in the wind, pushing away the undercurrent and pulling out the slightest bit of power from the sword mountain to merge into Su Huanyan and Qingniu. The curse on them was being erased bit by bit. No stars, sun and moon can be seen in the dark tide, and the flow of time cannot be discerned. I don't know how long it took. Su Hua woke up with a young groan, opened her eyes and sat up. The Tongyu sword grass wrapped around her hand naturally untied, and the sword grass exuded a faint blue light to illuminate the sword mountain. Su Huanyan looked around, then rolled up the twitching blue bird with a stream of water with her fingers, letting it float beside her. She then picked up the fairy sword and walked down the sword mountain, her eyes falling on the broken things left behind by Fengshe. Half of all Fengshe's treasures were destroyed by her sword. Half of it was corroded by the undercurrent, leaving only an unknown bead and a ball of squirming gold liquid. Su Huanyan had never seen the pearl before, but he couldn't feel its breath. Just like a mortal thing, she didn't move lightly. Her halberd finger landed a seal on the bead bit by bit, and put the bead into a storage bag alone. Her storage bag showed no signs of corrosion in the undertow. The undercurrent is related to the soul and consciousness. Su Huanyan's soul resisted the undercurrent and was refined by her. The treasures with her thoughts will not be destroyed by the undercurrent. For example, the clothes she wears. On the other hand, Fengshe's soul was not strong enough and only used the sun to withstand the undercurrent. All the treasures were exposed to the undercurrent and immediately corroded. This bead is either powerful enough, or it is a thing from the Xianhuang cave. Putting away the beads, Su Huanyan's eyes fell on the golden liquid again, which was formed after the sun's disk melted and was originally refined into Fengshe's body. But it was only roughly refined, and there was no time to completely refine it. At this moment, Fengshe died, but the gold liquid remained. After confirming that there was no will or soul in the golden liquid, Su Huanyan picked up the golden liquid and returned to Sword Mountain with a strike of his celestial sword. The gray curse aura on his body was still strong. Su Huanyan frowned slightly as he looked at the curse and the meaning that penetrated his chest. Jianshan is unparalleled in killing, but he is not good at healing, so he could only use his huge power to grind out the curse. If Su He was by her side, she could use Su He's Phoenix True Fire to refine the curse. But she was seriously injured and couldn't leave Jianshan at this moment. There are no enemies all the way back to Baiyan Palace from here, and you will inevitably encounter powerful walking zombies in the undercurrent. Or perhaps he could go into seclusion and summon up the power of the soul from his previous life, which could instantly extinguish the curse. The foundation of this curse is very strong, but it is a pity that Fengshe is not a good practitioner or has not really practiced it for 8,000 years. This is almost a curse of death. Who is willing to be a spearman for others? She hiked up the mountain, and a small white cloud danced on the top of the mountain. This was Su He's flying sword. It had been sent to Xianhuang order, and she was still waiting for Su Huanyan's reply. There is still a power from Baiyan Palace on the white clouds. As long as Su Huanyan activates it, it can be transmitted back in an instant. Su Huanyan took the white cloud, and when the white cloud sank, there was something inside. He was in a special and nervous situation, so he didn't notice it. With a slight click, Baiyun spit out another small mirror. When his spiritual consciousness came up, he knew the reputation of the small mirror. Rixi Baojian. This treasure mirror is a guide. When the water attribute essence is input, an extreme magical power can be unleashed. Using water as fire has endless uses. This treasure mirror is very good, but it is not applicable to the enemy just now. The fire caused by her true energy cannot burn the 7th level of Tian Tian. After the treasure mirror, there is a jade bone with a skill on it. Su Huayang smiled. Her husband gained a lot in Baiyan Palace. This nameless technique is extremely suitable for her. If it can be combined with the sword technique, her combat power will be even higher. Su Huanyan put away the jade bones. After thinking for a while, He put the golden liquid he had just received into the white clouds. He also picked a Tongyu sword grass and put it inside. After thinking about it, he lit a little spark from the center of his eyebrows and landed on it. In the white clouds, a gentle push activates the power of Baiyun. The white clouds turned into a ray of white light that instantly shot through the undercurrent, heading straight to the southeast. Jianshan didn't stop Baiyun from coming and going at all, and he was used to it. I think back in ancient times, Baiyun and Tantai communicated frequently like this. Baiyun is the only friend in Tantai. After sending Baiyun away, Su Huanyan walked straight to the thatched hut. This thatched hut looked ordinary, but every straw contained in it contained the meaning of a sword. With a little sacrifice, any straw could cut down the sun, moon and stars. You can even learn amazing sword skills from straw. One grass and one sword. In his previous life, he had gone to the extreme with his sword. No wonder Mingzu asked her to pierce the turtle scales in her memory. It existed like that in the previous life, and few people would dare to approach it. An immortal who walks the path of swordsmanship will have different swords and sword intentions in the eyes of different people. Anyone who laid eyes on him would be killed with a sword. Before reaching the 6th level, he didn't even dare to speak in front of such a being. It's just that her husband is so stupid and bold. I don't know whether it's because he is ignorant or fearless, or he is too thick-skinned, but he still wants to hold her hand. The corners of Su Huanyan's mouth turned up slightly, and the smile affected the injury on his chest. He frowned slightly, pushed the door open, and entered the thatched house. It has been deserted for at least tens of millions of years, but the inside of this thatched cottage is spotless, with just a table, a chair, a wooden bed, and a few paintings hanging on the wall. There is an animated picture on the south wall, which shows Baiyun pulling Su He and running in the starry sky. From the angle, the painter is far behind him, so that the two running people are not aware of it. This is jealous. Blue Bird's voice came from behind. This is obviously because Tantai is jealous. From this angle, Tantai must be secretly following the young couple. Su Huanyan shook his head. No! Although I don't know when this painting was left. Tantai was jealous and could only kill the turtle or Baiyun with his sword, so he would not act like a little girl. How easy it is to kill someone. Su Huanyan's eyes fell on the painting again. Although he didn't know the meaning of leaving the scroll in his previous life, the scroll was indeed well painted. Baiyun's escape and Su He's greed were all drawn. Su Huanyan looked at Su He in the painting, and a thought flashed through his mind. Will my husband still look like his previous life again when he cultivates a human body? Now that the man has obtained the Xuanwu Dao technique, not to mention his talent, the resources at his disposal are the Tao Sutra that expounds the Tao itself, the magic card that has accumulated tens of millions of years of Xuanwu star power. A hard pile can also be turned into a Xuanwu. Xuanwu Dot has a human body. Su Huanyan's pale cheeks turned slightly red, because he didn't know what he thought of. The surprise of the blue bird came from behind. What is this? He was looking at the scroll on the north wall. Su Huanyan turned his head and took a look and said softly, Hexagram! Jian Gua! It's not a painting, but the gradual hexagram is here. When your husband absorbed the Tai and Yu hexagrams, Tantai was by his side. Is it just for him to seal the Jian hexagram here openly, so no one else can enter this thatched house? This is Tantai's conviction that only she can get this hexagram. Su Huanyan stretched out his hand to press the scroll. Light flashed on the scroll, and a family of runes jumped into Su Huanyan's body and disappeared. As the hexagram entered his body, the connection between Su Huanyan and Jianshan became smoother and smoother. From the window, he could see that the entire Jianshan came to life, and the sword energy flowed like water and fell into the pool behind the thatched cottage. There are no sun, moon or stars above our heads, but the starry sky is reflected in the pool. Su Huanyan followed the sword energy out of the thatched hut and walked to the water pool. He reached out and touched the pool. The water was cool, and the small swimming dragon condensed with sword energy ran back and forth in it. Little dragon roars came and went. This sword energy has come to life, just like the Dragon Turtle's True Blood Army, calling itself a system. The most essence of Jianshan is condensed here. Huh? Qingya said in surprise. Just now, he couldn't see the pool behind the thatched cottage. It tilted its head, but its expression became excited. Can this little sword dragon remove the curse on us? If he could do it, Su Huanyan wouldn't have to forcefully awaken the power of his previous life's soul. She was an immortal in her previous life, and her soul was so powerful that with just a little bit of power, she could kill the blue bird. It is difficult for an immortal to have a soul beast, unless they were cultivated together since childhood and grew up simultaneously. The soul beasts would also grow to that extent. Otherwise, you will not be able to withstand the power of the immortal soul in consciousness. When Su Huanyan awakens the power of the soul from his previous life, it will have to commit suicide in advance. Wait for the power of the soul to be hidden, and then resurrect in Su Huanyan's mind, lest he be shocked to death by the power of the immortal Lord. He would not even be able to be resurrected. If this little wandering dragon with sword energy is as effective as Turtle Boy's True Blood army, it's unlikely to be useful. Su Huanyan didn't say anything. He just put his hands into the pool, closed his eyes, and felt it. After a moment, he opened his eyes. In the blue bird's ardent expectation, he smiled faintly and walked into the pool. Qingmu was immediately overjoyed. Is it useful? Ah! With a pleasant cry, followed by a hee-hee sneer, Baiyin punched the air on Su-hee's turtle SH.L. If you have the chance, you must drag the main body out and give it a good beating. Don't you know what your temper is? Why trap her in Baiyin Palace? I really want to go out into the wild. Don't make trouble. Su-hee turned to look at her. Now that it's over, I'll go find your true form, and then I'll take you to play. Bai Yin's reincarnation has not erased his memory. So Bai Ling and Bai Yin are the same person. It is impossible for Su-hee to forget Bai Ling's message in the Qijua's secret realm. That guy is trapped somewhere now, and is still waiting for him to rescue him. He didn't have the ability before, but now he has the combat power of the 6th level. He is no longer a weakling in all the worlds, and he can start investigating. Uncle Luo and the others have been searching for thousands of years, but have never been able to find him. But he is obviously different. The relationship is different. Listening to Su-hee's voice, Bai Yin looked back at him. His little tiger teeth bared out in a fierce look. When the turtle said this, she wanted to pull it out and give it a beating. Bah! Just listen to your class, Bai Yin said fiercely. Su-hee's spiritual snake spit out the snake letter, leaned over her body, and comforted the woman. The dragon's head turned back and looked at the shark, who was kneeling respectfully in front of him again. This is a mermaid who has reached the 6th level of heaven and is about to touch the immortal gate. They are Uncle Luo's dependents. And they also entered Xianhuang Cave Heaven this time. She was on the same floor as Uncle Luo, and she came here specifically to deliver a message to Su-hee. There was a sudden need to snatch the Xianhuang order, and the 3-day period agreed with Uncle Luo was delayed. However, Uncle Luo's plan also changed, and the time was to be postponed, and the shark came to summon him. After the interrogation, she did not leave immediately. Gu Luo asked her to move within 100 miles of Suha. If she had anything to do, she could act as an intermediary and deliver the news immediately. Su-hee happened to take the opportunity to ask her about Xianhuang Cave Heaven. Su-hee's cultivation time was too short. He knew too little about the common sense of the heavens and the worlds, and he came into Xianhuang Cave Heaven in such a hurry that he didn't have time to truly understand it. Originally, after Phoenix Tomb, I thought that after the Nanhai was repaired, I would immediately go to the seniors to find out more. But the result suddenly happened. The construction of the South China Sea has not been completed yet. Thinking of this, Su-hee suddenly looked back at Bai Yin. Sister, do you remember the Baiyin clan in your memory? Where have they gone? If those guys in the form of Nua were here, repairing the South China Sea should be easy. Bai Yin tilted his head and thought for a moment. As a husband? She had no impression of the Baiyin clan, and her body had no memory. But for some reason, when she mentioned the Baiyin clan, the term came to her mind. It even attracted the attention of greedy insects, and she felt like a chicken dancing in the flames. Su-hee sighed. When I go out, if I can still find some pawns, I will bring you some to roast. He turned to look at the shark on the opposite side and frowned slightly. So while the upper level is fighting, they are constantly inquiring about the affairs of this level. The elders of each clan are acting as scouts for their own children. The upper and lower levels are inaccessible to each other, but they can see and hear each other. The elders of each clan are worried about the younger ones. Especially in the past few days, Su-hee has been hunting his opponents and snatching the Xianhuang order, which has caused a battle on this level. The elders at the top have used all kinds of methods. Although I cannot personally protect my juniors, I can clearly understand the forces, enemies, and prey at the lower level, and then turn around and inform my juniors. Avoid enemies and find prey for the juniors. As long as you can keep your juniors alive, there is no shame in being a spy. Didn't you see that even Dragon Turtle sent out sharks? Of course, there are also delusions about the other way around, where juniors go to explore the secrets of the upper levels. But even if they are separated by one layer, there are at least 6 level existences above them. It is too easy to hide oneself. The great monk Sanxiang even deceived the younger generation with a trick, and designed it to cause 2 heaven-striking 6th level monks from Fenghuang Palace to be killed on the spot. At this moment, basically no one is taking advantage of the juniors, except for treasure hunters and watching the powerful battles. Suhi didn't need the shark to do this. He had a toad that could see all over the White Tiger ruins. Nothing could be hidden from him. Suhi looked at the shark. Elder me, how about snatching the core from the next level? The shark who came over was named Maiman, and she was an elder among the sharks of Guluo. When Suhi entered the Sea of Heritage for the first time, Guluo sent her to teach Suhi, but she crossed over before he could reach Suhi. The calamity becomes the dragon turtle. As long as Suhi was a little late, the position where the sharks of Changyu Mansion were offering sacrifices would be hers. Therefore, when she saw Suhi, in addition to the natural admiration of the sharks for the dragon turtle, she also had a unique sense of intimacy. Maiman had a respectful smile on his face. Back to the young master. 4 cores have been snatched away, but only 1 has fallen into the hands of the monks from the Xianhuang realm. At this moment, my god and the leader are robbing the core of the Imperial Palace. But, until now, no one has been able to refine the core. She looked at Suhi. The young master was different. At this moment, countless people on the upper level were planning to get the method of refining the core from the young master. God was also afraid that they would lead the lower level monks to completely unite against Suhi. She was asked to come here to deliver news at any time. Suhi chuckled. It was normal that it couldn't be refined. It was a patch for toads. How could anyone else refine it? As the two of them were talking, they saw the mermaid opposite suddenly change color. He reached out and grabbed a water arrow and blasted it into the void in front of him. The void fluctuated and an adult Zhu Yan appeared. There was a bit of surprise on its monkey face, as if it didn't expect that it would be discovered by the shark. After the surprise, it turned into cruelty. There was still half a corpse of an unknown beast in his mouth, and his body was filled with evil aura. TSK! TSK! Tisk! Heaped Ted as soon as he came out. I have long heard that the family members of fellow Taoist Gu Luo are outstanding. And it is indeed true when I see them today. It tore a big piece of meat and looked at Suhi. Hey! Little turtle. Do you want to sell your method of refining the core? It spoke frivolously, as if it didn't take Maiman next to it seriously. Mi-Man looked at Zhu Yan and frowned. There had long been rumors that nearly half of Zhu Yan's clan had defected to the Fenghuang Palace. And even King Zhu Yan was talking to Luan Emperor's brothers. It seemed to be true at this moment. Otherwise, Zhu Yan would only make trouble in the background, and would never dare to come to the front in a grand manner, let alone ask the young master for the method of refining the core. Maiman's face darkened, and he grabbed his hands forward. 2 scimitars appeared in his hands. He bowed slightly, and in a flash, he shot towards Zhu Yan. When Zhu Yan reaches adulthood, he is at the 5th level of the open heaven, a monk at the 7th level of the sky. She is only at the 6th level, but she is a descendant of the dragon turtle, and cannot be treated like an ordinary monk. Zhu Yan is not a force-spirited person, and cannot fight across the ranks. With the knife stabbing out, Zhu Yan's figure flashed, turning into a red light, and falling behind Mi-Man. He was still squatting on a tree, munching on the meat without any care. Hey hey hey! A voice came from behind Zhu Yan. His head was on fire, like a big dog made of lava, and he walked out step by step. This shark is looking down on you! Looking at this big dog, even if it was not on the same floor, a feeling of disgust rose from the bottom of Suhi's heart. This was a bad dog. Like Soaring Snake, the entire clan was under a blood curse by Dragon Turtle, a grown-up dog. Suhi had sensed Fudo's fighting power, and his grandmother killed one in the Phoenix Tomb. Elder me! Run away! These 2 mythical beasts are obviously coming for Maiman. That means that at least Gu Luo can't take care of it at this time. They want to kill Suhi's eyes. Chapter 390 Countdown? I can do it too. As soon as Fudo appeared, Mi-Man knew what was going on. After hearing Suhi's order, he slashed down with the scimitar in his hand. A ball of water exploded on the scimitar and instantly turned into endless mist, swinging in all directions. Sharks are born to master water. Qualified family members do not always stay by God's side. God does not need victims, but they should know how to help God and reduce God's troubles. For example, at this moment, it was impossible for Fudo and Yin Hui to cross level and injure the young master. so she should escape as soon as possible and survive to wait for an opportunity to take revenge. Heavy fog filled the space, and Maimin retreated instantly. But at this moment Fudo's voice came out. "Can you leave?" A fire rose into the sky in the mist, and the flames burned to drive away the mist. And Maimin, who was about to escape, was revealed again. "Suiwa!" Suhi shouted. "I know." The toad jumped out of the mud and grabbed forward with one claw. It penetrated the layers and landed on the upper layer. With a gentle wave of the shark's body, the shackles on the shark's body were loosened, and the spatial restriction was immediately released. The shark was stunned for a moment, but instead of breaking through the space and leaving, he turned around and slashed at the fire-breathing Fudo. Bain looked at her and sighed. The same person is still so stupid. She doesn't know how to use space magic. Bain sent a message to Suhi, and after untying the restraints, the sharks could immediately think of what Gu Luo and Suhi had agreed to do in the 3 days. God wants to use his space ability to do something big, to counterkill the enemy, or for other purposes. If she used her space ability at this moment, wouldn't she be telling others God's trump card? Suhi was startled and looked up at Maimin. "Our lives are far more important than killing the enemy. Kill the emperor and kill the enemy. It's not like missing this village and losing this shop. There are so many opportunities. How can you compare with your own people?" Maimin still drew the sword. The water vapor on the sword rolled and crashed into the flames of Fudo, and a stream of steam rolled towards the sky. Suddenly the whole world was filled with steam. Maimin's scimitar turned and slashed again. Suhi's eyes narrowed. "Go quickly! If they dare to come and kill you, Uncle Luo will be trapped. Go help him!" When Suhi said this, Mi-Man suddenly paused, turned around and walked away. In a flash, the true form of the shark was revealed. The shark's tail slapped the waves and rolled, before breaking through the space and leaving. But at this moment, a bloody light flashed across the sky, and a large blood-colored rune appeared in the sky. The water waves under the shark's body shattered and melted. Zhu Yan. Zhu Yan's blood breaks the gods and the law. It has no effect on beings whose realm is higher than one's own, but on those of the same level or even lower than one's own, the effect is extraordinary. Zhu Yan jumped up in the air, blew away the steam in the sky, and revealed his body. He raised his hand to grab a dust cover, and he grabbed it and threw it towards Maimin. Maimin jumped back. The Zhu Yan rune blocked her magical powers and spells, but she could not suppress her physical strength. Without the water wave shark, she immediately returned to her human body, crushed the ground under her feet, and stepped back suddenly. But at this moment, Fudo's body flashed behind him, and the magma rolled outside him and condensed into armor, and he hit him head-on. Maimin only had time to raise his sword to resist, but his body was knocked back, and he was being held by the dust cover. Inside, all this happens in an instant. After succeeding in the attack, Fudo immediately turned his head. "Dragon Turtle, come up with a method of sacrificing the core. Otherwise this shark will die today." Inside the lichen cover, Maimin's expression remained unchanged, and he suddenly raised his sword and slashed at his own heavenly spirit. There was no strange color in her eyes. Not to mention that what she threatened the young master to hand over was the core sacrificial method, but other things of extremely low value. How could the majestic dragon turtle allow others to threaten him? "Since you are threatening me, then I will take the initiative to die." She slashed with the sword. But at this moment, a quiet sigh came out, and she saw a white light flash beside her, and the scimitar was grabbed by someone. Turning around to look, he saw that the woman who had been standing on the young master had fallen next to her. "Shoo!" Bain raised a finger to his lips. Reaching forward a little, a curtain of light invisible to outsiders swung out in front of the two people and spread out against the inner wall of the dust cover. Bain turned to look at Suhi. "Little clan brother, you know my condition. I can't fight. This kind of protection is already the limit. Every quarter of an hour I use, my existence time will be reduced by a quarter of an hour. What's left is I leave it to you. Don't think about me taking this little shark back. I can't take it with me." She is Bain, the owner of this place. Isn't it natural that she can cross 2 levels? But you can't take away the sharks. Maimin looked at Bain. From the moment the young master appeared, he called the fairy the elder sister of the clan, and the fairy called the young master the younger brother of the clan. What clan? A fairy is also a dragon turtle, being called a clan sister by the young master. Maimin's eyes widened instantly. Is it that one? How could it be humanoid? Moreover, this fairy spoke so loudly that Hudo and Zhu Yan seemed invisible. Buying consciousness does not exist at all in their eyes. Fu Do was still threatening, with lava rolling around his body. Looking at Su He with gloating and revenge-like pleasure. Dragon Turtle, I heard that you like counting. I will also give you a countdown of 10. 9.2. Its count jumped directly from 9 to 2. And the teasing was evident on its face. Su He suddenly turned his head. Toad! There was a rare coldness in Su He's eyes. Jin is 30,000 miles away. He knew the meaning as soon as Su He opened his mouth. And gave the direction with a quick glance. Su He glanced back at Fu Do, turned around and left. The water beneath him surged into the sky, carrying him into the sky, all the way to Jin position. Fu Do on the other floor was confused. And for a moment, he didn't understand what the little dragon turtle was going to do. Next to him, Zhu Yan's expression changed instantly. He grabbed the dust cover with one claw, got up and chased after Su He. For Su He at this moment, 30,000 miles was just a short distance away. It wasn't until the destination was approaching that Fu Do, who was following Zhu Yan, was suddenly startled. 100 miles ahead, he could only see the lower space. Xiao Zhu Yan, who had opened the second level of the sky on one end and the third level of the open sky on the other, was so sneaky that he didn't know what he had just done. Something sneaky is going on. Lao Zhuyan roared and reminded in a hurry. Then Su He saw a mountain god seal spurt out and crash into Zhu Yan on both sides. Just as the two Zhu Yans reacted, they roared and punched at the mountain god seal at the same time. The distance was clearly calculated. The two Zhu Yans happened to bombard the mountain god seal. When they punched out, the mountain god seal came. But 4 fists jumped out of the mountain god seal out of thin air. Passed. These 4 punches failed. The mountain god seal had already collided hard with them the moment they punched. It's not that the mountain god seal is too fast. But? Zhu Yan can't say it. It's like time has accelerated. There was no problem with the speed of the fist. And there was no problem with the speed of the mountain god seal. However, the mountain god seal used a method beyond their cognition to collide. With a muffled sound, both Zhu Yan spit out a large mouthful of blood at the same time. The momentum instantly weakened. A ray of Bei Ming spun out, instantly trapping Zhu Yan at both ends. Then the heavenly punishment fell down with a crackling sound. And Zhu Yan, who was at the second level of open heaven, immediately lost his voice. Although he was not dead, he was not far from death. Zhu Yan, who was at the third level of open heaven, also fell down, hugging his body and howling miserably. Ordinary divine beasts at the third level of opening the sky are not much different from monks at the fifth level of the sky. So he doesn't need to be too serious about killing them. Dragon Turtle! Lao Zhuyan roared in the upper space. Su He didn't seem to hear anything, and turned to look at the toad. Suihua! Toad looked around. Leap position is 20,000 miles away. Gone position is 50,000 miles away. And Sun position is 80,000 miles away. Every time it reported an address, Fu Do's complexion changed, and his body was like a volcano erupting, with flames rising into the sky. The 3 directions are exactly where the 3 little troubles of their clan are. Damn it! That toad can see scenes tens of thousands of miles away. The White Tiger ruins can't be seen too far away. The lower level monks can see 3,000 miles away. And the upper level can see 30,000 miles away. This toad is beyond that. Is this the ability gained from refining the core? Dragon Turtle! How dare you! Fu Do roared and saw Su He jump up and fly to the left. If the 3 directions are not together and are closest to each other, start from here. Dragon Turtle! You're looking for death! Fu Do roared and slapped Li Chinxiao with his claws. Su He turned his head suddenly, not looking at Fu Do, but only at Zhu Yan. My shark has lost a scale. I will kill one of your Zhu Yan! Zhu Yan was furious, roared and slapped Fu Do's claw away with his paw, and roared at Su He. Su He didn't care anymore, and only let out a mighty roar, which completely stunned the 2 Zuyans. He transformed into a peacock, grabbed the Zuyans one by one with one claw, and pierced the sky. Ji sped 20,000 miles and arrived in an instant. A beast on the earth had a woman in its mouth and was running away quickly. The woman had wings on her back and was from a race that Su He didn't recognize. He had received a message from his clan uncle and was running away quickly. There was a big colorful bird following him, but the bird was not at the lower level. It was the uncle's method of communicating to him. While running, I heard a phoenix cry, and turned around to see a huge shadow coming towards me. I hurriedly avoided the shadow and hit the ground, creating a huge sinkhole. However, A Zhu Yin was thrown by a peacock as a mallet. Come over. As soon as its expression changed, the peacock in the sky transformed into a dragon turtle and rushed down with a roar. Idiot! Fu Dou, who rushed over behind Dragon Turtle, suddenly changed his expression. He had already informed this idiot that Dragon Turtle was coming to kill him. How could he still take a prey with him when he was running for his life? Do you just think you run fast? It cursed loudly, then saw the little Fu Dou spit out the woman in his mouth, turned around and went to kill the Dragon Turtle. Idiot! Run! It's too late to escape. So you want to turn around and come back to fight? He was only at the 3rd level of open heaven. But at such a state, he didn't even have the qualifications to scream in front of this Dragon Turtle. It shouted, and saw a golden light flashing away. And the disaster that shot up into the sky was blasted back to where it came from by a mountain god seal. It crashed into the ground, and another sinkhole was created. The bucket hit the bottom and bounced back, hitting the bottom of the sinkhole and popping up again. Before he could react from his confusion, a bolt of thunder struck down from the sky, and he immediately rolled his eyes and knew nothing. With the sound of a whip, Su He turned into a long whip and rolled up Fu Dou and Zhu Yin. He jumped up and chased towards the other 2 places. Dark thunder and lightning flashed through the water whip. It was obvious that if the 3 prisoners dared to make any move, they would be killed instantly. Dragon Turtle! Old Fu Dou from the upper space roared. If you dare to attack my cub Fu Dou again, I will kill this shark immediately. Su He ignored him and lifted up a water whip with his claws. Zhu Yin was half dead in the water whip. The threat is self-evident. Lao Zhu Yin immediately roared at Fu Dou. As long as it is a normal beast, the cub will always be a weakness. A weakness that is unimaginable to humans. Su He is also the same. If someone really controls Yaya and threatens him, he will ask Su He to pick off the star. Even if the person's corpse will be cut into thousands of pieces, and his bones will be shattered into ashes afterwards. Seemingly unable to hear the roar behind him, Su He jumped up, and the toad's voice rang out. Change the position. They are all at the edge. The Bagua positioning is similar to the time positioning of later generations. The position changes with a change of its own position. But the other 2 evil spirits have obviously received the news and have fled in the opposite direction of Su He. Su He grinned. Since he was at the White Tiger ruins, where could he escape even if he circled 10 times? He jumped up. Although he did not turn into a peacock, he used his magic machine. He was 100 miles away in a flash, and was out of sight of the upper level Lao Zhuyin and Lao Fu Dou. Crossing levels. Whoever looks at another level can only see things within 100 miles. Su He was so fast that he was reminded twice by Toad to change his position midway. But he finally caught up. He even encountered an ambush from Fu Dou. However, the fight between the 2 sides of the 2nd level of Kaikian, even with the guidance of the old Fu Dou from the air, could not cause any trouble. A trap trapped Su He in it. Lao Fu Dou appeared and wanted to talk to Su He. But Su He had no intention of replying and never broke the formation. He directly took out the boundary-breaking pearl and jumped out of the formation. In front of the old Fu Dou, he caught up with the other 2 Fu Dou, with 2 mountain god seals. The 2 Fu Dou fell to the ground. The 3 Fu Dou and the 2 Zhu Yin were all suppressed by Su He under the seal of the mountain god. It was only at this moment that Su He stopped and turned to look at Zhu Yin and Hu Dou on the other floor. He raised the corners of his mouth slightly and signaled to Lao Fu Dou. Now we can count. Lao Fu Dou was dressed in dark red, like the flames of magma, which made his dark face even more gloomy. Dragon Turtle! Fu Dou's voice seemed to come from the ground, with the smell of sulfur. But Su He didn't talk to him and just said, If you don't count, then I will count. 3.2. Fu Dou's expression changed instantly. This is the dust shield of Fengwang Palace, and we have no way to open it. 1. Su He curled up his lips and didn't answer it at all. He pressed his claws down, and the heavenly punishment thunder from the water whip instantly burst out from Fu Dou's body. Crack! There was a loud noise, and the misfortune froze for a moment, and then disappeared into ashes. Lao Fu Dou in the upper level suddenly became angry. Roaring and spitting flames erupted from his body, burning all sides in an instant. Magma burst out on the ground and fire clouds rolled in the sky. Dragon Turtle. The voice came out of its throat. Su He grinned, and then began to respond to him. But he said it with a threat. The White Tiger ruins are very important to me. I will accept your anger in 3 numbers, or you will pay the consequences at your own risk. As he spoke, he stepped on it with his paw and another Fu Dou floated up. 3. As soon as He said these 3 words, the fire filling the sky across the street dissipated instantly, and everything became calm in an instant. Only Fu Dou's abdomen was bulging, as if there were constant explosions in his internal organs. He laughed. Look, isn't this good? Only when you are calm can you have a good conversation. As he spoke, he glanced at the lichen shield again. I am more familiar with the lichen shield than you are. Count down to 3. Smash it, and let my sharks leave unharmed. I still have 4 cubs here, and you have 4. Opportunity. He fell silent for a moment. If they haven't been released after 4 times. He looked at my man. How about these 5 cubs of mythical beasts be buried with you? Me man knelt and sat in the dust cover, bowed to He, with tears streaming down his eyes. They turned into shark beads on the ground. Each one bounced, and murmured in his mouth, Thank you, young master. Thank you, God. Zhu Yan's fight with Fu changed his face completely. Long Gui made it clear that even if the shark was killed, he would not trade, but he will retaliate multiple times. The 2 beasts gnashed their teeth, especially fighting. Their clan was originally marked by the dragon turtle and was barely surviving. The whole clan only has 30 or 40 members, and only 7 little beasts. This time 4 heads came in. The dragon turtle had already killed 1 head a few days ago, and just now another one was killed. There are still 2 more in his hands. Can kill at any time. When did the grand fight start to look so mean? Flames were spraying from his lips and teeth, and he looked down at He, with no concealed murderous intent in his eyes. Huan doesn't care. This moment is no longer the past. 30 years ago, during the Dragon God Festival, no matter Bifang or Zhu Yan, any adult beast could make him breathless. But at this time, he has opened the 2nd level of heaven, and has consolidated his realm on the way back from Taiku, and has even condensed 2 hexagrams. There is also the Xuanwu practice method. Naturally, he is no match for the adult beast at this moment. But as long as he takes a step further, he can always escape if he cannot defeat him. If one succeeds in the Xuanwu path and reaches the 3rd level of Kaikian, what should be feared by 2 ordinary adult beasts? Even if you can't beat the long position, you will be at a disadvantage, and you won't even be able to escape. It can be predicted that it will not take long for He to reach this step. The upper and lower levels of the White Tiger ruins cannot interact with each other. We don't know when we will meet next, and we still don't know who will be the hunter and who will be the prey then. After 10 years on the immortal stage, the cultivation speed is several times faster than that of the outside world. What level should we reach after coming to the immortal stage? Zhu Yan and Hu Dou looked at each other at the same time, their eyes murderous, both burning with hatred for He. Huan didn't care. He smiled and spat out a mountain god seal that was spinning in the air. The countdown is over, and the sharks have not been released. When the dice fall to the ground, you can choose between big and small. If you hit, kill the opponent's cub. He had a fair expression on his face and opened his mouth to count. 3.1. The dice were instantly thrown into the sky. Quickly press the big and small. If you land without pressing, it will be a double kill. Zhu Yan and Hu Dou roared at the same time. Each of them slapped the dust cover with 1 claw, smashing the dust cover into pieces in an instant, and roared at the shark inside. Get out. The shark glanced at He on the lower floor, bowed, then turned and left. Zhu Yan and Hu Dou looked at He at the same time, with murderous intent in their eyes. Dragon Turtle, let go of the cub. There is no need to hide murderous intent or show off, even if they pretend to be submissive. The Dragon Turtle knows that they are eager to kill the turtle in the next moment. They are enemies in the first place, and they are all beings who have been practicing for countless thousands of years. So why bother showing off? This turtle seems to have only been practicing for 30 years. Both beasts fell silent at the same time. Dragon Turtle, threatening 2 adult beasts. Have you thought about the consequences? Zhu Yan's voice was low. Let go of the cub. Let go of today's business, and fight with each other when we meet in the future, and make other decisions about life and death. Just as he spoke, he heard a gloomy voice behind him. Consequences? Death? The voice was gloomy, trying his best to suppress his anger. The 2 divine beasts were startled at the same time. They turned around suddenly and saw a mountain-like dragon turtle standing quietly behind them. Dragon Turtle, Ancient Locust Tree. Chapter 391. A dead enemy is a good enemy. The suppressed aura spread out, and Zhu Yan and Hu Dou gasped for breath at the same time. Dragon Turtle, Ancient Locust Tree. Any adult dragon turtle would weigh on them like a mountain. There is no ordinary mythical beast that doesn't want to overthrow the 4 mountains above its head. They never let go of any opportunity. Just like this opportunity to control Baiyun Palace. Zhu Yin and Hu Dou had anger boiling in their eyes at the same time. Those idiots in Fengwang Palace. Didn't he swear that he could trap Gu Luo and Gu Huai and never come to cause trouble? The two beasts retreated simultaneously. Gu Huai came forward step by step, stepping on their hearts with every step. How can a fool who is 300 to 400,000 years old learn to bully a turtle that is not even tall enough? At Suhi's level, the Dragon Turtle clan will gradually let go. But just letting go does not mean the parent is dead. Zhu Yin stepped back and drove Gu Huai. Gu Huai! Your Dragon Turtle is the only one in this matter. So much nonsense. Boom! There was a loud noise. And a tree stump on the ground was inserted into Zhu Yin and went up to the sky. The ancient Sephora japonica tree belongs to the wood genus Dragon Turtle. And its methods are different from Suhi's. Zhu Yin was lifted up into the sky. And the wooden stake under him turned into a towering tree. The two branches of the tree opened their bows to the left and right. And struck at it. With each blow, a lightning-like green light was drawn into it. Zhu hates his body. A fierce monkey cry came. Next to him, Fu Dou was baring his teeth and roaring. And the Dragon Turtle was being unreasonable. This posture actually wants to hunt them both. It was his little Fu Dou who died. Suhi was only threatened. But he already had 2 enemies fighting to death in his hands. Flame shot up from its body into the sky. Magma gathered into armor. Fire poison raged. And the sky and the earth were ignited. It roared and turned into a huge dark red wave, rushing towards Gu Huai. Strike first to gain the upper hand. Gu Huai saw no waves in the ancient well, and glanced at it nonchalantly. He raised his paw and fanned it down. As if swatting away a fly. The dark red light roared and rushed in. Then screamed and was shot away. Fu Dou had already been knocked away. And then a loud noise sounded from in front of Gu Huai. A shockwave swayed in all directions. Fu Dou flew back faster than when he came. And crashed to the ground. It was deeply imprinted into the ground. And there was no sound for an instant. All he could see was the rolling magma at the bottom of the deep pit. The magma was struggling to condense back into a beast. But it couldn't do it. Only then did a dog's head form. And then it shattered. When Hui Dou was an adult, he was only at the 5th level of the open heaven. Compared with Gu Huai, he was 2 levels behind. And his combat prowess was incomparable. Roar! The dog head in the magma roared. But it was not directed at Gu Huai, but at Suhi, with bitterness and resentment. He seemed to resent Suhi for not being threatened and obedient, resenting Suhi for killing the minor Fu Dou. Moron! Suhi looked at it, stepped down with his claws, and a wave passed by, freezing the 2 still alive Fu Dou inside. And even the flames and magma on his body were frozen. Lao Fu Dou's roar suddenly went out of tune. Dragon Turtle! Despicable! The majestic 4-spirit beast has no credibility. It has let the shark go. You're right! Suhi knew he was wrong. But there was no hesitation in his hands. The 2 pieces of ice collapsed at the same time. The Fu Dou inside did not collapse with it. But the flames around him were instantly extinguished. Lao Fu Dou's lava was boiling. And his roar spread throughout the White Tiger ruins. Although it is not on the same level and cannot sense it. It knows that these 2 little beasts are fighting to the death. At the same level. There is no room for resistance in front of this Dragon Turtle. It shouldn't be like this. The difference between the 4 spirits and ordinary divine beasts only became apparent at the 3rd level of the open heaven. In the 1st and 2nd levels of Kaitian, it is still unclear who will win and who will lose. How could this happen? It really happens. 3 evil heads fighting against 2 evil heads. Zhu Yin couldn't even resist in front of this little Dragon Turtle. With such fighting power, why are you at the lower level? It screamed and roared. But at this moment, a majestic wind blew by, and the green leaves fell down and fell into the magma at the bottom of the pit. Wherever the leaves touched, the magma solidified and turned into solid rocks in an instant. Fu Dou's roar was silent among the stubborn rocks. Divine beasts don't have their natal stars, so it's much easier to kill them if they have enough combat power. A roar came from the side, and Zhu Yin broke free from the ancient locust tree and jumped down. He beat his chest at Gu Huai and roared, his eyes filled with madness. And he was about to charge forward. Gu Huai! Let's die together! It roared. Don't think of it as a fool fighting for trouble. The aura of war in the White Tiger ruins has become so thick that it has turned into fog. How could Zhu Yin lose in this environment? Zhu Yin beat his chest with both hands and punched Gu Huai like a cannon. Gu Huai's eyes looked a little more serious, and he raised his paw to meet Zhu Yan's cannon fist. Zhu Yan punched him, a cunning flash in his eyes. But with Gu Huai's counterattack, he suddenly backed up and fled away quickly. Xiao Zhu is tired of not being able to be saved by staying here. In this case, he must survive first. It is never too late for the mythical beast to take revenge. Space magic cannot be used here. How can a turtle outrun a monkey? He jumped out, turned into an afterimage, and fled into the distance. He smashed through the clouds and crashed into a huge thing. There was a muffled sound, and a mouthful of blood spat out. When he opened his eyes and looked around, he saw that the ancient locust tree had quietly appeared in the clouds. He raised his paw and slapped it down, and slapped Zhu Yan into the ground. With a muffled groan, the monkey screamed loudly. Gu Huai's figure flashed and landed next to Zhu Yan, and he stepped down with his claws. "Uncle Huai! Wait a minute!" Su He suddenly said. Su He looked at Gu Huai. "Does Uncle Huai have any means to control Zhu Yan and make him do what he wants?" Gu Huai raised the corner of his mouth and let out a smile. Before Su He could finish speaking, he stepped down with his paw. Zhu Yan groaned and became silent. "Little turtle boy, I'll teach you to be a good boy. Don't try to control a divine beast, even if it can only be a low-level divine beast of the 3rd level in the sky as an adult. Divine beasts cannot be insulted. Even Gu Huai couldn't tame the mythical beast. Gu Luo's spirit snake can borrow corpses to bring back souls. But," he looked at Su He, "although I don't know what you want to do, turtle boy, a dead enemy is a good enemy. I can kill this Zhu Yan at will, and you can kill the 2 underage ones at will. But who knows what will happen once? Will there be any accidents if you let go? There are too many counterattacks in the spiritual practice world. You're not afraid. I'm not afraid. But you have a wife and young daughter. Su Huanyan isn't afraid either. Ji Feishua isn't either. This doesn't count. What if Yaya falls into their hands due to negligence?" Su He was silent for a moment, then grinned. "Uncle Huai is right." As soon as he stepped on his feet, 2 strands of ice froze Xiao Zhuyan at both ends. As soon as the ice broke, there were 2 more corpses. Gu Huai looked down at him. "Tell me what you want to do by leaving them." Su He opened his mouth and replied honestly. "Disrupt the White Tiger ruins and trigger a war." Gu Huai laughed, knowing that this kid was dishonest. Brother Luo has said that this guy deliberately exposed his wealth when refining the core last time, as if he wanted to attract others to attack him. Today, Zhu Yan and Fu Do appear, and it is almost the brat's own fault. However, Dragon Turtle is not afraid of getting into trouble. If it gets into trouble, he has the ability to deal with it. That means there will be no trouble. If you can't handle it, you can cry beautifully in front of your uncle. That's your skill. Even if he didn't show up today, it wouldn't be a big deal. Wasn't Maiman already rescued by Turtle Boy himself? "Why do you want to cause chaos in the White Tiger ruins?" Gu Huai asked. Strictly speaking, this kid has already done it. Today, he was almost trapped by the monks from the Emperor's world. The battles between the Xianwang realm in the upper space and the Emperor's great world have become several times more frequent than before Turtle Boy refined the core. Gu Huai looked at Su He and asked quietly, "Does the ruins here involve Bai Ling?" Gu Luo said that this kid called Bai Ling his wife. Gu Huai looked at him, waiting for his explanation. Su He opened his mouth, not knowing how to explain. He turned to look at Baiyin. Baiyin kicked her legs, as if she didn't care. It's not that she was reincarnated as a dragon turtle. It's not that she's shady. It was the old turtle's personal permission. Understand? Although she was confident, Su He found that her ears were still quietly perked up. Obviously she was worried, and wanted to know the attitude of other dragon turtles. Maybe you feel guilty for no reason? Otherwise, there would be no need to hide in front of the dragon turtle. Su He thought for a while, looked at Gu Huai and said seriously, "Uncle Huai, sister of the clan, does the clan know about her past life?" Gu Huai was stunned for a moment, as if he thought of something, and a flash of realization flashed in his eyes. "I see. I don't know. But the old guy should know." The old guy in his mouth is Taizu. Su He nodded. "The original owner of Baiyin Palace was Baiyin. The reincarnation is the sister of Bai Ling clan." Gu Huai blinked, and was suddenly stunned. He suddenly thought of something for a while. "So, others are hunting for treasures in our house right now." His aura suddenly burst out. "You think I, the dragon turtle, have no one? Come to my house to steal the treasure." He looked around, and then at the other treasure hunters, and his hostility suddenly grew. He looked down at the toad again. "What's going on with this frog? Is it the legacy left to you by Bai Ling again?" This frog could open space permissions to Gu Luo long before refining the core. I just opened the permissions for him. And even my claws reached up to the upper level. This authority is not ordinary. He smiled. Uncle Huai, my clan sister had a past life. And I, too. As he spoke, he looked straight at Gu Huai. His expression, and his eyes, and his heartbeat suddenly accelerated and thumped. Gu Huai was stunned for a moment, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Bai Ling is Baiyun Palace. What about you? You also have a dojo? What does your look of getting rich mean? He shook his head. I was just an ordinary mortal in my previous life. Gu Huai's excited expression suddenly collapsed, and he looked at He with a look of disgust. What can an ordinary mortal have to show off? No. You took down Bai Ling as a mortal? How come they don't know about this? No wonder Bai Ling left so many backups to pave the way for this boy. He looked at He in astonishment, admiration rising in his eyes. This is just like Ji Feishua's legendary scholar father, with a mortal body taking down a mythical beast. One person falls in love with a turtle? How did you grow your brain? As for Bai Ling's previous life, Baiyin, don't make trouble. The existence that can establish such a dojo in Xianwang Cave Heaven is so supreme that no mortal can even get close to it. I'm afraid that if Baiyin doesn't suppress his own aura, mortals will instantly transform into Dao if they approach him. He laughed out loud, joy rising in his eyes. It's completely visible to his current state. Gu Huai was just curious about his past life and had no grudge against him because of his previous life. He shook his head. No, because of my past life. I am not limited by time. I can go back to the past by chance. I returned to the ancient times a few days ago and met Baiyin. Being able to travel through time cannot be hidden. Ji Feishue, Su Huanyan, Baiyin, and Mingzu all knew about it. And even Bai Zhe had records. It is impossible to say that there are records in the Dragon Turtle ancestral land. The Huang ancestor and the Red ancestor entered the ancestral land, and it is very likely that they were seen in the records of the ancient times. Isn't there a record in the Dragon Turtle Heritage Sea about seeing the immortal lord in Dishan? Could Suhi run away? And there is also a Phoenix ancestor who has lived for who knows how long. How could he possibly hide it, rather than deliberately concealing it and waiting for others to find out, which would create further barriers? It is better to speak up. The Dragon Turtle clan is Suhi's truly trustworthy family. Can life and death intersect? Gu Huai was completely stunned, motionless, and stared at Suhi blankly. The impact of traveling through time far exceeded that of having a previous life. As a nearly 300,000-year-old dragon turtle, he knows more or less many secrets of the Dragon Turtle clan, such as heavenly tribulation. Reincarnation into the Dragon Turtle clan is at least theoretically possible. But traveling through time, isn't it a fantasy? Time is a monk's restricted area. Why are you so special? He looked at Suhi and murmured, ordinary mortal? Who reincarnated as an ordinary mortal, and would give future generations the ability to travel through time? What a fuss! He suddenly thought of something, and a gleam came out of his eyes. You traveled through time. Didn't you do anything extraordinary? Couldn't he be this guy's descendant from ancient times? Suhi was startled, and his head suddenly shook like a rattle. He was not an ancient pagoda tree, so he would not reward a little female turtle. Moreover, Baiyin, who has not yet been reincarnated, cannot give birth to a dragon turtle. Gu Huai looked at Suhi with dangerous eyes, carrying a deep warning. Suhi shivered excitedly, and cleverly changed the topic to the white tiger relics. There is a piece of white tiger bone here, which was left to me by Baiyin. It can be refined only when the war implications of the white tiger relics are reached to the extreme. That's why he wanted to use Zhu Yan to jump into the war. And Zhu Yan was the best at this job. Gu Huai nodded. This is simple. There are 3 corpses of Zhu Yan here, and there is a living Zhu Yan on the upper level. All of them have been refined into this world, under the influence of their Tao Yun. Any dispute will turn into a fight. However, one thing should be noted. There are not only people from the Emperor's world here, but also Taoist friend Xin Huang. You must keep your people awake to avoid damage. The 2 little Zhu Yans were smashed, and the flesh and blood melted into the lower realm. You don't need to worry about the upper levels. The White Tiger ruins are very suitable for refining Zhu Yan. He even suspected that Zhu Yan was once refined here. Otherwise the battle inside it won't be caused so easily. Everyone seems to have a low IQ and a tendency to be a bit reckless. After saying this, he looked at Suhi again and gestured in the direction of Baiyin. His voice was a little trembling. Who is there? Suhi had been looking there intentionally or unintentionally since he appeared. There was obviously something there that he couldn't see. But based on what Suhi said, he had already guessed something. What? Spirit? His breathing was somewhat disturbed. Suhi turned around and looked. Bai-in thought for a while, then appeared with a snap of his fingers. He looked at the stunned Gu Huai and made a paused gesture. Don't think I'll call you uncle. I'm just a dual-unconscious body, and I haven't reincarnated yet when I was sealed here. Time, not dragon turtle. She, Bai-in, once face in front of others. The dignified immortal cannot afford to lose that person. Gu Huai breathed rapidly. This was Bai Ling. This is Bai Ling. Even in person, this kind of temperament cannot be faked by others. Gu Huai laughed. Okay, you are not a dragon turtle. But Su he is. Does Su Huanyan have to call him uncle? Ji Feishua has to scream even if she gets anxious. Believe it or not. He laughed, Bai-in's tiger teeth exposed, and turned to look at Suhi. This turtle deserves to be killed. When she meets people, she says she is his wife. Which one is your wife? Outside the White Tiger ruins, among the white clouds, a palace has been broken open. The Xianwang cave has been open for 12 years. Before landing on the immortal platform, treasure hunting is the main theme. Outside the palace, the deposed prince clasped his hands behind his back and stared motionless at the north. He had been standing for a day. The palace was in a mess, and everyone was silent, not even daring to say a word. Just a few days ago, everyone was rejoicing over the opening of a palace. Even the master was happy. But as soon as he stepped into the palace, his color suddenly changed, and his aura burst out uncontrollably, instantly turning everything in the palace into powder. The third prince is dead. The kind that is completely dead and can never be resurrected. The master has been standing here for a whole day since the jade pendant on his body broke into pieces. Unlike the ordinary father-son relationship in Fengwang Palace, the master fled to the Sea of Stars early. With only 3 princes by his side, the 3 princes were almost brought up by their master. In order to keep the crown prince alive in a place like the Sea of Stars, the master tried every means. The Sea of Stars is poisonous, making it difficult to practice. But even so, the 3 princes have all entered the 7th level of heaven. If all the princes had the environment to be granted a royal palace, their Taoism would definitely be far better than it is now. The princes have only left Shanghai for 100 years. I was still in seclusion for most of the time, trying my best to make up for my losses in the Sea of Stars. But when I came out to venture out, I was gone. At this moment, no one dared to speak nonsense. Only the strong wind blew randomly. Fuin! The voice of the deposed prince rang out in the silent clouds. The young man who had been waiting beside him immediately took a step forward. Master! Let someone check the heels of the woman sure is chasing, he said, with some doubts in his eyes. That woman's luck was against the heavens. But the 3rd level of Tatian killed the 7th level of Tatian, which is really surprising. Unfathomable. Is there help around her? The deposed prince spoke calmly. Don't try to scare the enemy. Once we have found out everything, we will report everything to you, no matter how big or small. If Fengshi's death was because that woman had other helpers, then she would use all possible means to kill them all. If it is an accident, depending on the situation, kill or temporarily avoid the edge. The monk never said anything unexpectedly. Every accident must have a reason. For such an accident, the woman must have great luck. People with great luck should not be easily hostile. If you win, you will naturally rob the opponent of his luck. But if you lose, your own luck will become the opponent's treasure. The young man bowed and said, Yes. Is this my servant's title to serve as a palace visitor to inquire carefully? The former prince had his own means. Yushur is an insider in the Fengwang Palace secretly conquered by the deposed prince. Just like the Prince of Jinan. The deposed prince shook his head. Travelers are not used here. You can take them there yourself. No. The young man bowed and saluted. The deposed prince withdrew his gaze from the north and turned to the east. That's where Emperor Luan is. At this moment, Emperor Luan is the biggest enemy. He has been exposed and revealed his true face in the Xianwang cave. How could Emperor Luan let him go? Standing one day, the deposed prince seemed to have calmed down and asked calmly. In the battle outside the White Tiger ruins, who died in Fengwang Palace? Who can find out? The young man bowed even lower. Both the Ministry of Officials and the Ministry of Rights have lost their lives. Especially the 2 ministers have perished. The deposed prince's pupils suddenly gathered. He has never met these 2 ministers, but they are surrounded by wanderers and die-hard loyalists. An existence that can influence the decision-making of two people. The deposed prince looked toward the east with a deep look. Far, far away in the east, almost on the other side of Baiyan Palace, Emperor Luan stood quietly in the clouds, with two illusory golden dragons running back and forth on his body, healing his wounds. Behind the scenes, many ministers from the imperial palace were discussing matters at court. And there were court halls everywhere. There was only one topic in the meeting: sending generals to the White Tiger relics. You can't feel it clearly in the White Tiger ruins, but you can clearly feel it in the outside world. The treasure of the White Tiger ruins is about to be born. Chapter 392. There is no previous life. It's just me. Emperor Luan healed his wounds without delaying the court meeting. An old man holding a what tablet said in a low voice, "You must have thought that the White Tiger relics, the treasure that is about to be born, is the real treasure. The so-called refining the core of Baiyan Palace is just a cover. How could Baiyan Palace release its own core and let others refine it? Never before. I don't know how long Xinhuang Cave Heaven has existed. It seems that it has been there since ancient times. At least it is much older than the Fengwang Palace. In all these years, a core has never appeared, and no one has ever been able to grasp the possibilities of a dojo. It just happened to show up this time. This is just a way to divert everyone's attention and make people ignore the White Tiger treasure. I don't know whether it was the actions of the Taoist master of Baiyan Palace or the methods of later generations, but they could still figure out which one was important. When Sui fell into the hands of the third prince in the Fengwang Palace, more or less these people had begun to pay attention to the investigation of the four sacred beasts. The Emperor Luan did not hide anything outside the White Tiger ruins. At this moment, everyone had a rough idea of what White Tiger and Xuanwu were. Compared with the master of a palace, those things related to one's own authority and the foundation of the imperial palace are fundamental. The White Tiger is a treasure that cannot be lost. The imperial palace is determined to win. In the crowd, a woman in red robe opened her eyes, looked around and said, "In the White Tiger ruins, there are soldiers from our 6th army, as well as everyone from the bachelor's mansion and several Jiadu envoys. The advantage is not low. But in the Xinhuang realm, there are 2 dragon turtles, a phoenix, and many people from the 10 major immortal sections. They are roughly evenly matched at the moment. If we send more people in, there will not be enough people from the outside world, and we will be at a disadvantage in the fight for the immortal ascension platform." This woman is 70% similar to Nguogong Feng Nan. They are like sisters. She paused and said, "Besides, I don't know if concubine Ji Xiefeng Xiaofei went in. If they also go in, unless everyone in Fengwang Palace goes in, there is no chance of winning. Instead, they have to find a way to pull people out of the White Tiger ruins." Emperor Luan, who was healing his wounds in front of him, slowly opened his eyes and said solemnly, "No one can enter the Xinhuang realm again." Of this he could still be sure. The dispersed National Luck Divine Dragon still has its breath left there. The National Luck Divine Dragon is different from a real living being. Even if it is a trace of National Luck, its supposed functions will not be reduced at all. It's just that the power is reduced, but it's still fine for surveillance. After the battle ended, the Qianquan scroll went deep into the Baiyan Palace. Feng Chifei was healing in the clouds, and Ji Feishua had already left with the little girl without ever entering the White Tiger ruins. "If so, I recommend myself." The woman bowed to Emperor Luan. Compared to others, they, the royal family, care more about the White Tiger treasure. "I also recommend myself." Immediately, several people recommended themselves at the same time. They are all beings at the top level of the 7th level. If placed in the ancient times, their combat power is not inferior to that of ordinary immortals who push open the immortal gate. The golden dragon on Emperor Luan's body slowly dispersed. He looked back at everyone and nodded. "Okay. I wish all of you dear friends immediate success. I will wait for your success at the immortal platform. I will live up to your majesty's trust." A scattered voice sounded. In the ruins of the White Tiger, in a deep pit, a delicate figure woke up with a cry. This was a woman with a beautiful face, and her bold clothes showed off her proud figure. No matter where she is placed, she will be a beauty that everyone is vying for if she doesn't have the pair of wings behind her. But in the eyes of some people, cyan wings make them even more charming? At this moment, her originally bold clothes were tattered by the flames. With a cry, the woman crawled out from the bottom of the pit and looked around, a bit of confusion flashing in her eyes. Her memory still lingers on when she was kidnapped by a tiger. There are rumors in the clan that Fu Dou is the natural enemy of her clan. because this clan is born with the ability to control fire, and Fudo evolves by swallowing the flames. She flapped her nostrils and sucked in the air. There is pure water vapor, and pure masculinity seems to be a turtle, and the disgusting monkey smell. Did the disgusted monkey in the pit save her and snatch her out of Fudo's mouth? The woman took out a few pills and swallowed them into her belly. She also took out a few top-quality spiritual stones and sat cross-legged for a moment to meditate. The wings on her back banged, igniting a wisp of flame. And then the pair of wings burned completely. The blue wings are burning with golden flames, and the flames are twisted like snakes beating. It's really a snake. 2 small flaming snakes jumped down and landed on the ground. They quickly collected the auras from all directions and turned into a scene. It was she who was being held by a snake and running away quickly. Then a peacock in the sky chased her and killed her. Zhu Yan smashed it down. The woman suddenly realized that this is how the monkey saved her. Is the peacock the one who really saved her? On the contrary, their attributes are similar. Both are fire. She laughed softly, and before her smile even rose, she was stunned. The peacock turned into a giant turtle in her shock, and instantly knocked the invincible doe to the ground, and left with a whip. That's a dragon turtle? Why is there a snake on the dragon turtle's back? Any special skills? I don't know why, but I always feel like I've seen this tortoise and snake look somewhere before, and it looks very familiar. But she just couldn't remember it. She shook her head and stopped thinking about it. This kind of thing had happened countless times since she was a child. From time to time, a special memory would flash in her mind, but she couldn't catch it or remember it. She looked at Suhi in the scroll, smiled brightly, stood up, and bowed deeply in the direction Suhi left. Although the dragon turtle only hunted Fudo and saved her, it could even be said that he didn't kill her, but she couldn't pretend that nothing happened. My mother-in-law has taught me, and I should repay my kindness. The woman stood up and looked at the big hole on the ground, her face trembling slightly, a little helpless. This is why my mother-in-law doesn't like mythical beasts. Fighting is too rude and barbaric. After every fight, I don't know whether the enemy is dead or not. The world dies first. She shook her head. Her wings flashed, and snake shadows fell on the ground. The shattered earth slowly recovered in the snake shadows. Her injuries were repaired at the same time as the earth was being repaired. It started to get better visibly to the naked eye. After a moment, the earth was repaired, and the woman bowed again in the direction Suhi left, and said softly, I wish you all the best. Suhi feels much better. Sometimes when you tell some secrets, you feel relaxed. Gu Huai is gone. There were too many battles at the upper level. At this moment, Gu Luo was still surrounded and beaten. The 2 opponents were all defeated by Gu Luo alone. He hurriedly came to check on Suhi and Mi-Man, temporarily putting the pressure on Gu Luo. Luo was on it. When something happened here, he naturally returned in a hurry. He has many things to do, including refining Zhu Yan's body and hunting another Zhu Yan. Suhi was listening to Mi-Man talking about how to perfectly refine Zhu Yan's corpse into this world, so as to enhance the atmosphere of chaos and at the same time prevent his own personnel from falling into chaos. While talking about the precautions, Mi-Man glanced at Baiyin from time to time. This is Bai Ling Zuin God? Although it is just a piece of consciousness. If Gu Huaizuinshan said it was, then it must be. No wonder the young master called her the clan sister, Lord Bai Ling. Even among the Dragon Turtle clan, this is a legendary existence. Besides being devout to their own gods, this one is the one the sharks admire the most. So far, even the gods are convinced that Lord Bai Ling has fallen. But the sharks like them firmly don't believe it. This is not a lack of trust in God. I cannot control the feeling in my heart. How could such a being perish? Don't talk about suicide. All the sharks felt that Lord Bai Ling was omnipotent, and the only thing he couldn't do was probably kill himself, which she couldn't even do even if she wanted to. Mi-Man chuckled, and Suhi followed her method to break Zhu Yan apart bit by bit, turning into red mist and slowly dispersing. In fact, this method is still complicated, as it requires breaking the blood of Zhu Yan's corpse bit by bit. If the ice breaking can shatter the corpse of the mythical beast, the effect will definitely be better. It must be that I haven't practiced enough, and the ice-breaking ice formed by the cold air is not enough to break the divine beast. So I need to cultivate a few more. If the quality is not enough, then improve it. Suhi was thinking like this when he saw a toad suddenly jump out from under the mud pit. It had been burrowing under the mud pit for the past few days. The big underground was more conducive to absorbing the core and perfecting the patch. The toad jumped out and looked at the sky. After a moment, a white light broke through the remains of the white tiger and shot in. The toad jumped up and grabbed it in his hand, then turned and threw it towards Su He. This is Su Huanyan's Fei Jianchuan Shu, borrowing the power of Baiyan Palace to send the letter with the flying sword. He also left a trace of power in the white clouds to help Su Huanyan reply to the letter. For Toad, who has not completely controlled Baiyan Palace, it is very costly. If it weren't for this telegraph flying sword, Toad should be able to completely master this core at this moment. The white cloud stopped leisurely beside Su He. Su He's dragon horn flashed. The white cloud opened, and a sharp withered grass wrapped in a ball of gold liquid lay quietly in the white cloud. Su He was puzzled. A spark suddenly popped out from under the golden liquid, jumped up, and fell into the center of Su He's eyebrows. Husband, I am safe! Su Huanyan's voice rang directly in Su He's consciousness. This is the Star Will decision of Tianqing Palace. Su Huanyan taught Su He the method of transmitting sounds in the mysterious world. Regret? I was anxious to send the Xian Wang order to Su Huanyan, but I forgot that there was such a method. After reporting that they were safe, Su Huanyan's voice sounded again. Thank you for your Xian Wang order. I have killed the enemy. I am in Jianshan. No one can hurt me here. Goodbye. There is also a location mark in the Star Will Ju, which is like a map. But it is not. It just marks the location of Jianshan Mountain for Su He, which is due north and west of Baiyan Palace. Just very far. As expected, this girl left Baiyan Palace. Maiman said that the undercurrent hurt people's soul. I wonder how this girl got so far away. He's also stupid. Su Huanyan's soul is the soul of the immortal. Su He laughed at himself. Then he looked at the withered grass and gold liquid in the white clouds. Baiyan had already come closer, tilting his head and looking at Baiyun. He thought about it again and again, and suddenly looked like he suddenly realized something. Su He turned around and waited for her explanation, but heard Baiyun say, I don't know him. The main body has no memory of this. I don't remember that. It must have nothing to do with refining white tiger bones. Su He wanted to give her a violent shock. Baiyun chuckled, although he didn't recognize it. I knew it without looking at it. It could be used to refine weapons. There is no knowledge, but the subconscious vision is still there. Su He didn't know how to refine weapons, but there was a master of weapon refinement in his family at the moment. How about sending it to Ji Feishue? Baiyun rolled his eyes at him. Take something from one daughter-in-law and give it to another daughter-in-law. Scumbag. Su Hian, don't look at your family with ordinary eyes. Su Huanyan is an absolute pragmatist. He will hand over the weapon refining materials to Ji Feishue without asking him. This thing can only be of real use in Ji Feishue's hands. Moreover, there was a disgusting aura lingering in this golden liquid for some reason, and Su He was extremely displeased. Suihua! Su He turned to look at Toad. Toad opened his mouth, but was too lazy to argue. He took Baiyun and looked at Su He. Do you want to leave a message? Looking at the annoyed look on this turtle's face just now, he obviously regretted not leaving a message to Su Huanyan. Now he is sending a message to another Feijian. If he doesn't leave a message, he may regret it later. Its power cannot be used to send messages to Feijian over and over again. Su He thought for a while. Then an apologetic expression appeared on his face, and a spark flickered between his eyebrows and fell into the white clouds. With a flick of the toad's paw, the white cloud returned to its original shape, and with a push outward, the white cloud turned into a white light and passed through the entrance, rushing out of the white tiger ruins. Just flying swords to pass messages in Baiyan Palace consumes negligible energy. In the white tiger ruins, someone immediately recognized that this was the Feijian Chuanchuan, and their eyes suddenly lit up. Can the white tiger relic send messages to outsiders? Several people flew out with their swords at the same time, and the flying sword turned into a sword light and rushed into the sky. But then it circled in the sky like a headless fly. Their flying swords couldn't find the exit at all. Several people looked at each other. Is this the authority that only the refining core has? These people suddenly became indignant. They were afraid of the word fairness in everything. Dragon Turtle could do it, but they couldn't. It was inevitable that they would feel dissatisfied. Several people looked at each other and turned around at the same time and flew towards the depths of the white tiger ruins. Ever since the Dragon Turtle hunted everyone to snatch the Xian Wang token, some people had quietly contacted and formed an alliance to resist the Dragon Turtle. I don't want to hunt the Dragon Turtle. I just want to protect myself in front of the Dragon Turtle. No one elaborated on the extent of self-protection. Auntie, do you want to go out? Yaya asked while chewing on a candied Haas and looking at Ji Feishue in front of her. Ji Feishue stood quietly in the clouds. looking at the undercurrent outside Bayan Palace. I want to go out. But I can't. The power of the undercurrent changes depending on the realm. If her soul matches the realm, the power of the undercurrent will be incredibly strong. In fact, instead of trying every means to suppress her, Emperor Luan might as well think about how to bring her into the undercurrent. This undercurrent is weird. It means cutting off one's own body and walking in separate bodies. The strength of the physical body is reduced, but the power remains unchanged. She stayed in the undercurrent for at most 3 or 4 hours before having to return. Ji Feishue touched the Xian Huang token in her hand. With her level, the refining token could build her own dojo in the Xian Huang cave, but only 3 or 4 hours was not enough to open a dojo. However, you can use the Xian Huang order to refine Bayan Palace. However, it is best to create a dojo by oneself. It cannot be perfect if you use someone else's dojo. Ji Feishue has countless ways to split the undercurrent. At her level, it is obviously unrealistic to improve the soul. But she can refine weapons. It's just that a clever woman can't make a meal without rice. She knows how to refine weapons, but she doesn't have the materials. In today's world, there is no material that can separate the undercurrent. I wonder if my husband can go back to ancient times. Can you bring back ancient materials? As soon as the thought came to her mind, she threw it away. Time is not a game. Traveling through time is inherently dangerous. So don't let any complications arise. Ji Feishue thought like this, and suddenly turned her head to look into the distance. Then a trace of surprise flashed across his face, and he grabbed a small white cloud with his bare hands, with a sweet smile on his face. Next to her, Yaya was sitting on a cloud, gnawing on a candied hawes and laughing. Auntie, is this a letter from Daddy? How did you know? Ji Feishue smiled. Yaya smiled mysteriously. Because my aunt suddenly smiled beautifully. It's already pretty, but this smile is even better. Ji Feishue was startled, then burst into laughter. After tapping Yaya's little head and tapping her jade finger lightly, the white clouds opened, revealing the Tongyu sword grass and golden liquid inside. The Tongyu sword grass is not a rare thing. At least it is not rare to Ji Feishue. It can be formed by killing a sword cultivator at the 7th level of the sky and condensing the sword intention during his lifetime in a large formation. But the golden liquid attached to the Tongyu sword grass made her eyes light up. This nasty golden liquid. She flicked her finger and sent the golden liquid into the undercurrent. Waves of golden light shot out from the gold liquid, pushing the undercurrent away. This golden liquid can break the undercurrent. Ji Feishue's eyes lit up, and she saw a spark floating out of the white clouds and crashing into his eyebrows. The star wheel was already in motion. But there was a long silence. After the silence, Suhi's voice with endless apology and distress rang out in his consciousness. Sister, I'm sorry. Ji Feishue's heart suddenly clenched, and her hands began to tremble slightly. Then Suhi said again, There is no past life. No awakening. It's just me. It is me. The sound was like a heavy hammer hitting Ji Feishue's heart, and tears flowed down uncontrollably. The majestic eldest princess Yunming's. Even the previous emperors could kill her without fail. Even the Bodhisattva of freedom could be killed. However, these words made her burst into tears, and she couldn't stop them no matter how hard she wiped them away. Chapter 393 The Insidious Taizu. This is an indescribable feeling. I don't know how many years of waiting seemed to burst out at this moment. The dignified Ji Feishue, a powerful person who has existed for countless years, has experienced countless life and death, never cared once. But at this moment, the tears seemed to be uncontrollable and dripping outwards on their own. It turns out that such a fairy can also be wronged. But she has never met anyone who can make her show her grievance before. Yaya bit into half a candied hawes, looking at the aunt who was crying and laughing silently, and didn't know what to do for a moment. The city lord for 20 or 30 years has never encountered such a situation. She swallowed the candied hawes in one gulp, quietly tugged at the corner of Ji Feishue's clothes, and whispered, Auntie, is it Dad who made you angry? Don't cry. Auntie, if he messes with Auntie, we'll beat him later. After the beating, call Mother and let's go out to play together without him. Ji Feishue burst out laughing, wiped away her tears, and looked down at Yaya. Okay, when we meet next time, you go help me beat her. And beat her hard. Yaya opened her mouth in shock and shrank her neck quietly. Yaya, you can't beat him, and besides, he is Daddy. How can a daughter beat her father? If any daughter or son in Changmaple City dares to hit their father, they will be hung up and whipped. The kind that would kill you. Ji Feishua sneered and gave her a blank look. You're worthless! Interrupted by Yaya. The grievance deep in her heart was also interrupted. Ji Feishua took out Su He's Star Will Art Mars at the center of her eyebrows and cast a spell on it, sealing the Mars and collecting it in its own storage bag. He looked thoughtfully at the golden liquid again. The breath of this golden liquid sealed the sun disk in the palace? It should be so. Emperor Luan rebelled 110,000 years ago. Although the rebellion was successful, most of the treasures of the previous dynasty were lost. Some of the former dynasty's subjugated kings deliberately dispersed, deliberately weakening the power of Emperor Luan after he took charge of the imperial palace. And some were killed by others. Those who rushed into Fenghuang Palace to steal the sheep were also taken away by the 9th prince's lineage. But I don't know where the young husband came from. Ji Feishua looked carefully and found that the sun disk had clearly been refined by someone. This was a special method used to integrate the sun disk into the body. However, before it could be fully controlled, it was killed, and the sun disk golden liquid reappeared. Judging from the aura above, there is the aura of the Fenghuang clan, as well as the connotation of the Yuanzhuan clan. A Fenghuang clan member who incorporates the characteristics of the Yuanzhuan clan? The golden liquid also carries a very strong sword intent. There was only a slight remnant of this sword intent, which made Ji Feishua look at her with suspicion. Ji Feishua carefully realized that this sword intention seemed familiar. When Su Huanyan was in seclusion in Luofeng Valley, Tantai Immortal Lord showed up once across time and presented a set of sword skills to Ji Feishua to help find Baiyin. The sword intention on the golden liquid is very similar to the sword technique of Tantai Immortal Lord. Is this Sister Su's masterpiece? But it was obvious that she had borrowed foreign objects. Ji Feishua turned her head and looked into the undercurrent. Did Sister Su find the dojo in her previous life? If not, it would be absolutely impossible to kill such a being. At Ji Feishua's level, just by looking at the gold liquid, she could guess the future's fate. The remnants of Su Huanyan's breath on the white clouds of the Chuan Xuan also illustrate the problem. I owe someone a favor. However, her family didn't say much. Ji Feishua smiled sweetly, turned around and rubbed Yaya's head. When she pointed her halberd finger, the golden liquid flew up. Ji Feishua had just made the weapon in the air without using the weapon refining furnace. 3 different flames jumped out from between her fingers, fell under the gold liquid and burned in the shape of a letter, instantly burning out the disgusting smell on the gold liquid. At the same time, Ji Feishua added one more piece of material, and when burned by the flames, the newly added materials turned into liquid and melted into the gold liquid, rolling and squirming into a ball, and the flame calcination became more intense. Little girl, bring your hammer. Ji Feishua refined the gold liquid and turned back to Yaya. Yaya blinked, flipped her little hand, and a copper hammer appeared. This was what she had asked for from her father. But she knew that because her father didn't know how to refine weapons, he must have asked for it from his aunt. The eldest princess pointed her halberd, and the copper hammer also fell into the flames. It burned into liquid in an instant. She separated a trace of gold liquid and fell into the copper hammer solution. The copper hammer recondensed in a moment and became golden. It's like forging pure gold. The golden hammer danced and fell into Yaya's hand again. Yaya grabbed the hammer and her eyes suddenly lit up. When she asked for the hammer, she had just transformed into a dragon turtle and had not yet consolidated her realm. However, she had made a lot of progress now. After Ji Feishua's careful guidance these days, I am afraid that even the monks who had just entered the sky would not be able to withstand her punches. The previous copper hammer can no longer keep up with the practice. The golden hammer came just in time. Yaya swung it and felt the golden hammer's blessing on herself. The power of the golden hammer even doubled for the same move. With this hammer, facing a monk of the first level, he would not be invincible. But he would definitely be invincible. Yaya turned to Ji Feishua and gave a sweet smile. Thank you, Aunt. Ji Feishua looked at her with a smile. How can I thank you? Yaya blinked and was stunned. Ji Feishua said seductively, Why don't you remove the big characters? Do you want to call me mother? Yaya's little hand clasped the handle of the golden hammer. What? Why do you call her mother? Ji Feishua knelt down and caressed Yaya's shoulders. A sly look flashed in her eyes. How about calling her Young? Yaya's eyes widened. I have a second mother. Ji Feishua was stunned for a moment, then gritted her teeth, looked at the golden hammer in Yaya's hand, and thought fiercely. She would use this hammer to smash that stupid turtle's sh. When she turned around, I used to find it strange that Bai Ling, a mysterious girl, was so kind to an unborn turtle, and tried so hard to pave the way for him. I knew it was abnormal. Ji-Fei-Shua hummed. And with a little finger, the gold liquid in the flames finally took shape, turning into 3 hairpins with different styles. One looked enchanting, and she gently placed it on top of her head. Her hair automatically circled, and the hairpin was inserted into it. Although the other 2 are both golden. One is like frost and snow, cold and cold, exuding the charm of keeping strangers away. The other one jumped happily and looked like a troublemaker. Put away the troublemaker hairpin. Put the cool one into the white clouds, and a little between the eyebrows. A voice fell on the hairpin. Thank you, sister. If I have this thing, I can go to San Yuan Palace in person. Sister can come right back. After she finished her message, she clicked lightly, and Baiyun turned into a sword light and rushed out of Baiyun Palace, heading north. Ji-Fei-Shua took Yaya's hand and stepped out of Baiyun Palace directly into the undercurrent. The hairpin on the head and the golden hammer in Yaya's hand simultaneously scattered a faint golden light. Pushing away the undercurrent, Ji-Fei-Shua pulled Yaya, and with one step, she traveled thousands of miles, deep into the undercurrent in an instant, with the Baiyun Palace behind her emitting a faint light in the undercurrent. It indicates that Baiyun Palace is in an open state. I couldn't tell my direction in the undercurrent. I only took 2 steps, and no longer knew where I was. Ma'am, where are we going? Looking at the gray and black undercurrent in all directions, and the aimless walking corpses in the undercurrent, Yaya's voice was inevitably a bit panicked. Ji-Fei-Shua turned around and looked at the little girl who was close to her, with a wicked smile on her face, and a cold light flashed in her eyes. Tell the child. Yaya stuck out her tongue and made a face at her. I don't believe it. It's not like she has never seen human traffickers before. Chunfeng City has executed no less than 100 human traffickers. Can the dignified city lord be sold? After walking for an unknown amount of time, without encountering another dojo, or even the walking dead, Ji-Fei-Shua stopped, let go of Yaya's hand, and placed a positioning mark on her body. Smiling, little guy, please wait. Stay aside. Don't run around. Auntie, build a house. Yaya stayed aside obediently and saw the ant taking a step forward, her aura changing instantly. Her red clothes turned into red and black again. She took out a Xianhuang token in her hand and threw it into the air. The Xianhuang token was suspended in the air. Concubine Ji pointed her snow halberd at it, and the undercurrent exploded in front of her. Like boiling soup, bubbles popped up one by one, with 5 times the quality of the Xianhuang order. She would naturally deliberately explore some of the secrets of the Xianhuang cave. It was rumored that this place was the place where the heavenly court was established in ancient times. However, it was later moved to the Star Sea for unknown reasons, and the Xianhuang cave was abandoned. I don't know when later, the Xianhuang cave heaven was activated again. It is said that there are secrets about the immortal lord's further progress here. But for tens of millions of years, no one has been able to obtain any secrets here. The Xianhuang order with 5 times the quality is still a bit weak after all. If the young husband can get the Xianhuang order with 6 times the quality, maybe he can explore the secrets of Xianhuang cave heaven, Ji-Fei-Shua thought, and pointed at the undercurrent in front of her. The undercurrent rolled and thunder burst out, exploding an area, revealing an area without undercurrent, forming a boundary film to block the undercurrent. It feels a bit like splitting chaos to create a world. Couldn't the undercurrent be transformed by chaos? But I don't know where the Xianhuang cave sky is. There is no way for the outside world to find the Xianhuang cave. Only after the Xianhuang cave is open can someone push the door open and enter. But where the door falls is entirely up to the person pushing it. The Xianhuang order was also transmitted directly, but there was no way to determine where the Xianhuang cave was. Ji-Fei-Shua was thoughtful and reached out to grab it. There was a sword in her hand. If Suhi was here, she would definitely recognize it. This was actually a divine weapon that opened the sky of a divine beast. With a slash of the sword, the undercurrent rolled more violently, blasting open a large area. A sword light formed a beam of light, pushing against the undercurrent in all directions. In an instant, an area hundreds of miles in diameter was revealed. Ji-Fei-Shua looked around and nodded with satisfaction. The size is enough, and she wants to leave a legacy here and make various arrangements. So there is no need for an area as large as Baiyun Palace. Moreover, such a large dojo cannot be built overnight, and her time is limited. Ji-Fei-Shua called Yaya and led Yaya into the newly opened area. The sun, moon and stars appeared above her head at the same time. Ji-Fei-Shua turned over her hands and took out a shrunken model of the cave. When she threw it outwards, the cave suddenly grew in size and landed in the newly opened area with a bang. The cave mansion actually looks like the Changyu mansion. There are even Chio Lake and Snow Mountain. And even the habitats of toads and foxes are here. Even the 3 characters, Changyu Mansion, are written on the gate of the cave. If it weren't for the different aura, I would have thought that Changyu Mansion had been moved here. This was a cave made in the shape of Changyu Mansion. Changyu Mansion fell, and its formation immediately connected to the earth's veins. Ji Feishue stepped down, and the flames of the weapon refining burst out from under her feet, spreading all over the cave, trying to completely refine the cave into the black and yellow cave sky. The Qi and the earth's veins are connected, and the Xian Wang order with 5 times the quality is suspended directly above Changyu Mansion, constantly emitting light, and refining Changyu Mansion into the Xian Wang cave heaven bit by bit. At the same time, Ji Feishue raised her head and looked around. A feeling of connection with the Xian Wang cave weather machine arose. Although the eyes still cannot penetrate the undercurrent, many scenes can be seen in the undercurrent. The black and yellow cave sky is boundless, and wherever it can be sensed, several rays of light shoot straight into the sky. This is a dojo with a master. There was a sword light in the northeast, and Su Huanyan's appearance could be seen through the sword light. But Su Huanyan had no feeling for her. Although Su Huanyan is the lord of Sword Mountain, he is only at the 3rd level of heaven, and is still far away from truly becoming a Taoist master. In a ray of blue light due east, a toad looked left and right. Baiyun Palace belongs to a toad, but this frog's mastery of the dojo is not even comparable to that of Su Huanyan, and it is even less possible for him to truly utilize the power of the dojo. Far, far away in the south, there is a large hall, in which the figure of a dragon turtle appears. Taizu! Ji Feishue was speechless, as if he sensed the movement of the dojo being opened here. The old turtle in the palace slowly opened his closed eyes. His old eyes looked this way dimly, and his eyes fell on Ji Feishue, as if he was sleepy and hazy. Suddenly there was a god. He looked at Ji Feishue and laughed. Not bad. Not bad. His murmur actually spread across the endless undercurrent. You are the first among the younger generation to reach this stage. Very good. Very good. Taizu was very happy to have this daughter-in-law of the Longlongui family. There is also Frog over there, the sole beast of the Longday family, and Jianshan over there, who is also the daughter-in-law of the Longday family. His eyes fell on Jianshan Mountain, and when he saw Su Huanyan in the light of Jianshan Mountain, for some reason, Ji Feishue could clearly see his face twitching. A bit embarrassed, a bit helpless. Behind Taizu, the Taigua slowly rotated. The complete Taigua flickered, and a spiritual snake on Taizu's back slowly disappeared. At the same time, the Taigua Kagua also restored its rune appearance. Concubine Ji Shuadai frowned slightly. When did this old turtle master the complete Taigua? The spirit snake of Xuanwu's true form also condensed. But the Taigua and the spirit snake were hidden at the same time. This old turtle is hiding his tricks. And who is he trying to plot against? Turtles are like this. No one is good. They lie down quietly and don't move, and plot against everyone. That stupid turtle and her family showed off all his abilities, and wished he could break out and fight across the ranks every day to show himself clearly in front of everyone. That turtle didn't even hide any backhand. Is it a turtle? Taizu was talking, but Ji Feishue couldn't reply. She just opened the dojo. She hadn't completely refined it yet, and she hadn't mastered the various laws of Xianwang Cave Heaven, so she couldn't transmit sound so far away. And it seemed that Taizu could only see her alone, not Yaya beside him. Just like when she looked at Baiyun Palace, she could only see the toad. This time the Xianwang Cave Heaven is over. Maybe it's time to go and have a chat with this old turtle. Ji Feishue turned around and looked around, but she didn't see old Qilin, nor the old guys from the Phoenix and Dragon clans. I wonder if it's because they're too far away to see, or because they don't have a dojo in Xianwang Cave Heaven. But it's normal to think about it. The realm is easy to say, but not everyone can have the Xianwang Ling with 5 times the quality. Ji Feishue closed her eyes and focused all her consciousness on Changyu Mansion. Dojo construction cannot be accomplished overnight. It would be nice to finish it before landing on the ascension platform. Baiyun Palace. White Tiger relics. The 2 Zhuyin corpses have all dispersed into the White Tiger ruins, and the smell of blood in the ruins is getting stronger and stronger. This bloody smell is not a tangible smell of blood, but a kind of perception. Belongs to the ranks of Qi. Or can this bloody smell be called tribulation Qi? If it is strong enough to a certain extent, murderous intent will burst out. Maybe the legendary battle of the gods in the previous life was like this? He was still at the place where he was fighting the turtle demon. The water vapor in the sky had been condensed by him, and turned into heavy rain that fell for several days. The lake reappeared, covering up the sinkhole created by the fight. The wind and rain were blowing hard, and he was like an island floating on the lake, being beaten by the wind and rain. He likes rainy days. On rainy days, the energy movement speed is 3 points faster, and the cultivation effect is better. After dissolving Zhu Yan's corpse, he remained here and fell into cultivation again, probably because he returned from the ancient times and traveled across the long river of time, and accumulated enough time power in his body. Jing Hong's inheritance speed far exceeded Suhi's expectation, and the inheritance was completed in just a few days. It was used for the first time against the enemy Zhu Yan, and the effect was very good. In front of time, Zhu Yan, who is in the same realm, has no means to break it. At this rare moment of leisure, Suhi's consciousness once again entered the palace of inheritance. The Taiyuan was like a bright moon, and it was Suhi's first contact with it. It may take a lot of time to inherit it. Once the White Tiger Relic's war breaks out, the Dragon Turtle's body will continue to be inherited. Suitable for fighting, but blind, Suhi gave priority to inheriting Nirvana Heaven and Zong Feng. At this moment, the two magical powers have slowly awakened in the body. Suhi fell into a nap. He should be able to complete the inheritance after sleeping for half a month. Maiman sat quietly in the same place on the upper floor, having transformed into the true form of a shark, with its tail swaying gently in the water. The voice next to Suhi was boring, and she was magnifying a raindrop infinitely and turning it into a water ball as big as a water tank. She was curled up in the water droplets, struggling like drowning. The toad was swimming desperately in another drop of water, looking like he was going to swim over to rescue Bain. But even while playing, he was always paying attention to the four directions, exploring the movements of everyone in the White Tiger ruins. Suhi closed his eyes tightly, and a large flag in the inner world was slowly condensing. This was the manifestation of the Nirvana sky. Just like the dice of the mountain god seal, the Nirvana heaven can also condense a large banner. Planting a banner prohibits spells, magical powers, physical bodies. All kinds of powers within the covered area. You can choose one of them. The selection can be changed each time it is plugged in addition to advancing as Suhi advances. The power of the Nirvana sky is also related to the number of times it is used. The more you use it, the greater your power will be, and the faster it will advance. The other turtles of the Dragon Turtle clan have the Nirvana Heaven permanently inserted in a certain place. Even Suju's Nirvana Heaven was inserted into a small world and has never been pulled out. That was where the family members once suffered from misfortune. It was not annihilated by the Void Candle, but was used to sharpen the Nirvana Heaven. That small world has completely banned magical powers. For tens of thousands of years, the entire small world has forgotten what cultivation is. Completely an era of Dharma ending. I wonder what effect it will have if the Nirvana Heaven is inserted into the great world of the Emperor after the 7th level of Opening Heaven, and the 4 sacred beasts have reached the point of cultivation. Chapter 394. People are still weird. White Tiger Ruins. Nameless Mountain. Lu-Ying folded her wings as hard as she could to avoid attracting attention from others. A pair of flaming wings attract attention wherever they go. The bold clothes on her body are also a little more conservative, but they still look a bit bold to a conservative female cultivator. But they are no longer so revealing. Too much ground has been broken in the past few days. I was repairing it everywhere, but I was dragged here. A group of monks gathered together and negotiated to jointly snatch the stone body and seize the core of Baiyun Palace. The leader was actually a 6th level monk who should not be among the lower classes. The monk looked pale and seemed to be seriously ill. He even struggled to speak, but his aura was shocking. He is by no means a weakling in the 6th level of Tiantai. Lu-Ying buried herself deeper. Everyone, there is no need to ask anything about the Taoist name. There is no need to explore the ears and legs. We are all the same. How can we use our true appearance here? I just want to ask if you are willing to join forces. The monk at the 6th level looked around, asked, looking in all directions. There are more than 200 people here, divided into dozens of groups, large and small. Some groups did not come close, but stood far away in other places, with several people surrounding the stone body to guard against others. It was obvious that he had the upper hand in the previous battle and had already gained something. Someone asked the sick young man in the center of the 6th level of Treading the Sky. My fellow Taoist said it simply. I am willing to believe that my fellow Taoist has sincerely formed an alliance, regardless of how the inheritance will be distributed afterwards. I just asked you, do you have a way to break the stone body? The 6th level of illness chuckled. I will handle these. Since I dare to recruit you, I will have my own means to get what you want. I just want to ask you. Open the stone body. The inheritance belongs to you. And the core belongs to me. Okay? The scene fell silent for a while. And suddenly someone said, the method you are talking about is not related to the dragon turtle. Right? If it is related to the dragon turtle, please forgive me for rejecting it. The speaker was a middle-aged man dressed in white. Who doesn't know that the dragon turtle has the means to untie the stone body? But not everyone wants to try their luck with Long Gui. More than 10 days ago, Long Gui Town killed Zhu Yin and Fu Do. It's not like he didn't know that it wasn't worth it to go through muddy waters for a mere inheritance. Looking around, most of the people gathered here were from the emperor's lineage, who were already hostile to Dragon Turtle. Bing Liudian nodded. In that case, fellow Taoist disciples can just leave. The middle-aged man turned around and left. He is really trying to take advantage of Dragon Turtle, and he doesn't know whether to live or die. The marks left by the Xianwang Cave will indeed be washed away after leaving the Xianwang Cave. Not afraid of being marked by the Dragon Turtle and getting revenge. But the premise is that you are destined to get out of the Xianwang Cave. How long will it take for the White Tiger ruins to be opened? Xianwang Cave has been in the sky for 12 years. Let's not talk about whether we can capture the little Dragon Turtle. But we really did. The White Tiger ruins is over. Facing the elders of the Dragon Turtle clan. Can you really survive? Many people in the crowd were ready to make a move. But the enemy Dragon Turtle only received one inheritance. I went directly to the Dragon Turtle to discuss it. Is it okay to send the stone body and exchange the inheritance inside? Only those who are enemies of the Dragon Turtle will gather here. Everyone left in a hurry. But the 6th grade sick person didn't stop him at all. He came and went as he pleased. Luing mingled with the crowd and hurried away in a flash of light. There is only one Dragon Turtle on this floor. It was the one that saved her. Do you want to send a letter? Looking at the previous flashback scene, the Dragon Turtle was very powerful. But there was also a 6th level being here. The mother-in-law said that their clan has no disputes with the world and does not participate in disputes in other worlds. But they also know how to repay kindness. Luing was thinking wildly, with fire surging on her wings. And she somehow returned to the place where she was saved by Dragon Turtle from Fu Do's mouth. He landed on the ground, looked at the repaired earth, and bit his silver teeth. Moving forward slightly, he stepped on the former sinkhole, feeling the pain of the earth and the smell of the destruction of the earth. Without the imprinted aura of the Dragon Turtle, flying swords cannot pass messages. She only knows 2 ways to pass a message with a flying sword. Either to pass the message at a fixed location, or to have the other party's aura mark. She couldn't pass the letter, but she still had her own way to find the Dragon Turtle. She stepped on the earth and felt the pain of the earth. And bit by bit, she peeled off the hidden atmosphere in the earth. After excluding Zhu Yan's and Fu Do's, the rest belongs to Long Gui. As long as we communicate with the earth and find an equally destructive aura, we won't have to worry about not finding the Dragon Turtle. According to my mother-in-law, an existence like the Dragon Turtle will destroy wherever it goes. So how can it not leave any aura behind? Previous gathering place. A figure handed over to the 6th level of sick people. As a friendly approach, the 20 people who left are already being followed. There are many people of the Dragon Turtle lineage among them. There will always be people who will report the news to the Dragon Turtle. If you follow them, you can always find the Dragon Turtle. The 6th level smiled and shook his head. Even if he couldn't find Dragon Turtle, if the news spread, he could still let Dragon Turtle come to him. Fellow Taoists will take people out again, coax some people to come, and have another gathering. There have been more than one gathering like this in the past few days. Every time, some monks who are biased toward the Dragon Turtle or the center are brought in, seemingly unintentionally, and then leave after the double act. Time after time. Following these people, you can always find the turtle. As long as you find him, you can make the Dragon Turtle break through the stone body and leave quietly afterwards. Above the big lake, Suhi lay quietly. While the banners of the Nirvana heaven were gathering together, Suhi was experiencing bouts of itching and pain. This is the inheritance of Zongfeng. This time Suhi directly inherited 2 magical powers. Even in his sleep, he could feel the strangeness in his body. He originally wanted to take a nap for half a month. But only 10 days later, Suhi woke up faintly. After a quick realization, the two magical powers have just been passed down and have not yet been consolidated. The calamity of the outside world has become more severe, and it is already so overwhelming that people can't breathe. The calamity that ordinary monks need special means to perceive is extremely clear in the perception of divine beasts. The mythical beast is in communion with heaven and earth, and is extremely sensitive to changes in heaven and earth. Seeing him waking up, Bayan got his head out of a water ball and looked over. Oh! A timid turtle. She poked the turtle's nostrils with dog's tail grass. But it didn't wake up the turtle immediately. Suihua? Sui asked, and Toad waved his hand. It's okay. No one I know has any accidents. But everyone in the ruins has been gathered together, and they have formed an alliance one by one. It looked at Sui with a bit of schadenfreude. There are several alliances here, and they are worried about your method of refining the core. There is a tendency to form a big alliance now. Neither a single person nor a small alliance of 3 or 5 people dared to act wild in front of Sui. But once the number of people increased, their courage inexplicably increased. I don't know where the mysterious confidence comes from, but someone really has Sui's idea. Especially the guy who grabbed the stone body. Most of the people on the lower level were at the 4th or 5th level of skywalking. Even if they grabbed the stone body, there was no way to open it. After a few days, I could hardly hold myself back anymore, and many people were asking about the whereabouts of Dragon Turtle. Want to gather our people? Toad asked. Among the White Tiger ruins. Those who lean toward the mysterious realm are just as likely to lean toward the great world as the Emperor. Based on Sui's status, he could recruit many people. Sui shook his head. The Dragon Turtle fights at great speed, and every blow is devastating. But he can't let go when his own people are by his side. He has the magical power of space, and the entire White Tiger ruins can come and go freely. So alliances have no effect on him. A group of people who obtained stone bodies formed an alliance and gathered together to give him a treasure? The people are quite nice. Inherit the magical power first, and we'll talk about the rest later. As Sui spoke, he turned to look at the Toad again, his eyes shining brightly. Suihua, can you lend me some useless treasures? 3 smoke question marks popped out of the Toad's head, and it looked at Sui in disbelief. Are there any useful treasures? I will improve the Foreign Minister and Mountain God Seal. At the 2nd level of Kaition, his physical fitness has been improved in all aspects. The Mountain God Seal and Foreign Minister can be improved again. But Sui has no useful treasures. The Mountain God Seal and the Foreign Minister are both extensions of bearing the mountain. Carrying the mountain to absorb treasures can achieve these 2 magical powers. A flash of pain flashed in Toad's eyes, but he still gritted his teeth and rummaged through his abdominal pocket, placing countless treasures in front of Sui. Then his face trembled. We don't say that we will go out 9 times and return 13 times, but we will always have to pay the original price. After leaving Changyu Mansion, I will give priority to the treasures. I know. Sui replied casually, carrying a big net out of the mountain, covering all the treasures, melting and absorbing them bit by bit. He raised his eyes again and looked at the Toad's pocket. It was like a bottomless pit that could hold anything. It was worthy of the title of Void Frog, and was indeed gifted with space skills. What are these broken knives and broken halberds of yours? If it's useless, just suck it? Sui's eyes were shining brightly. There is a pile of rags in Toad's pocket, but he protects it like a treasure. These weapons may have really been treasures when they were in good condition, but now they are worthless even for remaking. However, the Taoist charm contained in the weapon is extremely sharp. If it is refined into the Mountain God Seal, the power of the Mountain God Seal will definitely rise to another level. Don't think about it. The Toad gave him a fierce look. Although it couldn't remember what it was, its subconscious told it that these weapons were very important. It's so important that even if you risk your life, you can never throw it away. Stingy frog! Sui shrugged his turtle SHL. He looked up at Maiman again. Maiman shook his head. The upper level is similar. In these 10 days, the gods have killed 6 7th level heaven-striking ones. As she spoke, she unfolded a scene. It was a scene of a 7th level sky-treading man quietly approaching Maiman, but was chased by Gu Luo and annihilated with a claw. The ordinary 7th level heaven-trading emperor had no power to resist in front of Gu Luo. Sui turned to look at Bayin. Sister Clan, has the original body left you any memory of realm division? What is it like above the 7th level of transcending the sky? How does the 7th level of transcending the sky in this era compare to the ancient times? Yes. Bain replied casually, although he didn't remember much. If Suhi wanted to ask how to open the fairy gate, she would definitely not be able to tell him. So he would have to ask the real person. Just asking about the difference in realm can still explain it to some extent. Among the people who entered Baiyun Palace this time, your white dragon, if all its bodies are fully integrated, should have the fighting power of an immortal. And it is an immortal who is good at fighting. The others will be much worse. That phoenix outside among the immortals, it is almost the strongest. But there is still a long way to go before the immortal. Suhi was thoughtful. The phoenix Bain mentioned should be Feng Chaofei. Suhi asked thoughtfully, I heard someone said that the 4 spirit beasts open the 7th heaven and are equal to the immortals. Is this true or false? If the 4 spirits open the 5th level of heaven, they are not considered weak among the 7th level of heaven. If they open the 7th level of heaven, it really shouldn't be too easy to kill the ordinary 7th level of heaven. Just like Su, he is killing the monks of the 1st level of heaven. Kill as many as you can. Bain frowned and thought for a while, trying hard to recall the information about the realm. After thinking for a long time, he said, absolutely. The most typical characteristic of the 7th level of the sky is to condense the jade bones and shed the mortal body. Open the immortal gate and prove the immortal. It can lead to immortality. The 4 spirit beast that has just opened the 7th level of heaven has the same combat power as an immortal. And it also has immortality. It is correct to say that it is equivalent to an immortal. Before the immortal, the 4 spirits took advantage. But after the immortal, the 4 spirits suffered. After the immortals there are immortals. But the 4 spirits cannot open the 8th heaven. The 4 spirits of the 7th level of Kaitian are similar to the current monks. Their realm will no longer improve, but their combat power can be permanently improved. Just like that old turtle of Ming ancestor. How many immortals dare to show off in front of him? A slap will hardly kill him. In the ancient times, existences like that who had lived for unknown lengths of time were the true origins of the hostility between the Xianwang world and the Yuanzun clan. Sui nodded, and suddenly thought of something. Does Emperor Luan have the power of an immortal? If Feng Chaofei couldn't reach the strength of the immortal lord, other clan uncles would definitely not reach it either. Bain gave her a blank look. If he has the strength of the immortal lord, he still needs the divine dragon of national fortune and the battle formation to fight with that dragon of yours? Do you have any misunderstandings about immortal lord? Do you really think you can attain Taoism and immortality casually? Suhi nodded, looking at Bain in front of him. His eyes suddenly lit up. It was hard to become an immortal. But he had 3 in his family. Suhi held his head high and his chest high. Bain didn't know why this turtle was so proud all of a sudden. Suhi chuckled but said nothing. But at this moment, the toad suddenly looked into the distance and smiled at Suhi. Someone really came here. Don't underestimate the world. Someone really came all the way here and found the dragon turtle. As it spoke, its figure disappeared in a flash, and then flashed back again. Then a frightened cry was heard from under its claws. And it turned out to be a woman. It was the woman who was held in Fu Dou's mouth before. But now her wings were burning with flames. And she was much more energetic than before. I have probably never seen a toad like Suewa. It suddenly appeared and snatched him away. Thinking of the bad memories, he screamed and shot out a flame, which was suppressed by Su Hushin. After seeing the dragon turtle in front of her clearly, Luing breathed a sigh of relief. And then her expression changed again. Thank you so much, fellow Taoist, for saving me a few days ago. Fellow Taoist, leave quickly now. It will be detrimental to fellow Taoist if you have Taoist 6. Suhi chuckled. It's too late. I can't run away. He didn't care about what Luing said about the 6th level of heaven treading. Instead, he looked at the woman in front of him with great interest. He wanted to suppress Fu Dou before, so he didn't care. Looking at this woman now, she actually feels a little familiar. It's not appearance or race, but a familiar and wonderful feeling inside. Luing was startled. Why couldn't she run away? Suhi's smile grew stronger. Is this your first time going out, fellow Taoist? Luing didn't know what he meant, so she just nodded. Yes. Mother-in-law is not allowed to leave until she reaches the 5th level of Tatian. Even the 5th level of Tatian is not allowed to go far. She is special this time. She did not want to leave home, but was teleported here by a token. Suhi nodded. No wonder he was taken advantage of. He followed him all the way without noticing. He has reached the 5th level, but has no experience against the enemy. She couldn't see the person following her, but the toad could see clearly. You probably know that Suhi's inheritance of magical powers has been completed. And the treasure delivery boy has arrived. How are all the people in the clan? Suhi stepped on his feet. And air conditioning flowed into the water silently, while he asked Lang with a smile. Next to her, Bain tilted his head and looked at the woman, his eyes thoughtful. Luing instantly became defensive. Do you know our clan? Seeing her resistance, Suhi shook his head. I'm just being polite. There are many people with wings in all the worlds. But Suhi has never seen the group of women in front of him. But Suhi had seen this kind of aura before. But in clan, the Skymending clan has long since disappeared from history. But this ability to patch the skies seems to have been passed down. He could feel this aura from this woman, blending with heaven and earth all the time. Luing was startled. And for a moment, she didn't know what expression to put on. She looked at Suhi and said helplessly, You are going to be suppressed by Tati and Lu. How can you be so polite now? Let's go! The dragon turtle is a mythical beast. Can it be as stupid as an ordinary turtle? We can't leave! Suhi chuckled, as if to confirm his words. The sky buzzed, and a formation suddenly came down. The entire lake was instantly enveloped. This formation, with Lang as its coordinates, spans 100,000 miles in an instant, and its speed is staggering. A sickly voice resounded in the sky. I have heard the legend of fellow Taoist dragon turtle for a long time. But it's a pity that I only got to see him today. Please forgive me. The sound came along the formation. The sound had arrived, but the person had not arrived yet. Lu Ying's face changed, and she realized what happened even though she was inexperienced. That man used her to find the dragon turtle. She suddenly turned her head to look at Suhi. She didn't know how to explain it, but she saw Suhi jumping up. Toad next to him said to Lu Ying, Don't worry. After Turtle Boy has taken care of these people, I'll treat you to Danghu later. We know the best seasoning for barbecue Danghu. Lu Ying was stunned for a moment, then subconsciously replied, It's better not to put anything in the burning room. Toad understood that it was indeed related to the Butian clan. There was no such thing as a guard in the outside world. Suhi jumped up and saw that the sky covered by white clouds became darker at this moment. Stars appeared one after another, but they were not the real starry sky. Their trajectory was extremely awkward. It's like turning the starry sky upside down. Suhi looked at a figure coming quickly from outside the formation. The figure stopped outside the formation and offered his hands to Suhi sickly. I'm a little late. I'm extremely sorry. I don't like code words. I'm sorry. I'll tell you frankly. This time I'm here to ask fellow Taoist dragon turtle to help me refine a few stone bodies. Okay? Suhi looked at him flatly and laughed. Ask me for help, without mentioning any reward. You can first use a large formation to detain me? The sick man shook his head. I'm really sorry, but fellow Taoist has a good reputation. If I don't do this, I'm afraid I'll bring my stone body over and be destroyed in an instant. Suhi's smile became even thicker. This man seemed to understand him well, and he was a nice person. Suhi looked at the shadowy people flying behind him, as well as the stone body that was brought by them, without being detained by the large formation. These people would not dare to openly bring the stone body over. As soon as I left the customs, the congratulatory gifts arrived. Chapter 395 6th level. Although the person outside the formation had a pale face, his aura was extremely powerful. He was the strongest 6th level sky trading person that Suhi had ever fought. It divided according to the early, middle and late stages of the storyteller's story. This is at least in existence in the middle stage of the 6th level, and also fell behind the big formation. Suhi closed his eyes slightly, then opened them again, and Mingjian had been used. Ever since Ji Feishu evolved with Mingjian, Mingjian could check the attributes of others, but within the same realm. If you look at people who are beyond your own realm, the effect will be worse. Suhi rarely used Mingjian. His enemies were polarized. Otherwise, it was too powerful, and there was no need to use it. He could just hide behind his wife. Otherwise, he could be killed easily, and the only one who could confront him was Feng Reng, who was chasing him when he was snatching the Jian hexagram, and it took a full 4 months of fighting to kill him. After that, the 3 princes in Feng Wang Palace were considered powerful. The sick man in front of him rarely made Suhi feel great pressure among people of the same level. The dragon turtle realm was incomparable to other cultivators. If they were equal, Suhi's limit of the 2nd level of Kaitian would only be against the 5th level of treading heaven. Mingjian was used, and a piece of information fell into Suhi's eyes. Status: injured, damaged, extremely weak, authority broken. Realm: the 7th level of stepping on the sky, crossed out, and the 6th level. Suhi's eyes condensed slightly. This is not the 6th level of the sky. This is the 7th level of the sky that has shattered its own authority. And its state has fallen to the 6th level of the sky. When it comes to power, Su He could only think of the Yuanzun clan and the Feng Huang clan. A bit too much. Su He, the 6th level Tatian, dealt with it calmly. Even the 6th level, who had been immersed in it for a long time, could not defeat Su He and still run away. But this diseased rice plant obviously cannot be treated as an ordinary 6th level disease. Me Man, who was on the upper floor behind him, also felt the depression in the atmosphere and raised his head to the sky with a scream. Things are going beyond her prediction. Please notify God. Su He was silent for a moment, then used his magic machine to break through the space and go out of the formation. The target was set 30 miles behind us. His figure flashed, but he hit the formation with a thud. A red light flashed through, and Su He was knocked out of the void. This formation comes with a ban. In fact, many formations can intercept space. Otherwise, if you are trapped by the formation, a space magical power will escape. What is the meaning of the formation? Su He turned over and took out the boundary-breaking pearl. But when he saw the 6th level of Bingyang opposite, he chuckled. This formation is specially designed for fellow Taoists. I only ask you to have the magical power of Biming. Why do you have to fight? Su He stopped taking out the boundary-breaking pearl. He came just for him, and must have studied him thoroughly. Was that red light just now to prevent the boundary-breaking pearl? Su He had only seen this method on the lichened shield of Fengwang Palace. Su He looked around, then looked at the 6th level sick man outside the formation, and laughed. Your Excellency, you have a good intention. This formation has been set up a long time ago. Right. The authority was shattered, and the 7th level man stepped on the sky and surrendered to his cultivation level, and was seriously injured. Himself entered the lower level and trapped me here, just for the sake of Biming? These words fool the ghosts, and even the ghosts don't believe it. After Su He finished speaking, he turned to look at the crowd behind the 6th level of illness. Most of them were unrecognizable, and had disguised their identities. The remaining half belonged to the Fengwang Palace. Half came from other big worlds. And there were even idiots, who were originally inclined to Xianwang. Su He sneered. I am planning to become emperor today. Are you sure you want to participate? This is not to force the dragon turtle to crack the stone body, but to suppress the dragon turtle. In an instant, someone was shaken. The sick Liuzong's expression changed the moment he heard Su He say his condition. A feeling that was originally hidden behind the scenes, but was brought to the front by life. He looked around, saw several people who were wavering, and said with a snort, Thank you all for helping me trap Dragon Turtle. If you want to withdraw, you can leave at this moment, and you will bear the consequences. He had already attacked the Dragon Turtle, but retreated at the critical moment, seeking death. The expressions of those people changed and they froze. At this moment, a roar came from the upper level, and a huge mountain god seal crashed to the ground on the upper level. Gu Luo appeared from midair, and with a roar, he killed a 7th level sky trading man. Surrounded by sand and dust, the sea swirled around Maiman. Gu Luo lowered his head and looked down at Su He, who was enveloped by the formation. Looking at the people surrounding Su He, a cold light flashed in his eyes, and he snorted. Very good! 2 words. No threat. Even though Gu Luo's breath cannot be felt across the layers, the air is still. This is the prestige accumulated by the Dragon Turtle clan for countless thousands of years. Just behind Gu Luo, a cold snort was heard, and an adult Zhu Yan appeared from the clouds with Qingyun formation on his head. Luo! Such a powerful force! The majestic Dragon Turtle is beginning to threaten the juniors. It sneered, and appeared together with 2 battle formations from Fengwang Palace, and a formation composed of other big worlds. Encirclement, and killing from all directions towards Gu Luo. Gu Luo roared to kill. Zhu Yan's formation was shattered by Gu Luo's blow. But he didn't care. He vomited blood, roared, and laughed. Gu Luo! Ha ha ha! Anyone who commits injustice will be killed. You are besieged. And your little turtle is also besieged. Such a formation can trap me for a day and a half. How can a turtle hatchling escape? Come out? Have you thought about how your turtle cub will die? How is it better than my monkey cub? It looked at Su He on the lower floor, and wished it could say he deserved it. Su He frowned slightly. Uncle Huai said that he would immediately kill the other Zhu Yan on the upper level, and refine it into the White Tiger ruins. More than 10 days have passed. But he still hasn't killed him? Ha ha! The 6th level outside the formation left. The Dragon Turtle clan has no time to take care of itself. Why are you hesitating? The upper levels hunt adult dragon turtles. But here we suppress a little dragon turtle that is no more than 30 years old. Suhi didn't wait for him to finish speaking. Sneered, jumped up, and returned to the center of the formation. His body changed and transformed into the true form of a peacock. In terms of formation techniques, the Phoenix family is the ancestor of all heavens and worlds, he shouted, and a burst of rays of light shone on the formation, instantly pulling the formation inward. As if pulling a curtain. Supernatural power, divine feather, which absorbs the external formation and condenses it into its own feathers. Shinyu could even break the volcano formation that Feng Chaofei suppressed, let alone such an ordinary formation. Suhi Shinyu pulled down, and the formation made a creaking sound, as if the wooden furniture was about to be pulled apart. But at this moment, the 6th level Tatian outside the town took a step forward and pointed his halberd. Countless cores within the formation collapsed, exuding majestic vitality. Not only the spiritual energy of the spiritual stones, but also Buddha power, blood energy, demon power. Many vitalities would rather form a ball and hold up the formation again. A trace of pride flashed across the corner of the sickly 6th level man's mouth. Since it was specially prepared for Taoist friends, how can we not know the methods of friends? This formation is called Tianji, and it is just an ordinary 7th level sky-stepping formation. But it focuses on the power of self-healing, as long as with enough vitality. Even if there is only a corner of it left, it can be restored to its entirety in an instant. Today we have to see whether Tianji kills fellow Taoist Suhi first, or whether fellow Taoist absorbs and destroys the formation first. As he spoke, he pointed upward again. Within the celestial formation, there was lightning and thunder, and the chaotic stars above his head crashed down. Suhi fluttered his wings and retreated. But there was no way to avoid it. It was a despicable skill that filled the screen every time a star attacks all places covered by the formation. The stars stirred up the vitality and crashed down. Suhi turned around and transformed into a dragon turtle. He opened his mouth and struck the mountain god seal into the sky, smashing the stars into pieces. The 6th level of illness outside the formation chuckled. Fellow Taoist, please work harder. If you only have the mountain god seal and the god feather, you will definitely die today. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Gu Luo from the upper level retreating Zhu Yin, turning to glance at him. Didian guards! Xuanji camp! Among the 12 guards of the Emperor's world, it was the purple lighting guards who blocked the boundary-breaking pearl. The 6th level was stunned for a moment. He knew that Gu Luo pointed out the reason for his origin. After this incident, at least Zidian Y would be removed from the Dragon Turtle clan. But so what? You only care about your son. He made a big fuss in the Imperial City a few days ago. Do you know how many people who became Emperor died in his hands? Just kill the army. But how many of the Emperor's people died? Just in the aftermath of the battle. No fewer than 100,000 people were involved in the death. The 6th level roared, and his true energy shook, shattering his disguise, revealing a face that looked as if it was being chopped with an axe or a knife. Purple Lightning Guards. Xuanji Camp. General Ping Wang. Feng Yi. Send fellow Taoist Suhi to his death. Go to heaven. After he made a loud voice, he saw that among the people who were following him, more than a dozen people at the same time shattered their disguises, changed into military uniforms, shouted a uniform slogan, and the soldiers instantly dispersed, covering everyone outside the formation. More than a dozen people showed their aura surrounding more than 100 monks. If you use your Taoist friend's true energy to kill the dragon turtle, you will be crowned emperor, and you will be rewarded heavily. Feng Yi shouted in a deep voice. Heavy reward. The sergeants shouted at the same time. It was so neat that even Suhi looked at it sideways. Yaya should come and see what it means to be a military force. Such discipline should be learned. Appreciation is appreciation, but it cannot change the fact of hostility. Suhi roared and his body rose into the sky. Can you replenish the energy of the formation? It just so happens that I have a large formation that is so short of energy that I don't know how to recharge it. A real grand formation. Foreign Minister Suhi threw an array out of the space. It didn't look like a chessboard, but a cloud of mist. It looked like something like backward smoke. When he looked at it, he felt as if his whole body was being sucked in. Formation. Xin Yuan. The formation snatched from the ancestral land of Feng Wang Palace were erased by Ji Feishue, and 3 numbers were rolled on the dice. 1 for each of Su Huanyan. Ji Feishue and him. Su Huanyan Xinyuan Yuji Feishue replenished her energy, and has already used it to protect her from being disturbed in the Xianhuang cave. However, Su He's formation disc had difficulty even unfolding. It was completely depleted, with not a trace of vitality left in it. Su He slapped the array plate with his claw, and the array plate was dispersed like smoke. The smoke enveloped Su He, and Xinyuan instinctively absorbed the surrounding vitality without any need to control it. The speed of absorption is astonishing. Just like breathing. In every breath, the vitality in the Tianji array is almost condensed into substance, and is sucked up in a big mouth. With vitality nourished, the Xinyuan formation began to solidify little by little. In a moment, it was no longer a gathering of smoke, but a bottomless abyss. It is actually somewhat similar to Dragon Turtle's Taiyuan magical power. Half of all the magicians in the world came from the enlightenment of divine beasts. So it is not unreasonable that Xinyuan came from Taiyuan. Xinyuan absorbed it, and the expression on the outside world suddenly darkened. He knew this formation, and the prince had already recorded it. But this formation should not be on the Dragon Turtle. At this moment, it should be guarding the woman beside the Dragon Turtle. Right. Even the best plan has variables. Fall? He yelled urgently, and in an instant, stars fell like rain in the great array of heavenly secrets. Stars fell down one by one and hit the Xinyuan formation hard. But they did not break through the formation. Instead, they seemed to fall into the endless abyss and became completely silent. The Xinyuan formation was originally the ancestor of the Fenghuang Palace. It was set up to prevent oneself from being besieged in the lower realm, so it was more suitable for guarding. Otherwise Ji Feishue wouldn't have used it to protect Su Huanyan. Fall? Feng Yi shouted again and again. Not only did the stars fall, but there was lightning and thunder in the sky, and streaks of lightning fell down. But I heard a clear phoenix cry coming from the formation, and I saw a peacock flying in the sky on top of Xinyuan's formation. With Xinyuan's protection, rays of light shone outward, bit by bit, covering the Tianji formation, dragged toward the center. The Tianji formation is like a big net, catching a big fish. But now the big fish rebels and twists the big net. In the upper space, Goyuo burst out laughing. When did his turtle boy have such ability? This formation is not an ordinary formation. If it can be set up perfectly, even he will not be able to break it easily. It should be impossible to break it. The methods of those who sacrifice the formation surpass him. Let's fight! Gu Luo felt relieved. With this formation, at least Turtle Boy would be invincible. With a roar, he turned around and headed towards the enemy. Didn't you say you wanted to collect Turtle Boy's body? Today I want you to die without any body parts. He rants about World War II. Su He didn't stop either. He opened the second level of the sky, and the peacock's magical power was also incomparable. The divine feathers scattered the rays of light, snatching away the power of the Tianji formation bit by bit. Feng Yi from the outside roared, "True Yuan!" The Emperor's sergeant immediately drew his sword and looked around intently. There were monks who originally belonged to the Emperor's camp, and they didn't want to be the first to input the true essence into the formation. For those who were still hesitating, Feng Yi snorted coldly, "Whether it is your intention or not, it is a fact that you are helping me to kill the Dragon Turtle. Do you think that the Dragon Turtle can't see through your disguise?" Gu Luo immediately defeated him when he appeared. The expressions of the monks around him changed. Then I heard Feng Yi send another message. "I have already taken action against Dragon Turtle, but at the critical moment, I wavered. I offended Dragon Turtle, and then offended Emperor Feng. Have you ever thought about the consequences?" These words became the last straw that broke the camel's back. It is indeed possible for the Dragon Turtle to break through the formation. But there is a general beside him. A general who once reached the 7th level of the sky. Even if the formation is broken, can the Dragon Turtle survive? Finally, streams of true energy surged towards the Tianji formation. The twisted formation stood up again. Tianji and Xinyuan formed a stalemate for a while. Tianji, who was destroyed by Su He's absorption of the roots, was supported by the true energy, and was supported again and again. Feng Yi's face was not good. As time goes by, the energy of Xinyuan's formation is replenished more and more, and its power gradually becomes apparent. Like a snowball, it absorbs vitality faster and faster. The peacock also showed its true form as a dragon turtle, and struck the Tianji formation one by one with the mountain god seals, causing the Tianji formation to automatically counterattack, consuming energy. But the formation can at least last for most of the day. Feng's face turned gloomy, holding a saber in his hand, staring at the formation. as long as Shen Yuan's formation is still weak and breaks through Shen Yuan within half a day, the dragon turtle can still be suppressed. He raised the knife and was about to rush towards the Tianji formation. But at this moment, there was a phoenix cry, and the divine feather suddenly burst into glory. At the same time, Shen Yuan flew forward and hit the Tianji formation hard, and the Tianji, which was already in danger, suddenly shattered. The huge power shook all directions, turning the vitality in the Tianji formation into thick fog and flowing in all directions. Damn it! That dragon turtle has something hidden. The speed of the Tianji absorbing formation has been pretending to be at its maximum. But at the moment when Tianji and Shen Yuan reached a delicate balance, it suddenly exploded, and Shen Yuan and Tianji died together. He was actually willing to do such a big formation. Feng Yi's expression changed, and he heard a dragon turtle roar. A ray of golden light rushed out of the mist, and a mountain god seal came straight towards him. Feng Yi raised his sword and struck down, and the mountain god seal exploded. The most powerful impact hit his chest, knocking him out with one blow. He spit out a mouthful of blood and his expression changed. This is not the power that the second level of Kaikion can possess. Sure enough, this dragon turtle's mountain god seal is wrong. The power of the mountain god seal is times 6. Suhi specializes in attacking the Tianji formation, and its power is increased to 6 times. Flying upside down in midair, Feng Yi patted his waist, and a gray-black light enveloped his whole body, turning into a giant ape and roaring in the direction of the sergeant. Battle formation. A dozen sergeants jumped up and rushed towards the giant ape. But at this moment, a dragon turtle roared, and the mountain god seal was shot out of the thick fog, and the 2 sergeants were knocked into the lake below with one seal. As soon as they touched the lake water, the 2 sergeants exploded into pieces. Before they could resurrect, a celestial smite struck down, completely annihilating the 2 of them. A dragon turtle rushed out of the heavy fog. The heavy rain was pouring down where the dragon turtle was. The heavy rain did not fall on the dragon turtle. Instead, when it landed on the top of the dragon turtle's head, it drew an arc in an L shape and headed towards the front sergeant. Coming on a rampage, the heavy rain that was still falling all over the sky had merged into dozens of raindrops, and the raindrops exuded a devastating aura. Get away! The giant ape transformed by Feng Yi roared. This is a magical power. The heavy rain all over the sky was condensed into more than a dozen raindrops. This was the critical moment after the dragon turtle's supernatural power advanced to the second level of Kaikion. His sergeants were only at the 4th or 5th level of skywalking. If they touched it, they would die. Suppress the dragon turtle. Feng Yi's voice came out of the giant ape's mouth and roared towards the monks in front. The group of monks gritted their teeth, jumped up and started beating Suhi one after another. Those who can't escape. Don't use everyone's hands to kill the dragon turtle now. Once the dragon turtle survives, there was no need to wait for the White Tiger ruins to be unlocked. This little dragon turtle could find them one by one and tear them all to pieces. However, Suhi didn't seem to see the monk in front of him, and he flashed his magic machine to kill the giant ape. This was the first time he saw the Feng Wang Palace forming a battle formation from scratch. It turns out that the battle formation also has a formation disc, and the jade pendant smashed by Feng Yi is the formation disc. If a giant ape is gathered together, if other soldiers join, the chi and true energy of everyone can be connected, doubling the power. Suhi rushed towards the giant ape and shouted at the same time, "Toad!" The toad jumped out of the water covered in ice. Copy that! It stepped on the water, and its 2 front paws went deep into the lake. Looking at the rushing monk, its frog face became ferocious. Get up! The toad lifted up the lake water, and the entire lake turned into a huge wave, rushing upwards and hitting the monk instantly. The monks frowned, with a trace of disdain in their eyes. A soul beast can hurt people. After breaking through the waves, they were about to kill Suhi again. But several people sensed something was wrong and immediately retreated. But it was already too late. The waves are so huge that they are still waves when they rise. But when they reach the commanding heights, they freeze instantly, freezing the monks who rush into the waves into solid ice. Toad monitors the White Tiger ruins. How could he not know that Lu Ying has attracted enemies? Suhi had already pumped air conditioning into the lake when Lu Ying came. At this moment, it was lifted up by the toad, and it was frozen thousands of miles away. A crack of ice froze most of the monks. Each one looked like an ice sculpture. But some of them said, okay. Just as they were frozen, someone saw someone break the ice around him and rush out. The aura of the 6th level of Tiantai rose from his body, and his figure was exposed. But he was a monk in disguise. I don't know how to break the ice. But he could only break a few pieces of his side to allow himself to escape. But he could do nothing to help others. All this happened in just an instant. The lake was completely frozen and the monk escaped. But He had no time to worry about it. He had already rushed towards the giant ape with a sudden move and opened his mouth to bite the giant ape with a gluttonous diet. The giant ape turned around to dodge, but watched helplessly as the Taotai dragon head bit into his ribs, tore off half of his chest with a loud noise, and retreated instantly. That's it again! The face of the giant ape changed, and the dragon turtle had magical powers that he didn't know about. This is how I felt about the mountain god seal just now. I could clearly avoid it, but I just couldn't. It's not that the speed is increasing. It's like the mountain god seal is coming from one moment to the next. The same thing happened to Qianjun, who hit the sergeant. It wasn't cause and effect, but it was impossible to avoid. He succeeded in the attack and then came back with a sudden thought. Looking at the monk in the distance, he snorted coldly. Bang! The frozen ice of the lake instantly shattered with the monks inside it, turning into bursts of mist. The fog is getting heavier in all directions. He was not happy at all after killing half of the enemies with one blow. He only looked at the monk, who was at the 6th level. When do enemies start to reach this level? How did the 6th level of Tathian come to the lower level? The monk saw He coming towards him, but instead of fighting, he turned around and left. He did not pursue him, but turned and rushed into the group of monks, as if he was in a deserted place. A vortex rolled up several stone bodies and threw them into the distance. Toads everywhere. Beside Toad, Bain tilted his head and suddenly realized. The general took advantage of his plan and entered the battle with his own body. Was it because of these stone bodies? They dare not bring the stone body without entering the formation? If you want a stone body, tell me earlier. I'll just give it to you. It's not like you don't know our methods. Why are you putting yourself in a desperate situation and almost capsizing? Chapter 396 Return to Childhood. Several stone bodies flew towards the toad. But the toad was not happy yet. Gu Luo, who was on the upper level, laughed loudly, although there was mist rolling in the water where He was, blocking his view. They are not on the same level, so spiritual consciousness cannot penetrate. But I also vaguely saw that it was his turtle boy who was defeating the enemy one after another. Gu Luo was even happier than he had won the battle. A feeling that my family is beginning to mature has arisen inexplicably. It was too fast. He used his magic to strike one blow after another. The idol had already been thrown out, and the sergeant, who had been shattered by Qianjun, began to resurrect. Only 5 of the 11 people could be resurrected. With He's current Taoist practice, he doesn't need special means of cutting back the roots of enemies at the 4th level of the sky. The body transformed by the divine guidance has the power of cutting back the roots. He can easily and completely suppress the enemies at the 4th level of the sky. Kill. The 5 5th level Tiantians came to life with twists and turns. Their auras had been reduced to the lowest level. When they opened their eyes, they saw the dragon turtles killing randomly in the crowd. They glanced back at them and raised their heads and roared. A black cloud descended, and the heavenly punishment fell. The expressions of the 5 people changed greatly, but they had just been resurrected. Their bodies were weak, and they were unable to deal with it. I saw a giant ape in the distance, reached out and pulled out a big knife, and slashed upwards towards the sky from bottom to top. The sword technique of the Imperial Army's formation cut the sky. One knife shot up into the sky and was about to shatter the black clouds in the sky. But at this moment, the dragon turtle flashed and appeared in the sky. The turtle's body flashed. The dragon's head moved downwards and hit the light of the sword. There was a burst of sparks, and the light of the sword was annihilated little by little. Supernatural power, hidden edge. Absorb the attack. Store it in your body, and use it to counterattack at any time. One knife, one step, and the heavenly punishment has already fallen. Crack! With a crisp sound, the 5 people who had just been resurrected turned into ashes again. It seemed that this resurrection was for the purpose of complete destruction. The giant ape roared, stamped his feet, and rushed towards He in midair. However, He did not fight with him, and fell back into the crowd of monks in a flash. His huge body came with a heavy rain. Falling, the heavy rain fell and rushed into the crowd, which had turned into solid ice. When the tortoise claws stepped on it, the solid ice shattered. One after another figure shattered into the broken ice. He gasped twice and used ice breaking on a large scale. which consumed a lot of real energy, and was somewhat uneconomical. If he killed these people with the mountain god seal, there would be almost no loss. Monk! The giant ape roared in midair. I had been preparing for a great opportunity for a long time. But it just disappeared. The dragon turtle broke through the TNG formation and started killing without restraint. This turtle's skills were too fast, and he couldn't dodge them. The dragon turtle can also use space magical powers, so no one can catch him. If he can't be trapped, no attack will fall on him. The moral conduct is higher than that of the dragon turtle. But so what? The monk, who had quietly left, clasped his hands together, a trace of helplessness flashing in his eyes. He understood what Feng Yi meant when he called him. If he didn't join forces to suppress the dragon turtle now, would he still be waiting to be killed one by the dragon turtle? I originally thought that the lower level would have missions in the Buddhist world. But now that I encountered the dragon turtle plan, I'm afraid I need to change it. He chanted the Buddha's name, stepped forward and rushed to Feng Yi. Feng Yi had already collected the giant ape battle formation. He showed his true appearance as a general, holding a saber in his hand. All the sergeants under his command were dead, and the battle formation could no longer be set up. He is not one of those generals at the top who can easily lead others into the battle formation. If he invites outsiders into the battle formation, it will disrupt the battle formation and lead to death. The poor monk has the art of cause and effect. Maybe you can give it a try. The monk transmits the message. Sui shattered the ice, and a group of monks turned into water vapor and dispersed. In an instant, the already dense fog became even thicker and almost invisible. Gu Luo from the upper floor glanced down and could no longer see clearly. They are not on the same floor, and their eyes cannot penetrate the fog below. However, there is no way Turtle Boy would suffer from such a large amount of water vapor. He is a dragon turtle with a water zodiac sign. He laughed and rushed straight ahead to a tiger battle formation. Come and die! Let's go and kill today. Sui shattered the ice, and a strange feeling arose. This was the art of Buddhist cause and effect. The third prince used it that day. There is no way to avoid the shot, and the result is determined when the shot is fired. It is destined to hit. The swastika left by Gu Jingjai on the center of Su He's eyebrows flickered, mobilizing his identity as a Buddhist to erase the law of cause and effect on his body. But it was too late, and a loud shout was heard in the thick fog. Shuri! Su He's alarm bells blared in an instant, and he used his magic machine to hide in the sky. But a spear turned into a bow and arrow and pierced towards him. Even though no one else here could break through the space, the spear still followed him everywhere, and the result was already determined the moment it was shot. It didn't break the space, but shot directly towards the place where Su He appeared. Su He appeared and thrust his spear straight at him. Su He's eyes flashed, as if he saw a barbarian bending his bow and shooting an arrow towards the sun. Arrow in sunset. The spear was like an arrow, and one arrow nailed Su He's body. Su He roared, and the foreign minister and Zongfeng moved to the extreme. The arrows on the spear were like frost, and the spearhead rotated on the foreign minister, making a clicking sound, and drilled into the foreign minister bit by bit. In Su He's eyes, he could see a pond filling up bit by bit. This is the embodiment of Zongfeng. When the pond is full, Zongfeng reaches its peak. Zongfeng was far from reaching its peak, not even half of it. But the arrow was so powerful and so fast that there was no time to fully charge it, and the spear had completely exploded. With a loud explosion, the entire spear shattered inch by inch on Su He's turtle SH.L, blasting through foreign minister Turtle Mountain. The spear pierced the SH.L and poured into the turtle's body. A burst of severe pain struck. Su He roared, and following the force of the spear, a mountain god seal struck down. At the same time, the swastika mark between the eyebrows does its best to cover the whole body, and it is shrouded in the Buddhist art of cause and effect. The mountain god seal suddenly fell, and Feng Yi and the monk retreated at the same time. Feng Yi drew out a spear again, but the monk suddenly changed color. The art of cause and effect was broken. What? Feng Yi noticed something strange and looked over. The spear has been drawn, but the feeling of being sure to hit the target is gone. Looking at the expression on the monk's face, one could tell that the dragon turtle was superior again. His heart sank, and he felt the dragon turtle's figure flash and disappear. Feng Yi and the monk's expressions changed instantly. Xuan. There was heavy fog in all directions, but he was hiding in the snow. Retreat! Before Feng even uttered the word, retreat, the monk had already retreated, and the two of them retreated almost at the same time. But the clouds behind them moved, and a sense of crisis came. The two people's retreating figures changed at the same time, and they went upwards in an instant, only to see a mountain god seal rising into the sky, heading straight towards the two of them. It's weirdly fast and can't be avoided. The two people judged it instantly, and attacked downward at the same time, with one release of the phalan and the other with the saber. They slammed into the mountain god seal, smashing it into pieces with one blow. The dragon turtle's magical power is just weird, making it impossible for them to hide. But the power is not beyond their endurance. The dragon turtle's combat power is placed in the 6th level of Tian, and it belongs to those who have just started. The mountain god seal was shattered with one blow, and the two of them continued downward without changing their figures. The monk turned his phalan, and the guardian shadows rushed out from the phalan. They are all wandering ghosts transformed by the monk in previous years. They are ghost cultivators with extremely high combat power. How can they be worthy of the master's action if their combat power is not high? Suddenly, a strange Sanskrit sound sounded, and figures rushed into the thick fog to kill Suhi. However, he heard a long roar of a dragon turtle in the thick fog, followed by a feeling of extreme coldness. The monk opened his Dharma eyes, and saw a slap from the dragon turtle in the thick fog, as if tearing open the gate of H.L. and endless ghosts rushed towards him. He came out, and went straight to his protector. Either self-destruct or slash. Each ghost is awe-inspiring and not afraid of its own destruction, and happily goes to death. He is indeed the enemy of Buddha. To actually control such a ghost space, this kind of place should be handed over to the Buddhist world, and the eminent monks and virtuous men should be asked to completely suppress it. Suhi roared, and the ghost rushed towards the monk's protector. He is never afraid of ghosts. It's just that Suhi didn't like to use nether very much after returning from the ancient times. Suhi will never forget the ghost that appeared when Taiku faced off against the Great Witch. That is a being who is not under the Great Witch, and even has a realm above the Great Witch during his lifetime. He only used 3 swords, and did not fall behind at all. The key is that he still has intelligence, and can talk to Suhi. Don't try it easily in the netherworld. You don't know what kind of existence there is. After the Xianwang Cave heaven is over, go to Taizu immediately. Or if you can't find it, go to Fengzhu. If he doesn't figure it out, Suhi won't be at ease. Looking at the endless ghosts in the thick fog, the monk followed the protector soaring down into the sky, drawing an arc and returning to the sky again, reunited with Feng Yi. How to kill? Monk Baoxiang solemnly asked in a deep voice. The art of cause and effect has been cracked, and it is difficult for the attack to fall on the dragon turtle. If they continue to fight, sooner or later they will be tortured to death by the dragon turtle. Feng Yi was silent for a moment. I have an attack that is extremely powerful and can definitely kill the dragon turtle with one blow. But the speed is too slow, and it is difficult to land on the dragon turtle. Do you have any ideas, fellow Taoist? He looked towards the monk as he spoke. The monk was looking at the dragon turtle in the thick fog, watching the dragon turtle control the ghosts to destroy his protector. And his face twitched. The dragon turtle spat out a mountain god seal from time to time, as if he was planning a trick. The monk pondered for a moment, and clasped his hands together. The poor monk has a method that can limit the dragon turtle, control its speed, and cut off its spatial magical power. But it can only be used this time. It will be difficult to recover after 100 years. Fellow Taoist's method can really kill it with one blow. Kill? Feng Yi's saber trembled slightly. Yes. Okay. The monk responded, recited the Buddha's name, and saluted to the sky. Bodhisattva is merciful, and today I will conquer the devil. When he finished speaking, the Buddha's light on his body shone across the earth, and the entire monk turned into a ball of golden light, just like the legendary Buddhist golden body. But the golden body would not have such sticky Buddha's light. The Buddha's light shone on Feng Yi, and Feng Yi felt that even his thoughts had become dull, and his movements became slow motion. Slowly turning his head, he saw the lazy Buddha's light shooting down into the lake water and landing on the dragon turtle in an incredible way. The dragon turtle's movements suddenly became slow. His movements were stuck one after another, as if he was cursed. There was a flash of space power on his body, and he had clearly used his space power. However, the dragon turtle could not leave the Buddha's light, and was still struggling on the ground. If the donor doesn't succumb to the demon now, then when will he wait? The monk's voice echoed through the void. So he slowly raised his head, and saw Feng Yi jumping down from the sky. He grabbed his hand and pulled out a giant ape shadow, which was the previous battle formation. However, he did not get into the battle formation. Instead, He slashed at the battle formation with his sword, cutting the battle formation into pieces. Then he struck out with a palm, and runes popped out from the sleeves, condensing into a trumpet-shaped illusory barrel, wrapping up the fragments of the battle formation, and then shot it out with a cannon. A pillar-shaped stream of light, with a diameter of more than 10 feet, rushed straight towards him. The speed of the stream of light was about the same as the running speed of a giant ape. The entire beam of light gave people a mucus-like feeling like mud. He rushed over slowly, but Suhi's soul escaped. This attack definitely reaches the attack power of the 7th level of Tatian. Will die. He wanted to act magically, but he was surrounded by the monk's light. Even though the flow of time has been accelerated several times, it is still not enough. It only increases the speed from 0.1 to 0.3. Can't escape. Suhi's breathing was rapid, and he watched helplessly as Feng Yi was attacked one by one. Feng Yi's beam of light was slow compared to other magical powers in his realm. Even for the 5th level of the sky, this beam of light was extremely fast. So fast that it was impossible to dodge it. Suhi's brows flashed, and he roared for a very long time. A column of water spurted out from his mouth and hit the beam of light shot by Feng Yi hard. The magical power hides the front, stores the enemy's attack, and counterattacks at the right time. The combined attack of Zonfeng's warehouse far exceeds the power of the normal dragon turtle's magical power, making it the dragon turtle's specialty in leapfrogging battles. It's a pity that Zonfeng is different from the mountain god seal. Suhi's mountain god seal is improved by dice, from 1 time to 6 times. 1 time and 1 time. So there is no error. Zonfeng stores the attacks that fall on him. The attacks are stored in the Zonfeng pool, which is a huge burden on the body, and may even cause damage. Therefore, the higher the realm of dragon turtles, the less likely they are to use Zonfeng. If the Tianfeng is not used, the accumulation in the pool will gradually dissipate and cannot be preserved permanently. Suhi's hidden front is a water column. Gu Luo's is a sea of sand, and Su Zhu's is an endless flame. Different attributes, different hidden fronts. Suhi Zonfeng's water column, carrying the collected attack aura, crashed into Feng Yi's light column. Like a knife and an arrow, the Tibetan front spurted out, and the mountain god seal came up with it. The 6 times the mountain god seal that had just been accumulated was directly blasted out. A hidden front and a mountain god seal failed to stop the light beam, which rushed straight towards him. Suhi's true energy surged, causing Foreign Minister Guishan to flash with brilliance and crash into it. Zonfeng used the killing light beam, and the newly dried up Zonfeng pond filled up with water again, and the water level rose rapidly. The Buddha's light fell on Suhi and screamed, "Despicable! Confess the despicable villain in the palace and kill the alliance!" His voice was filled with reluctance and resounded throughout the White Tiger ruins below. This beam of light not only hit Suhi, but also destroyed the Buddha's light that trapped Suhi. Or maybe Feng Yi didn't mean it. He just couldn't ignore the monk and only play Suhi. The Buddha's light flashed, and he turned into a monk. He wanted to escape, but he couldn't break through the gray beam of light no matter what. Once the beam of light enveloped him, he could no longer get out. He could only condense the Dharma and spread the Buddha's light to resist the bombardment light beam together with Suhi. The beam of light fell on Suhi, and fierce friction arose. In the depths of the lake, the toad looked at Suhi in the beam of light, and rushed out from between Suhi's eyebrows in a flash. The pipe pot stuck to the dragon's horn, and layers of ripples appeared, helping Suhi resist the beam of light. I don't know how long. Maybe an instant. Maybe days, or even years. The monk at the 6th level beside him had dissipated little by little, transformed into the Buddha's light. He completely disappeared amid the constant shouting and scolding. Suhi's outer appearance has worn away bit by bit, from the initial turtle mountain to a thin layer, like a layer of crystal film attached to the body. And gradually even the crystal film is worn away. The underwater warbler covered its mouth, and its wings trembled faintly. Dragon turtle. The enemy she brought. A kind of self-blame arises inexplicably. Suhi seemed to have experienced a century, but in just a short moment in Li Ying's eyes, he saw a beam of light rushing past. The toad disappeared, and then he heard the exclamations of the sharks in the upper space, and the roar of Gu Luo. Someone else shouted happily, "Aha! No one in Feng Wang Palace's fighting has mastered this technique for tens of thousands of years. Your little dragon turtle is going to die." Who knows if he will die? But if telling him can mess up Gu Luo's mind and give them an advantage, why not? Gu Luo roared angrily. But the roar only rose, and the beam of light had ended. Suddenly looking down, the thick fog had been dispersed by the light beam, and he saw that Suhi was in tatters and dripping with blood, dyeing the lake water in all directions red. The toad was completely gone. But at least Su-hee is still alive. The toad cannot die while Su-hee is alive. When the beam of light fell, Feng-yi opened his eyes, and his expression suddenly changed. This blow was already his strongest blow at the moment. But he couldn't kill this turtle. His face darkened, and a look of determination appeared in his eyes. He fell into the well, and fell to the ground. Dragon Turtle was seriously injured at this moment. If he couldn't be killed, he would miss this village without this shop. He took a step forward. His aura suddenly soared, and his pale face began to turn rosy. He said in a low voice, "Return to childhood." Chapter 397 2 Levels of Penetration. Turtle Boy, be careful. This is a way of killing both of you. 7th level of the sky. Gu Luo's voice came down from the upper level. Rejuvenation, which is the term for rejuvenation, can instantly soar Feng-yi's combat power to the peak of the 6th level. Even if Feng was cruel and shattered his own origin, there would be a 3-point chance to return to the time before he shattered his authority and damaged his cultivation. Although he is a virtual person, his Turtle Boy is only at the 2nd level of heaven, and seriously injured. Facing Feng-yi at this moment, there is absolutely nothing wrong with treating him as if he were at the 7th level of the sky. The aura on Feng-yi's body became stronger and stronger, and the pressure on Su-hee became more and more intense. And the damaged turtle SHL began to creak. Su-hee was on full alert when he saw the upper-level Gu Luo's expression solemn. He slapped Juyin away in front of him. Looking at the charging tiger-shaped battle formation, he roared and a large flag flew out, covering the sky and the sun. Supernatural power, Nirvana. You can ban laws. You can ban magical powers. You can ban physical power. Gu Luo roared at the battle formation in front of him and Juyin, his face full of ferocity. He would not stop until he killed. Goryuo's Nirvana flag flew in the sky, but it was not lowered immediately. The enemy retreated instantly. When the Nirvana sky falls, it can be banned at will. If it falls, it means that it may be killed by the dragon turtle. Su-hee understood and looked at Gu Luo. He jumped up and headed towards Feng-yi. Blood was dripping from his body. The toad struggled to get out from between his eyebrows and jumped into the lake with a pop. It pawed back and forth with its 2 front paws. Team. Collecting the blood Su-hee spilled without falling a drop. After collecting it, he jumped back to Su-hee Chiao. Su-hee looked at Feng-yi, whose momentum surged, and charged forward. Feng-yi held the saber in his hand, but refused to fight with Su-hee. Instead, he turned around and left. The rejuvenation has not yet reached the extreme, so there is no guarantee of killing the dragon turtle. It only takes half a quarter of an hour for him to regain his previous fighting strength and push the dragon turtle flatly. He retreated instantly, but felt the space behind him fluctuate. And the dragon turtle came. A cold light flashed in Feng's eyes. He bit his teeth. A ruthless flash appeared, and he hit his chest with a palm, sending the heart essence and blood to the whole body instantly. And his breath suddenly surged. The forbidden technique that originally took half an hour to complete sped up 10 times. Su-hee chased after him, but Feng-yi retreated. The same goes for the upper levels. Gu Luo chased after him, and the Emperor's battle formation retreated instantly. However, at this moment, the banner of the heaven of Nirvana floating in the sky was suddenly lowered. Forbidden law! Gu Luo roared. At the same time, in Su-hee's world, a large flag suddenly flew out. Compared with Gu Luo's, his flag was like the mouth of a well and the Great Lake. It is not as ancient as Goryuo's banner. Su-hee's Nirvana heavenly flag was brand new and had never been used. But it still has a lot of abilities. But it's just not powerful enough. The big flag was lowered down, falling almost at the same time as Gu Luo's flag, and stuck directly into the white clouds next to Feng-yi. Forbidden law! Feng-yi paused for a moment, and his rising momentum suddenly faltered. He couldn't even maintain his flight, and fell instantly. A forbidden method that consumes essence and blood was used at a critical moment, but was interrupted by Ji Mietian, causing Feng-yi's true energy to become instantly chaotic. Su-hee's Ji Mietian banner cannot completely ban Feng-yi's magic. His current strength of the banner is the 5th level, which is the limit. It only interrupts Feng-yi for a moment. But enough. Divine roars sounded in the mouths of Su-hee and Gu Luo at the same time. Gu Luo lowered his head and glanced at Su-hee. His eyes filled with satisfaction. Very good. Turtle Boy knew what fighting was. But Gu Luo, as a guardian, had never guided Su-hee. This was the first time he taught him step by step. But Gu Luo only taught Su He to plant the flag at the right time. And Su He understood it on his own. From a visual perspective, he and Su He were face to face, and both sides could clearly see each other's movements. Feng Yi, who had originally been interrupted by the banner and fell into a state of confusion, was directly penetrated into his soul by a divine power, and was completely confused. But at this moment, Su He and Gu Luo used Bei Ming together at the same time, and Su He was sealed like a prisoner in Bei Ming. Gu Luo locked up the tiger-shaped battle formation in front of him. As expected, his guidance is no longer needed. While Gu Luo was happy, he was also a little disappointed. Open your mouth, and a sea of sand spurts towards the tiger-shaped battle formation. Magical power, hidden front. At the same time, even 1 minute earlier than Gu Luo, Su He's hidden front water column suddenly spurted out. This hidden front absorbed the energy of Feng Yi's light column, and with some characteristics of the light column, it rushed towards Feng Yi unhurriedly. The speed of the water column is too slow. If he is awake at this moment, he can avoid it by raising his legs. It's a pity that the 3 magical powers of War Flag, Shui, and Bai Ming have fallen, and even the former 7th level Sky Trading one can't move. The water column rushed through, scattered Bei Ming, and landed on Feng Yi. The extremely cold breath woke him up instantly. Feng Yi looked at the water pillars in all directions, feeling the familiar breath, and was stunned. This is the aura of fighting against the light beam. Hidden front. Zhang Feng of the Dragon Turtle clan. No wonder the Dragon Turtle can block the fighting light beam. The previous Yuri and Jiantian were probably stored by Dragon Turtle Zhongfeng and used to resist the light beam, so Dragon Turtle could survive the battle. There was a foreign minister, a Tibetan frontman, a monk. If it were him, he would have survived. Feng Yi shouted and rushed out. But this time Zhang Feng, with his fighting attributes, had no way to escape. He hit the water column barrier and was immediately knocked back. The violent water flow rushed past, tearing his clothes piece by piece, peeling off the flesh and scraping the bones. Just like Bai Ming melting the Yuanzun clan, chipping away his flesh and blood piece by piece, shattering the bones, and the blood melted into the water column and rushed forward. The sand sea in Goryeo on the upper level was like a water column, except that the sand it sprayed out was wind sand. It rushed through the tiger-shaped battle formation of Fengwang Palace, smashing the battle formation into pieces, and continued to rush forward. The two worlds were not in the same place, but he and Su He seemed to be facing each other, and the water column and the sea of sand suddenly collided. A thin wall membrane emerges from the collision. It was as if both sides hit the mirror at the same time. Then, there was a crackling sound, and the wall membrane shattered. That ubiquitous membrane that separates the upper and lower layers, broken apart. Gu Luo was the first to react. He raised the dragon's head upwards, and the sea of sand instantly hit the sky. Just half a beat after the reaction, the sea of sand shattered Su He's hidden water column and hit Su He. Su He's hidden front water column didn't stop in time and hit Gu Luo, causing the foreign minister to flicker. But it never broke the outer surface. The isolation disappeared, and Goryeo majestic dragon turtle suppressed the momentum. He took one step forward and was at Su He's side instantly. He is fighting. What they were fighting was the battle formation composed of the 7 layers of Fengwang Palace. The upper and lower layers suddenly merged. Su He would bear the brunt and crash into the battlefield. He couldn't withstand such an impact, because the dragon turtle's 2 hidden fronts are facing each other. The 2 layers of boundary walls disappear? Brother Huai said that the palace owner here is actually Bai Ling. Could it be the mechanism set up by Bai Ling? A ray of starlight fell, and Feng Yi, who had just died, came back to life again, without the need for heavenly punishment. Su He's method of reversely cutting the road was not enough to kill him, and his realm had been raised to the limit of the 6th level of transcending the sky. As soon as he came back to life, he flicked his saber and slashed towards where Su He had just been. At this moment, the dragon turtle magical power is used. It must be emptiness. Just in time to kill the turtle. The body rushed past in an instant, but Su He was nowhere to be seen. Instead, there was a huge thing covering the sky and the sun. Looking up, he saw a huge turtle claw stepping down on him. It was clearly still in the air, but it seemed to be stepping on the ground. The newly resurrected Feng Yi was instantly trampled into a puddle. Gu Luo twisted his turtle claws and completely crushed the mass of flesh and blood into ashes. After the 2 levels were connected, Gu Luo immediately rushed towards Su He and killed the resurrected Feng Yi. The battle formation that he was fighting with earlier flashed to the other side. Not only the battle formation, but also those watching and cursing from a distance flashed over at the same time. Each person stretched out a hand and grabbed the stone body that Soo-hee had grabbed immediately. In the hand, it immediately exploded. A voice came down from high in the sky. "Ha! Thank you, Gazizi, for gathering so many cores for us. Otherwise, we wouldn't know how to find them." The stone body has no breath, and when it is not revealed, it cannot be felt under the feet. The 6 stone bodies are the 6 cores. They fall into the hands of different people. When someone backhand shakes them, the stone bodies are scattered, revealing the core inside. Everyone around suddenly burst into laughter. Not all of them were people from the Imperial Palace, but there were also people who didn't usually deal with Xianwang, but who had not yet reached the stage of life and death enmity. They can't be the master of Baiyan Palace, but they don't want Dragon Turtle to do it either. It's best that no one does it. Just like before. Everything's fine. What's so special about it? Gu Luo raised his head and snorted coldly, with murderous intent. But at this moment, Luoying and Bai Yin floated up from the bottom of the water at the same time. Luoying wanted to get closer but didn't dare, looking at Soo-hee, who was red and black from a distance. He was covered in blood. In fact, the injury didn't look that serious. It was just that the Finley light pillar had been forcibly stored earlier, and the hidden front pool had cracked, damaging many places in the inner world. After breaking the pool, Soo-hee realized that Zhang Feng was also hiding in the inner world. Bai Yin had not participated in the battle. He rose up after the battle, looked at Soo-hee and smiled. "Little clan brother, the time has come. Are you ready?" Soo-hee was startled. Is the white tiger's bones about to be refined? Gu Luo immediately sensed something strange about Soo-hee and followed his gaze, but saw no one in front of him. The dragon's beard trembled a few times and whispered, "Is it Bai Ling?" "It's Bai Yin," Bai Yin corrected. At the same time, she revealed that the fighting spirit of the white tiger relics was so strong that it was enough for the tiger bones to be born. And she was about to start refining the tiger bones. Her own condition has been adjusted to the extreme, and Gu Luo's voice transmission has not been hidden from her ears. A woman suddenly appeared next to him. Gu Luo was stunned and wanted to speak, but saw the woman raise her hand and snap her fingers. He snapped his fingers and raised an eyebrow at Soo-hee. "Now you can't take away the fun of snapping my fingers. Can you?" Soo-hee dot with a snap of his fingers. The core of Baiyan Palace that had been snatched away, no matter where it was stored, was immediately shot out with a flash of light. The storage magic weapon, the seal, the body, all means did not stop the core. 2 of them even flew in from outside the white tiger ruins, turned into rays of light, shot towards the center of Soo-hee's eyebrows, and merged into the body of the toad in the sea of consciousness. The scene fell silent for a moment, not only on the Great Lake, but also on the entire white tiger ruins. After the upper and lower levels were merged, their vision was no longer blocked. Almost everyone could see it. Suddenly, all the cores turned into a ray of light and shot towards the center of the little dragon turtle's eyebrows. The upper and lower levels of the white tiger secret realm merged because the little dragon turtle began to truly master this place. An idea merged in everyone's mind. The faces of the 6 people who had just snatched the stone body turned completely dark, inexplicably wanting to kill someone. "Get the dragon turtle!" A voice rang from the white tiger ruins. "Don't let him refine the core!" A reminder, and everyone reacted. The refining core controls Baiyan Palace. Doesn't his own life and death depend on someone's words? In an instant, attacks hit Soo-hee and Gu Luo on the field. The more top beings are, the more they care about the terror of the dragon turtles. But the more top beings are, the less they care about their terror. Having made up his mind, even if Taizu was by his side, he would still hit him. Gu Luo roared and stamped his claws, and all the water in the big lake beneath him disappeared, directly revealing the bottom of the lake. Gu Luo lifted his paw, and the sand and gravel from the bottom of the lake rose into the sky, turning into a high wall in front of him. It was the same as Soo-hee's method of condensing water walls and ice walls. They were made of ordinary materials, but they blocked all the attacks from those 7th-level sky-striking ones. On his back, Bai Yin seemed unable to see these battles, and only looked at Soo-hee. "Give the core to Suehua. Let it practice well, and strive to refine the core within 100 years, and completely control Baiyan Palace." The moment the fighting spirit gathered, Bai Yin had many things in his mind, which were part of the memories left behind by his original body. She knew that mastering a dojo in Xianwang Cave Heaven was completely different from having no dojo at all. As for the clan brother, I won't give it to him. It is best to open a real dojo yourself. After she settled in, she burst into laughter, waved her hands and ran away. Let's go! Let's go! Let's go refine the tiger bones! And the younger clan members will be ready to receive them at any time. As he ran, Bayan disappeared. Instead of breaking through the space and leaving, she merged into the white tiger ruins. Taking a breath, she seemed to be able to sense her presence everywhere. Suhi felt disappointed. A fireball hit the Gulyuo mud wall, and a loud noise shook Suhi awake. Suhi shook his head. This was not the time to feel sad about spring and autumn. Uncle Luo was fighting. When he came back to his senses, he saw Gu Luo stepping down with his claws. Stars falling like rain from the sky. This is the Earth Dragon Turtle starfall, which is equivalent to the Water Dragon Turtle's fate. However, Gu Luo's starfall has obviously advanced to a terrifying level, and its power is unimaginable. Stars fell down one after another, push everyone back far. Suhi turned to look at Lu Ying, who was shaking her wings. She didn't know what to do. She pondered for a moment and asked, I haven't asked my friend's name yet. Lu Ying was stunned for a moment, shook her head and said, My clan does not have a Taoist name. My name is Lu Ying. Suhi nodded and looked into her eyes. Can I trust you? Lu Ying was stunned for a moment, then thought carefully before saying, I don't know in the future, but I can believe it now. Okay. Suhi responded, I also invite fellow Taoists to enter my inner world and help me repair it. Suhi's pulling force fell on Lu Ying. Lu Ying hesitated. Fix the world? How does the dragon turtle know she has the ability to repair the world? This dragon turtle seemed to know her clan very well. But now is not the time to get to the bottom of things. After the battle, you have to ask him. Lu Ying no longer resisted Suhi's involvement, and even took the initiative to cooperate. The scene before her eyes changed, and she had landed in Suhi's inner world. The damage to the inner world was not serious, but any small oversight on the battlefield can have big consequences. Lu Ying didn't dare to neglect, and she flicked her hands as if to set the rules, repairing Suhi's damaged inner world bit by bit. Outside, a voice in the sky rang. Gu Luo, this turtle is guilty of public anger. Can you protect it for a while or for a lifetime? Today, either let him spit out his core, or we will send him to death. A voice resounded over the white tiger ruins. Gu Luo smashed a bronze puppet with a slap, looked up at the white clouds in the sky, and snorted coldly. The rats who hide their heads and tails don't even dare to show their true colors. And they still want to fight for the core? They don't know whether to live or die. That was the voice just now. It neither revealed its body shape nor used its real voice. It was like a maggot in the gutter. Hearing Gu Luo's reply, the voice snorted coldly. You don't know what to do. This kid of yours is already seriously injured. Even if I can't wait to take action, and even if the upper and lower layers have not been fused, how can he survive? As soon as he finished speaking, he heard a peacock cry. Ouch! Everyone saw the dragon turtle on Gu Luo's back raised its head and turned into a peacock, fluttering its wings and floating. I don't know whether I'm dead or not, but I know you're about to die. Su turned to look at Zhu Yan in the distance and snorted coldly. Scheming and sneaky people. Toad understood that there was no problem in borrowing some of the Baiyun Palace Master's authority. Although you can't open other people's space permissions like a toad, it's not difficult to follow the sound to find the source. Zhu Yan's expression changed. Then he saw Gu Luo's mountain god seal coming towards him, but was stopped by a bolt of thunder in midair. A thin old man fell down, holding a lightning bolt, and stopped Gu Luo's mountain god seal. Slow down. Slow down. Fellow Taoist Gulyuo. Zhu Yan may be annoying, but what he said today is wrong. How can a dojo be taken care of casually? The old man spoke slowly. I'm not angry. Old man. Gu Luo looked at him, his eyes finally showing some seriousness. This old man has existed for a long time, and is much older than him. It is said that he is a creature born from anger. He has a changeable personality. Sometimes he is sentimental, and sometimes he has no emotions. The supernatural powers are also extremely strange. When did this old guy come in? I've been at the White Tiger ruins for a long time, but I've never seen him show up. Before Gu Luo could say anything, he heard the cry of a phoenix and the roar of a turtle in the sky. Feng Qi and Gu Huai rushed over at the same time. Before the turtles arrived, Gu Huai's voice had already been heard. The four spirits, want to control this dojo. How are you doing? Then another dragon roar sounded in the distance. Gu Huai jumped to the ground, looked at Suhi and laughed. Gu boy, are you afraid? Sui floated in midair, and the Phoenix True Fire on his body condensed into a big sun, burning the inner world inwards. Phoenix True Fire is the best healing method for the Phoenix clan. When the true body of the Phoenix appears, the true fire illuminates the inner world, which is greatly beneficial to the recovery of the inner world. Sui grinned and shook his head. Why did the dragon turtle, Phoenix and dragon roar beside him make him feel afraid? Sui's Phoenix roared, and a jade forest fell down, increasing the power of the Phoenix's true fire and quickly restoring the inner world, marking the dragon turtle and Phoenix at the same time. The light of Yulin fell on them. Yulin is not a magical power, but Ji-Fei Shua's formation absorbed by Shinyu. It has the greatest increase in Phoenix True Fire, but it also has an increase in its own attributes. For the three clan uncles, the increase is not much larger, but it is somewhat useful. Su Yulin finished using it and looked up at the 6th level existence behind the opponent's battle formation, full of fighting spirit. Gu Huai and Gu Luo looked at each other with smiles in their eyes. For the first time, he fought side by side with Su He in a real sense. Su He was different from the last time when he wore the cloak of Buddha. This time he came with his true ability. It has only been 30 years, and I have really begun to fight at the top level. Chapter 398 Feng Chaofei. I am the only one who can beat my stupid bird. Su He moved his body, put away the real fire sun on his body, and completely escaped into the inner world. The Phoenix real fire shone everywhere, quickly repairing the world. At this moment, Lane could see 3 suns when she raised her head. There is a great sun of the inner world itself, a great sun of clouds condensed with laws all over the body, and a great Phoenix sun. If you include another one that shines like a ball, there are 4 great suns. The last one was the cannon barrel composed of a ball of runes that popped out from the cuff when Feng Yi used the endurance beam. Endeavor can barely be regarded as a forbidden technique. It is not only a technique, but also requires some special existence assistance. Which are these runes? It looks like a treasure, but it is not a treasure. There is probably some hexagram meaning in it, which seems virtual and real, but I can't explain it clearly. After annihilating Feng Yi, this thing appeared directly in the inner world of Su He. It was the first thing to appear directly in the inner world after snatching it. If it weren't for the dice bouncing on the runes, Su He would have thrown them out. The presence of dice means that this is something that completely belongs to Su He. There is no hidden secret. Quality times 3. With the improvement of quality, the original barrel-shaped runes have become the round balls at this moment. Su He didn't have time to study it yet. Lu Ying didn't care. She only glanced at it and didn't look at it anymore. She just regarded it as a trophy collected by Su He after killing someone. Compared with the rune ball of light, she cared more about the tallest mountain in the far distance. It was as ethereal and distant as a miracle. She always felt that the mountain was obscure and hiding something. Before she came in, Su He hid the little 64 hexagrams. Lu Ying no longer thinks about it. The law of fluctuation repairs the inner world. This is a natural instinct. In her clan, even a newborn baby can do it. Although the inner world of the dragon turtle has incomplete laws, it is profound, broad, and very comprehensive. It is not like the cave world opened by other monks or the inner world of ordinary beasts, which focuses on a certain attribute. Such a cave world and an inner world do provide blessings to the cultivators themselves, making them more powerful. But in the end, it can't compare to the inner world balance of dragon turtle. Although there are no obvious advantages, there are also no obvious disadvantages. As long as there is a lot of wealth and gold, and a large supply of origin stones, the inner world will be like a perfect world, and the combat power should be stronger and lasting. In fact, the inner world of Dragon Turtle at this moment is very suitable for her clan to survive. Her clan repairs the world through cultivation. If it is a perfect world, being unable to repair it will limit its development. A nascent world like the Dragon Turtle is the best. Louis looked at the big sun where the laws of the sky were condensed, and thought in his heart, should he take the opportunity to help Dragon Turtle sort out the laws? She has this ability, which is rare among the entire clan, but it seems not good to interfere in other people's practice casually. And once this ability is known to the divine beast, it will inevitably be imprisoned and taken as a kinsman. The Dragon Turtle clan has a criminal record. Let's see how pious the shark is to the Dragon Turtle now. She will never be anyone's vassal. Lu Ying flicked her fingers randomly, repairing the wounds in her inner world one by one. Outside world, the eyes of the entire White Tiger ruins are looking this way. Many people looked at Su He with unkind expressions. Who wouldn't want to be the master of the Xianwang Cave Palace? Especially Baiyan Palace. among the many dojos in Zunhuangdanshan. It ranks among the best. Such a large dojo is rare in Xianwang Cave Heaven. The larger the dojo, the more secrets it contains, and the more treasures it can condense. This is common sense. It is the immortal platform. The larger the dojo, the stronger the immortal platform is. The more locations there are, the more condensed the ancient energy is. They fought to the death for who knows how long, and finally managed to grab the core. But they made it into a wedding dress for the son of the dragon turtle family. What's the reason for these 2 months of calling? To gather here and watch the young dragon and turtle ascend to high positions. If Taizu had done this, they could accept it, and even send him gifts, and ask for his experience. In the future, I will fight for other dojos. But the dragon turtle, who is only a mere 60 years old, won't do it. He is the son of the dragon turtle family. Most of them will not participate in the siege, but they are happy to watch with cold eyes. Suhi spread his wings and floated in midair. Beneath him is Gu Luo, and beside him is Feng Qi. This time the Xianwang Cave Heaven opened. Only 2 members from the Dragon Turtle clan and the Phoenix clan came in. It is impossible for the Xianwang realm not to be guarded by powerful people. That's the foundation. Most of the great powers are outside. Every time you enter the Xianwang Cave Heaven, Guiwang Mountain coordinates it. And not too many people come in every time. This time it was already too much. After all, he knew that there was going to be a battle with the Emperor's world. So he lowered Feng Qi slightly, and carefully observed Feng Qi's flying height, and the spread of his wings. Every feather of the Phoenix family has a great use. It's Suhi himself. After inheriting the divine feathers, each feather can be turned into a large array. And the Feng Qi feathers are even more useful. Suhi upholds excellence, and never wastes any learning opportunity. Turtle Body was recovering from his injuries in the background. At this moment, his physical injuries had basically healed. His injuries only looked scary, but they were not as serious as expected. Most of them were caused by the Tibetan front bursting the embankment. He fluttered his wings and hung in the air. Directly opposite him was the unhappy old man. This old man was wrinkled and ragged, just like a mortal old man from a mountain village. He didn't even have the slightest aura. But this temperament became the most eye-catching here. That one. The angry old man didn't pay attention to Gu Huai's sneer, and looked at Suhi with a smile. You are an interesting bird. Can you teach me the method of cultivating the core? I won't compete with you in Baiyun Palace. The old man has a dojo that he values, and the method is given to me. I will help you win the title of emperor today. With just one sentence, everyone felt as if they were facing a powerful enemy. Suhi shook his head. If I say that I don't know how to refine it, I'm afraid Senior won't believe it. This kind of thing cannot be made up randomly, even if it is concealed at this time. As long as the Xianwang Cave is opened again 60 years later, the lie will be exposed immediately. By then, I am afraid that this old man will be hunted down from heaven to earth. Judging from the reactions of the clan uncles, I'm afraid this old man is not bad at all. But Bai Zhe doesn't have a name on the list, and he is another top-level being whose name can be removed. The angry old man listened to Suhi's explanation and nodded. True, but I am even more angry. Old guy, I will beat you Xianwang today. His words were like a command. More like someone was afraid that he would go back on his word. An iron rope rushed towards Suhi, but was blown away by Feng Qi's wings beside him. Suhi turned around and looked, but it was a chamberlain dressed in red, a eunuch from the imperial palace. Gu Lu roared below, and a mountain god seal suddenly hit the unhappy old man, knocking him out with one seal. I don't want to mess with you, because you're a hacking lunatic. The combat power is not inferior to that of an adult dragon turtle. But regardless of his identity, he will attack a little turtle. Do you really think he can't do anything to you? Gu Lu made a seal, and the battle really began. Gu Huai and Feng Qi both have their own opponents. Gu Huai's turtle fired several magical powers at the same time, directly hitting the 4 battle formations of Fengwang Palace. Feng Qi never went far, fluttering his wings and flying beside Suhi, helping him block several attacks. The feathers between Suhi's brows wrinkled slightly. The peacock body was not as easy to use as the dragon turtle's real body. It had also embarked on the path of Xuanwu, and its combat power had been greatly improved. The true form of peacock is only at the 2nd level of sky opening, and can fight against monks at the 5th level of sky reaching. But it is too weak to face such a battlefield, and even the aftermath of the battle is somewhat unbearable. With a phoenix cry, he revealed his true form as the dragon turtle again. The blood outside the scales has disappeared, and the turtle sh L and Scales have also recovered at this moment. At least that's what it looks like on the surface. Suhi made an estimate and found that his combat power was not greatly damaged. If he tried his best, he could still use 80% of his combat power. I can bear the pressure that falls on me. Suhi shook his body and heard a voice gnashing his teeth next to him. Little bastard! Give us back our 2 princes! The shrill voice was that of the eunuch in red. The eunuch's hand shook, and another iron rope hit Suhi. A bright light flashed in Suhi's eyes. Uncle 7! Feng Qi understood and grabbed the iron rope with one claw, preventing him from taking it back. Then he heard a low cry from Suhi. Bang! In the sea of consciousness, the sleeping toad was suddenly awakened by the flashing statue of the Zhenwu god. After obtaining the Xuanwu acting skill, the initiative to use the Zhenwu statue falls on Suhi, and the statue does not need to be stimulated to activate it. The statue of Zhenwu and Suhi spoke at the same time, holding the Tianxian in their mouths, and followed the law. The iron rope that sprang out from the eunuch's palm suddenly straightened, as if it was bearing an unbearable weight, and made an overwhelming clicking sound, followed by a crisp sound before it collapsed. The old eunuch's expression changed drastically. The eunuchs of the Feng Huang Palace naturally knew the power of the dragon turtle. But the last time the Emperor Feng battled could only break the 3rd prince's iron rope at the 4th level. This time he directly broke his iron rope. He is at the 7th level of the sky. He is also the eunuch in charge of Qinghua Palace. Not an ordinary 7th level emperor. The old eunuch's aura instantly decreased. Feng Qi was not going to waste this opportunity. He fluttered his wings and dodged directly beside the old eunuch, and clawed at the old eunuch. But at this moment, a figure flew quickly in the sky and pointed downwards with a gun. It was in Guogong Feng Nan. Before the gun could reach, the force of the gun that could tear the world apart had already been struck. This gun surrounded Wei to save Zhao, and went straight for Feng Qi's heart. A gunshot shattered the sky, forcing Feng Qi to give up the old eunuch and turn around to defend. But a big hand suddenly appeared, grabbing the shattered clouds and smashing them down. The clouds hit Feng Nan's spear hard, and with a crash it exploded and turned into colorful paint, rushing Feng Nan back. After settling down, the clean and heroic female princess turned into a colorful drowned rat. Zuishim and Headmaster Yin Yuan walked out of the clouds with a paintbrush in one hand and a sleeve floating in the other. The headmaster of one of the top 10 immortal sects is actually missing an arm. When Suhi entered the White Tiger ruins, Yin Yuan was still intact. But what kind of battles had he gone through these days? Feng Nan, who was his opponent, seemed to be seriously injured. His beautiful eyes had lost their luster and were now blind. Feng Nan's spear was blocked by Yin Yuan and could not be stabbed. It was already too late for anyone else to come to the rescue. Feng Qi dug his claws into the old eunuch's chest and abdomen, and the dark phoenix fire on his claws burned vigorously. The old eunuch was not burned to ashes, but he looked a bit like a walking zombie in the undercurrent. Feng Qi retracted his claws, and a battle formation rushed towards him. The old eunuch mechanically turned his head, roared, and struck at the battle formation with his fists. Everyone seemed to be used to Feng Qi's abilities, and were not too surprised. Suhi turned around and landed behind Feng Qi, watching in all directions and guarding against the power of the Emperor Feng clan. This is the only thing Suhi can do now. Across the battlefield, he couldn't reach the 6th level of Tiantian behind him, and it was impossible for Suhi to pass by. Once he was trapped in the Imperial Palace, the consequences would be unpredictable. The old eunuch rushed towards the battle formation, but was smashed to pieces by the Clouded Leopard's claw. The Clouded Leopard's battle formation did not slow down and rushed towards Feng Qi. Feng Qi made a phoenix cry, like a song, and the Clouded Leopard instantly felt as if a huge force was weighing on its body, and its movements became sluggish. Protect yourself! Feng Qi shouted and jumped towards the Clouded Leopard. The dark phoenix fire on its body burned, and it hit the Clouded Leopard. The phoenix feathers on its body were like fairy swords, shining with cold light. The 2 wings were like 2 broadswords, swirling around with flames and slashing down. With one slash, the Clouded Leopard battle formation was immediately cut in half. However, the chopped Clouded Leopard did not disperse. Instead, it turned into a large net, trapping Feng Qi in it. Suhi's expression changed, and the Mountain God seal was instantly ready, when he saw 2 people on both sides attacking him at the same time. On the left was the 7th level Skywalker, who had just snatched the stone body. On the right was Zhu Yin. One of them used a gun, and the other a monkey punched. They took advantage of Feng Qi being trapped, and attacked Suhi in an instant. In an instant, Suhi's hair stood on end. Gulu roared and turned back, but was entangled by a strange aura from the angry old man. The moment the alarm bell went up, Suhi's magic machine flashed. The ice heart crystal between his eyebrows doubled the movement of his consciousness. His consciousness could keep up with these 7th level people. The magic machine was Suhi's only way to save his life at this moment. At the critical moment, Suhi's divine machine left, and the spear and fist that hit him crashed together. The two beings of the same level clashed with each other, causing the aftermath to spread in all directions. Suhi was the first to bear the brunt. He had already escaped with his magic machine, but was still bombarded by the aftermath. The magic machine went awry and appeared behind the Fengwang Palace, on a snow lion battle formation. This is a battle formation composed of the 6th level of Tashishin. The power of a group of several people has reached the level of the ordinary 7th level of Tashishin. Suhi suddenly appeared, and the snow lion was stunned. A mountain god seal had already been struck from Suhi's mouth. In just that moment, Zhu Yin and the 7th level sky trading attack had followed the spatial fluctuations and attacked. The offensive followed the fluctuations in space. But unexpectedly, Suhi's divine machine was affected and appeared directly behind the Fengwang Palace. If this trend goes up, it will be our own people who will be hit. The expressions of one person and one monkey changed at the same time. They stopped their hands at the same time and launched the attacks into the sky. However, they affected each other halfway, entangled with each other like twists and turns, and blasted forward again. The snow lion battle formation forcefully hit Suhi with the mountain god seal, roared, and turned back to bite Suhi. But at this moment, the twist-like attack turned around and crashed into its mouth. It instantly penetrated the snow lion's throat, rushed into its abdomen, and exploded with a bang. The snow lion didn't even let out a scream, and the 5 sky-stepping 6th level people inside died. Zhu Yin turned his head and roared at the 7th level sky trading man. "Get out of the way! It's in the way!" The face of the Tishin 7th layer was icy cold. If Zhu Yin hadn't been in the way, the turtle would have died under his spear. If it weren't for the fact that Zhu Yin's clan had a blood feud with Dragon Turtle, he would have suspected that Zhu Yin deliberately saved the Dragon Turtle. "In the battle of our clan, stand down!" he shouted at Zhu Yin, raised his spear, and charged at Suhi again. Suhi jumped up and looked at the snow lion that exploded into pieces beneath him. A flash of light flashed in his eyes. He opened his mouth and spat out a ball of light condensed with runes. It hit the broken snow lion downwards, and the light ball touched Snow Lion. The snow lion was instantly installed. Suhi immediately took the ball in his mouth and hit it towards the charging Tishin 7th layer. Suhi doesn't know how to work hard, but the quality of his runes has been improved 3 times. No need for forbidden laws. Just pure recklessness. You don't have to suffer from the slow speed of your efforts. Suhi bit the ball of light in one bite, and a beam of light spurted out from his mouth. It was as fast as traveling through space, and it hit the rushing 7th layer Tian like a river of light. There was a muffled sound, and a backlash hit Suhi, and a trace of blood flowed out of Suhi's nose. A realization arose in his mind. I see. It is not Feng Yi who transforms the battle formation into an attack, but these runes. Shooting out the transformed energy is the so-called forbidden technique strength. It's like these runes are a gun, and the battle formation is the bullets. Feng Yi's physical body was too weak to withstand the recoil of the gun, and it was not able to support the actual explosion of the light beam, so the speed was terrifyingly slow. And Suhi bit the light ball and detonated it directly, showing the true speed of the light beam. A beam of light rushed through, and Suhi was slightly injured by the backlash. But it didn't matter. This injury could be completely healed in 3 days at most. But the 7th level sky trading beam in the light pillar felt uncomfortable. This beam of light only had the power of a single blow from an ordinary 7th level sky trading beam. But if it was hit head-on, even those in the same realm would take a drink. The 7th level Tatian gushed out a mouthful of blood and was knocked backwards. It bounced on the ground and jumped up. He looked up and saw Zhu Yin looking at him with contempt. "It looks like you want me to stop, and you want to do it yourself." 2 cold gleams flashed in the eyes of Ta Tianqi, and he rushed towards Suhi again, with a trace of cruelty in the corners of his eyes. "He is serious." Suhi's eyes narrowed. His claws stamped on the ground, and his body's true energy surged. Roaring, he rushed towards the 7th level sky trading warrior first. The cold light in Tatian Qizhong's eyes turned into a joke, and he roared and thrust his spear towards Suhi. But at this moment, Suhi's figure flashed and disappeared instantly. He stabbed the sky with his 7-layered spear, stepped back suddenly, and stabbed into the sky with one spear. Suhi magically walked away, using his extreme maneuvers to barely avoid the shot. A trace of surprise flashed in the eyes of the 7th level Taoshan, and the spear flicked towards Suhi again. However, under the earth at this moment, a spiritual snake suddenly jumped out, biting his calf with the Tao Tai food technique, and tore it off with a squeaking sound. A lot of flesh and blood. Before Tishan's 7th level could react, the spirit snake had already landed on Suhi's back. At the same time, the spirit snake on Suhi's back turned into bubbles and dispersed. Who stipulates that the domain clone must separate from the complete true body? What's wrong with just turning into a spiritual snake coiled on your back to lure the enemy? The same ability. Similar fighting style. Just like beating their ancestors in ancient times. However, at that time, the jailer clan leader was seriously injured by biting. But at this moment, the 7th level Tao Tian was only injured by the Finley light beam. The 7th step on heaven was not seriously injured. So Suhi had no chance of winning. Suhi succeeded in the attack and immediately retreated. Gu Luo and Gu Huai can't get through. But he can. Just as he was about to leave, the 7th level Tao Tian had already reached the sky with murderous intent. He didn't even care about the flesh and bones of his calf being torn off, and stabbed him with a spear. His eyes were filled with shame and anger. Never before. I have never been so humiliated. A dragon turtle at the 2nd level of heaven opening was only dealing with monks at the 4th level and up to the 5th level of heaven opening. But it caused him damage and death one after another. He stabbed out the gun, and the gun tip sparked sparks into space, heading straight for Suhi. Suhi didn't even have time to use his magic machine. The spear had already stabbed him, and the aura of death instantly enveloped him. Everything around me seemed to slow down at this moment, and I seemed to hear the roars of Gu Luo and Gu Huai, but fighting adult dragon turtles, setting up formations, and blocking space was the norm. 2 small bursts of forbidden energy appeared around them at some unknown time. The 2 dragon turtles couldn't rush over for a while. Suhi watched helplessly as the spear was stabbed, but could not avoid it. The magical machine was used, but the time it took to use the magical power could not keep up with the speed of the spear. Even with the help of Jinghong, the gap in realm cannot be bridged by fighter skills. Especially this one who was infuriated by the 7th level of Tishan, and even broke out at his own risk. Suhi seemed to see Netherworld. I even felt the ghostly aura flashing around me. At this critical moment, between life and death, an angry phoenix sounded in his ears. And then his entire vision was blocked by a familiar figure. Feng Chafei suddenly appeared in front of him. One claw on the spear. As soon as his wings flapped, they hit the 7th level body of the sky-stepping one. With just one wing, the 7th level sky-striking weapon was shattered into pieces like paper and blasted in all directions. A surge of rage burst out from Feng Chafei's eyes. I am the only one who can beat my stupid bird. Chapter 399. Is Baiyun Palace opened by your family? When he really got serious, Suhi couldn't even resist the 7th level of Tiantai in Feng Chafei's hands. It was just a matter of wings. Suhi was stunned for a moment, then said overjoyed, "Auntie! In the past, my level was too low to feel the power of Feng Chafei. I dared to be talkative and make fun of him. Now that I have the middle comparison, I can truly feel how powerful Feng Chafei is." The arrogant phoenix suddenly grew infinitely taller in his eyes. Feng Chafei turned around and looked him up and down, his eyes full of contempt. "You are so embarrassed!" With Feng Chafei's eyes, he could tell at a glance Suhi's current state. The SHL and scales were new, and the inner world was damaged. A dragon turtle that mainly focused on defense had reached this level. It was this group of people who beat it. What? She looked back at the crowd in Feng Wang world. Killing intent instantly burst out from his eyes. Everyone in the Feng Wang Palace suddenly changed their formation. What was originally a bit scattered and haphazard completely turned into a military formation at this moment. Battle formations everywhere echoed each other, guarding against Feng Chafei. No one can forget how they were pressed and beaten before His Majesty lured Feng Chafei out of the White Tiger ruins. Feng Chafei looked around. "Where are the others?" She watched as several more people entered the Feng Wang Palace. Previously, the outside world suddenly sensed a strong aura erupting from the White Tiger ruins, and there was a feeling that a treasure was about to be born in the next moment. Feng Chafei saw several people from Feng Wang Palace attacking the White Tiger ruins, killing 2 people outside, but was too late to stop them all and chase them in. Just seeing the scene of Suhi shouldering the 7th level of the sky, this turtle boy is becoming less and less self-aware. In the past, He only dared to do this under the cloak of Buddha. But now he dares to be reckless based on his own ability. The key is that he took advantage of it twice. As long as this turtle boy can open the third level of heaven, he might have been able to tear off a thigh under the sneak attack of the spirit snake just now. If he designs it a few times, he might really succeed. Are you looking for me? A light voice came, and a woman in red walked out of the clouds. The woman looked exactly like Anhua Gong Feng Nan. She stepped out and landed next to Feng Nan. And the two of them, it's like a parallel lotus. With a smile on her face, she looked at Feng Qiaofei. This time many people came in, but they did not come for the core of Baiyan Palace. And they did not want to be the master of the dojo. Of course, it's impossible for them all to show up. Putting aside the authenticity of the core has already fallen into Dragon Turtle's pocket. How could it be handed over? They came for the White Tiger treasure. Not everyone in the Imperial Palace can have the courage of His Majesty and his sister, who can cut off their authority and rebuild their realm again. Most of them cannot cut off their authority. If their authority is cut off, their cultivation will be completely ruined, and their lives may even be in danger. The White Tiger treasure is related to the authority of the Emperor, and they are determined to get it. The battlefield here trapped the Dragon Turtle and Phoenix, making it easier for them to hunt for treasures. The people who came in had completely dispersed and disappeared, searching for treasures throughout the ruins. It's just that the aura of the White Tiger can still be sensed outside the White Tiger ruins, but nothing can be sensed after entering the White Tiger ruins. Feng Qiaofei grabbed Su He and fell to the side of Xian Huang in a flash. The battle had already begun. The great masters from the Xian Huang world were coming here one after another. It would be safer to stay in the rear to avoid being provoked. Trouble. If you are weak, go to the weak battlefield. After opening the third level, or even the fourth level, come here to show off as a hero. Feng Qiaofei dropped Su He and reappeared on the battlefield in a flash. In an instant, all the battle formations on the battlefield were attacking Feng Qiaofei. This is what the monk war is like. If you can transcend everything and become an existence like Taizu, Longzu, or Emperor Ancestor, one person can annihilate a war. As long as you show up, everyone will bow down immediately. But if you are like Feng Qiaofei, and joining in may determine the outcome of a war, then the enemy will kill you first. Feng Qiaofei is very strong. So strong that people can't stand it. Strong enough that he can kill anyone he wants in the White Tiger ruins. But not so strong that he can dominate the whole world by himself. That is the power of the Immortal Lord. All the battle formations were attacking Feng Qiaofei. But Feng Qiaofei didn't care at all. In a flash, he landed in front of a young man and stretched out a claw to grab the young man. The expressions of everyone in the surrounding Fenghuang Palace changed instantly. The boy punched Feng Qiaofei's claws, but Feng Qiaofei grabbed him. Others had no time to stop him, and Feng Qiaofei had already disappeared with the boy in a flash. You can use the magical power of space without any worries. Seal the space! Take down the Dragon Turtle! Feng Nan shouted from the sky. Even if she is blind, in her state, the surrounding situation cannot escape her monitoring at all. Feng Qiaofei's eyes were venomous. The young man was disguised as a close relative of the former emperor. He could directly command the 12 guards. Here he was coordinating the battle formation of the 6 guards here. But she could see it at a glance. There are countless battle formations here. And Fenghuang Palace is not for free food. Feng Qiaofei cannot kill this person. But if Feng Qiaofei takes him away, it is probably more serious than bad. Never let Feng Qiao fly around freely and defeat them one by one. There is also that little Dragon Turtle. All space methods must originate from him. Killing him will naturally stop everything. Ting Feng searches for Feng Qiaofei's whereabouts. Ben Lei and Yang Quan kill Dragon Turtle. And the rest seal this place, came Feng Nan's voice. The Emperor and everyone immediately used various means to seal the space. Xian Huang Dongtian could not break through the space and move. It was the ability of Xian Huang Dongtian. The master of Baiyan Palace released the space ban for others. He only released the Baiyan Palace. It did not prevent them from sealing the space again by their own means. Space. Seal up! Seal up! Several voices appeared, and bands appeared in the sky above the battlefield. However, there were 2 teams and 4 battle formations. Looking at Su He with eager eyes, there was a cry of Phoenix from the side. And Feng Qi took the opportunity to escape, with a look of shame and anger on his face. The clouded leopard that trapped him had been torn to pieces by him. He hunted geese all year round, but was pecked in the eye by the geese. A mere battle formation, borrowing half of a magic weapon, actually trapped him for a moment. Just this moment put the little peacock in danger. After today's battle, among all the adult beasts in the four spirits, he can no longer take off his hat as the third to last one. The only ones weaker than him are the two dragons. They are ranked in the top 100 on the Baizé list. He is a goalkeeper. After Bai Ling jumped out of the Baizé list, he automatically advanced to the top 100. However, several ancestors in the Fenghuang Palace were killed. The Great Freedom Bodhisattva was killed, and the Bai's ranking was updated. So his ranking should be able to move forward, relying on the death of the top-ranked person to advance. This feeling is so frustrating. With a cry of phoenix, he spread his wings and flew over the Xianwang people, with murderous intent flashing in his eyes, as he stared at the Emperor Feng people opposite. From the Xianwang camp, celestial swords, magical weapons, spells, and supernatural powers were all attacking the Fenghuang Palace. The monks who had the ability to split the heaven and the earth tore apart the Fenghuang's imprisonment layer by layer. The toad quietly jumped out of Suhi, dragging its tired body, and wandered among the crowd. It did not easily untie everyone's space constraints, and only untied those it knew, which were indeed its own. A tacit understanding formed through years of war. There was nothing strange about the person who had been released from the space restriction. He still looked like he was going to fight to the death with the Emperor, especially the Sanxiang monk who came later. He cursed and even cursed the Buddhist world. Mother sheepy, the bald donkey in the Buddhist world comes out to the Buddha, who bullied our wife just after entering the Xianwang cave, thinking that my wife has no backer? Qianqianzi huddled behind Fairy Junlan, hiding herself tightly, as if she didn't know the monk, and she really couldn't afford to embarrass him. Suhi looked back and saw that Qianqianzi, whom he hadn't seen for several months, was already on the 4th level of the sky. The Xianwang cave was indeed a treasure. His figure flashed and landed next to fellow Taoists in Xinjiang. Sanxiang was startled and turned around in disbelief. Little friend Suhi, does our family have any grudge against you? Suhi was stunned for a moment, wondering why monk Sanxiang said this. Just listen to the three-phase monk say, "You are the cause of trouble now. Don't you listen to the little bitch above who keeps asking people to kill you? If you come here, you will hurt us." He had an expression on his face that said, "I just got a wife, and I don't want to die yet." Suhi, after you catch up with your daughter-in-law, you will deceive your master and destroy your ancestors and disown me as your master? Qianqianzi came out from behind Fairy Junlan, her face flushed with embarrassment, and she kicked the three-phase monk one by one. The three-phase monk laughed, although he kept saying that he was the source of the disaster. Before Suhi appeared, Buddhist Dharma had already begun to fall on Suhi. Blessing, treatment, protection. It doesn't matter if you don't need money. Everyone in Xinjiang has long been familiar with it. When they gather together, they can instantly position themselves in different directions. Although it is not a formation, they can achieve the best coordination. A stream of Taoist magic and magical powers intertwined in the sky, shattering the world. My Baiyun Palace? The toad gnashed his teeth. Above the sky, there was a faint sound of tearing, and the world drawn by Yin Yuan was torn to pieces by Feng Nan and the woman in red. It was already extremely difficult for Yin Yuan to fight against Feng Nan alone. But with one more player, he was now completely at a disadvantage. Suhi looked up and saw that Yin Yuan, who was missing an arm, gave him a familiar feeling. This kind of familiarity is not familiarity with the headmaster of Zuanshanmen, but déjà vu, as if they had known each other a long time ago. The two women joined forces to defeat Yin Yuan with one blow. Yin Yuan spurted out a mouthful of blood and his face became extremely solemn. Since the beginning of the Imperial Palace, there have been more people. He is the dignified head of Zuanshanmen, but he cannot retreat easily. Even if he cannot kill the enemy, he should hold these two people back and prevent them from going down to cause trouble. He looked at the two people in front of him, remained silent for a moment, then slowly took out a cloth belt from his arms and covered his eyes. The Jingshan pen that exuded brilliance in his hand fell silent. This painting always appears in my dreams. I secretly think it is an immortal. Today I ask the immortal to kill you too. Duke and Gua and Marquis Wei Feng can go on their journey in peace. With a pair of female generals, a duke and a marquis, their father is proud enough. As Yin Yuan spoke, the Jingshan brush in his hand started to move. He did not need to dip it in ink, and he drew in the air with the brush. A figure appeared in a few strokes. But it is a peerless fairy, dressed in white with a bit of freedom and ease on her face. And she comes to life as soon as she draws it, stretching and looking at Feng Nan. A duke and a marquis instantly stood up on their hair and stepped back suddenly. They both stared at the woman at the same time. In the battle formation, Maiman chopped off the head of an emperor's vassal with a sword, looked up at the sky, looked at the woman painted, and then looked at his young master, blinking with a bit of surprise. Suhi opened his mouth in shock. No wonder. No wonder it's familiar. Will the appearance change after reincarnation? The moment Yin Yuan covered his eyes, Suhi knew who he was. The painter from ancient times, who almost became a disciple of Baiyin. Baiyin took him and asked the artist to draw a picture. The picture was not left on the paper, but was printed in the artist's heart. But at this moment, Yin Yuan only painted Baiyin, not Suhi. But just painting Baiyin felt like he was carrying a heavy burden, and he started to gasp for breath. The white tone with the connotation of ink and wash has not really condensed. It is still a painting, with a playful face and a flat palm pushed forward. Feng Nan and Feng Nan immediately looked solemn, and a spear appeared in Sui Fenghe's hand. With a flick of his wrist, he shot forward. In Feng Nan's hand, an iron rope turned into a long whip, and he whipped it down with a whip. The spear was invisible. The whip was invisible, and they collided with the portrait of Baiyin. Nothing special happened. Even the surrounding clouds were not disturbed. It wasn't until Yin Yuan and the two women spurted out a mouthful of blood at the same time that the space around them shattered. The whole world seemed like a mirror completely shattered. Immediately afterwards, the unparalleled aftermath swayed in all directions, and the white clouds were torn apart before they could be blown away. From heaven to earth, everything was destroyed in an instant. This is not a blow to Todoroki. This power was as if three people were self-destructing at the same time. The stable space of Baiyin Palace was unexpectedly broken by them. I don't know whether it was because of their superpower or the effect of Baiyin's portrait. There was a crisp sound of glass shattering. Baiyin's portrait slowly dissipated, and the three people in the sky all looked pale. The palm was struck by Baiyin's portrait, using Yin Yuan's power. The space in the sky was shattering little by little. The three of them could no longer even hang in the air and fell from midair. Before he even landed, he was photographed by his fellow Taoists from the sky. At this moment, in a very far place, a ray of fire shot up into the sky, followed by a sharp roar, and a feeling of anger, unwillingness, and despair came over, and the expressions of everyone in the Fengwang Palace changed. The one captured by Feng Qiaofei died. Forbidden space! A figure rose into the sky. He was a middle-aged man. He took out a stone drum from nowhere and knocked it loudly. The anxious battle between the two worlds suddenly came to a standstill. Even the magic and magical powers flying in the air were banned for an instant. In just this moment, the means of sealing the space of the Imperial Palace were launched. But at this moment, Feng Qiaofei dodged and rushed and just past the edge of the ban. Just as Feng bumped into the middle-aged man, who was playing the drums and directing, Feng Qiaofei suddenly let out a powerful dragon turtle roar, which was the divine power that Gu Luo had sealed long ago. It burst out at this moment and rushed straight into the middle-aged. The middle-aged man who struck the stone drum was instantly dizzy. Feng Qiaofei grabbed him and wanted to run away, but was blocked by the ban. Feng Qiaofei let out a cry of phoenix, and the sycamore tree turned and brushed towards the ban. With one brush, the ban seemed to be in danger of wavering, but it was not broken. This is a space that Feng Huangdong has blocked at the same time among many 6 or 7 levels of skytreading. It cannot be broken with one blow. With the flag of the Nirvana sky flying above Gu Huai's head, he wanted to ban the magic and send Feng Qiaofei away. There are 3 commanders in the Fengwang Palace here. Yin Yuandui, Feng Nan, and Feng Qiaofei have beheaded the young man. At this moment, the third person is beheaded. The Fengwang battle formation immediately fell into a situation where there is no one to command. But Gu Luo shook his head. The forbidden flag can indeed break the ban if it releases a banning spell. But the forbidden flag does not distinguish between friend and foe, and everyone's spells will be banned. The Imperial Palace battle formation is not a spell. If you take the opportunity to break into the Xianwang realm camp, the consequences will be disastrous. Attack after attack suddenly hit Feng Qiaofei. Feng Qiaofei brushed the sycamore tree again, but still did not break the restriction. However, he rushed towards the restriction again to strengthen the restriction with each spell, but was swept away by Feng Qiaofei with one blow. He could not reinforce the ban. I'm coming! At this moment, a figure was seen deep in the Fengwang Palace camp, holding a blood-red talisman as big as a millstone and rising into the sky, hitting Feng Qiaofei from a distance. But it was Zhu Yan. Banned! I will ban her magical powers and spells. You will strengthen the band as soon as possible and join hands to kill her. Zhu Yan gritted his teeth, pushed the blood talisman forward and hit Feng Qiaofei. Zhu Yan's face suddenly turned pale. The blood-colored sealing rune used not only his own true blood, but also the essence of his heart orifice. As soon as the rune was struck, the aura immediately dropped. It looked ferocious and stared at Feng Qiaofei, wishing it could eat its flesh alive. All those who protect the dragon turtle must die. A rune was played, and everyone in Feng Wang immediately took action towards Feng Qiaofei. However, at this moment, the ancient locust tree below suddenly broke away from the fighting circle and lifted its claws upward. A big tree suddenly grew taller and soared into the sky. The tree bent and stopped in the middle of the blood talisman. He waved the waist of the tree and hit the Zhu Yan divine talisman with a slap, and drew the talisman above the sky seal. The seal that had been covered by a wall film was instantly corroded by the talisman to create a gap as big as a carriage. Feng Qiaofei flashed out of the gap, grabbed the middle-aged man, opened the space and disappeared. The various attacks directed at Feng Qiaofei landed on the band, making it shine brightly. A group of people turned around to look at Zhu Yan, only to see Zhu Yan's red-haired face was pale, and his eyes were staring at the hole in the sky in bewilderment. Obviously Gu Huai's move exceeded everyone's expectations. If you can break through the siege of the battle formation, why did you refuse to save Su He before? Gu Huai succeeded with one blow, and with a long groan, a mountain god seal rose into the sky and hit the forbidden hole. Feng Qiaofei is indeed extraordinary. If he hadn't killed that young man, how could he have easily escaped from several battle formations? Crush the forbidden law! Gu Huai shouted, and the huge mountain god seal hit the edge of the forbidden hole. There was a click and the sound of an edge, breaking. Fine cracks spread in all directions along the edge of the hole, followed by attacks from the Xinhuang realm. Things are like this. Once you open an opening, you will never be able to stop. The restrictions that were so easily condensed in the Fenghuang Palace instantly shattered. But the restriction was shattered, and the crackling sound of edge, did not stop. Everyone looked up and saw that the space that Yin Yuan and the others had broken continued to shatter, and a lightning-shaped space crack struck the ground bit by bit. Then the space close to the ground was like a chicken breaking out of its shell, peeling away bit by bit, revealing a deep cave. A ghostly aura came out from the cave, and the temperature of the entire White Tiger ruins dropped. Phoenix Tomb? Someone said. No. Someone immediately retorted, looking at Su He as they spoke. This is not the aura of the Phoenix Tomb. Instead, it is very similar to the cave that the dragon turtle opened when summoning ghosts. It can even be said to be exactly the same. The moment the netherworld aura was revealed, Su He rushed towards the cave with a flicker of his eye. Uncle Luo, help me! A message rushed to Gu Luo's ears. Following Su He's magical move, the netherworld aura in the cave stagnated, followed by a burst of extremely rich white tiger aura. The white tiger treasure you are looking for is in this cave. No wonder the dragon turtle wants to rush away. Su He's divine machine flashed, and he broke through the space and rushed forward, only to see a spear light rising into the sky from outside the netherworld cave. But it happened that General Feng Huangdong, who was looking for the white tiger treasure everywhere, was guarding it. Abnormal space fragmentation. Naturally someone will investigate. The gun flashed and the space was immediately sealed. Su He's plan to enter directly with the divine machine was interrupted. The person guarding the entrance of the cave glanced at Su He from a distance. You take the core of Baiyan Palace. And now that the white tiger treasure is out, you want to take it too. You want everything. Is Baiyan Palace owned by your family? Chapter 400 Su He's ultimate goal. The general sealed the space outside the cave with one strike of his spear, then turned around and rushed towards the cave. He just entered but suddenly stopped. He lowered his head and looked at his body in shock. He saw the blood all over his body turn into mist and floated out from his pores. His whole body was visibly shriveled. He grabbed his hands in the air and tried to pull it out. The blood mist floating out was caught back. But in the end, he couldn't. The blood and energy had been completely wiped out by the cave, and his body quickly rotted and dried out. He completely turned into a mummy before even entering the cave entrance. He was washed away by the netherworld's aura and turned into flying ash and shattered. The people rushing towards the cave entrance stopped immediately. The white tiger treasure is good, but you have to have your life to take it. This cave is wrong. It's different from Su He's netherworld. At least different from the netherworld that spreads out. Maybe the scene in Su He's netherworld cave is also like this? Kill instantly. Just like when I just came back from the ancient times. I stuffed 2 6th level Titians into it. And those two sixth levels never came back. Not even a single escape attempt was made. However, the ancestor of the underworld and the Western Thunder King who came out of the underworld once said that he used his body as a passage into the underworld. So he should be able to bear the aura of the underworld. So he jumped towards the cave. But at this moment, a spear light came straight towards him. The magical machine failed. So he did not reach the cave directly, but landed closer to the Emperor's camp. So he stepped on his paw, and the water wave under him rushed towards the gun light. It rolled over and turned into solid ice, then broke into pieces. The enemies and spears in the ice shattered and disappeared. His blow was like a signal, and the fight between the two sides that had just stopped suddenly resumed. One after another, battle formations attacked Gu Luo and Gu Huai. But not everyone is fighting. Several figures from the Emperor's camp rushed out. 2 at the 7th level and 3 at the 6th level, rushing towards the cave at the same time. Guards, magic weapons, spells, and even formations gathered outside their bodies. The 5 of them rushed towards the cave with the guards on their backs. Some people from the neutral camp who were watching the excitement also rushed out, following closely behind. Several figures rushed out from the Xianwang realm, but Gu Luo roared and drank them back. But there is also the Xianwang alliance. At a glance, Gu Luo is still going his own way and heading towards the cave. A dozen people rushed towards the cave together. They crashed into the cave at the same time. And then dozens of qi and blood mists rose up from their bodies in no particular order. The protection formed by various means outside their bodies had no effect at all. The people who rushed into the cave immediately turned back and retreated in an instant. They had already exited the envelope of the netherworld, and their blood was still spreading outward. Like a curse, once you enter the cave, there is no possibility of survival. Even if you exit, it will not help. Everyone who was eager to give it a try immediately stopped. Feng Xiu! Someone in the Fengwang Palace camp shouted. I saw a figure with black mist scattered around his body, his eyes flashing with a look of death. And he rushed into the cave in a flash. It was a 6th level Skywalker from Fengwang Palace, covered in black mist and lifeless. This black mist is somewhat similar to Feng Qi's Phoenix True Fire. He rushed into the cave, froze his body, and looked down at his body. His blood and flesh were all intact, and the ghostly aura did not hurt him. There was joy on Feng Xiu's face. He glanced at Su He from a distance, and rushed into the cave. Blink and disappear. Su He used a mountain god seal to blast away the people blocking his way, and rushed towards the cave. Then, they saw several powerful men from Fengwang Palace attacking Su He at the same time, followed by a red light that came first and rushed towards Su He with a roar. Stop Xianwang! It's Xu Yin! It roared and rushed straight towards Su He. In the blink of an eye, it surpassed the people who attacked Su He first. Its face was ferocious and terrifying, with a roar from its mouth. It was like an order. The people of Fengwang immediately attacked Xianwang. Even the people who originally attacked Su He turned back and killed Xianwang. This time the focus of the attack became Feng Qi. His true fire is too similar to the netherworld's aura. The dragon turtle has Zhu Yan to fight against him, and the 7th level Emperor Feng Tiantian follows Zhu Yan to kill him. This peacock is also not allowed to enter. Su He looked at Zhu Yan with murderous intent in his eyes. The old ape targeted him again and again. Su He roared and suddenly turned back, biting Zhu Yan with his gluttonous food. Zhu Yan Fangfulu attacked Feng Chaofei and sped most of his essence and blood, and now his breath was weak. Looking at the charging dragon turtle, an inexplicable meaning flashed in his eyes. He made a palm with his left hand and raised his right fist upwards. Su He's gluttonous eating method missed his fist and grazed it from under his arm, tearing off a piece of flesh and blood. Zhu Yan's right fist did not hit Su He's head. Instead, he turned his fist into a claw and grasped Su He's dragon horn. He held Su He's turtle SHL with his left hand. The red light on his body flashed, and his body suddenly bulged and rounded. He grabbed Su He and threw him forward. Su He was instantly thrown out by it, turning into a meteor that shattered the air and hit the cave. Youngster of the dragon turtle family, don't rely on your magical power of accelerating time. It's easy to break it. Zhu Yan's voice appeared in Su He's mind. Su He had a question mark on his face. He turned back to look at Zhu Yan, and saw Zhu Yan throwing him away. He turned around and punched like a cannon, slamming into the 7th level Emperor of the Emperor, who followed it, and attacked Su He. The attack was as fierce as a wave. Su He was stunned. In the Fengwang Palace camp, angry roars shouted, Zhu Wu! You are looking for death! Kill him! Destroy Zhu Yin. Understood. Got it all. This Zhu Yin is from the Xianwang camp. First, he helped Su He kill the Snow Lion battle formation, and then helped Feng Qiaofei break the ban. Now at the critical moment, he pretended to attack the dragon turtle, but sent the dragon turtle into the cave. At the same time as these shouts and curses rang out, Zhu Yin had already punched out like a mountain. Both fists hit the chest of the 7th level Emperor Feng Tiantian at the same time. He was unable to dodge the sudden attack and punched through the chest of the Emperor Tatian with one punch. A hole, shining brightly. Zhu Yin succeeded with one blow, turned around and left. With a somewhat sad voice, he resounded across the battlefield. Gu Luo, according to your request, I attracted the Emperor to fight, disrupted the upper battlefield, protected your son, and eliminated the grudges between the two clans. The Huafu lineage has taken refuge in the Emperor and has nothing to do with us. Dragon Turtle cannot force hatred. The Zhu Yin clan has always been divided into two branches, and he participated in the Dragon God Festival. Female Emperors. 6 of Zhu Yan's clan members have lost their lives because of you. Today, both sides have a plan to equalize. If you dare to seduce Zhu Yan again, the 13 adult Zhu Yans of my lineage will immediately seek refuge in Xianwang. Its voice was piercing with determination, and it was still shouting something as it looked forward to death. Su He had already crashed into the cave. No sounds from the outside world can be heard anymore. This cave completely isolates the inside and outside. Passing through the entrance of the cave, you feel like you are underground, with stalactites above your head and a peaceful underground river flowing gracefully below, twisting and turning to nowhere. The atmosphere of the underworld is permeating everywhere. But here, the atmosphere of the underworld is not like the violence at the entrance of the cave, but actually appears to be somewhat peaceful. It is more and more similar to the netherworld in Su He's inner world. The aura of the white tiger came from the lower reaches of the underground river, along with the aura of the man named Feng Xiu, who was at the 6th level of the Fengwang Palace. Su He jumped into the river and followed the water all the way down. There is an empty space at the end of the river. Looking at the structure of the space, it is somewhat similar to the cave where Su He obtained the bones of the white tiger in ancient times. Feng Xiu came one step ahead of Su He. As soon as he entered this underground world, he sensed the location of the white tiger treasure. He walked along the underground river without encountering any obstacles, not to mention the various obstacles and traps. Even a strange beast never encountered them. The entire underground world was eerily quiet. Feng Xiu moved forward quickly along the river. Be fast. Shangfeng said that the dragon turtle's luck was weird. He always had a feeling that even if Emperor Feng blocked it, the dragon turtle would rush into the cave. He must snatch the white tiger treasure before he comes in. Feng Xiu rushed out from the end of the river and saw a larger cave revealed. One end of the cave was shining with light blue light, and a white tiger that seemed to be both virtual and real was lying casually. Either the white tiger treasure, or a white tiger, or what treasure condensed the spirit. Feng Xiu was stunned for a moment and saw a fairy in white sitting on the white tiger. My heart skipped a beat. Someone was there first. But when he saw it clearly, he was immediately stunned. That fairy cannot be said to be exactly the same as the fairy drawn by Master Xietian of the mysterious realm. They are exactly the same person. Immortal? I vaguely remember what Headmaster Xietian said. Is there really anyone who can open the fairy door? He is at the 6th level of the heavenly realm, and has never even seen his own immortal sect. Feng Xiu didn't know how he knelt down. He just paid homage and recited words of respect. But the immortal on the white tiger remained motionless, as if he was not a living creature. Statue? Or the remains of an immortal? Could it be that Baiyun Palace was left by this immortal? Feng Xiu did not dare to move rashly, and still knelt down and said respectfully, I don't know that this is the place where my senior is buried, so I disturbed you rashly. I hope that my senior will forgive me. There is no sound on the white tone above. Feng Xiu lowered his head and continued. The white tiger left behind by the senior has reached the time of birth. On behalf of the world of the Emperor, I would like to ask the white tiger to move and become the Emperor. Baiyun still didn't speak. He lowered his head and spoke again. Senior, don't worry. In all the worlds today, I am the most powerful emperor in the world, and I will not lose the reputation of the white tiger. He didn't know what the white tiger was, but since it was a creature of immortals, there was nothing wrong with flattering him. He complimented him over and over again. He kept talking, and after a long time, he heard a bright voice coming from the front. It was the best voice he had ever heard in his life. You're here. Feng Xiu looked happy. It works. As expected, this immortal left behind a means to sense the incoming person. This tone clearly recognized him. Bai Hu had hope. Maybe he could get the inheritance of the immortal. And even get the inheritance rights of Baiyan Palace? He saluted hastily. Junior is here. Ah! Here I come! At the same time as his voice sounded, a voice came from behind. Feng Xiu turned around and saw Su He quietly emerging from the underground river. The water surged beneath him, pushing him into the cave. Feng Xiu's expression changed instantly. The turtle is indeed here. Su He appeared, opening his mouth to attack. Feng Xiu reached out to grab the spear, but heard the voice of the fairy in front of him. No fighting here! The white tiger has just been born, and the fighting spirit will affect it. The mountain god seal that had been condensed in Su He's mouth slowly dispersed, and Feng Xiu's hand that was grabbing the spear also retracted. There was a bit of joy in my heart. Very good. Judging from the fairy's language, Bai Hu must not like fighting. He has been around for a long time, and has always been polite and considerate. And this dragon turtle will attack as soon as it comes out. It is extremely barbaric. This time, he has a greater chance of getting the white tiger. And the advantage is mine. He was overjoyed when he heard the fairy say again, Why did it come so slowly? The aura of the senior's cave is exquisite. And the junior went through a lot of trouble to get in. The grandsons of Emperor Feng blocked the way. And I was almost beaten by them again. Su He and Feng Xiu spoke at the same time. Feng Xiu turned to look at Su He, who was looking down at him. When I talk to my wife, why does this grandson always take the lead? A trace of pride flashed in Feng Xiu's eyes. The third prince was right. A beast is a beast. Even if it is called a divine beast, it cannot escape the category of beast. When talking to a senior immortal, even if it is just a method left by the senior, you should be respectful. Senior, this turtle comes from Xianwang. Although Xianwang is good, the race above it is barbaric and unreasonable. Senior's tiger is elegant and extraordinary. Shouldn't it go to such a barbaric place? As he was talking, he saw the white tiger under the fairy's body exuding a faint blue light. The look in the dragon turtle's eyes suddenly changed. He jumped up and felt happy in his heart. When he thought the white tiger was going to attack Su He, the white tiger he bumped into Su He and melted into it, like a swallow returning to its nest. Feng Xiu was stunned for a moment, feeling betrayed in his heart. He was here first. He is the one with the best manners. He turned around hastily. Senior! This turtle is rude and uneducated. Senior! You can't! Before he could finish his words, he saw the senior fairy glance at him with a look of disgust. He felt as if the whole world was targeting him. A bubble floated up from the underground river, instantly wrapping him up and squirming with him. Then he floated high, hit the top of the cave, and bounced back. It went up again, and bounced down again. Feng Xiu had a look of astonishment on his face. He lowered his head at a loss, and saw the woman lightly jumping up and landing on the dragon turtle's SHL. Her movements were graceful and her posture was elegant. At first glance, it was not the first time to ride on this dragon turtle. This is not the remains of an immortal. This is a living person? They have known each other for a long time. She was waiting for this turtle. The white tiger was originally prepared for this turtle. In an instant, countless thoughts arose in Feng Xiu's mind. But he felt that it was absolutely impossible. The cave opened. He was the first to enter the cave, and the first to see this woman. How could it be someone else? He can't understand. He lowered his head and roared. But the sound was isolated by the bubbles, and could not be heard. Whatever the turtle below said could not reach his ears. He hit the bubbles one after another. But the bubbles did not move at all. In front of this bubble, the 6th level Tatian is no different from an ant. Can you attack? Su He was surprised. Baiyan was just a consciousness before, and had no fighting power. That's not right. Su He suddenly froze. It's not the previous consciousness. The power of time in you is so strong that it has surpassed mine. You are the main body borrowing the consciousness to talk to me across time. Can Baiyan from 30 million years ago talk to people across time? How could there be such ability in the world? Yuan Zun? Su He suddenly thought of something. When he was in Fengzhong, Yuan Zun wanted to borrow the time and space rift in Fengzhong, and also wanted to use the ability of spiritual communication between spirits. Thinking about this, a question arose in Su He's mind. Does the Yuan Zun clan have the ability to communicate across time? Su He asked in a low voice. Baiyan nodded slightly on his back. Yes. That's why they never have lost spells or magical powers. It can be done. Su He's eyes lit up. and a stream of water swept by Ian off his back. Wouldn't that elder sister be able to meet me across time at any time in the future? He sounded excited. Bain in front of him gave him a funny look and shook his head. What are you thinking about? This time I am communicating with you. I gathered the power of all the powerful people and used special means to do it. I will do this again in the future. Hardly possible. Suhi was stunned, unable to hide the disappointment in his eyes. Can't you? Of course you can't, Bain said. Suhi was silent for a moment. Sister Clan came to me this time. Is there something big going on? What do you need me to bring back to Taiku? Suhi's eyes lit up again as he spoke. Bain said that he was not limited by time and could travel through time. But Suhi had no idea what to do. There is a ball of time power left in his body. But that power is not under his control at all. And the power of time cannot take him up and through time. But how to reverse time? Bain must know. It was the means she left behind to bring Suhi back to the ancient times last time. Bain shook his head. No need to go back? Suhi was surprised. What does that clan sister want to do when she comes to me? It sounds like this kind of communication across time is extremely difficult. Bain can't possibly miss him for nothing. Not necessarily. This woman can do such a thing. Suhi suddenly became silly and happy. Bain looked at him, but showed a helpless smile. The battle situation is very bad. Xian Wang may lose. I'm here to ask for help from you. Probably due to the time span. Her enunciation was somewhat unclear. Suhi looked at her in confusion. At Bain's time, Xian Wang was still at war with the Yuanzun clan. But in Suhi's world, the Yuanzun clan was almost extinct. The reality had been made clear, and there was no possibility of losing. Seeing that he was confused, Bain paused for a moment, thought for a moment, and then said, Brother Shao clan, do you know about the source in this era? Question mark. A stream of water above Suhi's head condensed into a question mark. But he didn't understand. It seemed that the little clan brother was still in a cute state. So Bainsu raised his hand and tapped it gently. A column of water rose from the underground river in front. And at the same time, a column of soil rose from the soil next to it. The water and soil formed two inverted tornadoes, intertwined like twists. Bain pointed at the two twisting tornadoes and said, Yuan is the name given by a few of us guys. You can understand it as the root of practice. Originally, there were two sources in this world, just like this water, and one soil intertwined with each other to form a balance. But then, she pulled her hand down, and the earth tornado collapsed. Only a water column was left in the cave. Without the entanglement of the earth tornado, it instantly became unscrupulous. Our source is gone! Bain looked at Suhi and said first, Don't ask me where Yuan went. We don't even know what Yuan is. It could be two people. It could be a mountain. It could be a stream of water. No one has seen it. No one has seen it. I know. The existence of the source is just the inference of a bunch of us guys. She looked at Suhi. We pieced it together bit by bit and deduced that there should be two sources in the world. The two sources are interdependent and confront each other. And now all signs indicate that the source that supports us, the source collapsed. But the other source is still there. There was a bit of exhaustion and helplessness in her eyes. So, Heavenly Court is destroyed. Although I don't know who the enemy of Heavenly Court is. Heavenly Court is gone. And so is the Barbarian King. Later, we have Yuan Zun as our enemy. And you have a title. The Emperor exists. Xian Huang has no source of his own. And the enemy will always exist. Even if you annihilate the Emperor, there will still be pockmarks in the future generations. Because the source of the other party is still there. And the source is endless. Suhi was silent for a moment. That Yuan is the ancestor of the Yuanzun clan you mentioned? In the ancient times, Suhi asked about the details of the Yuanzun clan. But Bain didn't know much about it. He only told a few rumors. Some said that the ancestors of the Yuanzun clan were the earliest monks, embezzling the heaven and earth, and seizing the power of the world. Some people say that it is actually heaven and earth that gave birth to spiritual wisdom and wanted to get rid of the bondage. Almost, Bain said softly. We used the Xianwan Cave sky to create a source of our own. But we failed. Her voice became softer and softer as she spoke. At the end of her sentence, she suddenly raised her head and looked at Suhi. Brother from the little clan, do you want to be the source of all heavens and worlds?